Chapter 1 Awakening the Black History System. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Lin Xian, for acquiring the Black History System. Gazing at another person for 3 seconds will bring up a personal information screen and gain access to that person's black history that they are most afraid of being known by others. Whenever you use black history information to help people, get rid of violence, and do harm to the people, you will be rewarded with a system gift package. Lin Cord was alone at the bar, sipping a drink. Oh, it's finally here. In this life, it had been 22 years since Lin Cord had traveled to this world, just graduated from college today, was worried about not knowing what to do in the future. I didn't expect that the system that comes standard with travelers would come so late. Forget it, better late than never. In this life, Lin Xian's parents run a small supermarket. They are just maintaining their daily lives, and in the future, they will need to solve their own problems of old age and medical care. The appearance of the system at this time was also a big help. After carefully looking at the system in his mind, he summarized that there are 2 main functions. 1. Obtaining the black history of others who are most afraid of being known. 2. Using the black history to help people and punish the wicked can be rewarded. As for what the rewards are, the system introduction doesn't go into detail. However, could the system's rewards be worse? Who to take to test the function? Lin Xian looked around, constantly sizing up the crowd in the bar. It just so happened that the bar cut the song at that moment, and 5 beautiful women walked onto the stage. The beauty in the center was a popular netizen, a certain MO. The number of fans of all the major short video platforms were quite a lot, and the number of fans on the Little Green Book was more than 5 million. Pure looks, hot body, is the goddess of countless people. Today, a large part of the men in the bar are rushing to her. What kind of black history would such a popular beauty have? Lin Xian curiously stared at people. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Ding! A transparent screen appeared in front of him. Name, Mo Tingmei. Age, 20. Biggest black history, persona fake. Mo Tingmei has always given herself the setting of a rich girl, studying abroad, and a lover of music. But in fact, she was born in XX village in the south, and later worked in a clothing factory in XX city, where she was found out for stealing clothes from the factory and was dismissed. In XX city XX leisure service center, engaged in undesirable work for 3 years. And then together with her boyfriend Lee XX conspired to rent a mansion and sell her persona to successfully attract many fans. Its singing level is not high. The dance has no merit. The live performance is all fake singing. I did not expect to look at the innocent and lovely beauty, but behind the scenes it is like this. The crisp voice on stage is all fake singing. This lip sync is quite accurate. If not for the system, I wouldn't have seen it myself. Thinking about those fans who came over especially for her, and the tycoons who kept giving gifts online, if they knew her true colors, I wonder if they would vomit blood. It was estimated that her persona had directly collapsed. Lin Xian shook his head. There was no intention to be nosy. It was everyone's freedom to choose what kind of lifestyle they wanted to live. So why should they be nosy? Through this verification, the black history system did give Lin Xian a surprise, although it seemed to be the black history of a certain person. However, it was specific to a certain village, a certain store, and the people involved were all able to write it out. As a result, sometimes, even though one person's black history was seen, one could obtain the black history of an accomplice, companion, and accomplice at the same time. Lin Yin secretly smiled. Not bad, find another person to try. Lin Xian turned around, facing the store, and began to look left and right. At this moment, a pungent scent entered his nose. Turning around, he took a look. It turned out to be a girl who didn't look very old but was dressed in a racy manner. As she walked, she made a phone call. Brother Chang, I've gone through a lot of trouble to beg Shen Mengchan out. Just now I've already put good boy water in her cup. You have to come over quickly. Don't cheapen it for others. Then after this matter, is the account between us cleared? Brother Chang, don't worry. Their family is so rich. Her father certainly won't care about so little money. The life of his precious daughter is definitely more important than anything else. After saying that, the girl even laughed badly. What was said on the other end of the phone Lin Xian couldn't hear. The bar was too noisy. But he heard the woman say that she had given Shen Mengchan good boy water. This should be an illegal drug, right? It was said that after drinking it, one would be delirious, confused, and at the mercy of others. Shen Mengchan, the beautiful woman, could be said to be unknown in East Ocean City. Inherently good-looking, explosive body, is the university's school flower, but also the captain of the cheerleading team, often representing the school to attend a variety of activities. And her father, but also the underground emperor of Donghai City, rich and powerful, is one of the most important figures in Donghai City. These young people are also too fat in their guts. There is really not afraid of death. Even the Shen family's 1,000 gold dare to drug. This is to money do not want a life estimated This thing also really only these childish students can think out. In the end, I guess I don't know how to die, Lin Xian secretly muttered. This completely belonged to retarded crimes. Nowadays the streets are full of surveillance, especially the street of the bar, not only on the road, but also in front of every house. They will be caught sooner or later, so there was no need to worry about this by themselves. Nothing would go wrong. Nope. At this time, Lin Xian suddenly thought that the system had just said, whenever you use Black history information to help people, eliminate violence, and do good to the people, you will be rewarded with a big gift pack from the system. Big gift pack. System reward. Wasn't this a helping hand delivered to the door? A gift package for nothing. We can't let it get away. Lin Xian hurriedly got up, and the girl had only gone a short distance away. Lin Xian took advantage of the crowded bar. He slowly approached the girl. After approaching, Lin Court stared at the girl's back without looking away. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Ding! A transparent message box popped up in front of his eyes. Name, Lily Wang. Age, 21. Biggest Black history, born in an ordinary family in a small county. Her mom and dad rely on selling vegetables to pay for her schooling. However, she disguises herself as a rich young lady at school, wearing designer clothes, carrying designer bags, and wearing all kinds of luxury jewelry. To her followers, she is also generous and spends a lot of money. But in fact, all of this money is her outside the introduction of people to do bad business. Overdraft credit cards, online loans from, and now burdened with a huge debt, by the debt collectors forced to a desperate end. It's true that you can't tell what a person looks like. It turns out that behind her back, is this kind of person? After reading this, Lin Xian didn't know what to say about her. This was all the work of an inferiority complex and vanity. It's really true that the pitiful will have something to hate. The path in life was all chosen by herself, and the schoolgirl had no grudge against her. Now, for her own sake, she wants to kidnap the schoolgirl and hurt others. Such a person does not deserve sympathy. Lin Xian smiled faintly. This idle matter, he will manage. Chapter 2 Schoolgirl's Black History. Lily Wang. There was always a feeling that this name was somewhat familiar. Lin Xian rubbed his temples and remembered. The girl who flaunted her wealth that he saw on the school posting bar a few days ago, with the ID of Queen Lily, should be this one Lily in front of him. Lin Xian took out his cell phone and opened the posting bar. He found that Queen Lily's post on the cruise ship was still on top. Clicking in to take a look, the comments below were basically envious. So envious. I also want to be like Queen Lily and go on a cruise. I once ran into Queen Lily in class. That's really noble. I see more temperament than Shen Mengsong. Upstairs, don't compare a thug with our dream cicada. The position of the school flower is untouchable. There's no need to criticize. Wang Lily and Shin Meng Sikyuan are good girlfriends. The relationship is very good. Looking at the noisy comments section, Lin Xian sighed. It was these people's envy that fed Wang Lily's vanity and caused the current consequences. Putting away his cell phone, Lin Xian decided that it would be better to go and find Shin Mengsong first. Needless to say, she was definitely in this bar as well. Tell her about this, so she can leave the bar earlier. It's also considered helping people. I wonder what reward the system will give me through this matter. Thinking of this, Lin Xian raised his feet and walked towards the hall. Looking around, finally, not long afterward, Lin Xian saw a pure beauty whose style clearly did not match the bar in an inconspicuous corner. This girl was wearing a light blue dress and had a clean face that didn't fit in with the heavy makeup and sultry atmosphere of the place. Without a doubt, this was the famous school flower of East Sea University, Shen Mengchan. At this moment, Shen Mengchan was sitting alone on the sofa. In her hand was a cup of colorful cocktails. She frowned and looked dizzily at the glass in her hand. Fortunately, she hasn't drunk much. There were a lot of people writhing in the bar. Lin Xian was staring at Shin Mengsong, not letting her out of sight, while slowly approaching that way. Ding! Suddenly there was a beep in his head. The transparent box popped up again. This caused Lin Xian to freeze. I'll go. Totally by accident. He didn't even want to look at Shin Mengsakata's Black History. He didn't realize that simply staring for fear of not being able to find someone had accidentally activated the Black History system. Cough cough. Misadventure. Sorry, but since the Black History popped out, Lin Xian held a curious mind and began to look at the transparent information panel. Name, Shin Mengsakata. Age, 20. Black History, poof. Lin Xian didn't hold back one bit and sprayed out. This kind of thing, can it also be considered Black History? Seeing the schoolgirl's Black History, Lin Xian was deeply shocked. Unexpectedly, the extremely youthful school beauty had been troubled by such things since she was a child. No wonder. Never heard of Shin Meng Sikyuan having a boyfriend. Before, I thought it was because of the strict tutelage, but now that I think about it, maybe it's entirely because of shyness and fear of others seeing it. Shin Meng Sikyuan unexpectedly has such a special physique. It's hard to say. Should her husband be ecstatic in the future? Forget it. I'll just pretend I didn't see it. Lin Xian waved his hand, not looking at the Black History panel. He continued to walk towards Shin Mengsakata. However, after this unintentional test, Lin Xian could also see it. The Black History monitored by the system, strictly speaking, wasn't necessarily what the general public thought of as Black History. Rather, it was the secrets that everyone buried in the deepest recesses of their hearts, the secrets that they were most afraid of others knowing. So the detection results were actually determined by the person being detected. Lin Xian adjusted his expression, walking towards Shin Mengchan in the corner. The crowd at this time of the day were all dancing on the dance floor, so it was quite quiet here in the corner. But Shin Mengchan was sitting there like a light, attracting the gazes of the others to follow her. No! Before Lin Xian could walk over to Shin Mengyan, there was a stray little yellow hair who walked over. Pretty girl, how boring to sit alone. Come over and play together. Brothers accompany you to drink and dance. Shin Mengchan replied coldly. No, I came with my friends, they will be back in a while. Shin Mengchan had lost count. This was the first wave of people she had rejected. The bars near university towns were basically dominated by students. Usually when they saw a beautiful woman rejecting them, they had the good sense to leave. Everyone was still relatively qualified, but I didn't expect. This punk was clearly an alternative. Come on, play together. People are more lively. Your friends will come over to play together. This little punk seems to have drunk too much. Went forward and reached out to grab Shin Mengsikuan's hand holding a wine glass. Not waiting for the punk to touch Shin Mengchuan, Lin Xian directly stepped forward and yanked over the punk's hand and twisted it behind his back. The little punk bared his teeth in pain. Opening his mouth was a mouthful of fragrance. Who the are you? Raising his head and seeing the tall Lin Xian, his temperament immediately weakened by a few points. Taller than you? Bro, I saw this girl first. First come first served. Understand? Lin Xian was a whole head taller than the punk. Lin Xian's figure was that of a big boy from the north. Tall, often exercising, all tendon neat, angular handsome face. Let a person look at a sense of security. Lin Xian does not and his general understanding. Tugging the punk's arm, make a push. The punk was thrown to the side. People are more impulsive when they drink too much. The punk saw that Lin Xian didn't take himself seriously and bluffed and shouted, "If you have the guts, stand still." Saying this, he rolled up his sleeves and made a gesture to fight. Lin Xian frowned. Roll. Looking at Lin Xian's calm demeanor, the punk got even angrier and ran over while screaming, "Kid, you're quite wild. Do I have to talk to you?" Lin Xian looked at the punk's unforgiving behavior and smiled slightly. The matter of Mr. Zhao's Ferrari being wrecked by someone. Why don't we talk about it in detail? At these words, the punk was shocked. The wine woke up most of the time. What are you? What are you talking about? What do you know? The punk asked incoherently. Shocked. This matter shouldn't be known by anyone. There was no surveillance on that road, and no one witnessed it at the time. How did this person know? The punk looked at Lin Cord suspiciously. This matter was the deepest thing he had buried in his heart, and if Mr. Zhao knew about it, then he would not have to live. Lin Xian smiled faintly. If Mr. Zhao knows about it, I guess he is also very interested in finding you for a good chat. Puff. Thinking of the possible consequences for himself, the little punk directly knelt down, slapping himself while crying. Big brother, I'm wrong. I didn't mean to offend. I deserve to die for my offense. Slap, slap, slap. After slapping dozens of slaps, Lin Xian looked at the punk whose face was swollen like a pig's head. Get lost. Don't let me see you. Take care of yourself. Upon hearing this, the little punk stabbed himself to his feet and ran away without looking back. The punk didn't know until he died. How did that handsome young man know his secret? It turned out that when the punk had just come over to accost him, Lin Xian had stared at his back. 3 seconds later, his Black History came out. Name, Li Tong. Age, 17. Black History, a week ago, riding a motorcycle with a psycho little sister racing. In a dimly lit alley, he crashed into a parked sports car. After getting up, Li Tong took a look and realized that it was Zhaoing Jie Zhao Gongzi's limited edition Ferrari. Raise his head and look around. No one, no surveillance, dragged up the beauty and ran away. The Zhao family in Donghai City is a top family, black and white, and Zhaoing Jie, Zhao Gongzi is the only male member of the Zhao family. There is also only one sister above him. Therefore, this Zhao Gongzi can be described as the little bully of Donghai City, an existence that no one dares to mess with, and no one wants to mess with. When he learned that his favorite sports car had been hit, he was simply enraged. Zhao Gongzi put out the word. Who can provide clues to the person who hit his car? Reward cash 500,000 yuan. Can this punk not piss his pants? Chapter 3 System Reward Gift Pack. After the little punks rolled and crawled away, Lin Xian walked to the opposite side of Shin Mengsong and pulled out the chair to sit down. Looking at Shin Mengsong in front of him, he was just about to open his mouth. Ding! congratulations to the host, successful in helping people through Black history information, rewarded with a large gift bag. Is it open now? Ha, you haven't even started talking to Shin Mengsakata yet? This is helping people to be happy. Right, it was that drunken punk just now. He himself helped Shin Mengsakata to avoid her being pestered by the drunkard. This was really good, coming up and giving himself a big gift package first. Thinking of this, Lin Xian said to the system in his head, open the gift package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Grandmaster level Sanso. Grandmaster level Sanso, you can skillfully use the offensive and defensive methods of Sanso techniques such as wrestling, kicking, and punching to confront and subdue your opponents with your bare hands. And you can easily go one-on-many. Not bad. This is a means of defense for myself, or all of a sudden at the Grandmaster level, combined with his own muscles from so many years of fitness, it can be said to be half the battle, easily 1 to 10. But now is not the time to be happy, or first to deal with the matter of the school flower, blocking a drunkard. Such a small matter, the reward was so powerful. So what reward would be given for stopping a kidnapping? Lin Xian was beginning to look forward to it. Seeing that Lin Xian had been frozen there without saying anything, Shin Mengsong took the lead in breaking the silence between the two. Hello, classmate. Thank you for relieving me just now. My name is Shin Mengsakata. What's your name, classmate? Lin Xian returned to his senses and stopped thinking about the big gift package. He sat down and gazed at Shin Mengsakata. My name is Lin Xian. We're from the same school. It's urgent, so I'll just make it short and sweet. Your friend Lily Wang is planning, with others, to kidnap you, threaten your family and demand a ransom from them. You can now choose to come with me, or call your parents, or call your family's driver to come and pick you up, or call the police. In short, don't stay here by yourself. After hearing Lin Xian's words, Shin Mengsong froze for a moment and smiled. Classmate Lin, thank you very much for just relieving me, but this is our graduation party. Everyone will be here in a little while, and Lily doesn't lack money. Why would she kidnap me? Kidnapping is a crime. His mom and dad, they dote on her so much, even though they're both doing business out of town and their people aren't around. They still often send her gifts and take her on trips around the world, so she doesn't lack money at all. Lin Xian expected Shin Mengsakang to not believe it. After all, he and she had just met, while Wang Lily had been her classmate for a few years. However, for the sake of reward, Lin Xian was not discouraged. Classmate Shin Mengsong, I know it's hard to believe, but Wang Lily isn't actually a rich second generation, and her real financial sources from those bad things, and those campus loans, credit cards, and so on. She designed to kidnap you this time because she was forced by her debtors. Even if you don't believe what I say, and don't want to call the police, but calling and talking to your parents, or letting the driver pick you up early, you have nothing to lose, don't you? Besides, you see it's so late, none of your classmates have come. Don't you think it's strange? After Shin Mengsakata heard this, she looked at Lin Xian, who had a righteous face, and her heart did beat a little. Although Wang Lily said that she remembered the wrong time and came early, but it was unlikely that not a single person had come after arriving for so long herself. Wang Lily didn't know what she had done and never came back, and although she was simple, she wasn't stupid. Shin Mengsakang grew up in a businessman's family, and was exposed to an environment of deception and deceit from a young age, which made it hard for her to believe that there would be people in the world who would selflessly and unrequitedly help a stranger. Moreover, nowadays, most people believe in no profit, no early start. So Shin Mengsakata said to Lin Xian somewhat tentatively, then why did you help me? Even if you're a classmate, but I don't know you, people wouldn't bother explaining themselves for so long. Lin Cord gave a professional smile and took out a response he had thought of long ago to answer. I'm an intelligence businessman who holds a lot of secrets, and this matter of Wang Lily is something I learned about by chance. Of course, it's not like I'm telling you this information for free. $200,000 to buy a peace of mind. This price is very reasonable for you. After listening to Lin Xian's explanation, Shin Mengsong breathed a sigh of relief, and her hands clenched in her fists loosened a few points. This explanation was reasonable. After all, when people did anything, they would always have their own purpose, and the most common purpose was money. Thus, Shin Mengsong thought about it and spoke. Okay, since Lin's student has said so, later on, if I'm sure what you said is true, then I'll transfer 300,000 to you, 200,000 for the information fee, and the other 100,000 is to thank you for relieving me just now. In fact, Shin Mengsakata is still a little difficult. As the future heir of the family, the bar this kind of place is expressly forbidden by the family to come. Once let the family know, they secretly came to the bar. Certainly inevitable a scolding. So today I came here, No one in the family knows. She just told her family that she would find a teacher after school to make up for her lessons, and then she ate dinner outside with her classmates. Wang Lily told her that this was the last party before graduation, and the whole class would come, so that she must attend no matter what. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come herself, and she wouldn't have to be in such a difficult situation. After weighing the situation for a while, Shun Mengsakata continued. It's just, Lin String classmate, it's hard for me to trust you with empty words. Since you know me, you should know more or less about my family situation, right? Lin String nodded. Shen Mengsakata, as the future successor of her family's control was particularly strict. She basically didn't have any contact with boys at school, and she was directly transported by her driver to and from school. This was not a secret in the school. Everyone knew about it. Seeing Lin Xian nodding, Shun Mengsakata continued. So since you know so much information, can you tell me one thing about me or our family that none of the other students know? That way I'll believe you and can pay you in advance. For the matter of such a young classmate being an intelligence merchant, Shen Mengsong still found it hard to believe, so she needed to let Lin Xuan prove it. If Lin Xuan could really convince herself, she herself was willing to take the risk and trust him for once. Shen Mengsakata's face was tense as she stared at Lin Xuan's reaction, and Lin Xuan just looked at Shen Mengsong and revealed a mysterious smile. Chapter 4, You're sick. Lin Xian got up and walked over to Shin Shukan. Leaning down, he whispered in Shin Shutsan's ear. You are. Splat. The wine glass in Shin Shutsan's hand fell to the ground. Instantly, Shin Shusakata's face reddened as if it could drip blood. She stared wide-eyed. How could Lin Chun know? Her face was full of incredulity as she looked at Lin Chun. You pervert. How dare you spy on me? No, you spied. Did you press a camera somewhere in my house? This is illegal for you. You've committed a crime. I can prosecute you anytime. Shin Shusakata had never been so embarrassed and overwhelmed when she grew up. For the first time, she, who had grown up being calm in matters, had yelled like this, disregarding her image. This was her biggest secret and what she considered her biggest black history. A secret that even her family, her best friend, didn't know about. Now, it was actually known by a man, or a man who had only met her this once. Shin Shusakata hated to find a crack in the ground at this moment, so that she could hide for a while. From the beginning of puberty, Shin Shusakata realized that she was different from others. She looked at her partners, and at first she just thought that she might have grown up late, but it never did. She began to worry and started to look up information on the internet, and the online information showed that it was a physiological defect. From then on, Shin Shusakata began to have low self-esteem, and she refused to soak in hot springs and swim together with her best friends. Even if she really can't argue and go to the gym together, she would rather go home with a sweaty body and never take a bath in a public bathtub. She began to reject all boys' pickups, not even normal dating, let alone having a boyfriend. She had low self-esteem and thought she was defective, carefully guarding her secrets. She was afraid that people would dislike her and laugh at her if they knew her secret, and she was ready to be alone for the rest of her life. But, today, the secret that had been kept for so many years was known, or a man, to Shin Shusakata. This was tantamount to a bolt from the blue, splitting her in half. Looking at Shin Shusakata's expression of hopelessness and watering eyes, Linin helplessly spread his hands. It was not that he did not want to explain, but there was no way to explain this matter. One could only say to Shin Shusakata, I didn't stalk you, nor do I have a peeping Tom fetish. Don't worry, there are definitely no cameras in your house. It was okay that Lin Xuan didn't say anything. Shin Shusakata's body shook with anger as she listened to Lin Xuan's words. You said you didn't press the camera, then how did you say you knew? Lin Xuan could only say perfunctorily, I'm the one who eats this bowl of rice. This question involves confidentiality. Sorry, I can't tell you. Shin Shusakata directly exploded upon hearing this. Her embarrassment all turned into anger. She had never been this angry before. You're committing a crime. When I go home I'll find a lawyer and collect evidence. You just wait to be prosecuted. Let's see how you can weasel out of it then. Lin Xian looked at the exasperated schoolgirl in front of him and smiled faintly. The secret, but you yourself asked me to say it. So what about the deal that was agreed upon before? Shin Shusakata glared fiercely at Lin Xuan. I am not going to make a deal with a villain. So the money will be deducted from your compensation. Lin Xian thought helplessly that the schoolgirl had decided that she had pressed the monitor in her house and spied on her. Hey, he wanted a big gift package is quite twisted. This also want to get into a lawsuit. However, even if she turned her home upside down, it was useless, and could not find the slightest evidence, because she had not done this at all. Boom! Shin Shusakata got up and hit her head on a person's chin. The person came from behind and did not expect Shin Shukan to suddenly get up. Shin Shukan hurriedly got up and took a step back. Although she was angry, but her upbringing from childhood made her unable to take it out on others. Immediately without lifting her head, she apologized. I'm sorry. Are you okay? The person who came rudely waved his hand to interrupt her words. Don't say that, useless. Are you Shinshu Cicada? Shinshu Cicada looked up with a puzzled face, looking at the two people in front of her. One of them was still rubbing his chin, and there was a long knife scar on his face. Who are you guys? Do you guys recognize me? These two people were not good to be around at first glance. Their faces were full of horizontal meat and their arms were full of tattoos. The other uninjured one impatiently pointed at the door and said, "It's good if you are. Wang Lily is your friend, right? She's waiting for you over there, asking you to come over for a bit." Shinshu Cicada followed the direction this person pointed and looked. It was the direction of the doorway. There was no Wang Lily. Instantly remembering what that Lin Xian said when he came over just now. Your friend Wang Lily is joining others to kidnap you. Looking at it this way, could it be that what he said was true? Thinking of this, Shen Mengson broke out in a cold sweat and refused. I can't go out. The other students dancing back should not be able to find. Lily has something to let her come in. After saying this, she deliberately reached out and pointed to the young boy on the dance floor. The scarred man rubbed his chin and said, "Nonsense so much. Let you go, just follow." Shinshu Cicada thought for a moment. Then you guys wait. I'll give the other students a call to say something. Just took out the cell phone. Was a Scarface snatched? No need to call. Your classmates have spoken to the others. Hurry up and follow us. Bad. This situation, little cutie, can all see that these two people are coming from a bad place. One absolutely cannot go out with them. They are likely to have accomplices. And when they go out, they will be tied to the car and pulled away. What should I do? Call for help? No. This is a dead end. There's no one here. If they get angry and get rough, I won't be able to escape. Call the police? The cell phone was taken away. Shinshutsan's head in this instant, like a movie, thought of a lot of ways, and was denied by himself one by one. Finally turned back. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you just now. There was a pause, still blushing at the mention of that secret. I don't know how you knew about that one, but I'm sure you didn't press the camera. I'll keep my promise for the money you were promised. Trouble you. Help me. Again. Listening to Shinshu Cicada grinding half a day, the scarred man impatiently interrupted. Jibber jabber, there is no end. Hurry up and go. After saying this, he is going to go forward to pull Shun Mengsikuan's shoulder. The other companion had a tiger's face and looked ferociously at Lin Xian. Kid, be honest. I advise you to mind your own business. Beware of getting into trouble. Lin Xian watched the scene with interest. Don't worry, you two big brothers. I don't know her well, and she just said she would sue me. Hearing Lin say this, Shinshu Cicada, who had been pretending to be strong, was so anxious that she was on the verge of crying out, breaking down and shouting, Lin String, it was me who misunderstood you just now. I apologize to you. I'm sorry, I'll give you money when I get home. Please. Lin Xian smiled. No. Miss Shin, that was the price just now. Obviously not now. Can buying a plane ticket a month in advance be the same price as buying it on the same day? Chapter 5. The schoolgirl who knows what she's doing, and the boss who doesn't know what he's doing. The punk with a scar on his face waited impatiently. Nonsense is so much. Hurry up and go with me, said, reaching out to pull Shinshukan. Shinshu Cicada saw that the other party was starting to make a move on himself, immediately backed up and dodged, slapped off the other party's hand and rebuked. Don't touch me. Stay away from me. She looked up at Lin Xian, who had stayed out of it, and begged. 500,000. Mr. Lin, please save me. No. How much money will do? Shinshu Cicada knew that in her current situation, only this Lin Xian had the ability to help her, although it was the first time they met, but she just inexplicably believed that Lin Xian had this strength. Lin Xian, who heard this, smiled slightly. I really don't understand the thoughts of you rich people, toasting wine but not eating it. If I had cooperated like this, why would I need to go through so much trouble now? Boom. A loud bang. Shin Mengsakata didn't understand what was happening at all. It only felt that just after Lin Xuan's words had fallen, the Scarface who had struck out at himself flew backwards towards the wall behind him. Boom! With another loud bang, Scarface crashed into the decorative wall and fell unconscious on the ground. Shinshu Cicada instantly froze on the spot. What had just happened? One only saw Lin Xian move and raise an arm, and then this big fat man flew up. That's right, literally flew with both feet off the ground and onto the wall. Is this Lin Xian's classmate? Why is he so powerful? Shen Mengsakata couldn't understand. Lin Xian doesn't seem like the kind of person who can fight. Could it be that he's really a great hermit? In fact, even Lin Xian himself was a bit shocked, but he just didn't show it on the surface. As expected, he was worthy of being a grandmaster-level casual fighter. One's own random punch was surprisingly this powerful. Seeing his companion being punched, the other fat man also shouted and rushed over. Ah, brat, you dare to make a move on us. Let's see if I don't beat you to death. Boom! There was another loud bang. It was mixed with the sound of bones breaking. Lin Cord's whip leg was still stuck in the air. The man also flew towards the stage, and crashed a large stereo next to him. This instant stunned everyone in the bar. Everyone looked at the two people who had fallen unconscious on the ground and were silent for a moment. At this time, from the door came in 4 strong men with sticks in their hands. They were the companions of the 2 people who came in earlier, and had been ambushing at the door. Seeing that their companions had not come out, figured that things had changed. They came in with their weapons. Looking at the quiet crowd in the room, he also looked at Lin Xian next to Shinshu Cicada. "Brat, are you the one who spoiled us?" Lin Xian sniffed and glanced faintly at the person who had spoken without answering. Lin Xian's attitude instantly angered the 4 people. However, seeing the 2 companions who had come in earlier, lying unconscious on the ground, the burly man who had just spoken was not overwhelmed by anger and cautiously greeted his partner. "This kid looks like he knows 2 tricks, but it's fine, let's go together." At the same time as he opened his mouth, the strong man took the bat and hit Lin Xian's head. The 3 strong men behind him also copied their weapons and followed closely. Boom, 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 boom. In a flash of lightning, 4 more people flew backwards. No one saw clearly what happened. The feeling was horrible. The crowd only felt as if the network had lagged, and they felt that they had missed some key steps. The few strong men who flew out smashed the bar into a mess. The wall sconces on the wall next to it were all knocked off. Tables and chairs were broken. The wine rack that decorated the side also fell over. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The broken wine on the wine rack dripped onto the floor. It was like a drop of water dripping from a calm frying pan, and everyone started whispering, "Wow, this little brother is too handsome. This is too capable of fighting. Ip Man, this shouldn't be a movie shoot, right? There are no cameras around. And this is simply playing for real. Ah, look at that person's leg. It's obviously broken. TSK TSK TSK. A hero saving a beauty. It's really a hero with a beautiful woman. The young lady next to her is also too beautiful. Who else wouldn't fight for their lives? Wait, that girl, isn't that the school flower of our university? Or the school cheerleading team's face value bearer? Why would she come to this kind of place?" Listening to everyone's words, Lin Xian just smiled gently without making any extra movements. He turned to look at the dumbfounded Shinshukan. "Miss Shin, happy cooperation. I'll send you home." Shinshukan, who had returned to her senses, nodded and took 2 steps forward. Pa, pa, pa. The sudden sound of clapping interrupted the crowd's murmurs. It also interrupted Lin Xian and Shinshutsan's steps towards the outside. Lin Xian looked up. A short, fat man with a fierce gaze facing him was slowly lowering his clapping hand. Behind him were dozens of waiters in bar uniforms. The short fat man laughed loudly and spoke in a conspiratorial manner. "Ha ha 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 ha, little brother. Very capable of fighting. Don't be in a hurry to leave. I wonder if you learned from Ip Man or Wang Fei Hung. Can you beat these people behind me?" After saying this, he heatedly laughed, and the people behind him also followed with a laugh. This eccentric man in front of him, since he could lead so many bar employees over, he should be the bar manager. Lin Xian stared at his arrogant face and didn't say anything. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Ding! A transparent information box popped up. Name, Li Shangtian. Age, 37. Black history, Li Shangtian is Zhao Yingjie's men. Help Zhao Yingjie look at the bar. Zhao Yingjie. Although people are not good, but in terms of doing business, or very listen to the family. The family does not allow to touch the drugs. Resolutely do not touch. The hands of the subordinates are also very strict. Resolutely not allowed to touch, but also not allowed to appear in his store. Was caught absolutely worse than death. Li Shangtian, on the other hand, is a money-grubbing drug dealer in his store. This Li Shangtian, it turns out that he knew that he was committing a crime. He's not afraid to die. He's a traitor to Mr. Zhao, and he dares to violate his taboo. It's true that people die for money and birds die for food. No wonder this incident has become his black history. Mr. Zhao is a well-known and ruthless person in East China Sea City. If he really knows about Li Shangtian's case, he definitely won't be able to spare him. For a family like Mr. Zhao's, playing with women and gambling can be solved by money and power. But as long as drugs are involved, no matter who, no matter how much energy behind, there is only one way to die. This is challenging the bottom line of the law. It was also challenging Mr. Zhao's bottom line. Lin Xian let out a light laugh. Looking at the short, fat man across from him with a cigar and a rampant face, shook his head. Then he calmly pulled over a chair and sat down. "Since you won't let me go, then I won't go." The short, fat man watched Lin Xian's movements with wide eyes. It felt, he hadn't met a little cutie today, right? So, he also pulled over a chair and sat across from Lin Xian. "It's fine, I like this attitude of yours. So let's have a nice chat. It's naturally best if we can solve the problem in a peaceful manner." After saying that, he pointed at the uniformed men behind him. As if hinting at something, Lin Xian ignored the pretentious short fat man, crossing his legs, smiling faintly. So how do you want to settle this? Seeing that Lin Xian was quite on board, the short fat man thought that he was winning. From the moment Lin Xian started to make his move, the short fat man was paying attention to him. After all, this was the field he was watching. Wanting to see the action, the short fat man didn't rush down. When he first saw Lin Xian's hands, he was also surprised. He had never seen someone with such good hands, but one size does not fit all. He smashed his own bar into this state. He must be blackmailed properly. Little brother, let's be reasonable. The store was smashed by you into this way. I can't smile and let you go? My wine cabinet of famous wines was also smashed by you, and the equipment can't be used. This compensation account I'm afraid we have to calculate properly. Chapter 6, The crowd kneels. The situation instantly reversed. Lin Xian did not move and smiled faintly. A good reckoning? That's right. I also feel that this matter needs to be properly calculated. Li Shangtian saw that Lin Xian was so understanding, and instead, he appreciated him a little. At the same time, he was also puzzled. What was Lin Xian's calm capital? Maybe it's because his family is rich. Come to think of it, the cost of fighting is so high nowadays. This male master dared to be so big, so he must have prepared money. Thinking about this, Li Shangtian couldn't help but be in a good mood. There was nothing that made people happier than blackmailing a rich second generation. If you are so understanding, then it's a good thing. Tell me, how much are you prepared to compensate me? As long as the price is right, then we'll be friends from now on. You're always welcome here. If the price is not right, I think you know the consequences. East China Si Zhao Gongzi know it? That's my big brother. Lin Xian grunted as he listened. Li Shangtian didn't think that you really thought about Prince Zhao in your heart. Li Shangtian's face straightened. What do you mean? I'm warning you, don't give me any of that here. Get down to business. Lin Xian lowered his legs. He looked at Li Shangtian slyly. It's fine to ask me for compensation, but Lin Xian deliberately said half of his words, waiting for the short fat man to ask a question. But what? Short fatty really didn't let him down. Lin Xian let out a laugh and continued. But before that, shouldn't we first talk about the matter of you, Li Shangtian, selling drugs behind our Mr. Zhao's back? Clang! Short fatty's entire body directly bounced off the stool. The movement was too big and the chair fell over. He stood there frozen for half a day, only reacting when the cigar clutched in his hand burned his fingers. Hiss! Looking at Lin Xian who was smiling faintly in front of him, the short fat man suddenly felt that this person was unfathomable. You, how did you know? No, you are one of Mr. Zhao's people? At this time, Lin Xian suddenly slammed his face, slammed the table, and rebuked loudly. Li Shangtian, how dare you? Even Duke Zhao dares to fool around. Li Shangtian changed his just now confident and calm appearance. His face was filled with shock and fear. He looked back at his two cronies. The two immediately shook their heads in panic and opened their mouths to explain at the same time. Big brother, it's not me. I've been by your side this entire day. How dare I say such things? I'm also a big brother. We've been together all day today. You know how strict my mouth is. After saying that, the two also realized that something was wrong and led the others to clear the scene. Let's go. Today is not open for business. Roll. The hustle and bustle is not over yet. Hurry up and roll. Even pointed at a few people. You, go and throw those few lying out as well. It was only until they couldn't see any outsiders that the two walked back. Inside the quiet bar, Li Shangtian stood sweating profusely. At this moment, he deeply understood what was called 1 second in heaven, the next second in hell. He was just thinking about blackmailing Lin Xian for money, but now he was only afraid. That's right, fear. Mr. Zhao had a separate meeting with a few of his men who were looking after the bar, and seriously said, other than drugs, whatever else happens to you guys, I'm sure I can bail you out. But I'll say it ugly in front. If any of you really touch it, don't blame me, Mr. Zhao, for being ruthless. Thinking of this, a cold sweat broke out on Li Shangtian's back in an instant. The methods of Duke Zhao might not be very clear to outsiders, but a few of them who had been with him for the longest time knew clearly that it was truly worse than death. The original Li Shangtian didn't touch drugs. It was his beloved who found out that a punk was selling them in his bar. I don't know out of what mentality. Li Shangtian did not care. See that little punk not long, open on the luxury car, wearing brand name clothes. Li Shangtian cannot sit still. Such a lucrative business. Who is not moved? It so happens that at this time Li Shangtian, an adopted a college student, is short of money, so with a fluke, also began to secretly sell. He began to sweat. The remaining light skimmed Lin Xian. What exactly is the identity of this person? What did he just say? Our Mr. Zhao. Li Shangtian instantly understood. Right, It must be that Mr. Zhao himself was too busy and had someone else come to privately inspect in his place. This is simply an unannounced visit. There's no defense against it. Looking at his reaction, Lin Xian knew that his plan had succeeded. In fact, where did Lin Xian know Mr. Zhao? But he was just pulling the tiger's skin to pull the flag. However, Li Xian was a thief at the moment. How could he have time to think too much? Shinshu Cicada, who was standing at the back, also opened her mouth wide in surprise. She completely couldn't figure out how things had turned out like this. Just now, that short fat man who was so confident, just because of a single sentence from Lin Xian, he lowered his head like a frosted eggplant and seemed to be trembling in fear. Where did Lin Xian get such power? Because he was an intelligence merchant? So powerful? It seemed like he had a plan for everything. Shinshu Cicada suddenly had a hint of an unrealistic thought. If he really sinned him to death, then if he went all out against his own family, wouldn't his own family also go bankrupt and wither away? Long breath. Fortunately, no matter what, he hadn't completely offended him, and Lin Xian just quietly watched. Watching Li Xian chagrined and scratching his hair, Li Xian's men were all too scared to breathe. Suddenly, Li Xian had a flash of light. This brother hasn't told Mr. Zhao yet. Then, he still has a chance to save himself. There was still room to turn this matter around. Plop! Li Xian directly knelt down and walked to Lin Xian's leg. Brother, please save brother. Lin Xian was not moved in the slightest, not even looking at him. Plop, plop, plop. Kneeling sounds came to mind one after another. It was Li Xian's men. Seeing that their boss had knelt down, one by one, they followed suit. Looking at the indifferent Lin Xian, Li Xian's tears left his eyes in anxiety. Little brother, it's really not easy for me. I have an old man and a young man at home who all need to be raised by myself. I'm also a moment of delusion, by others confused. Save me this time, I won't dare to do it again. There definitely won't be a next time. Looking at the short and fat man in front of him who was tearfully begging for help, Lin Xian lightly clasped his fingers on the chair handle. Li Xian, you have made a life-threatening mistake, but don't worry, Duke Xiao is benevolent. He will only punish you, he won't harm your family. Hearing this, Li Xian was so scared that he was shaking like a chaff. Brother, good brother, please just me this once. It's not easy to make money these days, or I can't make a mistake. Please, save me this time. You can say anything. After saying that, he started to kowtow, and his men followed suit. For a time, the only sound in the bar was the thumping sound of kowtowing. Lin Xian originally only wanted to bluff the short fat man so that he could take Shinshu Cicada and leave, but he didn't expect it to develop like this. Now he was in a difficult position. What should be the next step in the drama? After all, he was a fox pretending to be a tiger. The more he said, the faster he would be exposed. It is better to leave earlier. There! Lin Xian thought of a brilliant idea to kill two birds with one stone. Lin Xian stopped lightly clasping his fingers on the chair handle. Lowering his head, he smiled and looked at Li Xian. What is Boss Li doing? Why are you starting to cry poor now? In my opinion, Li boss you this business to earn so much money. Can then we generally people live a lot more nourishing. Really envious. Li Xian was naturally a human savant. As soon as he heard Lin Xian say this, he instantly smiled with joy. Chapter 7, Myriad Skills. Shun away everything. This Li Xian was, after all, a veteran. As soon as Lin Xian spoke, he immediately understood the meaning of the words. He had a look of joy on his face. Turning his head, he looked at his beloved. Quickly go. There's a box at the bottom of my office cabinet. You bring it over. The implication of Lin Yin's words was clear. It is to ask for money. To put it bluntly, he was asking Li Xian to take the money. This was a good thing for Li Xian, meaning that he was saved. In Li Xian's eyes, we are all out to mix, and all work under Zhao Gongzi, naturally closer. This time can use money to solve this matter, is the best. As the old saying goes, anything that can be solved with money is no big deal. In fact, Lin Xian didn't really care about Li Xian's money. It was only that Lin Xian's current identity was that of Zhao Gongzi's investigator. If he didn't say or do anything and left directly, it was estimated that Li Xian should jump over the wall. At that time, it would not be good for Lin Xian and Shinshu Cicada to leave, and accepting his money meant that he wouldn't say anything. After all, the hand that took it was short. This money, Li Xian gave peace of mind. Lin Xian left at ease. As for being found out to be fake afterward, anyway, it's all out, and we'll talk about it later in the future. At this time, Li Xian was anxiously waiting for his beloved to bring something over with apprehension. Boss, brought it over. The beloved ran over with the box in a hurry. Li Xian took the box as soon as he could and handed it over to Lin Xian with both hands resting on it. Nervous and still stuttering a little. Brother, thank you. This is a bit of a thank you gift. No honor, Please be sure to accept it. Lin Xian looked at it lightly. The not-so-big box looked quite heavy, reached out and took it, and opened it directly on the table next to him. Click! The sound of the box latch opening, only to see 2 thumb-thick gold bars, quietly lying in the box. Li Xingtian's juniors all sucked in a breath, and Lin Xian looked at Li Xingtian's expected expression and deliberately revealed a look of satisfaction. Boss Li, don't worry, when I go back, I will definitely put in a good word for you in front of Mr. Zhao. Phew! Li Xingtian let out a long breath, although he had some meat pains, but looking at Lin Xian satisfied he put his heart down. After all, this was his own money to buy his life. As long as Lin Xian goes back and doesn't talk nonsense to Mr. Zhao, good words are still exempt. Li Shangtian secretly spat, then smilingly returned. I don't dare to bother brother this time I really thank you brother. Shinshu Sakata also curiously stretched his head to look down, and then stood back full of concern. As the successor of the family, this heavenly wealth in the eyes of ordinary people, in her eyes, she simply couldn't care less. Originally, Shinshutsan's good impression of Lin Xian's mysteriousness instantly fell to pieces, turning into a villain who would do anything for money. She secretly made up her mind that she would settle the money when she went out and would be a stranger in the future. Lin Xian naturally couldn't possibly know the thoughts in Shinshu Sakata's mind. Click! Lin Xian closed the box and looked at Li Shangtian in front of him who couldn't wait for him to hurry up and leave. Then I'll take it for Mr. Zhao. This matter ends here. Will you still sell in the future? Li Shangtian shook his head like a rattledrum. Brother, don't worry, it definitely won't be in the future. The next time you directly cut off my hand. Lin Xian stared at Li Shangtian and warned. The next time, I won't cut off your hand either, but I will definitely tell Mr. Zhao. You should be very clear about Mr. Zhao's methods. You don't need me to say more. Do yourself a favor. Li Shangtian nodded repeatedly. It won't happen. There definitely won't be a next time. At this time, a system beep suddenly came from Lin Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully eliminating violence and pacifying the people, hereby rewarding him with a large gift package. Is it time to open it? Rough and tumble? Ah, right. He stopped this Li Shangtian from selling drugs and indirectly saved many families. What an unexpected blessing. Lin Xian said to the system in his head. Open the gift package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Wonderful Hands. Myriad Hands, a Grandmaster level skill that allows the host to take any item from another person without their knowledge and without being detected. This skill is a bit interesting. It's a good skill to have. There's nothing you can't steal in the future. However, there is a way to steal. Even if one is stealing, one must be a chivalrous thief. Lin thought quietly. With that, Lin Xian deliberately said to Li Shangtian, Boss Li, you see that we are having a good conversation. Do you want to change the place and talk again? Li Shangtian looked jittery. Brother, don't make fun of brother me, ha ha ha. Some other day, let's just talk some other day. Lin Xian laughed out loud. He went forward to help Li Shangtian up, and at the same time, he activated the skill, Wonderful Hands. Ha ha, old brotherly get up. Then we'll leave first. Let's get together again some other day. Under the enhancement of the Grandmaster level skill, Li Shangtian didn't feel like he was missing anything at all. He stood up obediently. Okay, brother, come over to play sometime. Brother will treat you well. There are still things over here, so I won't see you off. Lin Yin waved his hand. No, I'll definitely come next time. After saying this, he pulled Shinshu Sakata and walked outside. Just as he went out, he saw those 6 people still lying on the ground. They were all the punks that Lin Xian had just kicked away. Lin Xian walked over to the scarred face, casually stretching his hand there in the inner pocket of his clothes. It was the Wonderful Hand skill again. Something went down into Lin Cord's sleeve. At this time, Li Xingtian's angry yell came from inside the bar door. Close the gate. Everyone gather. Who the hell is it? If I don't find you out today, I'm not finished. Lin Xian laughed and pulled Shinshu Sakata. Hurry up. Li Shangtian was furious. It wouldn't be long before he found out the truth. What's the time to wait if you don't hurry up and bolt it this time? Lin Xian pulled Shen Mengsikuan and ran all the way. Shen Mengsong couldn't help but nervously ask, where are you taking me? Lin Xian shook the diamond-shaped car key in his other hand. This was the unique key shape of a Lamborghini. The parking lot. After arriving at the parking lot, a golden Lamborghini came into view. This was the only Lamborghini in the entire parking lot, so it must be this one. Lin Xian pressed the key. Beep. The headlights flashed. That's right. This was it. Lin Xian opened the door and sat in the car, greeting the frozen Shinshu Sakata. Get in the car. After helping Shinshu Sakata with her seatbelt, Lin Xian stepped on the gas. Boom. The characteristic airwave sound of a sports car sounded. The automatic headlights began to sweep and adjust to the most suitable angle. There was a roar. The performance beast rushed into the night. The parking lot is quiet again. the Lamborghini drove down the road at high speed. It was only then that Shin Shuken reacted from her shock. She looked out the window at the unfamiliar scenery. The small heart was once again in her throat. "Where are you taking me?" "Sending you home," Lin Xian replied without looking back. "But this isn't the way to my house." At a stoplight intersection, Shinshu Sakata took advantage of the stop and opened the car window to survey the outside. She was quite certain this was definitely not the road towards her house. Were not the deal is already over? Shin Mengsakata timidly reminded Lin Xian. "Mr. Lin, you should be a very ethical person, right?" Lin Xian was genuinely amused when he heard this. Looking at her, he smiled. "Don't worry, we'll be home in a while. Let's just make a slight detour." This was just when the light turned green. Lin Xian gave another kick of floor oil. The roaring beast brought up a violent sense of pushback. It made Shin Mengsong swallow the words in her throat. Tonight's events had put Shin Mengsong's entire being in a state of tension. At this moment, Lin Xuan was just concentrating on driving the car. It didn't look like he was going to explain anything to himself. This made Shin Shutsong not be able to help but think wildly. Where was this man going to take himself? He also knew the black history that he was most unwilling to let people know. Would he threaten himself with this? Thinking of this, Shin Mengsong couldn't help but tighten her grip on her seatbelt. If this man really blackmailed himself with his black history, let yourself, forcing himself words. What in the world should one do? Chapter 8, Shocked Schoolgirl. Guilt is hard to bear. Boom. Lin Chun drove Li Xingtian's Lamborghini on the road. Inside the car, Shinshu Sakata looked out the window at the increasingly old buildings and gripped her seatbelt in fear. Her heart was in turmoil, her eyes unblinking as she watched the flying scenery. Shin Shuken forced herself to memorize the streets she passed through, as if the Lin Xuan next to him was some kind of flooding beast. Once the car stopped, he was going to make a move on himself, but this did not relieve Shin Shutsan's nervousness in the slightest. Her head rambled with many horrible consequences. Lin Xuan had dragged her to an abandoned school and forced her, or an abandoned factory had handed her over to human traffickers. Shinshu Sakata was frightened by her own wild imaginations, her face turning green for a while and white for a while. She scared herself for half a day. Shin Shuken still decided to open her mouth and say something. Are you really sent by Zhao Jie? Are you really working for him? Lin Jin took the time to glance at Shin Shuken in the passenger seat, seeing that her fingers gripping the seatbelt were white. In his heart, he realized that she was afraid. He shook his head with a helpless bitter smile, thinking that he could also make her too nervous. What if she jumped out of the car? So gossiped. How can it be? If it's true, do we still need to run? And he doesn't deserve to be my boss. I don't even know Zhao Jie. Shin Shuken thought about it. Agreeably, she nodded her head. Then how did you know that Li Xingtian sells drugs? And acted so much like it? I thought it was real. I've also often heard the elders in my family talk about Zhao Jie, and they all say that he's not a good person. Lin Shun listened and smiled faintly. Acting like, that's the basic quality of my profession. Dry our intelligence businessman. This line also is not a little acting. Early do not know die there. Hearing the 4 words of intelligence businessman, Shinshu Sakata instantly thought of her own secret and blushed a little red. At the same time, the heart was a little happy. A sigh of relief. It turned out that he wasn't working for the bad guys. That's good. At least he would not be in any danger. But why did he collect that black money? That was all the dirty money that Li Xingtian had earned by selling drugs and screwing over an unknown number of families. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but frown. Originally, Shinshu Sakata was still very kind to this classmate who had helped her. Even though he knew his secret, he hadn't said anything to anyone else. It was also considered professional ethics. However, seeing that he obviously could have left directly, but he still blackmailed and accepted so much gold, Shinshu Sakata's heart couldn't say how unpleasant it was. Just feel. There was a sense of loss that couldn't be spoken. Squeak. The ear-piercing sound of brakes sounded. Shin Shuken was brought forward by inertia. The seatbelt bounced her back onto the seat back again. She patted her chest and looked at Lin Xuan with a slight reproach. Lin Xuan rummaged around and didn't find anything, so he turned to look at Shin Shuken. Do you have a Kleenex, eyebrow pencil, eyeliner, lipstick or anything? Shin Shuken looked at Lin Xuan inexplicably. What? There are Kleenex and lipstick. After saying this, she handed it over. Lin Chun didn't say anything and directly reached out to take it. He pulled out a Kleenex, unscrewed the lipstick and wrote on the paper, donated by a kind person. For big words, Shinshu Sakata curiously stretched his head to look. Mr. Lin, what are you doing here? Click. Opening the car door, Lin Shin stepped out of the car. He opened the black box, opened it, and placed the Kleenex with the writing inside. Then walked over to a somewhat worn iron gate and looked at it. The door was already locked, so Lin Cord could only look around. While Lin Chun was looking around for something, Shinshu Sakata also stepped out of the car. Looking at the dirty road and old buildings in front of her, Shinshu Cicada knew that this was running into the suburbs, obviously unfamiliar environment, but Shinshuken felt a trace of familiarity. Walking close to the gate, she looked up at the plaque on the gate. Donghai City Children's Welfare Center. I've been here before. Shinshu Cicada suddenly remembered that when she was in school, she had participated in a public service activity organized by the school. It was to come here to bring small children to play, and donated some daily school supplies to them. The activity was organized by the school for everyone to voluntarily choose to go or not. Many students were too dirty and tired to go. In the end, only Shinshu Cicada and a dozen other students came with big bags of things. The director of the orphanage is a very nice grandmother. She has devoted her life to public welfare and is a very upright and poor person. At that time, the old Granny Dean warmly invited them to enter and introduced them to everything in the orphanage. Wait, I seem to remember. There was a boy at that time. Shinmeng Sikyuan looked at the back in front of her, reminiscing about that public welfare activity. There was a handsome little brother wearing a white shirt, accompanying the children in the yard to play games. That handsome little brother himself still had some impression. Right, no wonder he felt that Lin Xian looked familiar. Isn't Lin Xian that little brother? Oh my god. So they had met before. It was only that at that time, Lin Xian was not talkative. Plus it was a one-sided relationship, so Shinmeng Sikyuan didn't pay much attention to it. Shinshu Cicada looked at Lin Xian in front of her with surprise, trotting forward. So it's you. We really are classmates. We came here together last year in an activity organized by the school. Do you still remember me? Sorry, I just recognized you now. Shinmeng Cicada couldn't help but smile when she thought that the original little brother and herself were classmates. All the tension instantly disappeared, and Lin Xian didn't respond to her words, circling around by himself for half a day. Suddenly, Lin Xian's eyes lit up and he walked towards the right side of the doorway. Shinshu Cicada also curiously followed over, and it turned out to be an old clothes collection box, only to see Lin Xian pick up the box in his hand and throw it in without hesitation. Plop! The weighty box fell. Shinmeng Song had only been here once, but Lin Xian had come often. Previously, although he wasn't financially well off, he had often brought things for the children. It was human nature. We all want these orphans to have a better life. Although the grandmother was a good person, her finances were limited after all. There are so many children. The funds are not so easy to apply for. Now, this ill-gotten wealth can be used for the children. As the saying goes, what is taken from the people is used for the people. After that, Lin Xian clapped his hands, his face revealing a look of satisfaction. Turning around, he looked behind him was Shinshu Cicada. Go! Shinshuken was dumbfounded and did not react. She felt that Lin Xian had really refreshed her perception, making her head spin a bit. Wasn't he a greedy person? When he sold his information, he was so calculating, and he even accepted Li Xingtian's black money. However, the moment he turned around, he donated so much gold to the orphanage without any hesitation, or anonymously. Don't want fame, don't want profit. This instant, Lin Xian's image, in the heart of Shinshu Cicada at this moment, became incomparably taller. When she reacted and looked up, Lin Xian had already opened the car door and lifted his foot in preparation to get on the car. Hey, wait for me. She hurriedly ran in and sat directly into the car. The current her, which still had a trace of nervousness. She wasn't afraid even if Lin Xian took her to the sky. Classmate Lin, from the very beginning, did you intend to donate that money? She looked at Lin Xian with some guilt. She felt as if she had been doubting him and questioning him, and the other party was being general with herself. He even added to it and saved himself. Thinking about this, Shinshu Cicada lowered her head, mouthing and whispering, I'm sorry, Lin Xian smiled and touched the top of Shinshu Cicada's head. Fasten your seatbelt. Boom! There was another roar of airwaves, and the golden Lamborghini went off into the night. Chapter 9 East Sea Little Emperor, Zhaoing Jie. At this moment, Shen Mengsong was sitting in the same position. Her eyes were calmly looking out the window. The mindset had undergone a great transformation. Not long ago, she was still nervously gripping her seatbelt, while now she was assuredly looking around, turning her head to look at the enigmatic man next to her. Shinshu Cicada fell into a deep thought. She then realized that this man, from start to finish, had never done a single bad thing. She herself had many prejudices against him before because he knew her secret. Even if what he did was good, he thought he had ulterior motives. But now think carefully. From the very beginning, from the time he told himself that Wang Lily was going to kidnap himself, chasing away drunken punks, fighting off the bad guys who kidnapped him, stopping the bar owner from selling DU products, donating gold bars to the Children's Welfare Center, all things that ordinary people wouldn't dare to do or do. It was he who later asked for more money from himself, and it was he who pissed him off by saying he wouldn't pay first. Looking at it this way, this classmate of his own is really a big hero with love, sense of justice, guts and ability. Which teenage girl is not pregnant? Every young girl has a purple cloud fairy dream, looking forward to their hero can be clad in golden armor, feet on the 7-colored auspicious clouds to pick up their own. In Shinchutsan's eyes at this moment, the darkness of the night had put on a layer of golden light for Lin Xian. Thank you, Senior Lin Xian. 2 hours later, the roaring Lamborghini stopped outside the gate of Shinchutsan's family villa. Shinchuken closed the car door and went around to the main driver's window, smiling and waving. Thank you Lin Xuan, thank you for sending me home, then be careful when you go back. Saying that, Shen Mengsakata then turned around and walked towards the door of her house. Wait, this is for you. Hearing Lin Xuan call out to him, Shinchuken turned back curiously. What? As soon as the words fell, she saw Lin Xuan handing over a pink-colored object. Shen Mengsakuen reached out and took a look. Surprisingly, it was her own cell phone. It had clearly been snatched away by that punk just now. So how did Lin Xian steal it? Great! You actually helped me get my cell phone back. I had forgotten about this. It turned out that when Lin Xian came out, he passed by Scarface and unleashed his wonderful hand skill to slip it back from him. Lin Xian smiled faintly. How are you going to pay me if I don't get your cell phone back? After saying this, Lin Xian took out his cell phone, tapped on the software, and handed out his payment code. Shen Mengsong snorted out a laugh. You really have a work ethic. Saying so, he also sharply swept the code to pay. Get over it. I'm also a person who is subject to credit. Happy cooperation. After seeing Shinchuken walk through the door, Lin Xian left with a kick of the gas. Thinking about it for a moment, it was really unsafe to drive such a flashy car in a city street full of cameras. Li Shangtian was probably already aware that something was wrong at this moment, so he took a shortcut to the remote side road and drove towards his hometown Xinghe County. And at this moment, Li Shangtian, sitting on the chair that Lin Xian sat on before, looked at the men kneeling on the ground at his feet and inquired about them one by one. Determined that these people were all fine, no one betrayed themselves, Li Shangtian himself felt that the problem did not lie with himself. These people have been with him for several years, they should not betray themselves, then the problem must lie with that kid. At this time, a junior who was watching the surveillance ran over in a panic. Boss is bad, Li Shangtian chided. You're the one who's in trouble. What is it? Just say it. The little brother gulped. Boss, your new gold Lamborghini is gone. Tai. Li Shangtian directly bounced up from the stool. Who drove it away? Just, that young man just now. Li Shangtian couldn't bear it anymore. He directly took out his cell phone and dialed Mr. Zhao's number. Da. The phone was picked up after 3 rings, and a low voice came from the phone. Speak. Hearing the phone being picked up, Li Shangtian hurriedly said curtly, Mr. Zhao, it's me, Li Shangtian. The person you sent just left. He seems to have forgotten something here. Do you want to let him come back to get it? Li Shangtian said this on purpose. The purpose was to lure out Zhao Gongzi's words to see if he had sent someone over or not. There was a pause. A puzzled voice came from the other end of the phone. The people I sent? Who did I send? A drop of cold sweat slipped off Li Shangtian's forehead, and he stiffly continued. Just that boy looked not too old, looked quite handsome, as if he had just graduated, said that you sent him. There was a pause on the other side of the phone. Li Shangtian, I don't have such a person around me as you described. You won't be teased by others, right? Hearing this, Li Shangtian finally understood. He had really been fooled by a young man in his early 20s. He cried out in tears, Mr. Zhao, you have to decide for me. That man said he was working for you, so I didn't dare to disobey. He borrowed your name to cheat me. Who knows if he cheated anyone else? On the other side of the phone, Zhao Yingjie was a bit impatient. Stop yelling. Come over tomorrow and make things clear. Snap. After saying that side hung up the phone. Li Shangtian put down his cell phone and gritted his teeth. Kid, dares to impersonate Mr. Zhao's name. You're screwed. Chapter 10 The Black History of a Famous Player. Just a moment after Shinchuken stepped into his home, the system's voice suddenly came from the mind of Lin Xuan, who was driving. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully helping people through Black history. The system rewards you with a big gift bag. Do you want to open it now? After waiting all night for the big gift package to finally come, it seems that Shinshu Sakeda has arrived home safely. Lin Xian sighed at how busy he had been this night. He directly said to the system in his mind, open it directly. Ding! Open the system gift package. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Black History System upgrade card. Upgrade card? The Black History System can still be continuously upgraded? Lin Cord pulled over to the side of the road. Cherish life. He was going to concentrate on this reward from the system. Originally, Lin Xian thought that the system was going to reward him with another skill. After all, whether it was the Grandmaster level Sansho, or the Beamer skill, they were all very powerful and practical. I didn't expect the system to not follow the rules this time. Use the Black History System upgrade card. Ding. System upgrade card used successfully. System upgrade in progress. Please host wait a moment. It seems that the system upgrade still needs some time. Boom. Lin Xian started the car, stepped on the gas, and drove towards home. 10 minutes later, the Lamborghini was steadily parked in front of the old front door of his house. At this time, the system's prompts also came from Lin Kord's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host on the successful upgrade of the system. The system has added phone number display function. Phone number display function. The host will display the phone number when checking the black history of others. Display phone number. This function is good. It turns out that this system of own is just a simple version. It needs to be constantly upgraded by itself to display more information. No wonder there were only names and ages at first. Although this phone number thing isn't as practical as some actual skills, but it makes do. Lin Xian stepped out of the car in a happy mood. Pushing open the door of his home, he saw that his old man was waiting to watch soccer. Lin Dad was so old, and this was his only hobby. Dad, I'm back. Where's my mom? In front of the TV, Lin Dad was holding a bushel fan in his hand, wearing a white undershirt and big pants. His attention was all on the TV. Your mom is resting. I'm here secretly watching the game. Today is Simuro's retirement game. I can't miss it no matter what. I see. No wonder my father was still watching the TV so late at night. Simuro was my father's favorite soccer player. This man was famous in the soccer world. Even Lin Xian, who wasn't interested in soccer, had often heard this man's name. Simuro, a professional soccer player. During his career, he had won countless awards. He had won a lot of Footballer of the Year and Golden Ball awards alone. But the years were not kind to him. No matter how good he was, he had to retire when he got older. Dad, which team is Simuro playing against tonight? Vanilla, the bottom team in the league. Not much suspense. This game is just for Simuro to retire without any regrets. Yeah, Lin Xian didn't care. He didn't know anything about soccer. So whatever. Suddenly, Dad pulled Lin Xian down and mysteriously handed over a few lottery tickets. He raised his index finger to Lin Xian. Shoo, don't tell your mom. I bought them with money from the cashier's drawer to earn some pocket money. He. Lin Xian looked down. It was 5 soccer tickets. The bets were all on the Yellow Lions, the team that Simuro was playing for, totaling $1,000 If the Yellow Lions really won, they could cash in $1,400, which was equivalent to earning $400. Lin smiled bitterly. If his mom found out about this, he would not be able to avoid being rubbed. Dad, you can't be trusted, can you? If we lose, I can't plead for you. Soccer matches are ever changing. You can't just rely on past results and expect the strongest team to win. Maybe no one scores and it's a draw. Lin Dad gave his son a blank look. Confident. Cut. What do little kids know? The Simuro retirement match. Can you lose in a retirement match? Don't you want to lose your face? And it's against such a weak team. It'll be fine. It's just like that game you guys play, Glory, where the highest ranked team beats the lowest ranked team. How can they lose? After saying that, he touched the lottery ticket again with a smile and put it in his pocket, buttoned it up and loaded it. $1,000. This is a lot in the eyes of Mom and Dad. It's already a week's income for their kiosk. If Mom found out about this, the scrub board would be light. However, at this moment, Lin Xian had $500,000 in his balance. If Mom and Dad found out about this, they would be scared to death. It was a matter of whether or not his father would kneel on the scrub board. Lin shook his head and accompanied his father to watch TV. The TV was playing the host's interview with Simuro. Lin Xian looked at the no longer young Simuro in the picture and was somewhat emotional. Such a powerful player had retired. The level of the Yellow Lions must have dropped more than a little. As he was thinking about this, he didn't realize how long he had been watching. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Ding! A transparent box suddenly popped up. It displayed various information about this Simuro. Asterisk. This is all possible? Watching people on TV? Their black history could be displayed as well. Lin Xian stared wide-eyed. This was too unexpected. But, recalled it carefully. It seemed like in the system description, it didn't say that you had to look at people in real life. Gaze at another person and hold it for 3 seconds, and you'll gain information about that person, and his black history that he'd least like others to know. It seems like I underestimated the system. So is it possible to have photos? Videos? We'll have to try it out sometime. Only after making up his mind did Lin Xian start looking at Simuro's information. Name, Simuro. Age, 31. Phone, 001XXXXXXXX. Biggest black history, as a professional soccer player. Simuro has been the pride of his family, country, and fans since he was a child. But in the middle of the last game of his life, he didn't stick to the bottom line. And under the temptation of $1 billion from spinach companies, he agreed to play a fake game and let the Yellow Lions fail. Lin string sighs, saying that it is a retirement exhibition match. Seems to be a fake match that cuts leaks. Lin String looked back at his excited father. What a big leak! He was still joyfully waiting for his idol to help him win a pocket money. Unbeknownst to him, he had taken money from the bookies and was going to kick a fake soccer ball to lose this match. Hey! Lin Xian couldn't help but shake his head. This Zimero, after holding on to the bottom line for a lifetime, he still didn't hold back the temptation at the end. Actually, it was understandable when you thought about it. Retired players will only be gradually forgotten by people, and their income plummeted. But life still has to continue. There is a wife, children to support. It is estimated that Simero is also thinking of making one last buck. In front of so much money, few people are not moved, right? Lin turned his thoughts. Why didn't he take this opportunity to earn some retirement money for mom and dad as well? Dad, is the lottery station still open now? Can you still punch tickets? Lin's father watched the TV without looking back. It's Saturday. The closing time has been extended. There should be more than half an hour left. Lin String hurriedly ran to the car, went to a lottery station in town. Boom! The sound of the Lamborghini's engine attracted the attention of everyone in the store. After all, the town had never had such a luxury car before. Lin String didn't care about everyone's gazes and looked at the time. Luckily, there were still 20 minutes left, so he walked to the store and saw the boss at the counter. Boss, can I still buy the soccer ball now? The boss also saw Lin Xuan's car and thought it was some rich family's young master passing by, buying some soccer balls for fun. Yes, you're here to buy the Yellow Lions win, aren't you, little brother? How much did you buy? I'm here tonight to buy a win for the Yellow Lions. Kick Venera and score 5 goals? This is a gift. Little brother, buy more. However, Lin Xian, smiled and shook his head. No, I just came to buy vanilla to win. Chapter 11, Lamborghini? Not as good as a Havel H6. As Lin Xian's words fell, the pandemonium of the lottery station was instantly silent. There were many fans waiting to watch the game. Lin Xian's words had really scared them, but then the place came alive. Everyone was talking and discussing, and a few kindly uncles even opened their mouths to advise Lin Xian. Little brother, you probably don't know. This is Simero's retirement match. It's a performance. The Yellow Lions are basically a sure win. Right, little brother? Buy the Yellow Lion and earn some pocket money. I'm not going to lie to you. We've been watching soccer for more than 20 years, and we've watched Simero grow up bit by bit. There's no problem with this guy. That's right. People's bookies aren't stupid. They dare to give vanilla such high odds just because they know vanilla is impossible. Little brother, there's no way it's going to blow up this time. I'll eat the table here if I lose this. Lin Xian didn't say anything, nor did he retort. Turning around, he knocked on the boss's table. Boss, I'm just going to buy vanilla. Please hurry up and punch the ticket. You won't be able to punch it when it closes later. The boss was a little shocked by Lin Yan's persistence, but after looking at the luxury cars outside the door, it was probably just rich people being bored. The boss held a cigarette in his mouth and tapped the machine. Alright, then vanilla. Say, how much are you buying? Lin Yan didn't hesitate. $500,000. The boss was about to suspect that he was hallucinating. Frozen in place, the cigarette he was holding fell to the ground. The noisy lottery store was once again silent. Everyone's mouths were wide open. $500,000. In this obscure little county, there were many families who couldn't earn $500,000 in their entire lives. This night, Lin Xian made this group of lottery players in the station remember him. The owner's voice trembled a little, wondering if he had heard wrong. How much? $500,000. Hurry up and play. It'll be too late. Lin String's entire body was helpless. The boss was then sure that Lin String wasn't joking and hurriedly operated. While he was busy, he complained. Little brother, there's only 10 minutes left. A ticket can be played up to 100 times. It's only $200, so it's definitely not going to be finished. In the future, if you want to play so much again, look for me earlier. Call me in advance. I'll give you a package. Hearing the boss's words, Lin Xian nodded his head. Alright, play as much as you can. The income of the lottery station was not a share of the winnings, but a fixed share of the amount of tickets purchased by the players was 7%. Therefore, when he saw that Lin Xian was so generous, the owner of the lottery station felt remorseful. This 500,000 share was 35,000, almost catching up with his income for 2 months. At this moment, the owner of the lottery station couldn't wait to grow a few more hands and slap a lot of operations. The other lottery players also shook their heads when they saw that Lin Xian was bent on having his way. This time this kid is going to cry a lot. That's right, still young, won't listen to advice. A retirement match, how can you lose? Don't the other clubs want to lose face? How would those investors behind it allow it? Young man impulsive. $500,000 down the drain. Maybe this is the legendary rich second generation. People don't care. Not a single person in the entire lottery station looked favorably on Lin Xian, while Lin Xian just calmly watched the boss play the lottery. The time came to 11:30. The lottery system closed. The boss shook his sore wrist. Alas, little brother, I can only play out so much. The boss sighed and handed the type tickets to Lin String while looking at him with some flesh pain. I tried my best. This is for $60,000. More than 300 tickets. Next time you want so much, be sure to talk to me in advance. At this time, an old man in the back looked at the odds table and did some calculations. Such high odds. In case the real cold bet on the right. 6 million but all of a sudden turned into 300. 000 said also barred down his mouth. The others shook their heads and sighed, as if Lin Xian was a loser. The boss looked at the luxury cars outside the door and asked curiously, little brother, the car at the door is yours, right? This Lamborghini is pretty cool. Yeah, it's okay, Lin Xian said indifferently. The boss looked envious. Really envious. Truth be told, I've only seen this car on TV. Today is an eye-opener. Lin Xian loaded up his lottery ticket and walked out of the lottery station. Boom! With a kick of the gas, the car rushed home like a beast, and the people at the lottery station dared to let go of their voices and discuss loudly when they saw Lin Xian leave. Maybe people just don't have bad money to play with. What about 300,000 yuan to buy the tires of this one car? Let's not care about other people's business. They are 300,000 wasted, but also live better than us. How to persuade all do not listen. It is estimated to steal the family's money out to play it. Fortunately, there is not enough time to play only $60,000. But that is all lost. Probably the family will not care too much. Young man, we're too anxious. That is, amused me. Obviously a white. Want to bet on the cold, but this money is so good to earn? Buzz. The sound of the sports car could be heard from quite a distance away. Lin Xian parked the car in the yard and walked home, waiting with his dad for the soccer game to start. Lin's dad frowned as he looked at his son who walked in. What kind of Thai car are you driving? Who did you borrow it from? I heard the noise from all the way out there. Is it out of gas? Give it to someone else. Don't drive it badly. Listening to his father's affectionate nagging, Lin only felt warmth in his heart. Got it, Dad. Don't worry. Lin dad lit a cigarette and continued. Let me tell you, look at how handsome that Harvard H6 of your second uncle is. The chassis is high, the car is big, and it can still fit. After saying this, he also glanced disdainfully at Lin Yin's car parked outside. Look at this one you drove back. The chassis is so low. The road is not good. The chassis can be scraped for you. Can't even install it. Only 2 doors. Can only do 2 people? Too impractical. Said also shook his head, not stopping to praise the benefits of the Havel H6. Lin Xian could only smile bitterly. Lin dad mysteriously came to Lin Xuan's ear again. Your mom and I are saving up money, planning to buy you a Harvard H6 as well. Isn't this your graduation? It's time to find a partner to get married. Driving a big H6, how handsome. All the girls in the village like this car. Your mom won't let me tell you for fear that you'll swell up, so don't tell anyone. Put. Lin Ching sprayed out a mouthful of water. 100,000 or so Havel H6 domestic car makes you inflated? But for parents, this was as far as they could go. Lin Xian was touched. In this life, although Lin Xian's parents didn't have much money, they gave him warmth and love that was more important than money. They would rather condemn themselves, but would never let Lin Xian condemn them in the slightest. And Lin Xian has always been very understanding. When he went to college, he always used his vacation time to work and study, and never once asked for money from his family. This time, after earning money, he came back to visit the 2 old men at the first time, looking at his father, although his face was full of wrinkles, but he exuded a happy smile. Lin Xian also smiled along with him. Ha ha, Dad, you guys don't have to worry about me. I can make money on my own. That money you get yourself a new car, but don't drive that tractor of yours. As soon as Lin dad heard his son talking about his tractor, he immediately slapped up his face and boasted about his tractor with a proud face. What's wrong with my tractor? I'm telling you, my tractor is good. It can haul goods and people. Every Saturday, I'm dragging your mom to the market. Looking at his father's proud appearance, Lin could only shake his head and smile, did not say anything more. Older generations are more stubborn and nostalgic. You say he is not good. Surely you can argue with you for half a day. Just then the game started. Lin father also stopped talking. Father and son seriously watched the TV. Simero is the first to kick off. Chapter 12, another 300,000 in hand. On the TV, the match had already started. The 2 commentators were also analyzing it excitedly. Look, the Yellow Lions player passed the ball to Simero. Then let's wait for Simero to open the door. All the way with the ball. Breakaway. Nice shot. The slap in the face always comes unexpectedly. The commentator's high emotions instantly wilted like a frosted eggplant. On the TV's replay, Simero took a powerful shot, and the ball unexpectedly missed. How did it miss? What a pity, but it doesn't matter. The Yellow Lions are still pressing Vanera. The ball was in Venera's half the whole time. Yeah, it's already in the goal mouth. Can a goal be far away? The two commentators kept on pumping up, just treating this as an unexpected hiccup. Lin's dad was also quite unconcerned as he shook his bushel fan and said, "It's just a small mistake. The Yellow Lions have been pressing on Vanello's doorstep. Simero is just still adapting to the field. It'll be fine in a while." Lin Xian smiled helplessly. In his layman's opinion, this ball was all a bit off the mark. This distance and angle, even if the school varsity team's people came, it would not make such a big mistake. At this time, the commentary inside the TV is still continuing. "Okay, beautiful." The Yellow Lions broke off the ball from Vanella, passed it and then passed it to Simero. What? Simero didn't even see the ball. Simero ran straight over the top. The ball was intercepted by Vanella. The ball is now at the Yellow Lions' doorstep, and there's only one keeper on the Yellow Lions side. And the shot hit. Vanella shoots it. That's ahem. In a nutshell, let's congratulate Vanella for being the first to score a point, taking the lead for now. How can the Yellow Lions defend against the oncoming Vanilla when all their players have gone on offense, leaving only a goalie to hold the fort? That's why I say the Yellow Lions should change their tactics. Let's wait and see how the Yellow Lions will counterattack next. On the other hand, Lin's dad on this end of the TV set was furious. He directly stood up from his stool and fanned himself furiously. "Do you think that teammate of Simero's is stupid? Simero didn't even pay attention and passed the ball there. Isn't that intentionally sending the opposite side? Pissed me off." Lin Xian looked at his father's angry face and felt a little funny. Such an obvious mistake by Simero. It looked like it was staged. Only these fans would believe that he didn't see the pass, right? Maybe Simero was convinced that the fans would be on his side no matter what. That's why he chose to go down the road of kicking a fake field goal. After all, he's built up a reputation for 20 years. There's no way he's going to crash and burn because of this one game. Not to mention it's a retirement match. Playing well and not so well, both counted as a successful career. Don't worry, Simero is so strong. It's just 1 point. It doesn't affect much. The one who wins in the end is definitely Simero. Lin Dad didn't have the slightest doubt that Simero would win. I don't know whether he was comforting Lin Xian or himself. After all, he had put in his blood money. Lin Xian looked at his father, who was sitting upright like an elementary school student in class. I don't know what to say. I can only accompany him to continue to watch. The game that followed was still the same. Obviously, this exhibition game is for Simero retirement. The Yellow Lions side passed to Simero whenever they touched the ball, but Simero seemed to be in really bad shape today. After halftime, the Yellow Lions were once again caught by Vanilla, breaking the deadlock and taking another point. The score has come to 0-2. The scene was out of control for a while. The fans in the stands were desperately yelling their idols' names and cheering them on. "Go Simero! Simero, you're the best! Simero, we will always support you!" Papa Lin took out the 5 lottery tickets from his pocket and let out a long sigh, looking at the encouragement from the audience on stage. Alas, really did not expect. Simero is really old. Physical strength, endurance cannot keep up, also really should retire. And the Yellow Lions, this group of people, today what is going on, are all listless, as if they are all in the same walk. Is it possible that Simero, a person, influenced the morale of the whole team? Then the Yellow Lions will not be finished? Lin Dad sighed and muttered to himself, and Lin Xian looked at the gang in the stands, as if he saw a green leak. The betting company is not a charity company. Can let ordinary fans pick up money? So many people around the world are running to earn a pocket money, but People Spinach Company is not a little cute. How can they give you money for nothing? The bookies must be paying the Yellow Lions players a lot of money. This game down. Remove a few like Lin Xuan by Vanilla this big cold, and then remove the money to Messi, Luo and the players. Spinach Company at least can earn billions of dollars. The game came to the second half. Vanilla changed tactics, basically no longer attack. Full defense, froze so that the Yellow Lions people did not have a way to break through. And at this time, it seems that Simero just adjusted the state, took out the usual style. In the last moment dribbling break through the enemy 3 people, long distance shot hit. Lin's dad popped up at once and applauded. Good job Simero, worthy of being Simero. Crazy cheers also came from the stands. They were all Simero's fans, and when they saw his final kill, their cheering and shouting was going to blow up the stadium. The final score of the Yellow Lions, Venera, is 1-2. Lost, but in the eyes of the audience, Simero did not lose. That last goal, despite the defeat, there is still honor. A generation of legendary Ballon d'Or champions, perfectly retired. After the carnival, Lin Dad looked at the lottery ticket in his hand, which was already scrap paper, and sighed. Alas, tomorrow your mom will probably have to beat me to death. Less a rubbing. You kid, remember to help me beg for mercy. Alas. Put. Lin Xian looked at his father's appearance and couldn't help but laugh out. Taking out a bunch of footballs in his pocket, he handed them to his father. Dad, these are for you. so mom won't punish you. This is more than 60,000 lottery tickets, all bought vanilla to win. I calculated that I can cash in $300,000. You go buy a Harvard H6 to drive yourself, and fix the house. This is enough money. Lin's father was filled with shock, looking at the received lottery ticket in disbelief. In fact, originally Lin Xian was planning to go home and give his parents some money, so that they wouldn't be under so much pressure and work so hard, but now there was no need. Let his father cash the lottery ticket himself, and he wouldn't have to wonder where his money came from. The residents of the town had never seen too much money in their lives, and Lin Xian, a recent college graduate, was afraid of scaring his parents by giving them too much money. Looking at the hands or really all bought vanilla won the lottery ticket, Lin dad opened his mouth, half a day to say a sentence. Wah got good results can make money, said also revealed a pleased smile. Lin Xian patted his dad's shoulder and instructed, but dad, in the future you can't buy lottery tickets anymore. It's not a good thing. Lin dad smiled happily. Okay, dad won't buy any more. This money will be enough for you to buy a car and get a wife. Lin looked at his stubborn father. There is nothing he can do, but he cannot tell them that he still has hundreds of thousands of dollars. He could only say, that money is for you to spend. No need to save. I still have it here. I can still earn. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Lin dad just waved his hand perfunctorily. Okay, brat, hurry up and go to sleep. Lin Xuan knew that according to his parents' character that money would definitely be saved without moving a single penny, so he could only say helplessly, I know. You also hurry to go to sleep. Very late, said father and son each went to bed. Chapter 13, Mr. Zhao, you're going to have a brother-in-law. At the same time, in the town's lottery station, the people who had watched the game together were talking. Asterisk. Vanilla actually won? What's going on here? A big blowout? Ugh, do you guys remember that kid? The one with the Lamborghini? He's making a fortune. $300,000. No, when he came to buy a lottery ticket, he was so determined to buy $500,000. How much would he have made if he had won it all? Yeah, that kid's confident. He's definitely not here to gamble. He's here to make money. Oops, I just wanted to follow him and buy some too. The person next to him pushed the person who just spoke. You quickly stop talking. You were the one souring people before. At this point, the store owner just quietly watched the people in the store discussing. Ding! Suddenly came the WeChat message alert sound. Opened a look. Is his store's lottery group? Someone forwarded a message. I lost a golden Lamborghini today. If you see the person who provides information, the bonus is 100,000 yuan. Reporting car thieves will also be highly appreciated. Contact Li Xian Tel XXXXXXXXXXXXXXX $100,000? Just provide a message can. This is the one the kid just drove, right? Gold-colored Lamborghini, the entire East China Sea city should not be rare. But, the lottery store owner pondered. That young man who had just confidently predicted the outcome of the football lottery must have a lot of energy behind him as well. How about $100,000 or offending the big man? Or forget it. He clenched his teeth, cleared the message and closed his cell phone. Cleared, come back tomorrow. The next day, Lin String slept straight until noon before getting up. His father went to cash the lottery early in the morning. Lin Xian, watching the local midday news. There was a car accident on Fumin Road this morning. The one who was hit was a female college student. Her injuries are relatively serious, and she is currently being rescued in ICU. The car involved in the accident is a dilapidated van without a license plate, currently on the run. I hope that any enthusiastic citizens who see it will actively report it. Our reporter continues to report for your attention. Hearing that it was a female college student who had an accident, Lin Xian looked up and saw the person in the picture. Although her face was mosaic, the clothes were clearly Wang Lily. Since it's Wang Lily, then it's bound to be the Shin family that made the move. Although the Shin family wasn't as powerful as the Zhao family, it was one of the top big families in Donghai City. An ordinary college student planned to kidnap Shin Mengsakata, which can spare her. This Wang Lily good day seems to be over to the end. If you don't die, you won't die. This person doesn't deserve sympathy. Lin Xian continued to eat, then watched the local news. MX Fashion's new product launch is going to be postponed. According to breaking news, the company's president, MS Zhao Yingjun, was involved in tax evasion and tax leakage, causing the company's listing to be blocked, thus affecting the new product launch. For this reason, the president of MX Company, MS Zhao Yingjun, held a press conference this morning. The following are the details of the conference. At this time, the screen turned and a large beautiful woman appeared. At the same time, the icy cold female voice also came through the TV. Previously, my company was disturbed by false public opinion, resulting in a series of processes of my company all lagged behind. The losses caused by this, my company will retain the right to sue the rumor mongers, to be accounted for after the recovery of compensation. The internet is not a place outside the law. Please do not follow the rumor. If there is evidence, can go to the relevant departments to report. Accompanied by the TV station's voiceover. On the TV screen, it was still playing the scene of the conference organized by MX Fashion in the morning. Lin Xian looked at Zhao Yingjun on the TV. Zhao Yingjun. The names are so similar. Could it be that sister of Zhao Yingjun? To say that Shinchukan is one of the most beautiful women in Donghai City, gentle and virtuous, a lady of the house. Then this Zhao Yingjun and Shinchu Cicada compared to not fall into the wind. Just Zhao Yingjun's beauty. Like that rose with thorns? Beauty is full of thorns. A head of black straight hair, exquisite makeup, well-fitting suit. The whole person looks competent and beautiful. Let a person's eyes light up, but also unattainable. Lin Xian looked at this high and cold model woman, who was in danger of facing the reporter in the TV. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Ding! The transparent box appeared in front of Lin Xian's eyes once again. It was filled with information about Zhao Yingjun's black history. Heaven and earth. This time it wasn't me who took the initiative to look at it. Lin Xian rubbed his eyes. There was no way that if you stared at someone for 3 seconds, the black history information would automatically pop up, and it wasn't something Lin Xian could control. Forget it, I saw it anyway. So let's take a look. Lin Xian began to read the text in front of him. Name, Zhao Yingjun. Age, 25. Cell phone number, XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Such a young president. Really powerful. No wonder she looks like a strong woman. My God, why is her black history so long? Zhao Yingjun's black history was written all over the transparent box. After checking so many people's black history, Zhao Yingjun's was the longest and most detailed. It seems like, does have something hard to tell? The biggest black history, when Zhao Yingjun was just born, her grandfather set her up in a doll marriage. And the other party is Zhao Yingjun's grandfather's comrade-in-arms grandson, and the future successor grandson of the Lei family, Lei Haolong, who is very popular in politics and business. As a woman of the new era, Zhao Yingjun was particularly disgusted by this kind of child marriage, believing it to be the dregs of feudal society, and proposed to break off the marriage several times. But the family thinks it's a happy event and refuses to break off the engagement. Only her younger brother, Zhao Yingjun, the future successor of the family, has always supported her sister and hoped that she would be happy. Zhao Yingjun has always been a strong woman, independent and self-reliant, since childhood, regardless of appearance. Family history, ability are among the top of their peers. If people know that she has a doll marriage, it will certainly be a disgrace, which is very strong self-esteem she absolutely cannot accept. Therefore, she made a 3-year contract with her family. As long as she let her company go public within 3 years, her family agreed to break off the marriage contract. How could there be such a thing as a doll's marriage in modern society? These big families are too stubborn. Not to mention that Zhao Yingjun, a strong woman, couldn't accept it. A random ordinary person wouldn't be able to accept it either. Saying it's a baby marriage, isn't it actually an arranged marriage of a commercial nature? Lin Xian smiled helplessly. Lin Xian turned his eyes and looked at the TV set, the assistant next to Zhao Yingjun. Although her face value was not as good as Zhao Yingjun's, she was also considered a small beauty when placed in the sea of people. Ding! After watching for a long time, the Black History panel popped up directly. A smile surfaced on Lin Xian's face. Oh, so, just when I didn't know how to fix Xiaoyingjie, this was really sleepy and someone sent a pillow. After all, in the modern world, there were surveillance cameras everywhere, and it was only a matter of time before Li Shengtian found himself. Now, he could directly cross over Li Shengtian and take care of his master. Xiaoyingjie. Lin Xian stood up and stretched. Mr. Zhao, Mr. Zhao, you're still about to have a brother-in-law. Chapter 14, Your circle is a mess. Even though Lin Xian did not have a way to deal with Mr. Zhao for the time being, however, seeing Zhao Yingjun's black history at this time undoubtedly provided Lin Xian with a great help. This kind of thing like a baby marriage, nowadays, it only appeared in places that were feudal and backward, with stubborn and unchanging thoughts, right? No wonder, Zhao Yingjun was so desperate, such a strong woman. If she couldn't even be autonomous in her marriage, this was definitely something she couldn't stand. It would be nice if the system was a little smarter, making the black history a little more comprehensive, but there was no rush. After all, the system could be upgraded now. Lin Xian looked at Zhao Yingjun's black history again. Zhao Yingjun had made doll marriage her biggest black history. It seemed that this strong woman really wasn't a strong person in general. It's really not easy for girls from big families. They can't even make their own decisions about their marriages. But, this was not a bad thing for oneself. This black history could completely be used for himself. Lin Xian already had a plan in his heart. When he became Duke Xiao's brother-in-law, There would be no way for Duke Zhao to make a move against himself. After all, isn't it only natural for a brother-in-law to bring up his brother-in-law when he's in his brother-in-law's field? There was even less need to mention Lin Xian, that dogfighting fellow. Perfect. The plan begins. Lin Xian opened his cell phone and searched the keywords Zhaoingjun, MX Company, female president Zhaoingjun. The following was covered in negative news. Zhaoingjun is a bully. MX Corporation is being investigated for tax evasion. Several properties under the name of CEO Zhaoingjun have been seized for unknown reasons. There's no positive news on the internet at all. At first glance, it was being maliciously smeared. No wonder Zhaoingjun said something about taking legal action in the report before. This is clearly unfair competition. However, Lin's string wasn't incomprehensible. There were very few of these big companies in the market that were completely clean, not to mention the fact that Zhaoingjun was backed by the Zhao family. It was logical to say, even without using the resources of the Zhao family, just by virtue of the surname Zhao, others will give her a few points of face. But, the current status quo is, it was in this situation that there was still this situation of being smeared, rumors, and not being able to control public opinion. Then it is conceivable that there are only two possibilities. It's either her family is suppressing her company in order to force her hand. Either it was whichever other bigwigs were targeting her. And maybe the final target wasn't her, but the Zhao family behind her. Maybe it was Zhaoingjun's company that had recently grown too fast and was being hit as a standout. But regardless of exactly that situation, it was all good for Lin Xian. This all created an opportunity for Lin Xian to get close to Zhaoingjun. As for the infighting of those bigwigs behind the scenes, Lin Xian wasn't afraid. He was the one with the black history system. The thing he was most unafraid of was these high-powered bigwigs. At this time, Zhaoingjun's little assistant appeared on the TV screen and was supposed to be reading a lawyer's letter. Lin Xian stared at the little assistant. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Ding! A transparent message box popped up. Name, Li Jing. Age, 24. Cell phone number, XXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Biggest black history, since high school. Li Jing has been Lei Haolong's secret lover, and is obedient to Lei Haolong. And this time it was Lei Haolong who tossed and turned many times, and utilized the means to send Li Jing to Zhaoingjun's side. Ha! Lei Haolong's mistress? This name is so familiar. Lin Xian suddenly reacted. Lei Haolong. Isn't that the doll's marriage just mentioned in Zhaoingjun's black history? TSK, your circle is so messy. To have one's lover spy on one's child marriage partner. It was ridiculous to think about. If this were to let Zhaoingjun, that strong woman, know that she had such a person by her side, she would probably spit out her overnight meal in disgust. Although Lei Haolong's approach is not agreeable to Lin Xian, his idea is still understandable to Lin Xian. Zhaoingjun was a great beauty, and was also top of the line in Donghai City. Even without the Zhao family behind him, having the opportunity to marry such a great beauty is something that no one would let go of. But, in modern society, it is still important to promote free love. Drip! The cell phone came with a message from the group at their own. Opened his phone to see that it was his own university classmate group. Class President Wang Chao at everyone. Picture. Class President Wang Chao. Has everyone seen this car in our Donghai City? Or the townships near Donghai City? This is my big brother's car. Yesterday I don't know by which to steal. Class President Wang Chao, who saw the private letter me. My big brother has heavy thanks. Seeing the appearance of the class president's lapdog, Lin Xian was somewhat disdainful. Originally in school, this class president was quite good, often helping his classmates, and his reputation was quite good. Unexpectedly, this just out of society, and Li Shangtian gang fooled around. This is considered to be a misguided Lin Xian thought for a moment. Li Shangtian should have found himself soon. This Lamborghini is so high profile. Now that the stores near the road, there are surveillance cameras everywhere. Li Shangtian is backed by Zhao Gongzi. Finding himself is too simple. There was no need to hide himself. At this moment, Li Shangtian was already on his way here. Or maybe, moreover, himself had already thought of a solution. Thinking of this, Lin Xian opened his cell phone's photo function and pointed it at the car in the yard. Click. Took a picture and posted it in the group. Lin String, class president. Are you talking about this car? Lin Cord. But how come I don't remember when I took you in as a little brother? After posting this, the class group was disrupted. Lin Xian smiled and exited WeChat. Then he opened his cell phone dialing page. Lin Xian recalled Zhaoingjun's cell phone number that the system had just shown, and directly dialed it. Da. At this moment, Zhaoingjun was tiredly rubbing her eyebrows. She and her assistant had just finished talking to the lawyer and were resting in the restroom. The assistant, Li Jing, handed over a cup of warm boiled water, then walked behind Zhaoingjun and rubbed her sore shoulders. Zhaoingjun took a sip of water and spoke irritably. Xiao Jing, what do you think is wrong with us lately? everything is not going well. Hey, every time we make a decision, the other party can be one step ahead, as if they know us like the back of their hand. Li Jing thought about it and tried to speak. Mr. Zhao, do you think we're developing too fast? Look, should we not rush to market, and first work steadily to get the new product launch done? Hey, it can't be slowed down, Zhao Jun said with some heartburn. You go out first, check with the lawyer again, send it out if there's no problem. Okay, Mr. Zhao, you take a break first. After saying that, the assistant picked up the documents and walked out. In the empty lounge, only Zhao Jun was left alone, sitting on the boss chair with his shoulders hugged, thinking about his achievements in these 2 years. In these 2 years, Zhao Jun's MX company had grown by leaps and bounds, raising funds and quickly taking its place among similar companies. She had gotten the company to this point by virtue of her own abilities, and the hardships involved were known only to herself. Seeing that the success is imminent, just one step away from their own company can be listed, can get rid of that damned doll marriage, but I didn't realize that this doorstep is so difficult. No matter how hard they cannot step out of this step, Zhao Jun is not willing. After 2 years of hard work, this is the last chance. He will make the company go public. Fixing her mind, Zhao Jun began to think back on her observations during this period of time. It's not that she didn't suspect that there was a mole in the company, but after trying to find it for a long time, she didn't have any clue. Hey, jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells. Her personal cell phone suddenly rang. Chapter 15, First Meeting the President. It's really high and cold. At this time, Zhao Jun's personal phone rang. She glanced down and it was an unfamiliar number. She couldn't help but frown. This number of her own was only known to a few close people, but it was obvious that this unfamiliar number was not an acquaintance of her own. Zhao Jun thought about it but picked up the phone. Hello? On the other side of the phone, a calm male voice came. MS. Zhao Jun. You must be very confused right now. Why is it that every step of your company's plan, your opponents can know in advance? Every decision you make is shortchanged before it can be implemented. It's as if you have a spy by your side, but you can't catch him. Listening to the other party's words, Zhao Jun immediately raised his guard. Who are you? From where did you know my phone number? What's your purpose? Lin Xian on this side just listened calmly. In the face of Zhao Jun's sharp trio of questions, Lin Xian did not answer positively. Give me $1 million and I'll help you catch the spy. Ha! Zhao Jun wouldn't believe this kind of bull that wasn't based on the slightest bit of evidence. Why should I trust you? You don't even dare to reveal your basic name and hide your head. How can I possibly do business with you? Lin Xian seemed to have anticipated her reaction and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, it's all up to you whether you do this business or not. Of course you can choose not to believe me. It's just a pity that you'll have to go and marry that doll marriage of yours. Zhao Jun's face suddenly changed. Who the hell are you? Why would you know about this? Do. Without waiting for Zhao Jun to finish, Lin Xian hung up the phone. He opened his cell phone and searched for the location of MX Company. It was on the 36th floor of the Lida building in Donghai City. Lin Xian got into the golden Lamborghini and made a handsome reverse. Boom! Then, a foot of gas was pressed to the bottom. The beautiful sports car was like a wild horse that had taken off its reins and ran out wildly. He firmly believed, although he hung up the phone, but he had hit on the thing that Zhao Jun cared about the most, and she would definitely call him back. Lin Xian's purpose for this phone call was not for that $1 million at all. He was doing it for Zhao Jun as a person. Behind Zhao Jun was Zhao Jie, and behind Zhao Jie, as the future successor of the Zhao family, was the entire Zhao family. Zhao Jun was the knocker Lin Xian chose for himself to step into that circle. Of course, this time, he would also help Zhao Jun get it all done. But the way, it would have to be done at Lin Xian's pace. Half an hour later, Lin Cord parked his car in the parking lot of Leader Mansion. Afterward, Lin Xian was bored and took out his cell phone, opened the video software and swiped through the videos. He was waiting for Zhao Jun's call. As a strong woman, Zhao Jun would definitely be a little flustered after being told the most difficult secret by a stranger. Under the panic, she would definitely send someone to investigate this person who knew her secret. The matter of the doll's marriage should only be known by the Zhao family's side, and a few people from the other side. The Lei family. This kind of thing the big families will definitely not even divulge. The big families are the most important thing is face. So that, in the end, Zhao Jun could not investigate anything. The more you can't investigate, the more curious you are. So it was just a matter of calling himself again. Lin Xian had memorized everything in his calculations, including Zhao Jun's psychology and reactions. The next step was to just wait for her to take the initiative to find herself. At this time, Zhao Jun in the office was really as Lin Xian had imagined. After the phone was hung up, Zhao Jun then sensed that the caller was not ordinary. Her own secret was actually known by a stranger. It had to be investigated properly, so she dialed her assistant directly. It's me. Check a cell phone number for me. Give me the result within 10 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yingjun sat back on the wide boss chair, reflecting her somewhat petite. At the same moment, Star Ocean International Entertainment Club, inside the luxurious president's office, Mr. Zhao was sitting in the same wide boss chair as his sister. Next to him was Li Xian, holding a bunch of photos in his hands and handing them over. Mr. Zhao, this is the man. I've already investigated all his information clearly. His name is Lin Xian. He's the one who impersonated your people, smashed your store, and stole my car. That's my new car. I haven't driven it once. Mr. Zhao, you must do something for me. Zhao Yingjie looked at the photos handed over. They were all intercepted from the surveillance, and the faces were clear. This Lin String looks like a sunny and handsome big boy. It seems to be a college student, completely unlike what Li Xian said. The kind of person who is particularly capable of fighting and smashing stores and robbing cars. Zhao Yingjie frowned. Is the investigation clear? Li Xian nodded his head in a hurry. I personally kept an eye on it. It's absolutely right. This is also Lin Xian is an ordinary college student. Not much background. I received a new little brother as his college class president. The information is absolutely not wrong. Zhao Yingjie took out a cigarette and lit it, quietly looking at the handsome boy on the photo. Dare to smash his own venue without a background? He also pretended to be one of his own men? Isn't he afraid that he won't have a good time if he finds out? After thinking, Zhao Yingjie felt that he should still be cautious to avoid causing too much trouble. So, he threw the photos in his hand to Li Xian. All these things you've looked into are basically asked from other people's mouths. It's not reliable. You go contact the people in the bureau and thoroughly investigate to see if there's any background behind him. Then come over and report to me. Li Xian replied as he took the photo that Zhao Yingjie threw over. Okay, Mr. Zhao. After saying that, he closed the door and walked out. Zhao Yingjie inside the door was also rubbing his eyebrows with a bit of a headache. This action was just like his sister Zhao Yingjun. Recently, his own industry was being targeted, and his sister's side didn't seem to be peaceful either. The appearance of Lin Xian at this time was intriguing. If he was from the inspection side, he could follow the trail and use Lin Core to turn the tables. If he wasn't, and he didn't have much of a background, then we can't let him have good fruit to eat. In the underground parking lot, Lin Xian was still swiping short videos to kill time. Suddenly, jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell. The cell phone rang. Lin Xian took a look at the caller ID, and sure enough, it was Zhao Yingjun's call. He smiled and pressed the answer button. Before he could speak, a voice like giving orders came from over there. Leader Mansion, 36th floor, President's office. You come over now. Lin Yin also coldly lowered his face. I'm in the underground parking lot of Leader Golden Lamborghini. Send someone to pick me up. After saying this, he hung up the phone. This was the previous war that Lin Xian was about to play head-on with Zhao Yingjun. He must not lose his momentum. Sure enough, not a moment later, down came a man in a black uniform. The man walked over and politely said, Hello Mr. Lin, President Zhao is waiting for you in the office. Please follow me. Lin Xian followed the man onto the president's exclusive elevator and went directly to the 36th floor. At a glance, there were only two huge conference rooms on the entire 36th floor, and in the center was a long corridor, the sides of which were filled with flowers and greenery. At the end was a huge office with the sign of President's Office hanging on it. From the decoration and design style of the entire 36th floor, it could be seen that Zhao Yingjun's aesthetic taste was really advanced. Walking to the end, the man in black knocked on the door. Mr. Zhao, Mr. Lin has arrived. At this time, the same cold female voices on the phone came from inside. Let him in. As the words fell, the man in black helped Lin Xian open the door and closed it when Lin Xian walked into the office. Boom! In the large office, only Lin Xian and Zhao Yingjun were left. Chapter 16 Needle to Needle. Lin Xian strikes out in an extraordinary manner. Lin String walked straight to the parlor sofa inside the office. Sitting there, it was as if he had arrived at his own home. He surveyed the entire office. The simple, specialized style, with only a few lines for decoration, was very much in line with Zhao Yingjun's strong woman's taste. A huge desk, a luxurious and comfortable boss chair, a huge floor-to-ceiling window. Standing in front of the window could overlook the entire East Sea City. Zhao Yingjun sat in the wide boss chair and watched Lin Xian from the time he entered the door to the time he sat on the sofa, the whole time without the slightest bit of panic. Only then did she believe that it was really this young boy who had called her. Zhao Yingjun's desk held Lin Xian's information. It was too ordinary to the extreme. Simply a mediocre college student. The information showed that Lin Xian had just graduated and didn't have a job yet, nor did he have much work experience. So Zhao Jun couldn't figure out how in the world such a person knew his secret. This was a secret involving two large families, not to mention that he even knew about the 3-year contract. Looking at Lin Xian's appearance, Zhao Jun could tell that Lin Xian and himself weren't even in the same circle. So, at first, Zhao Jun had always thought that the information was fake. The phone number was naturally fake as well. Perhaps someone had stolen Lin Xian's cell phone number in order to conceal his identity. But the situation in front of her forced her to believe that the person on the phone was the sunny-faced college student in front of her. Zhao Jun put down the pen in her hand, took down her glasses, and looked at Lin Xian. "You're the one who called me?" And Lin Xian was also sizing up Zhao Jun across from him since he sat down. It was indeed a high-scoring beauty. I didn't expect this woman's reality to be a few points prettier than on TV, especially the delicate figure outlined by a decent suit, with rimless glasses and a dry look. She is a complete aesthetic beauty. Lin Xian sitting on the sofa can also feel the other side of the cold, powerful aura. It is true that she is a strong woman. Seeing that the other party spoke first, Lin Xian smiled in a friendly manner. "Boss Zhao, nice to meet you." Zhao Jun didn't dawdle with him and asked directly, "Speak up, who is the spy beside me?" And Lin Xian still smiled without saying anything. "Boss Zhao, when the money is in place, there's naturally no problem with anything else. In our line of work, money before goods is the rule." When Zhao Jun heard this, his face instantly turned cold. All to his office and still so crazy. This person in the end, what is the god? Because he didn't understand each other. Zhao Jun still held back his emotions and said calmly, "Money is naturally good to talk about. Since you're here, you should understand my character. If you take my money and things aren't done beautifully, you should know what's in store for you." Lin Xian got up and placed the cell phone collection code on Zhao Jun's table. "Boss Zhao, take someone's money to get rid of someone's disaster. Just don't worry about it." Up to reveal the cash code. Zhao Jun today is also long knowledge. There is even this kind of man under the sky? Too unreadable. Zhao Jun has been strong since childhood. Zhao Jia has been beaten by her since childhood. So people of the same age who saw her were either scared or coveted her looks or wanted to go through her and get taken care of by the Zhao family. And Zhao Jun was also smart and icy from a young age. She could read people very accurately and knew at a glance what the other person was and what their purpose was, so she could also prescribe the right medicine. But it was the first time that Zhao Jun had encountered this kind of calm and collected person who directly stated his purpose, really does not hide his purpose at all. Facing this kind of person, Zhao Jun in turn did not know how to face. However, she turned to think, perhaps this is also good. Having been exposed to too many hooks, this way of putting her desires out in the open instead made it easier for her to accept. After pausing for a moment, Zhao Jun spoke. "What is your purpose in approaching me?" Lin Xian pointed at the cell phone. "For money." Zhao Jun continued to press. "Is there another purpose?" Lin Xian answered without thinking. "There is." Zhao Jun was just about to show a hint of a smile, but Lin Xian followed up. "For more money." Zhao Jun instantly became furious. "You tricked me." As the words fell, the furious Zhao Jun picked up the ashtray in his hand and flung it over. "Who?" The heavy ashtray flew towards Lin Xian with a whistling sound. This is no joke if it hits. However, Lin Xian didn't have the slightest intention of dodging. He just stretched out his hand and opened it slightly. Puff! With a soft sound, Lin Xian's superior fighting skills directly caught the ashtray with 2 fingers catching a white blade. Instantly dissolved the powerful strength. Lin Xian put the ashtray on the coffee table. He smiled faintly. No words were spoken. At this moment, no sound is better than sound. Although Lin Xian didn't say anything, but the hand he just showed immediately let Zhao Jun straightened up. This guy is definitely not an ordinary person, at least in terms of hands. This was stronger than any of his own bodyguards. Zhao Jun smiled elegantly. Just pretend that nothing happened just now. She picked up her own cell phone, walked over, and scanned Lin Xian's collection code. Ding! Capital payment treasure arrived at $1 million. Lin Xian heard the sound of the arrival and smiled as he said to Zhao Jun, "Boss Zhao, the money has arrived. We can talk about business now." Lin Xian inwardly sighed. Luckily, he had the skills sent by the system, which gave him such a good stance. Otherwise, it would be really hard to make Zhao Jun, this strong woman, back off. If this matter couldn't be talked about, it was that he himself helped her catch the spy, and the things that followed would not be able to unfold. But the good thing is, everything is in the plan. Zhao Jun wrapped his arms around himself and looked at Lin Xian. "Mr. Lin, can you tell me now who is the spy around me?" Lin Xian nodded. "Boss Zhao, please call your secretary, Li Jing, in, just the way you usually call her." Zhao Jun frowned his English eyebrows when he heard Lin Xian's words. "Little Jing? She can't be. She was brought up by me." Lin Xian just smiled mysteriously. "Boss Zhao, you just call someone." Zhao Jun frowned and thought about it. but decided to try according to what this person said. If it is false, then apologize to Xiao Jing. If it is true, Zhao Yingjun simply did not dare to imagine. After all, Li Jing is the closest person beside her. Li Jing is familiar with all the company's secrets. Is some of the new product design draft? Zhao Yingjun also never behind her back. For so long, the company's all things are their own orders through Li Jing, now the rival company. Several times in advance to know their side of the decision. Is it small quiet she really is? Lin Xian looked at Zhao Yingjun's clouded face and smiled again. What you think she has been following you since her school internship? She must be very clean, right? Zhao Yingjun didn't say anything and just stared at the confident and calm Lin Xian. Lin Xian also didn't care about Zhao Yingjun's reaction and continued. In fact, she has been adopted by Lei Haolong since high school. She has always been Lei Haolong's lover. As for Lei Haolong's matter, there is no need for me to say more, right? You know his behavior better than I do, as well as his true purpose. Although Zhao Yingjun didn't fully believe it, he nevertheless kept these words in his heart. How do you know these things? Because my profession is an intelligence merchant. Zhao Yingjun sniffed and glanced disdainfully at Lin Xian. Intelligence merchant? You're an intelligence merchant at this young age? Oh, Mr. Lin, you cannot say it if you don't want to. There's no need to perfume me like this. Lin Xian just shook his head without explaining anything. Seeing that Lin Xian had no intention of explaining, Zhao Yingjun picked up the landline at hand. Xiao Jing, come in for a moment. Hanging up the phone, both of them waited quietly. Knock, knock, knock. 2 minutes later, a young girl pushed open the door and walked in. When she saw the young man sitting on the sofa, she spoke with some surprise. Mr. Zhao, you have a guest. Do you want me to come over later? Zhao Yingjun didn't say anything. She just waved her hand, signaling Li Jing to sit down. Li Jing, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Lin, ahem, intelligence merchant. Chapter 17, You're living like a loser. Li Jing sat on the other side of the sofa in a daze. At this time, Zhao Yingjun said to Lin Xian, the people have been called. How are you going to prove it? Lin Xian looked at the somewhat unhappy beauty president and let out a light laugh. Do you still need me to teach you how to take evidence next? She's all here. Find a few trusted people and go through her computer. Focus on the emails and recycle bin. There will definitely be surprises. Zhao Yingjun was not ambiguous, took the phone and called. After arranging it, she hung up. It was only then that Li Jing reacted to what had happened. Tai. Li Jing immediately bounced up from the sofa. She stared at Zhao Yingjun with unbelievably wide eyes. Mr. Zhao, you actually listened to an outsider and didn't want to believe me either. But I've been with you for 3 years, following you since my senior year internship. Didn't even touch another company. How could the new product be leaked by me? Ha! Lin String slumped towards the sofa and spread his hands. Did we say it was the new product leaking thing? Girl, you're not hitting the nail on the head. Although Zhao Yingjun already felt that Li Jing had a problem at this point, but had been trusting, as well as being cautious in her work, made her decide to see the crucial evidence before making a decision. Li Jing watched Zhao Yingjun not say anything, and her heart became even more flustered. Mr. Zhao, I'm treating you as my own sister. How could I possibly betray you? There are still unsaved documents in my computer. I have to grab them. Don't get lost by those roughnecks. Li Jing quickly ran to the door, but she realized that the office door could not be opened. It turned out that when Zhao Yingjun had just sent someone to investigate Li Jing, he had ordered someone to lock the office door from the outside temporarily. Li Jing realized that she might have been exposed, but she still didn't want to stop there, so she ran to Zhao Yingjun's desk again. Boom! Both hands slapped directly on the table. Mr. Zhao, we've been together for so many years. Do you still not trust me? For so many years, I wasn't in charge of your food and living in the company, and I was the one who helped you to convey the company's business. Said also left tears, crying while continuing to say, once you had a stomach ache, everyone was away, or I saw something wrong, came over and took you to the hospital. Don't you remember any of this? How can you misunderstand me? I've always treated our company like a family. What do I have to gain by betraying this family? Zhao Yingjun still wrapped her arms around her, closing her eyes. She didn't say anything. Indeed, Li Jing had accompanied her for more than 3 years now, and just like she said, she was a workaholic, and she relied on Li Jing to take care of her food and care of herself in the company. But the moment she thought of what Lin Yin had just said, that Li Jing was actually Lei Haolong's adopted lover, Zhao Yingjun felt her stomach churning uncontrollably. Disgusting. Totally disgusting. Li Jing couldn't get Zhao Yingjun to talk after several attempts, only to yell at Lin Xian. Who are you? What purpose do you have in finding General Zhao to provoke me? I think you're the one who's unsettled. However, Lin Xian also smiled skinlessly, not even glancing at Li Jing in his afterglow. Li Jing stood in the middle by herself, just like a jumping clown. She just wanted to continue to say something, when a crisp knock came from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. A mellow male voice came. Missy, the item has been found. Zhao Jun glanced at Li Jing. Bring it in. Creaking. Too tall. Burly man walked in with a laptop and a lady's backpack. Li Jing looked at what they were holding and instantly looked flustered. Zhao Jun looked at Li Jing's panicked expression. Heart instantly sank to the bottom. At this point in time, even without looking at this evidence, she guessed the outcome. Lin Xian heard them call Zhao Jun Miss, rather than the company staff uniformly called Mr. Zhao. Her heart was clear. This must be the people Zhao Jun had brought from her family to help. A strong man placed the notebook on Zhao Jun's desk. Look, Missy, at the moment, in the recycle bin, there were all the plans that had been discussed in the morning meeting but hadn't been released to the public yet, some of Zhao Jun's own life photos, and a few emails that had been sent out. Seeing these ironclad evidence, what does Zhao Jun not understand? She was instantly enraged and asked in a stern voice, Li Jing, in vain, I still treat you like a sister. Have I ever treated you the slightest bit poorly? You're with that dog man, why do you still come to disgust me? Zhao Jun snorted coldly, realizing that there was no use in yelling any louder now. She took a sip of water and stabilized her emotions, directly waved his hand. Uncle Zhou, drag it out and dispose of it. Upon hearing this, Li Jing fell to her knees in fear and begged for mercy. Mr. Zhao, Mr. Zhao, Sister Jun, I know I'm wrong, please let me off this time, please, I didn't force myself, it was Lei Haolong who threatened me. Vomit. Hearing that Li Jing even called her sister, and thinking of that disgusting man Lei Haolong, Zhao Jun couldn't help but dry heave. Uncle Zhou, are you also so soft on traitors? With Zhao Jun's urging, a burly man came and slashed the back of Li Jing's neck with one hand to make her faint. Then the two of them dragged Li Jing out. The office was instantly quiet. Zhao Jun tiredly rubbed his temples, and Lin Xian leaned against the back of the sofa, admiring this little-known vulnerable side of a strong woman. At this time, a system voice came from Lin Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for punishing the wicked and eliminating the evil to obtain a large gift package. Is it open now? Lin Xian thought darkly. Just waiting for you. Then he said to the system in his head, open the gift package now. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the passive skill, Sixth Sense Enhancement. Sixth Sense Enhancement, it enables the host to subconsciously avoid a lot of trouble, and can also sense the dangers that come against the host in advance. Not bad, this time it's still a passive skill, being able to sense danger in advance. This is a life-saving skill. After all, the open gun is easy to dodge the dark arrow, and the villain makes it impossible to defend. This was good. With this enhanced sixth sense, one would not have to worry about being underhanded in the future. At the same time that Lin Xian was looking at the gift packages, Zhao Jun calmed his mind. Politely, he said, Mr. Lin, there was much misunderstanding before. I hope you won't take it to heart. I'm grateful for your help to me. But, what else did you say before besides helping me catch the spy? Lin Xian was a bit saddened. It was rare for a strong woman to show her vulnerability, but it was like a flash in the pan, and she calmed down in such a short period of time, worthy of being Zhao Jun. Listening to Zhao Jun's question, Lin Xian knew that his second plan could be activated. Mr. Zhao's brother-in-law plan. Lin Xian smiled faintly. Another thing that will also help you. When Zhao Jun heard this, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. The mole had already been dealt with. What else could this man do to help himself? Oh, what can you help me with? Tell me? Lin Xian sighed and shook his head to himself. You said that you've lived such a big life, and you're still the son of a worldly family. Now it's a career that doesn't work, and a marriage that you still can't make. Your own decisions, don't you think? You are living a very foolish life? Hearing this, Zhao Jun's forehead veins rippled. The last thing she could accept was someone calling her a wimp. Mr. Lin, I must remind you, although I accepted your help, I also paid for it, and we are on equal status positions. If you're trying to continue insulting me, sorry, good riddance. Chapter 18, Pretending to be my boyfriend? Lin Xian looked at the annoyed Zhao Jun and asked rhetorically with a smile, isn't it? He stared into Zhao Jun's eyes and said word for word, that Lei Haolong, but if he has any respect for you, would he let his lover come over and humiliate you? He just doesn't want to let go on account of his doll's marriage to you, so he spies on you and obstructs you by any means necessary. Even if you tried your best to get rid of it, he still planted eyes around you. Even your family, in this matter, stood against you. In this world, I'm afraid that no one is on your side at all. Everyone treats you as nothing more than a puppet for a business marriage. Facing Lin Yan's harsh words one sentence after another, Zhao Jun clenched her fists, but she couldn't think of anything to say in rebuttal. The reason why she thought that the doll marriage was because of her biggest black history. It was because of this. Once people found out, they would taunt her like Lin Xian did, look down on her, No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get rid of such a fate. Zhao Yingjuan's brows furrowed. Then what can I do? What can I do? It's not like I can control what the old people in my family think. However, even if I die, I won't marry Lei Haolong. Lin Xian looked at the beautiful strong woman in front of him, showing a rare look of frustration. There was nothing in Zhao Yingjuan's life that she could not handle, except for the matter of the doll's marriage. This fueled her defiant personality even more, so she was left alone to bear the pressure, trying hard to seize the opportunity that she had struggled so hard to get. Even in isolation, she didn't give up. Oh, there's no need to talk about serious issues like death. Didn't I just say that? I'm here to help you solve this problem. Lin Xian's calm voice traveled into Zhao Yingjuan's ears. Zhao Yingjun, however, didn't take his words seriously and just casually asked, "Oh, then what do you have in mind?" Zhao Yingjun didn't have any hopes at all, although Lin Xian had helped himself catch the spy, Li Jing. However, the matter of the baby's marriage was different. The baby's marriage was set by the old people in the family. With Lin Xian's power, he was completely unable to fight against the Zhao family. Lin Xian crossed his legs and continued, "If I were you, I would green Lei Haolong out of this bad breath." Green Lei Haolong? Zhao Yingjun laughed out loud at this, then gritted his teeth. He doesn't deserve it. Who does he think he is? Why would I want to trample on my own just to piss him off? Are you out of your mind to say such things? After saying that, Zhao Yingjun pointed at the door. You go, I have nothing more to say to you. Lin Xian certainly had no intention of leaving. This was already just a foot away from his goal. Can't you change this temper? I didn't say for you to really cuckold him. Why are you getting all worked up? Zhao Yingjun was speechless. Only then did she realize that she was a bit overexcited. She drank some water and sat down again. The matter of doll marriage was simply her nightmare. As long as she talked about it, she would get herself excited. After pausing for a while, Zhao Yingjun spoke calmly. Alright Mr. Lin, I thanked you for helping me catch up the spy before, and I'll give you the benefit of the doubt that your so-called plan has some reference. So, if you still have any plans, you might as well say it straight out and stop beating around the bush. Lin Yin smiled. Give me $5 million. I'll be your boyfriend. Put. Zhao Yingjun really couldn't hold back. A poof of laughter came out. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Lin, are you telling a joke? Lin Xian, however, ignored Zhao Yingjun's mockery and continued. Although I helped you catch the spy this time, can you guarantee that there won't be another spy in the future? Moreover, if I'm not mistaken in my math, your 3-year contract is nearing its date, isn't it? By that time, if the company fails to go public successfully, are you planning to continue marrying that doll marriage of yours? This mistake, can you afford to make it? As expected, hearing these words, Zhao Yingjun also put away his smile. So Lin Xian continued. So, you need an intelligent businessman like me to stay by your side to help you recognize all the schemes and make your company go public successfully. Lin Xian's words caused Zhao Yingjun to fall into deep thought. That's right, no one could be sure that an assistant found in a short period of time must be okay. And even if the assistant was fine, how could she instantly take over so much work in such a short period of time? Although Li Jing was not a good person, her working ability was still good. Otherwise, he couldn't have valued her so much. Thinking of Li Jing, the mood that had just calmed down was a little angry again. As for Lin Xuan, he had just helped himself to catch out Li Jing, proving that he had the ability to do so. And most importantly, he was someone who could be trusted. Lin Xian was obviously not in league with Lei Haolong. To think that Lei Haolong had sent his lover over to spy on him. Rich and powerful people like him are extremely possessive. If he knew he had a boyfriend, he would probably go on a rampage, right? Thinking of Lei Haolong's reaction when he knew that he was cuckolded, Zhao Yingjun really felt that he got out a mouthful of bad breath. Besides, it's just a pretend boyfriend. He has nothing to lose. $5 million. Just a small amount of money. It's cost effective. After thinking about it, Zhao Yingjun smiled and nodded. Mr. Lin, your method is good. A fake boyfriend will indeed save me a lot of trouble. It can also let my family know my attitude. But Lin Xian just smiled and looked at her, waiting for her to speak on her own. After thinking that it was pointless, Zhao Yingjun continued. But this candidate for pretending to be a boyfriend isn't not you, is it? I totally have better candidates. Family background, education, and I'm a better match. And it's not that I'm scaring you, being my boyfriend, but it's dangerous. Lei Haolong definitely won't stop. It's my family, maybe also because of the interests. To you, at that time I may not be able to protect you. There was a pause. Zhao Yingjun took the pen he was holding in his hand and turned it around. Bang! The sound of the pen falling into the barrel. Mr. Lin, being my boyfriend, really might die yo. After saying that, Zhao Yingjun used his elbow to lean on his head, waiting with interest for Lin Xian's reflection. Lin Xian, however, was not at ease at all. Thanks to Ms. Zhao's concern, but In this world, the person who can kill me probably hasn't been born yet. It wasn't that Lin Xian was talking big. With the Grandmaster level sparring technique and superb sixth sense, no one could assassinate him. On the other hand, being in possession of the Black History system, even if it was a high-powered big shot, he could still turn the tables on them. After all, how could anyone in this world not have a black history? These two with combined, whether it was a firefight with real swords, or poisoning, assassination, and other underhanded methods, it could all be dealt with calmly, completely no dead angle defense. So far, it seems that his brother-in-law plan has been recognized by Zhao Jun, just missing the final step. Let Zhao Jun recognize his strength, to let her know that she is not only good at intelligence work, but her own strength is even stronger. Lin Xian stood up and looked around the office. Upon seeing the darts hanging on the blank wall, a confident smile appeared on his face. Chapter 19, I seem to like you a little bit. Lin Xian walked over to the wall and looked at the darts on the wall. There were a total of 6 darts on it, all in the 9th and 10th ring, and one was still on the red heart. It seemed that Zhao Jun was good at darts, then he would let her be convinced. Lin Xian took down all the darts on the disc. He walked over to the large desk and placed the darts on it. Zhao Jun looked at the few darts in front of her and was a little confused. You're going to compete with me in darts? Lin Xian shook his head and smiled. More than those with degrees. You need someone that Lei Haolong can't kill, right? Without waiting for Zhao Jun to answer, Lin Xian continued confidently. I'll blindfold my eyes later, so feel free to attack me as hard as you can and kill me. Zhao Jun raised an eyebrow at his words. Are you sure? Lin Xian didn't say anything. He just smiled and nodded. This smile made Zhao Jun feel a little prickly. Was he treating himself as a handless lady of the house? One must know that the Zhao family's trees were large. Zhao's siblings had been learning self-defense since they were young, and Zhao Jun had even learned a few more years than her own brother, and Zhao Jie hadn't been beaten up by her since he was a child. Until now, Zhao Jun mentioned this sister or love and fear. Zhao Jun was such a proud person. How had she ever been provoked several times? Seeing Lin Xian's confident smile, he decided to teach him a lesson. And Lin Xian just wanted to try out the skills he had just gotten and see how effective they were. With his robust physique that he exercised regularly, and his superb sixth sense, Lin Xian was confident that he could dodge Zhao Jun's attack. When he put down the dart, he took a handkerchief at the side and took 2 steps with his back to Zhao Jun. He stopped at a position roughly 2 meters away from Zhao Jun, blindfolding his eyes. In this instant, Lin Xian's 5 senses were amplified. With the addition of the strengthened sixth sense, the entire office was replicated in Lin Xian's mind. There were a few red-focused reminders. The dart on the desk. Zhao Jun's drawer surprisingly had a dagger. That was what Zhao Jun usually carried around for self-defense. Zhao Jun looked at Lin Xian, who stood there calmly, not moving a muscle. She planned to test Lin Xian's level first, to prevent herself from striking too hard and getting someone killed, which would not be easy to clean up on this windy day. So she took a dart. This kind of iron dart still had some weight. At this distance, with Zhao Jun's arm strength, if she shot at Lin Xian, she would definitely be able to pierce half of it. Whoosh! The thrown dart brought up a small cracking sound. Lin Xian looked at the trajectory of the dart, could not touch himself. His heart was clear. This is Zhao Jun's test. So Lin Xian didn't move, even opened his mouth to taunt Zhao Jun. Didn't you eat? You can't even touch me. Zhao Jun heard this and was also provoked by a few points of fire. Whoosh! Another dart flew, this time aiming at Lin Xian's shoulder. A red parabola to his shoulder appeared in Lin Xian's mind. A second before the dart touched him, he slightly sidestepped and dodged it. Not bad this time. Work harder. Zhao Jun was also a little shocked when she saw Lin Xian dodge it so easily. After all, she knew very well that with her own strength and accuracy, it was impossible to miss the shot. So, she began to pay attention. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 times in a row. 3 darts flew at Lin Xian's head and right shoulder and left leg at almost the same time. The angles were tricky. Boom, boom, boom. There were 3 sounds of darts landing one after another. The darts that were definitely unavoidable in the eyes of ordinary people were indeed 3 clear lines in Lin Xian's eyes. Lin Xian only needed to duck his head, turn his body sideways and lift his leg, and he dodged them all. Seeing Lin Xian's strength, this further aroused Zhao Jun's desire to win. Only to see her under the table, she gently stomped off the high heels on her feet. She then walked barefoot to the edge of the table and opened her mouth to attract Lin Xian's attention. This is the last one. If you can dodge this, it'll be considered a win for you. Zhao Jun silently picked up the sharp dart, walked behind Lin Xian, raised her arm, and viciously stabbed down. However, there was no bloody image. In the moment when it was about to touch Lin Xian turned around, and with a sweeping leg, he tripped the unsuspecting Zhao Jun, and then stretched out his right hand to hold her waist. Taking this opportunity, Zhao Jun immediately stabbed at Lin Xian's left shoulder with the dart in her hand. Seeing Zhao Jun stabbing again, Lin Xian grabbed her right hand with his left. With a reverse snap, Zhao Jun fell onto Lin Xian's arm. In just an instant, Zhao Jun was unable to move. The posture of the two was somewhat ambiguous, and those who didn't know thought that the two were a couple in love. At this moment, Zhao Jun's entire body was still lying on Lin Xian's arm, and Lin Xian leaned over and wrapped his arms around Zhao Jun from behind, as if the two of them were carrying out some kind of indescribable movement. Zhao Jun's eyes widened in shock. She had always been very confident in her skills. She had never thought that Lin Xian, a seller of information, was even better than herself, and she was controlled in just one move. Only then did Zhao Jun begin to seriously consider what Lin Xian said about being her boyfriend. This man did indeed have two tricks up his sleeve. At least, it wasn't that easy to be played to death by Lei Haolong. Lin Xian naturally guessed what she was thinking. Letting out a light laugh, from the vase on the side, he took out a fresh lily and placed it on Zhao Jun's lips. Zhao Jun subconsciously opened her mouth, reflexively biting the bouquet of flowers. Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction. Compared to bayonets, it's still flowers that suit you better. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Jun laughed so hard that the flowers in her mouth fell to the ground. She reached out and took down the handkerchief covering Lin Xian's eyes, her face beaming with excitement. Very good. It seems like I'm starting to like you a little bit. She rubbed her fingers over Lin Xian's lips, taking advantage of the moment he was distracted. She twisted her waist and got rid of Lin Xian's control. Zhao Jun had always known her own strengths, except that since she was a child, she didn't have to use this way to get anything. She really liked people who were simple like this. The purpose was clear and there was no need to hook up. Moreover, Lin Xian was handsome, had a wide range of intelligence channels, and was good with his hands. But he was a bit greedy for money. But greedy is better. As long as you give him money, he's an obedient dog. $5 million for a man like him. Zhao Jun is very satisfied. She casually took off the suit and shirt on her body, leaving only a halter that could barely cover her spring light. Then she put the clothes on the desk and walked over to Lin Xian. Cooperate. After saying that, Zhao Jun pulled Lin Xian to sit on the sofa, while she herself sat on Lin Xian's lap. She reached out and fiddled with her cell phone a few times, looking at Lin Xian with eyes full of affection. And Lin Xian also looked at Zhao Jun tenderly, reaching out and wrapping his arms around her waist. Click. After taking the picture, Zhao Jun instantly got up. His expression also returned to that cold, strong woman, as if the tenderness just now was all an illusion. He opened his cell phone and scrutinized the photo. Well, there is no place to where help. Two people posture intimate embrace together, demeanor intimate. Anyone who looks at it will think that the two are in love. Looking at the photo, she smiled triumphantly. Chapter 20, Mr. Zhao, I'm coming. Zhao Jun picked up his cell phone and tapped it against the information on the table. Drip. A message came from Lin Xian's cell phone. It was a notification from the bank that $5 million had arrived on his card. Zhao Jun had Lin Xian's comprehensive and detailed information in his hands. Naturally, she knew his bank card number. Money received. Right. From now on you're my boyfriend. Although it's fake, but in front of people it must be more real than real. If it's because of anything about you, let this matter be discovered, or affect me. After a pause, Zhao Jun tapped his fingers on the desktop. You should be clear about my determination. I don't mind burning with you. It just so happens that my assistant's position is vacant. I will hire you as my assistant. The salary will be paid as usual, and you don't have to do any work. Your job is very simple. Nothing to accompany me to go shopping and deal with dinner parties. That's basically it. The rest will come to mind later. Is there anything else you don't understand? Zhao Jun said a bunch of orders to herself. Lin Xian saw that she had finished and spread his hands, indicating that he had no objections. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this time, the phone on the table vibrated. Zhao Jun looked down. It was his younger brother Zhao Yingjie's phone. He directly took it over and picked it up. Hey, Yingjie, what's wrong? The tone in which he spoke was unconsciously, with some coddling. Lin Xian secretly sighed with emotion. It's really worthy of being a sibling love. Siblings have such a good relationship. It seems that Zhao Yingjie should be on his sister's side in the matter of the doll marriage. Zhao Yingjie's distressed voice came from the other side of the phone. It's still not that Joe Patrol. Annoying as hell. Grabbing me and not letting go. Sister, where are you? Come over for a bit. Let's talk face to face. You help me think of a solution. Lin Xian was listening on the side, and wanted to laugh a little. Look at this tone of voice. With pettiness. Where is it like that underground emperor Zhao Jun? Zhao Jun was also a little worried about his brother. Yingjie, is it serious? Hey, it's quite troublesome. There's another annoying thing. Anyway, sister, you came to say it. Zhao Jun hung up the phone, thinking carefully. It was also time to bring Lin Xian to meet his brother. After all, the matter of him being his boyfriend still needed to be let known to the family through Jun. So, she simply cleaned up and looked at Lin Xian. Let's go, boyfriend, take you to meet my brother. After saying that, she walked towards Lin Xian and took his arm and walked out. Although things had developed beyond Lin Xuan's expectations, I didn't expect to meet with Mr. Zhao so soon, but he himself was already his brother-in-law. Still afraid of meeting his brother-in-law? Zhao Jun took Lin Xian's arm and walked to the door, then suddenly stopped. She looked Lin Xian up and down. Handsome is quite handsome, just too young. Have you really graduated? Lin Xian was a bit helpless. Isn't my data still with you? Zhao Jun nodded. I'm just confirming that you look too young and don't go well with me. People will think I've adopted a gigolo. Lin Xian could only smile helplessly. Zhao Jun thought about it. Let's go to the mall first. I'll buy you some work clothes. Lin Xian nodded indifferently and spread his hands. You're the boss. You call the shots. Zhao Jun had fought alone in the shopping mall for so many years. The last thing she lacked was care and patience. She would never allow the shocking matter of finding a fake boyfriend for herself to be discovered for any reason. This matter absolutely can't make the slightest mistake. She had just walked out of the doorway. The two security guards were shocked and wide-eyed as they watched Ms. Zhao actually get so close to a man. They had followed Zhao Jun for so long, and it was the first time they had seen her walking with a man and holding the other's arm. Everyone in their company said again that Ms. Zhao was going to be alone for the rest of her life. After all, none of them could imagine what kind of man could pluck this flower of the high country. Zhao Jun looked at them and snapped. What happened today? Rot in your stomach and don't talk about it with anyone. The two hurriedly lowered their heads back. Mr. Zhao, we understand. Don't worry. Only then did Zhao Jun nod in satisfaction and leave. After she left, the two security guards looked at each other, both a bit puzzled. It wasn't their first day as security guards. They knew what to do. Just don't know anything about anything, rot everything in your stomach, and listen to the arrangements. Then, Zhao Jun took Lin Xian on his arm and went to the other departments of the company, introducing Lin Xian to the crowd. This Mr. Lin Cord will be my personal assistant from now on, and also my boyfriend. After Lin Cord greeted everyone, the two walked out of the office area together. When the two entered the elevator, the office instantly exploded. Is Mr. Zhao's iron tree blossoming? This boy is so handsome. It's quite handsome, but it's also too young. Mr. Zhao wouldn't have adopted a young white boy. Don't you guys think that they're actually still very CP-oriented? Matching face. How could Mr. Zhao keep a little white boy? Can't you guys see Mr. Zhao happily snuggling up to that man with a little birdie? Yeah, really didn't think that Miss Zhao still has such a small woman side. Zhao Jun had been holding Lin Xian's arm all the way to the underground parking lot. Lin Xian saw the two burly men who called Zhao Jun Missy, looked around and didn't see Li Jing. The speed is so fast, probably Li Jing has been dealt with. There are 3 cars parked in front, one Lexus in front and one Lexus in back, and a Maybach in the center. Zhao Jun took Lin Xian on his arm and got into the car in the center. Lin Xian saw the bodyguards getting into the front and back cars. It was in the car that Zhao Jun was still quietly leaning on Lin Xuan's shoulder. The cars were all arranged by the family, and the drivers were all from the old guys. Zhao Jun really didn't slack off at all. Since she had chosen to act, she wouldn't let anyone find out. Zhao Jun whispered in Lin Yuan's ear, "Honey, do you think the younger brother will be alright?" And he was on board, stroking Zhao Jun's hair to gently comfort him. "It'll be fine, don't worry." After that, both of them didn't talk and closed their eyes to rest. Soon, the car stopped in front of the mall that Zhao Jun often went to. She pulled Lin Xian into the mall and went to a store that Zhao Jun often went to. After picking left and right, she chose 2 casual suits according to her preferences, one in navy blue and one in black. She looked at the 2 suits and revealed a satisfied smile. "These 2 suits are good, they look a lot more mature. Turn around and I'll have this store make you a few sets of formal suits according to your size." Inside the high-end mall, there were always fewer people. Zhao Jun pulled Lin Xian into the fitting room and looked around to make sure no one was around. She instructed Lin Xian as she helped him organize his clothes. "Later on, no matter if my brother is bullying or enticing you, you must hold on and never let him see anything, okay? Especially the matter of us pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend." Definitely. Mustn't let him see it. Chapter 21, How to Get a Tiger's Son When You're Not in the Tiger's Den. Lin Yin nodded calmly. "Don't worry, I'm a professional at acting." In fact, Zhao Jun's worries were not unreasonable. The siblings grew up together. It could be said that no one understood this sister of his better than Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun's wanting to be strong was something that many men couldn't match. At one point, he thought that his sister was going to end up alone. It was those male sons of the big families nowadays. He thought none of them could match his sister, not to mention a white boy like Lin Xian. Zhao Jun's toughness, Zhao Jie as her own brother, that is from childhood to appreciate. When it comes to his sister, Zhao Jie exudes fear from the bottom of his bones. Although he is known as the underground emperor, the sky is not afraid of the earth, but only the most afraid of sister. Never is Zhao Yingjun, said one. Zhao Yingjie dare not say two. Once Zhao Yingjun is seen by Zhao Yingjun in love, he will certainly think of various ways to test Lin Xian. To see this in his own almost the same age of the boys, in the end is not serious. In his eyes, although Zhao Yingjun's IQ was exceptionally high and his EQ was not low, but after all, it was his first love, and it was easy for his mind to get hot-headed and have a momentary love brain attack. He will definitely help his sister to be a good gatekeeper. Zhao Yingjun looked at Lin Xian in front of him. Well, this body is good. The suit she picked out herself was really suitable. She sighed at the fact that a clothesline figure was a saving grace, not having to go through all the trouble of matching it up and avoiding the shortcomings. Wearing a suit, Lin Xian instantly looked less like a school student and more like a mature and stable workplace elite. It's true that people rely on their clothes. Zhao Yingjun helped Lin Xian with his clothes and nodded in satisfaction. This is much smoother. The two embraced each other again and got into the car. The convoy drove smoothly towards the Star Ocean International Entertainment Club. Although Zhao Yingjun in the car had his eyes closed, his mind did not stop thinking for a moment. Whether or not he could convince his younger brother depended on what Lin Xian would do next. Once Ying Jia believed it, then the home end would be good. Ying Jia was the successor after all, and the old guy still gave him face. Then it wasn't far away from getting rid of the doll's marriage for himself. At this moment in Star Ocean Entertainment, inside the president's office, Zhao Yingjie was also tiredly rubbing his temples. Worthy of being a sibling, this action was just like Zhao Yingjun. Knock, knock, knock. Zhao Yingjun tapped his fingers on the desktop, looking at the information at hand. Why are there suddenly so many things lately? This month has had more annoying things than the past year. I don't know where the brat came from, but he's so bold that he dares to impersonate his own name for the sake of wrongdoing. The Joe inspection sent from above is also doggedly stained with Star Ocean International. Checking and checking every day. I don't know exactly what I've found out. There are so many bars and game halls in Donghai City. He doesn't go to any of them and just stares at the ones under my name. Isn't this clearly telling the crowd that he's targeting me? He frowned in annoyance. Just before he called Zhao Yingjun, he had received information from an informant about the background of Inspector Zhou. This Inspector Zhou had people above him and came down to be gold-plated. He had his eye on his own piece of fat meat. Zhao Yingjie is not without effort. The elderly family members have also found people above to intercede. But this week's inspection is like the stone of the pit, stinking and hard. Soft and hard to refuse. In fact, Zhao Yingjie can also understand. Zhou Inspector this first came to, if they chewed, implicated a series of people. This is certainly a great work. In the future this East China Sea city, who else can call the shots with him? Bang! Zhao Yingjie was so angry that he slammed the photo of Lin Court in his hand. According to the informant, this Zhou inspection ability is really good. In a short period of time has already mastered many unfavorable evidence, just waiting for the time to arrive. Immediately prosecute themselves. Zhao Yingjie is also a moment of urgency, cannot think of any way out. Had to seek help from his sister. From childhood to adulthood is this sister for their own ass. It can be said that if there is no Zhao Yingjun behind to help advise, Zhao Yingjie simply cannot go to the present point. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door that suddenly came to mind interrupted Zhao Yingjie's contemplation. Come in. It turned out to be Li Xian. He probed his head and walked over to Zhao Yingjie's side. Mr. Zhao, I've really checked it out this time. That Lin Xian definitely has no background and is really just an ordinary college student. Zhao Yingjie didn't have the heart to pay attention to such a small matter and waved his hand. You look after it. Deal with it cleanly. Li Xian was waiting for Mr. Zhao's words. Upon hearing this, he rubbed his fists and said with great hatred, Don't worry, Mr. Zhao. We'll definitely make it impossible for him to open his mouth, and we won't let anyone find out that we're the ones who made the move. After saying that he was going to go out, at that moment strange sounds came from outside the door. Da, 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 da. Hearing this sound, Zhao Yingjie stood up like a conditional launch. He hurriedly opened the window and shouted for Li Xian to help. Quick, hurry up and fan the air. My sister is coming. Upon hearing this, Li Xian also nimbly took a book and fanned vigorously. The two of them had a busy time, trying to blow out the smell of smoke in the office. Zhao Yingjun's terrible. As Zhao Yingjun's sidekick, Li Xian had a deep knowledge. They had watched Zhao Yingjun teach their boss a lesson countless times, and their boss could only obediently let himself be beaten and scolded. So Zhao Yingjun's little brothers, all profoundly knew, there was still a possibility of being forgiven if they angered Zhao Yingjun. However, if they pissed off Zhao Yingjun, death is a luxury. In private, they all called Zhao Yingjun female Yan Wang. It was enough to show how much everyone was afraid of her. Creak! A white hand gently pushed open the door. The two people inside the door were like frightened rabbits, both standing obediently. Zhao Yingjun walked in on Lin Xian's arm. Due to the angle, Zhao Jun only saw his sister holding a person's arm and didn't see the person's appearance. And Li Shangtian saw Lin Xian's face. Li Shangtian shouted in surprise, scaring Zhao Jie, who was getting nervous. He turned his head and chided angrily. You're ing nuts. What the hell are you screaming for? Li Shangtian swallowed in aggravation and pointed at the photo on the table. No, Mr. Zhao. This is that person. Lin Xian came with Zhao Jun, so Li Shangtian didn't dare to talk about Lin Xian. It was obvious. Zhao Jun didn't grasp his meaning and said impatiently, have something to say directly. What this person? That person. At this moment, the entire room looked at Li Shangtian. Zhao Jie was impatient. Zhao Jun was puzzled. And Lin Xian was harmonizing. He had no choice but to answer Zhao Jie against the gazes of the crowd, covered in cold sweat. Boss, he's Lin Xian. After he finished speaking, he didn't dare to breathe or look at anyone present. He just lowered his head and lowered his presence. Zhao Jie heard his words and sidestepped. Only then did he see the man who was blocked by Zhao Jun. Chapter 22, Calling Brother-in-Law. Zhao Jie somewhat curiously surveyed the man in front of her. Handsome looking, in a decent sharp suit. When seeing the man's arms, he froze on the spot in shock. What is the situation? Why was his own sisters holding this man's arm? Did the sun come out from the west? Beside him, Li Shangtian was anxious when he saw that his boss was just staring at Lin Xian, with no intention of making a move. He indignantly opened his mouth and said angrily, Mr. Zhao, it's him, the man who impersonated you, smashed the store, and robbed my car. It was all him. Zhao Jie then slowed down, his mind recalling the photo on the table. The one in the photo was obviously a college student, wearing a hooded sweatshirt and jeans, sunny and handsome. And this person in front of him, although he was also handsome, just at a glance, he looked like a white-collar elite at work, without the slightest bit of student spirit. But at this moment Zhao Jie, his mind which has the heart to care about those small things, his head was full of his own sister holding a man's arm. Right at this moment, Lin Xian gently took a step forward. He looked at Li Shangtian's angry face and greeted him with a smile. Farewell, Boss Li. It wasn't until he heard Lin Xian's voice that Zhao Jie slowed down from his shock. He took a look at the faintly smiling Lin Cord, the imposing sister, and the nervous Li Shangtian. Suddenly, he was a bit puzzled. What kind of situation was this now? Why did it seem like everyone was a bit strange? And most importantly, sister was actually holding his arm. He hesitated and opened his mouth to ask, Sister, this guy. Unexpectedly, before Zhao Jie finished a sentence, Zhao Jun opened his mouth to reprimand. What do you mean this guy? This is your brother-in-law. Rude. Put. Cough cough. Cough cough. Cough cough cough. This time, Zhao Jie almost choked on his own saliva. He couldn't stop patting his chest to smooth out his breath. While patting, he couldn't help but open his mouth. Cough cough. Sister, you're not kidding. This guy. Zhao Jun rewarded him with another punch. Call sister-in-law. Zhao Jun's beautiful eyes glared and his eyebrows raised. Zhao Jun was so scared that he immediately didn't dare to talk back. Since childhood, as long as his sister revealed such an expression, then a beating would definitely follow. The number of times too. Now as long as the sister such expression just put out, Zhao Jie felt his body began to hurt, has formed a conditioned reflex. In the end, forced by his sister's intimidation. Hiss. Zhao Jie sucked in a mouthful of cold air and reluctantly opened his mouth. Sister. Husband. Now there are so many people here. If Zhao Jun is really angry, a slap called over. The shame is not still their own. After all, this person is following the sister together. Listen to the sister. Not shame. On this side, Zhao Jun gave himself reasons to convince himself. Next to Li Shangtian is not calm. What's the situation? Shouldn't it be a case of enemies meeting each other and being red in the eyes? Li Shangtian instantly felt a bit weak in the knees. How did this become a family? Is he the only outsider? At this moment, Li Shangtian couldn't wait to smack himself a few times. Let your mouth be cheap. Let you have nothing to talk nonsense. Zhao Jun is known as the king of hell. He even offended her boyfriend. Li Shangtian couldn't wait for someone to hand him a block of tofu and let him crash to death. Cough cough. Zhao Jie cleared his throat at this moment and said to the others in the room, all of you go out and bring the door with you. I have something to say to my sister. Zhao Jie's words were like heavenly music to Li Shangtian. He stood up straight in a panic, rolling and crawling about to leave with the bodyguards. Lin Xian suddenly spoke faintly. Boss Li, don't be in a hurry. I haven't finished yet. Instantly, for Li Shangtian, it was a fall from heaven to hell. Lin Xian walked to his side and said softly, did I let you go? At this moment, Li Shangtian was already scared to death, and his legs were trembling uncontrollably. Lin Xian, ah no, brother Lin, big brother Lin, please spare me. I really know I'm wrong this time. After saying this, Li Shangtian was about to kneel down. However, Lin Xian stretched out his hand and with a backhanded push, he threw Li Shengtian onto the sofa. Zhao Yingjie watched Lin Xian's actions and looked at him with a sullen face. What do you mean by this? I saw that you came with my sister and gave you some face. But you're in my territory, moving my people. That's out of line, isn't it? In front of him, Zhao Yingjie, making a direct move on his people. This was not putting him in his eyes. If it wasn't for his sister, he would have hit him with a stick. Looking at Zhao Yingjie's appearance, Lin Xian just smiled. Since you still know that he's your man, then why don't you keep a good leash on your dog? If you cause trouble, don't you still need your sister to wipe your ass? Since you can't manage it well, I'll manage it well for you today, your brother-in-law. After saying this, Lin Cord walked towards Li Shengtian on the sofa, and after hearing Lin Xian's words, Zhao Yingjie was furious. He was about to walk over to stop Lin Xian. Zhao Yingjun raised her hand and gently tugged on his sleeve. She knew that Lin Xian wouldn't embarrass an insignificant junior for no reason. There must be some hidden agenda. Lin Xian condescended to look at Li Shengtian, who was already scared out of his wits. He reached out his hand and patted Li Shengtian's fat and greasy face. Boss Li, I thought that we had already cleared the air between us. I didn't expect you to give me such a hand to settle scores. Li Shengtian knew that Lin Xian was talking about the fact that he had approached Mr. Zhao to sue him, and the group sending out car search notices. He felt that he was in trouble today. Plop! Li Shengtian suddenly knelt down. At the moment he didn't even dare to look at Zhao Yingjie's face. He just couldn't stop begging Lin Xian. Mr. Lin, please, for the last time, I really won't dare in the future. Please raise your hand and let me live. Li Shengtian this kneeling. Zhao Yingjun came to be a little interested, and Zhao Yingjun directly let him kneel without any temper. Everyone could see that Li Shengtian had some kind of life-threatening handle that had fallen into Lin Xian's hands, and Lin Xian was supposed to have let him go, but he ran to Zhao Yingjie to complain. Lin Xian directly kicked Li Shengtian to Zhao Yingjie's feet. Before, I promised you not to say anything because I saw you as pathetic. Now if I don't say it again, aren't I screwing over my brother-in-law? Then, Lin Xian looked at Zhao Yingjie who had a bad face. What should be said? I as a brother-in-law have already said. Ask him the rest yourself. Seeing this, Zhao Yingjie probably understood in his heart. He stepped on Li Shengtian's stomach and viciously forced the question. Say, what exactly have you done? Chapter 23, Heaven and Hell in a Thought. In the end, Li Shengtian still didn't resist the pressure and revealed the matter of him selling things privately. Even if he didn't want to say it, it was useless. Lin Xian knew about it, and he had offended him. At this moment, Li Shengtian incomparably hated himself for settling scores. If he hadn't offended him, was it possible that he might have spared himself? But it was too late to say anything now. Li Shengtian instantly heart like ashes. Zhao Yingjie was instantly enraged after hearing this and lifted his foot that was stepping on his stomach and stepped on his elbow joint instead. With fire, he ruthlessly twisted his foot. After stepping on a joint, Zhao Yingjie's fire did not weaken at all. Turning back, he saw a baseball bat sitting by the desk. He took the baseball bat in his hand and played with it while looking at Li Shengtian sinisterly. I said that Inspector Zhou. Where did he get so much evidence? It turns out it's all you guys. The things that make things happen. Don't you love money? Today I want to see. Dare to make this money behind my back. I'll see if you have the life to spend. Shining at Li Shengtian's kneecap, Zhao Yingjie ferociously swung down the baseball bat in his hand. Ka-ching! Ah! The crisp sound of bones shattering. It was followed by the sound of Li Shengtian's agonizing wails. Li Shengtian cried and begged for mercy while crawling. One of his arms, and one of his legs were already ruined. Zhao Yingjie looked at him with cold eyes and raised his hand again. Click! There was another crisp sound of bones breaking. Li Shengtian had already suffered from pain to the point of numbness, and at this point, he stopped crying. He understood in his heart that Zhao Yingjie was not going to let him go, and his heart was as dead as ashes as he closed his eyes and didn't move a muscle. Zhao Yingjie looked at Li Shengtian's appearance and lost interest in torturing him. He took out the dagger he kept close to him and pointed it at Li Shengtian's neck, his eyes fierce, about to stab down. Suddenly, a white and strong hand reached over and grabbed his hand holding the dagger. Zhao Yingjie turned around and looked at his sister who stopped him with lingering anger. Sis, why are you stopping him? This scum, even selling drug pin behind my back. For so many years, I have always remembered my family's words and never touched that stuff, but this scum has the audacity to do so. If it wasn't for him, how would I be forced into this situation by Inspector Zhou right now? Zhao Yingjun shook his head and snatched the knife from his hand. Yingjie, he deserves to die, but he can't die now. Zhao Yingjie looked at his sister who was blocking in front of him in disbelief. She continued, now that Inspector Zhou is staring at you so tightly, if you cause a death at this time, aren't you sending leverage into his hands? Killing someone here is the same as directly placing evidence in front of Inspector Zhou. You must be calm. At those words, Zhao Yingjie's sanity returned. Yes, If he killed this scum at this time, it was probably time for that Inspector Joe to invite himself back for tea afterwards. Zhao Jun casually threw the dagger that he had just taken from his brother's hand to the hand of Lin Xian, who was lying dead on the ground. The rules of the road are understood, right? Seeing this, Lin Xian didn't pretend to be dead anymore and hurriedly lay on his back to thank Zhao Jun. Thank you Ms. Zhao for saving me, I understand. He then used his only remaining intact hand to pick up the dagger at his side. The hand rose and the dagger fell. Half of his palm fell to the ground. A few drops of blood even splashed onto Zhao Jun's shoes. The sharp pain made Lin Xian tremble, but this time he froze without saying a word. Zhao Jun looked at the blood on the floor, frowned, and shouted at the door. Someone come. As soon as the words fell, the door was opened by two burly men. One of them was especially conspicuous, with a burly physique. His height visually exceeded 2 meters, and what attracted the most attention was that he still had a plaster cast on his hand. Lin Xian spared a few more glances. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Ding! The personal information of the strong man suddenly popped up in front of him. After reading it, Lin Xian smiled in realization. I see. This is really interesting. At this moment, a burly man spoke. Boss, you called us. Zhao Jie just took his eyes and signaled Lin Xian, who was lying on the ground. The two men understood and walked over, one on each side setting up Lin Xian. A blood trail was dragged out on the ground. Zhao Jie saw it and locked his brows. Sister, Mr. Lin, let's go to the next office. This place is too dirty. Lin Xian suddenly spoke at this time. Wait! The two burly men heard someone shouting to stop, although they didn't recognize each other. But seeing that their own boss spoke in such a polite tone, they obediently stopped. Lin Xian, who was being held up by the two men, was scared out of his wits when he heard Lin Xian call for a stop. What else is going on with this big brother? He really couldn't take it anymore. Looking at Lin Xian's smile, Lin Xian felt as if it was the god of death smiling at him, and Lin Xian just walked over to his side, took out the car keys of that golden Lamborghini and shook them with a smile. Don't be nervous, I'm just returning your car keys. Nice car, I'll park it for you in the underground parking lot of Lida Mansion. Remember to drive. After saying that, he reached out and put the car keys in Lin Xian's clothes pocket. Phew, Lin Xian just breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, there's one more thing dash. The breath that Lin Xian had just let go, instantly lifted up again. This breath was not up and down, suffocating his face. That new little brother of yours doesn't have a good character, Lin Xian mentioned with a smile. Lin Xian immediately understood. Isn't this what Lin Xian was talking about, the class president who sold Lin Xian out? I understand. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I'll teach him a good lesson when I get back. He felt some emotion in his heart. Hey, one can only say that little brother was unlucky. Who is it bad to offend? To offend this smiling tiger. Now he is as unlucky as himself. Lin Xian didn't say anything else and nodded his head. Then he waved his hand again, signaling that he was fine. And only then did the two burly men drag the man out. Zhao Jie reached out on the table and just took the cigarettes before he saw his sister standing next to him, so he had to retract his hand and put it back. He remembered again the offer that had just been interrupted. Let's go, sis, Mr. Lin, let's go to another office. Hearing his brother's address, Zhao Jun immediately glared at his own brother. What, Mr. Lin? Call your brother-in-law. Don't thank your brother-in-law yet. Cough cough. Okay, you guys come with me. Zhao Jie looked left and right. After saying that, he pushed his sister out the door. At the same time, he turned his head back, and while Zhao Jun couldn't see it, he immediately changed to a warning as look to glare at Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at his warning look and knew what he meant. In fact, Zhao Jun did not recognize himself as his brother-in-law from the bottom of his heart. The good behavior and obedience in front of him was all pretending to Zhao Jun. However, Lin Xian had already anticipated this situation. He was not in a hurry. It was fine to take his time. He had plenty of time and ways to make Zhao Jun fight from the bottom of his heart. Recognize himself as his brother-in-law. Chapter 24 Angry Duke Zhao. In Zhao Jie's opinion, Lin Xian was simply not worthy of his sister. He couldn't be more clear about his sister's character. Strong, desperate, unconvincing, a woman who worked so hard that even men were inferior to her. He had always thought that his sister was destined to be alone in her life, and had lost a lot of hair over it. Thinking about it, he felt that only mature, successful career uncle type of man can be slightly worthy of sister. And now this Lin Xian, from the information that Lin Xian had given himself, was completely an ordinary college student. No family background, no amazing talent. Such a person, the always strong sister, would not even take a look, let alone dating. Thinking about it, Zhao Jie was suddenly stunned. There was really a possibility. His own sister had been cheated emotionally. Thinking about it carefully, it was really possible. His own sister was a first love. Ah, a complete white boy. But Lin Xian couldn't say the same thing. Nowadays there were basically no college students who hadn't been in love, right? It's not a good idea to say that he's a scumbag. It must be that this man coaxed the sister of the relationship whites with flowery words. Zhao Yingjie turned back, looking at his sister who was following behind Lin Xuan with a happy face. Zhao Yingjie secretly resolved to save his lost sister. Boom! Zhao Yingjie followed into the office and closed the door. Looking at his sister and Lin Xian snuggling happily together, he smiled and moved over. Mr. Lin, how did you and my sister meet? Lin Xian sniffed and tenderly turned his face to Zhao Yingjun. We should be considered love at first sight. At an angle that Zhao Yingjun couldn't see, Lin Xian handed Zhao Yingjun a you come and get it look. After all, the two of them had also just met not long ago, and what Zhao Yingjun had done, Lin Xian was completely unclear. If he said anything randomly, and Zhao Yingjun caught something, he would be directly exposed. Zhao Yingjun was also smart. Seeing Lin Xian's eyes instantly understood what he meant. She looked at her brother with a hint of shyness on her face. We met at the job fair held at their school. At first I just saw that he was quite handsome, and it just so happened that the company was recruiting male models, so I added WeChat. After a while, I became familiar with him and got together. Lin sniffed and also smiled and joked. I think your recruitment is fake. Fancying my beauty is real, right? Zhao Yingjun said with a face full of pride. So what if it is? Anyway, you are my person now. TSK, wildly spreading dog food, and next to him, Zhao Yingjun was already petrified. To him, this world was too metaphysical. He did know that his sister had gone to a job fair at Donghai University more than a month ago. Many companies went there that day. After all, college students were the best labor force to use. A blank sheet of paper. They could be trained according to the company's requirements and had low salary requirements. This is not important. The important thing is, it's only been over a month. Such a high and mighty sister. Only 1 month and she's stuck with someone else. Is this really her own sister? And what did she just say? She took the initiative to stab the relationship. This is also too. Zhao Yingjie held back, but still didn't hold back. Sister, don't you think you guys are developing a bit too fast? It's only been a month, and you're getting so mushy together. Isn't that a little bit not good? He said carefully, afraid that his sister would get angry and slap herself. Hearing his brother's words, Zhao Yingjun gave him a blank look. What do you know? When you feel it, just go with the flow. Moreover, if there's nothing unexpected, the two of us will get married next year. After saying this, she looked at Lin Xian with a sweet face. This playwright, Lin Xian also accompanied and reached out to scratch her high nose. Again, he was wildly spreading dog food. For a while, Zhao Yingjie surprisingly found himself speechless. There was no way out, so he aimed his spear at Lin Xian again, trying to make him reveal himself. Mr. Lin, what kind of business are you in? Lin Xian looked at the serious-faced Zhao Yingjie. No business. I help out at your sister's company. Zhao Yingjie did not die. Then what about your parents at home? What do they do? Lin Cord still answered indifferently. They open a small supermarket in their hometown, barely making ends meet. Then, Zhao Yingjie was about to continue speaking when he was interrupted by his own sister. You're checking the account. Have you treated your brother-in-law like this? Zhao Yingjie opened Zhao Yingjun with one hand. Furious. Sis, you were cheated by him. What are you saying? That's your brother-in-law. Don't fool around here. Say the main thing. You did not call me to come to say there is an urgent matter? In the end, what is the matter? It's not too convenient to say it now. Zhao Yingjun fiercely screwed him. What words? Said he's your brother-in-law, not an outsider. Zhao Yingjun looked at his sister with some aggression. Surprisingly, he hid himself in front of this man. When he catches his pigtail, he will definitely double it back to him. Lin Xian looked at the somewhat stiff atmosphere and reached out to pat Zhao Yingjun's back soothingly. Gently said, didn't I tell you? Our brother's this. I'll help him solve it. Zhao Yingjun's heart was a little confused. He did not say anything to him. Where did he get the confidence that he could handle Yingjie's matter? On second thought, he had just helped himself catch out the spy. Could it be that there was a problem here with Yingjie as well? Zhao Yingjun thought about it and decided to cooperate with Lin Xian. After all, he hadn't figured out his strength himself until now, and the two of them were now on the same boat. She reached out and ruffled her hair, following Lin Xian's hand and leaning into his arms. Hey, it's good to have you. Zhao Yingjie looked at his sister, who had transformed into a birdie, and stared in shock. Sister, this is everything was said to him? Really not taking him as an outsider. In the end, making him, his own brother, seem like an outsider. What did he say about him solving the problem? He's an ordinary college student. He can fix Inspector Chow? What an international joke. The old men of the Zhao family are all gone, and there's nothing left to deal with. What can an ordinary person like him do? Even if he killed Zhao Yingjie, he didn't believe that Lin Xian could handle himself. Snap. Zhao Jie slammed the table. Reaching out, he pointed at Lin Xian. I've put up with you for half a day. You big liar. Cheating on my sister's feelings and coming back to cheat me again. I'm telling you, I won't believe you. Boom. An even louder table slapping sound than just now. Zhao Jun looked at his brother and chided. Zhao Jun, I've put up with you for a long time. How do you talk to your brother-in-law? Do you still have me as your sister in your eyes? Seeing his sister angry, Zhao Jie was like a mouse that saw a cat, drooping his head. Sister, don't be fooled by him anymore. It's possible that he's one of Inspector Zhou's eyes, and he's by your side just to get information. Just the thought of his sister not having any defenses against this man made Zhao Jie furious. Lin Xian reached over and put his arm around Zhao Jun's shoulders, leading her to sit on the sofa and said soothingly, you two are really siblings. How innocent is that table? All stop arguing. Calm down. Zhao Jie watched as his sister was surprisingly pacified and glared fiercely at Lin Xian. There's no need for you to pretend to be nice here for our siblings matters. Chapter 25, Preventing Gentlemen but Not Villains. Zhao Jie looked at his sister in front of him, feeling that all of this was particularly unreal. Sis, you've only known each other for over a month. How can you trust him so much? Zhao Jun raised her head and looked at her younger brother who was full of incredulity. In fact, where did she trust Lin Xian? She and Lin Xian had only known each other for a few hours. There hadn't been a chance to talk to Lin Xian about anything else yet either. So what happened to Ying Jie definitely had nothing to do with Lin Cord. And just by Lin Cord's ability, he was able to help himself catch the spy. Then Ying Jie's matter should really be solved as well. Thinking of this, Zhao Jun felt that he still had to cooperate with Lin Xian. After all, whether it was in terms of his ability or him pretending to be his boyfriend, one had to cooperate with him. Thus, Zhao Jun reached out and smoothed her long hair, and with her other hand, she grabbed Lin Xian's arm while looking at Zhao Jie inside. Ying Jie, you're too unintelligent. Zhao Jie was about to collapse when he saw this scene. He looked at Lin Cord and gritted his teeth. Fine, since my sister trusts you so much, tell me instead. Because of what? I'll see what other tricks you're playing. Come tell me, why is my every move being stared at by Inspector Zhou? At this moment, Zhao Jie hated to tear Lin Cord apart. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Xian had come with Zhao Jun, he would never have let Lin Xian be so arrogant on his own turf. Moreover, Zhao Jun had taken over the family business for so long, and had always listened to the words of the old men in his family. With all of his men, he didn't have full trust. The cell phones, computers, and any electronic products that everyone used had eavesdropping and monitoring software installed by him. All the people around him have a fixed place to eat and live. It could be said that as long as they were around him, Zhao Jie had no personal freedom for a day. He looked at the calm Lin Xian, his tone carrying mockery. Is Mr. Lin trying to say that I have a mole here? Lin Xian just looked at him with a serious attitude. Yes, Zhao Jie, who heard Lin Xian's words, laughed as if he had heard some heavenly joke. Ha 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 ha. Sister, I told you he's a liar. Right, and you still don't believe me. He can tease me to death. What is my situation here? Sis, you know, how can there be a mole? This Detective Lin, you're not talking about that trash Li Shengtian, are you? I've never trusted him. He doesn't have access to what's going on around me at all. He's just a mop-up boy. Lin Xian shook his head inside. You're still like your sister. Too overconfident, preventing a gentleman from preventing a villain. Zhao Jun deliberately pinched Lin Xian at this time. She deliberately sidestepped a little so that Ying Jun could see her interaction with Lin Xian. You said Ying Jie is still young, so you can talk about him. Why mention me? Lin Cord also cooperated by frowning and fuming. I'm not anxious for the two of you. Zhao Jie couldn't see the two of them being mushy and opened his mouth to interrupt their interaction. He said with great certainty, if it's not Li Shengtian, then there can't be one. He watched as Lin Yin didn't say anything, thinking that he was caught in his own words and didn't have anything to say. Zhao Jie glared fiercely at Lin Xian. Sister, you see he has nothing to say. I told you he's a liar. At this moment, Zhao Jun also glanced at Lin Xian with some worry. Seeing him calm and collected as always, Zhao Jun thought of the way he helped him catch the spy, and his hand had been rhythmically squeezing his own hand. A look of ease. She also let go of her heart, and she continued to remain silent as she continued to let Lin Xian manipulate her hand. Lin Xian shook his head and reminded, the one who just came in to take away Li Shengtian. That tall strong man, you call out to him to come in. You mean Wang Zhengqiang? Zhao Jie mockingly asked back. He can't be, even though he's just arrived not long ago. I sent someone to follow him 24 hours a day for a moment. That means he doesn't have a bit of time for himself. That's right, even when he went to the bathroom, he was followed by someone. Zhao Jie glanced at Lin String as he finished speaking, tilting his head proudly as if he had defeated him. When Lin Xian heard this, he just smiled faintly. Then, believe it or not, at this moment, Inspector Joe has already received the news and should be ambushed right downstairs. Filled with skepticism, Zhao Jie walked over to the window and looked out through the gap in the shutters. There did seem to be a few never seen before, inconspicuous vans parked under the trees. He looked at Lin Xian with some trepidation. It shouldn't be. He didn't have a bit of time to deliver the message. And you guys saw his arm in a cast. It's just that there was a time when there was a disturbance in the store and he blocked a knife for me. And the bones were almost broken. Lin Xian knew that people like Zhao Jie were extremely confident. He was still so tough-talking when it came down to it. He sighed and shook his head. Jia, you still say that people don't have the time to pass messages at all. Do you know that? People have just passed on the information in front of you. Otherwise, why do you think that Inspector Joe and the others would know that something was going to happen to you here today? It's a good thing that your sister stopped you just now, or else that Inspector Joe would have already barged in and taken you away at this moment. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Zhao Jie broke out in a cold sweat and lost all his anger. With a worried frown, and Zhao Jun, who had heard Lin Xian's words, was also shocked. Since Lin Xian said that, the mole was that person 8 or 9 times over. She withdrew her hand and looked at Lin Xian, her gaze filled with worry. This time it wasn't an act, but she was really worried about her brother. After all, sibling love was deep, and at home, her brother was the only person who supported her. She was now really worried about her brother. Lin String loves you. Then this matter has come to this point. What in the world should be done? Lin Xian looked at the hint of vulnerability that flowed out of the strong woman, and wrapped his arms around her in a soothing manner. Don't worry, didn't I say? I'll solve this matter. He patted Zhao Jun's back and turned his head to look at Zhao Jie again. You call that person in first. Zhao Jie also wanted to see how Lin String proved it. He picked up the phone and said a couple sentences before hanging up. Knock, knock, knock. A steady and powerful knock sounded on the door. Come in, Zhao Jie shouted. Afterwards, the robust man walked in step by step. Lin Xian didn't say anything, just looked at the man called Wang Jingxiang. Eventually his gaze stopped at the cast on his arm. Seeing this, Zhao Jie ordered the man who was standing still, Wang Jingxiang, open the plaster. The man who heard the order didn't show a hint of hesitation. He undid the band tied around his neck and picked up the fireworks bar on the table. Boom, 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 slammed it hard into the cast on his arm. Pop, 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 was the sound of the plaster hitting the floor. The office filled with the stench of dead skin. It was unavoidable to have a stench after not being able to take a shower for so long with the plaster strapped on. Zhao Jie frowned, walked over to the plaster, kicked the pieces of plaster around his feet, and didn't find anything suspicious. He raised his head and looked at Lin Yin. Is this what you call a ghost in the plaster? Chapter 26 The Undetectable Morse Code. Zhao Jie picked up a large piece of plaster and threw it at Lin Xian. What's the problem? You find it out instead. I'd like to see what other tricks you can pull. In the face of Zhao Jie's provocation, Lin Xian still smiled without saying a word. He took the plaster block that Zhao Jie threw over and walked over to Wang Zhengxiang's side. He patted Wang Zhengxiang's shoulder and asked with a smile, You look so decent. Why were you sent here to be an undercover agent? And when Wang Zhengxiang heard this, he remained calm without changing his face. Mr. Lin, I can't understand what you're saying. After saying this, he still stood straight. Seeing this, Zhao Jie became even more skeptical of Lin Xian. He felt that Lin Xian was just bluffing. It seems that he was able to help Zhao Jun catch the spy, and it was entirely a case of a blind cat running into a dead rat. Trying to keep trying his luck with himself was simply ridiculous. Even Zhao Jun frowned her pretty eyebrows, a few worries in her heart. Lin Xian took in the reactions of the crowd at this moment. He returned a reassuring look to Zhao Jun, then lifted the plaster in his hand. Boom! Viciously slamming the plaster onto the ground. But the plaster didn't break. It turned out that there was a layer of netting for fixing inside. He picked it up and looked at it, then threw it away and picked up another piece of plaster and continued to smash it. Boom! 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 Everyone watched Lin Xian's movements. Zhao Jun was worried, and Zhao Jie was like looking at a little cutie. And Wang Jingxian was finally showing a hint of nervousness at this point. Lin Xian continued to search without any distractions, until he found a black crystal that was still flashing a red light, proving that this thing had been activated. Zhao Jie immediately came over and picked up the black crystal. Looking at it carefully, there was only a power button on it, in that there wasn't anything else that could be operated. He took the black crystal block and placed it in front of Wang Jingxiang. What is this? Wang Jingxiang stabilized his mind, still calm and collected, and explained, Mr. Zhao, I don't know. I haven't even seen this before. He was convinced that no one would know what it was, and that the usage of this thing was only known to himself and the people over there. As long as he didn't admit it, they wouldn't do anything to him. At most they would suffer some physical pain. And he had already passed the information out before he came in. If he didn't have the slightest information within half an hour, then someone would come to save him. At this moment, Wang Jingqiang did not have the slightest fear. Zhao Yingjie looked at Wang Jingqiang's dead denial and swung up a fist about to smash Wang Jingqiang's head. Lin Xian stretched out a hand and grabbed Zhao Yingjie's wrist. He's one of Inspector Zhou's men. That one is a signal transmitter. It's this little thing that he uses to send messages out. Zhao Yingjie was a bit puzzled. How is this thing going to work? It's not a walkie-talkie. There's no microphone to receive sound. And there's no buttons. So how did he accurately transmit the message? Lin Xian didn't say anything and walked over to the coffee table, tapping out a crisp sound with his hand. Da 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 da. Rhythmic tapping sound. It's Morse code. Zhao Yingjun, who was next to him, spoke up. Wang Jingqiang also revealed a hint of surprise. Instantly, everyone understood. Morse code was a kind of signaling code that was on and off, expressing different letters of the alphabet, numbers, and punctuation marks by arranging them in different sequences. It was invented in 1837 and was an early form of digital communication. It is a code of signaling and it is on and off. Such signaling code is arranged in different order to express different letters of the alphabet, numbers and punctuation. Short and sharp ida, long and slow da. Just for example, the Morse code for the letter A is dida. The Morse code for the letter B is da 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 da. The Morse code for the letter C is da 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 da, and so on. Through different permutations and combinations, it can be deciphered clearly and lucidly against the code table. It just so happens that Inspector Zhou graduated from XXXX Military University, which has a compulsory subject that specializes in Morse code. It turns out that just when this burly man came in to take Li Xingtian away, Lin Xian sized up people a few more times and saw their black history. Ding. Name, Li Yaxiang. Phone, XXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Maximum black history, seemingly unemployed hobo. In fact, is Zhou Inspection has long been planted undercover? The bar the time to save Zhao Yingjie is Zhou Inspection arranged. In order to ensure the safety of the undercover agent, Zhou Patrol has been letting him not intermittent contact. The method of contact between the two is through the signal transmitter hidden in the plaster, using Morse code to communicate. Only at this point did Zhao Yingjie fully understand why every business he did, every time he traded, he would catch up with Inspector Zhou leading a raid. As soon as he opened the door to every private business, someone came to inspect it. Zhao Yingjie was instantly enraged and picked up the knife in his office, about to stab Wang Jingqiang. Ah, no, his name is also fake. It's Li Yaxiang. Zhao Yingjun reached out, once again stopping his impulsive brother. Don't do it. You're not sending evidence to Inspector Zhou. As soon as the words fell, sirens sounded downstairs. Throwing down the knife, Zhao Yingjie walked to the window to look down. The original inexplicable appearance of suspicious vehicles. The top of the sirens are put on. Sure enough, they are all Inspector Zhou's people. Zhao Yingjie was really angry and powerless at this moment. He picked up the black crystals that had just been placed on the table and threw them at Li Yaxiang. Scram! At this moment, Li Yaxiang was smiling. I really wish you could cut me here. Chopping me is the real stolen goods. Together with the existing evidence in the hands of Inspector Zhou, you won't be able to get out in this life. Li Yaxiang laughed and left the office. Not long after the sirens all disappeared, the window returned to silence. Should be all gone, but there will certainly still be someone left to monitor Zhao Yingjie. Although Inspector Zhou had never turned in the evidence and applied for the arrest of Li Yingjie, the existing evidence in his hands was enough for Zhao Yingjie to eat a few years in jail. Only his aim was to completely bring down Zhao Yingjie, to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, so that the entire East Sea would see his own methods. This way, once Zhao Yingjie fell, the entire East China Sea city is the world of Zhou Inspection. At this moment, the Zhou Inspection is sitting in the car, listening to Li Yaxiang's report. Face showed a hint of bad smile. Inside the office, Zhao Yingjie looked at Li Yaxiang's rampant departure and sat down in his chair somewhat powerlessly. He looked at his sister in front of him. Sis, what should I do this time? That Wang Jingqiang, bah, Li Yaxiang, has always been my sidekick. He's an undercover agent. Then Inspector Zhou must have a large amount of evidence. Although there is no human evidence, but the evidence in his hands must be enough to make me squat for a few years. The old people in the family have gotten someone to say that. That Inspector Zhou is simply soft and hard. Zhao Yingjun looked at her brother's powerless appearance. Her heart was hard to bear, but at this time, she was also suddenly out of options. So, she gave Lin Xian a wink while calmly comforting Zhao Yingjun. It's fine. There's your brother-in-law. Chapter 27, this voice brother-in-law called really sweet. Lin Xian looked at Zhao Yingjun's gaze at himself and joked. Don't look at me like that. It's not even like you anymore. Nasty. Zhao Yingjun pouted while reaching out to pinch the soft flesh around Lin Xian's waist. At the same time, she turned around as if she wanted to cover up, but was deliberately seen by Zhao Yingjun. This kind of superb acting skill, looked at Lin Xian's heart was also very impressed. Afterwards, he pretended to be helpless and said, "It's not that I don't want a helping June, but you can see that he doesn't even genuinely treat me as his brother-in-law." Zhao Jun sniffed and complained, "Jie is still young, why do you think you as a brother-in-law are bothering with a child?" She looked at Lin Xian's always victorious expression and thought about how he started from helping himself to just helping his brother catch the mole. So young, yet so capable. He could definitely handle Jie's matter as well. Thinking of this, Zhao Jun was like a little birdie, snuggling into Lin Xian's arms. "We are all family. Jie is not a child who doesn't know any better. If you help him this time, he will definitely honor you from the bottom of his heart." After saying this, she also handed her brother a "if you don't know any better, you're dead" look. Zhao Jie received the message in his sister's gaze, thinking about how Lin Xian had just helped himself, and that he came here this time to help himself. He also understood in his heart that if he didn't say something nice at this time, he would really be hopeless. He watched as his sister flirted with this man, and she even learned to be petulant. Only at this point did he begin to look squarely at Lin Xian, truly treating him as his brother-in-law. The change in Zhao Jie's eyes naturally couldn't escape the two human experts present. They watched as the suspicion in Zhao Jie's eyes completely disappeared, and the boulder in their hearts temporarily fell. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Everything was in plain sight. Looking at his own sister's gentle smile, at this moment, Zhao Jie was incomparably admiring Lin Xian. He secretly thought, "This Lin Xian has taken care of his own old sister and helped out so much. He's really powerful. A great man can bend but not break. He must coax this brother-in-law himself so that his problems would definitely be solved as well." So, it was like a face change. With a smile on his face, Zhao Jie was incomparably gracious and pleasing as he looked at Lin Xian. Brother-in-law, I know I'm wrong. I did not know you well before. Who would have thought that you would look so young, yet be so capable and powerful, isn't it? Seeing as I'm so sincere, please help me this time. We're all family. You can't be general with me." Lin Xian smiled faintly. Looking at Zhao Jie like this, and listening to what he said, Lin Xian knew that he had completely convinced this unruly underground emperor. This brother-in-law was quite on board. It was also considered to be a man who recognized the times. A great man who could bend but could not break, right? Originally a family. What to say about helping or not helping? Originally this time, I told your sister that I came to help you. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Zhao Jie immediately cheered up. "Thank you, brother-in-law." Then, "Brother-in-law, do you need any information?" Lin Xian listened to Zhao Jie's mouthful of brother-in-law, calling him that sweetly, and smiled along with him. "First get me a copy of the information on Inspector Zhou. Remember to bring a photo." "Okay, brother-in-law," Zhao Jie answered and hurriedly went out. This office was only temporary and hadn't prepared anything. There were some things he had to go to the previous office to get. Zhao Jun listened to his brother's mouthful of a brother-in-law. "Brother-in-law," sweetly called. In her heart, she didn't know why she felt a little strange. She sat there and thought to herself for a while, not having much of a clue, reached out and pinched Lin Xian again. Hiss. Lin Xian was pinched in pain and frowned. "You really don't have a light hand." At this time, Zhao Jie, who had just come in, happened to see this scene, and he also frowned. "Sister, don't you know what your own hand strength is? Why are you always pinching my brother-in-law over nothing?" Watching his brother-in-law speak for himself, Lin Xian joyfully laughed. Zhao Jun, however, was furious and gave his brother a blank look. He really had a brother-in-law and forgot about his sister. Over here, Lin Xian sat in his boss chair and received the information handed over by Zhao Jun. He looked at the photographs of last week's inspections on the information. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Zhou Inspector's black history was displayed in front of his eyes, and it clearly showed the backer behind him, as well as some of the things between them. Lin Xian thought about it and looked at Zhao Jie. "Go prepare the fire paint, pen, letter paper, and envelope." Zhao Jie was a bit puzzled. Did people still write letters nowadays? Wasn't it all done with a text message or a Weibo? However, he wasn't a talkative person. Although he was a bit curious, seeing that Lin Xian didn't mean to explain, he nodded and went out to prepare. Zhao Jun on the side was also a bit curious as to who Lin Xian would write to. She didn't have any doubts about writing letters this way. Modern information was developed, although it was faster, but security was difficult to guarantee. A cell phone's newsletter or WeChat's messages could be monitored and recorded in the background of the system. Behind this Zhou inspection must be a big person. Zhao Jun was a little curious as to who that big shot behind him was. Not long after, Zhao Jun came back again, still holding the things that Lin Xian had asked for. He placed the things on Lin Xian's desktop, walked over to the sofa, and just as he sat down, he heard Lin Xian's voice. "You two go out first. Later when I call you, you can come back in." Zhao Jun was a bit strange. "Do I have to go out too?" Lin Xian nodded. "Behave, I'm protecting you guys." Hearing this, The siblings did not say anything else and walked out one after another, until only Lin String was left alone in the large office. Only then did he open the letter paper, pull off the pen cap, and write all over it. Afterward, he folded it up, put it into an envelope, and sealed it with fire paint. Sealing it with fire paint meant that no one had seen the contents of the letter except the person who wrote it, so as to reassure the person behind it. These things were not meant to be rumored. They were just used to protect Zhao Jie. You guys come in. Lin Xian handed Zhao Jie the envelope that said White Cloud Mountain Villa Lotus Pond. Mr. D. This letter, don't ever read it. You find a time to meet Inspector Zhou and hand this letter to him personally. Looking at Lin Xian's solemn face, Zhao Jie also hurriedly put the letter close to him. Then what if Inspector Zhou asks me who wrote this? Lin Xian smiled coldly. You tell him that he's not qualified. Just have him send the letter over. Zhao Jie listened and nodded seriously. Chapter 28 Gambling God or Gambling Monster? Brother-in-law. You reveal more or less at least let me have a bottom in my heart. Zhao Jie became even more curious after hearing Lin Xian's words. Coming over to his side and just staring at him, Lin Xian didn't have the heart to push him. Not telling you guys is for your own good. The more you know, the more dangerous it is. Listening to Lin Xian's words, Zhao Jun was also a bit curious and came over. She hadn't been that curious when Lin hadn't said anything. However, since Lin Xian said so, the big shot behind the Zhou patrol must have been known by Lin Xian to know something big in secret. Curiosity killed the cat, and Zhao Jun's siblings both chose not to pay attention to that letter. Boom! The door was suddenly pushed open and Zhao Jun was startled. What's going on? What's going on? Didn't I tell you guys that I won't let you come in? The visitor looked at Zhao Jie in a hurry. Mr. Zhao, I'm sorry, go and take a look. Someone is causing trouble upstairs. Zhao Jie was a bit puzzled. Someone else dares to make trouble in my territory? Who is it? The henchman replied without daring to raise his head. It's that boss LV who often comes to play. He's always been a bad gambler. And this time he didn't know where he found a helper who won and still won't leave. Zhao Jie angrily slapped his head under his hand. Are you guys stupid? Just came so many police. Still not clearing the scene. Are they all too long to live? That boss Lu is also a little cutie. Why didn't he leave when he won? Why don't you leave if you've won? What's the fuss here? And the person he found. Did you guys find someone to watch out? Don't be some kind of cheater. This henchman's words infuriated Zhao Jie. The henchman was so scared that he didn't dare to breathe and hurriedly explained. That, Mr. Zhao, we're looking for someone to watch, but there were no traces of cheating found. That person is very good. Boss Lu has already won a lot today, up to the cordon of our clubhouse, but he insisted on getting back all his previous losses. How can he refuse to stop when he's done? Zhao Jie secretly cursed when he heard this. This person definitely has a ghost. Go up and take a look. After saying that, he looked at his sister. Brother-in-law again. Sister, brother-in-law, there's something to be dealt with up there. You guys feel free to play first. After saying that, he led his little brother towards the casino upstairs. It turned out that the upstairs of the clubhouse office was a huge casino, and it could be said that a large portion of Zhao Jie's income was provided by this casino. Since ancient times, gambling has always been a 9 out of 10 bets, and the only winners were the bosses of the various casinos. They usually don't participate in gambling, and only receive a commission of about 10% of the gambling money. So no matter who wins, it won't affect the owner's earnings. They are never afraid of winning or losing. They are only afraid that no one will come to play. Only when certain people's gambling money was too much and there was no one at the table, the casino would send out the people they kept on the field, and they took the casino's money to play with those big bosses. Zhao Jie set the upper limit for them as 100 million. Lose 100 million on stop-loss stop. And today alone, they lost 100 million. As soon as Lin Xian heard casino, his mind immediately conjured up those uniformed beauties on the website's advertisements. Beautiful lotter, dealing cards online. He revealed a hint of a smile and greeted Zhao Jun. Let's go over to see your brother together. Zhao Jun also nodded. After all, very few people dared to cause trouble in her brother's territory. She was still a little worried. The two of them took the elevator and pressed the 22nd floor. Lin Xian had been waiting for a system reward, but the system hadn't moved. He thought about it. It should be that catching Zhou Patrol's undercover agent Wang Jingxiang wasn't a good deed. Last time, when Meishi Luo kicked a fake soccer ball, there was no reward when he went to buy a lottery ticket and won the prize himself. It seemed that the system was still quite strict on the definition of good deeds. He read the system introduction in his mind again, and the system said it was very clear. Only by utilizing the black history system to help people get rid of violence and eliminate harm for the people would there be a big gift package reward. It seemed like he would have to do more good deeds in order for the system to upgrade faster. Ding! The elevator stopped at the 22nd floor. Zhao Jun immediately took Lin Xian's arm. She really didn't forget to act at all times. The security guard at the door saw directly widened his eyes half a day back. He naturally recognized Zhao Jun, and didn't think that the female king of hell would be so intimate with a man. It was only when Lin Xian coughed lightly that he came back to his senses and opened the door, allowing the two to walk in. He was still a bit stunned until the door closed automatically. Lin Xian, however, didn't think that much and walked in with some anticipation, but after going in, he had some regrets. Where was there any beautiful lotteries? The hall was filled with extremely luxurious decorations. This kind of card table was there, and in the center was a huge table. But now the people had all pretty much left, leaving a large card table in the center, surrounded by a few people. At this moment, a middle-aged man was gabbing and bickering. Lin Xian heard out the general meaning that this boss Lu, who had lost all of his family's money before, had managed to borrow money and hired an expert to help him out. Now, although he has won a lot, but he still wants to win back all the money he lost before. Where is the willingness to stop like this? It was only now that Zhao Jie was being watched too closely by Inspector Zhou. If it was before, this person would have been thrown out by him. Zhao Jie scratched his hair irritably and was about to say something. At this moment, Lin Xian and Zhao Jun walked over together. The handsome man and beautiful woman immediately attracted the eyes of the crowd. That obese boss Lu looked at Zhao Jun, who had also come, accompanied by an unfamiliar man. He thought about it in his head for a while. The young talents of Donghai City did not have Lin Xian as their number one character, but to be able to stand together with Zhao Jun must not be an ordinary person. He hurriedly stood up to greet him. Miss Zhao is also here today. What an honor. Then he looked at Zhao Jun and asked with a smile, I don't know what to call this person next to Miss Zhao? Without waiting for Zhao Jun to reply, Zhao Jie immediately said proudly, this is my brother-in-law, Lin Xian. Boss Lu sniffed and took a closer look at Lin Xian. He hadn't heard of the name Lin Cord, but could someone who could take down Zhao Jun, the flower of the high ridge, be an ordinary person? Thinking of this, Boss Lu immediately extended his hand and looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Brother, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Lin Xian was just about to extend his hand. Suddenly, the sixth sense came. Danger sense. He unobtrusively glanced at Boss Lu's left waist that was bulging with a bag. It seems that danger is here. He then changed his handshake into a hug and went forward to warmly embrace Boss Lu. Ha ha, Boss LV will take care of my old brother in the future. The two of them hugged for a bit before separating. Boss Lu's happy mouth was almost grinning behind his ears. He thought this was Zhao Jie's side showing him softness. He smiled and said, good talk, ha ha ha. On the other hand, Zhao Jie and Zhao Jun were confused. They both knew that Lin Xian was not this kind of enthusiastic person, let alone this kind of almost fawning enthusiasm. Both of them looked at Lin Xian suspiciously. Chapter 29 Danger Sense takes credit again. Lin Xian pointed at the chips on the table. Boss LV, you have a good hand today. Boss LV thought Lin String was praising him and immediately said with a smile, not bad, not bad. Next to him, Zhao Jie was a bit unable to help himself and came over with a smirking look. Old Lu since we won today as well, why don't we just call it a day? Boss Lu also smiled and shook his head. Mr. Zhao, that's not how business is done. This is only 100 million. You guys are such a big casino. You wouldn't be unable to afford to lose such a small amount of money, right? Zhao Jie sniffed and restrained the smile on his face. LV boss, win or lose we each according to our ability. But now my situation you also know. Was Joe inspection look dead? It's not even safe to continue, isn't it? You come back in a few days. I'll be sure to play with you until you've had your fun. How's that? Boss Lu saw Zhao Jie giving him a step and thought he was softening, so he became even more unforgiving. When you guys won my money, why didn't you say point to point? Today you lost and want to withdraw your hand and stop playing. No way. It turns out that this Lu boss, because of gambling, has lost all the family money. The company's liquidity was also taken over. Even the company was mortgaged as a loan. The money was used to find a master, and he came over to find a game today. This time if you lose again, he intends to end casino to a fish death. He knows that the weak patrol recently stared at Zhao Jie. If Zhao Jie here at this time to cause another death, he will not escape. His own death also want to pull a cushion. Zhao Jie was already suppressing his temper, and Boss Lu's nonchalant tone irritated him even more. He no longer suppressed his anger. Good, you surnamed LV, you're still stirring up your nose, aren't you? You think the casino was run by your family. Today you have to go. Or not. Zhao Jie finished speaking and was about to order people to throw them out. The opposite side of the table, Boss Lu also came on fire and slammed the table fiercely. Zhao Jie, you're playing this with me, aren't you? When I came out to mix you didn't have all your hair yet. Today you have to play for me. Give me all the money you swallowed from me to spit out. After saying that, Boss Lu reached for his waist and pulled out his hand. I pulled out. Pull out. I pulled out. Boss Lu's posture looked like a gun pulling out maneuver. The bodyguards beside Lin Xian immediately came over and protected the Zhao family siblings and Lin Xian behind them. But this Boss Lu pulled out his gun. But nothing came out. Anxiously, he was sweating profusely. That was his last resort. It was the backbone for him to dare to talk so tough with Zhao Yingjun. He originally planned to win back today. Then go. Win back, not to take this gun here to commit suicide. This way no matter what, Zhao Yingjun is not good. But how is it gone? Lu Boss anxious. In that straight circle. In their own body non-stop groping. The bodyguards here are also confused. At this time, Lin Xian walked from behind the bodyguards to the edge of the table. Splat. A crisp sound. A ceramic revolver lay silently on the table. The crowd all sucked in a breath of cool air. The detector at the door didn't even detect it. Seeing the robbery, Zhao Yingjie and Zhao Yingjun were also in a cold sweat. Gamblers are crazy. So close, no matter who they hit, they won't be able to finish today. Not to mention these two. One was the eldest daughter of the Zhao family and the other was the only heir of the Zhao family. Lin Xian lightly glanced at Boss LV. Boss LV, are you looking for this? As soon as Boss Lu saw the robbery, he was immediately scared out of his wits. He shivered and said, how? You. Lin smiled and finished for you. Are you trying to ask, why is it in my place? Oh, it's not like I can't tell you. Do you know why I just hugged you a little? After Lin Xian finished speaking, the Zhao siblings suddenly reacted to the fact that they still felt disgusted when Lin Xian hugged Boss Lu when he first came in. So it seemed that he knew that this man had a gun on him at that time? Both of them were a little surprised. Zhao Yingjie couldn't help but bellow out at this moment. LV Yanqing, you're ing lawless, aren't you? You dare to misbehave in my venue. With that, he walked over to the table, wanting to pick up the gun and shoot this LV boss. Lin Xian's hand exerted strength and quietly pressed down on Zhao Yingjie's hand with the gun. Boss LV was being dismantled at the moment. His face was deathly gray. What kind of person is he? Zhao Yingjie, Boss LV knows very well, otherwise he couldn't be called the underground emperor. Although there is some trouble right now, but it's too easy for him to fix himself. Boss LV was about to kneel down and beg for mercy when he heard Lin Xian's voice. Boss Lu, do you like gambling a lot? Boss Lu looked at the talking Lin Xian, his eyes releasing a strong desire for survival. What do you mean? Lin Xian smiled. Sensing Jia doesn't play with you, it just so happens that I like it. Come, I'll play with you. Boss Lu looked at the man in front of him and immediately agreed without thinking. Ha 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 ha, okay. At this moment, he only wanted to hurry up and cross over the matter in front of him, and Lin Xian's offer to play at this moment was just what he wanted. Zhao Yingjie was a bit puzzled and asked softly in Lin Xuan's ear. Brother-in-law, you. Lin Xian just nodded his head. Leave it to me. Zhao Yingjie thought about it and was still uneasy. He walked to his own sister's side and asked in a low voice. Sis, my brother-in-law, is he good at gambling? Zhao Yingjun hesitated for a moment. Seems like he won't. The siblings looked confused. Lin Xian walked over to the table and sat down, waving his hand, signaling Boss Lu to sit down as well. Only after Boss Lu sat down as well did Lin Xian faintly open his mouth. I have something to do later, so let's just play a little bigger and decide the winner in one game. How about it? Boss Lu suddenly laughed happily. He had come here to win money today, although he had just had a little accident. As long as he continued to win, Zhao Yingjie wouldn't say anything more about himself. Besides, he still had a secret weapon. Anyone who came was coming to give himself money. Boss Lu glanced at the one standing next to him, the expert he had hired. Confidently, he said, alright, Mr. Lin is quick. I still have 200 million on my side plus the 100 million I just won, a total of 300 million chips. What's yours? After saying this, Boss Lu stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian turned back and looked at Zhao Yingjie. Bring me 300 million chips. Zhao Yingjie sniffed and looked at his sister. After all, 300 million was not a small amount. It was a year's worth of income for this clubhouse of his. Moreover, he had just asked his sister, and she had said that he wouldn't be able to do it at all. At this time, Zhao Yingjuan's heart was also a bit drummed. She hadn't known Lin Xian for very long, but he had already demonstrated his abilities many times. Zhao Yingjun felt that she should trust him. He was his boyfriend, and he was going to help him get rid of that damn child marriage. Even if he loses, let's just consider it as a thank you fee that he gave to him. And on his brother's side, he will find a way to make it up to him. Thinking of this, Zhao Yingjun firmly said to his brother, go get it for your brother-in-law. Chapter 30, Won't Gamble Money. Dare to gamble your life? Not much time. Lin Xian's hand was neatly filled with chips. The chips for both of them were ready. Looking at the chips on the table of the two, Lu Yanqing smiled cheaply as if they were all his. Brother Lin, what shall we play? Your choice, Texas, or blackjack, or Lin Xian, however, just shook his head. Lu Yanqing continued to ask good-naturedly, then mahjong, push pai gao? Lin Xin still shook his head. Lu Yanqing was a bit puzzled. Then what to play? Lin Xian just said indifferently. Boss Lu, I don't know how to play any kind of cards, nor do I know how to play mahjong. Hearing his words, LV Yanqing was furious and slammed the table, saying angrily, are you playing with me? Why did you come up here when you don't know anything? Looking at the furious LV Yanqing, Lin Xian however laughed. Boss Lu, don't be anxious. I don't know how to bet on anything else, but how about we bet on our lives? The crowd who heard his words were a little baffled. What was the meaning of this? Betting on life? Ignoring the unresponsive crowd, Lin Xian took the pistol next to him. With a crash, Lin Xian unloaded the pistol's magazine. The sound of bullets falling on the table. 7 rounds, one no less. He gently picked up one of the rounds again and loaded it. Clatter 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 clatter. The ceramic revolver spun rapidly. No one could see exactly which magazine the bullet was in. Splat. With a crisp sound, Lin Xian placed the gun in front of Lu Yanqing and looked at him provocatively. Boss Lu, dare you? The onlookers did not expect Lin Xian to play so big. Russian roulette. This was a particularly famous way of betting on one's life. It was usually chosen by people who couldn't make ends meet, or who were poor and vicious, in order to fight for the last hand. The game is very simple. Only one bullet is put inside the pistol, and 2 people take turns to pull the trigger on their heads. The winner is naturally the one who lasts until the end, and the one who loses either surrenders in fear, penniless, or loses his life by holding on hard. According to a survey, the number of people in the world who lose their lives every year because of this program is at least 10,000. Cruel and bloody way. Those present were all in this business and were of course incredibly familiar with this way, but no one had ever played this way in this hall of the Zhao family. After all, human lives were involved, and it was particularly troublesome to deal with. Zhao Yingjie wanted to go up and say something to Lin Xian, but his sister pulled him back and shook her head at him again. Although the other bodyguards and staff members were all incredibly shocked underneath their hearts, no one dared to say anything on their faces. Lu Yanqing looked at the exquisite pistol placed in front of him. His heart was constantly beating a drum. This pistol was originally brought in by himself. It was originally for the money, and without winning the money, he wasn't going to go out. He looked again at the 300 million chips beside Lin Xian and was ruthless. Just play. What's there to be afraid of? But I'm asking for a new bullet. Lin Xian nodded indifferently. Zhao Yingjie signaled for a lotter who had been trained in this area to come forward, and at the same time brought over a disclaimer. Although this statement wouldn't exempt him as the boss from responsibility if a life was lost, it could reduce a lot of trouble. The beautiful dealer first took the contract over, and the 2 signed their names in turn. The beautiful dealer took the statement away and handed it to Zhao Yingjie. At this time, Boss Lu was still full of disbelief. The beautiful Lotus officer walked to the other side of the table, put on gloves, and picked up the pistol, kata dash, unloaded the magazine and took out the bullets. Out of the bullets on the table, she randomly took out one and held it up to show it to Lin Xian and Lu Yanqing. Lin Xian just looked at it faintly and nodded. Lu Yanqing came closer to take a closer look and confirmed that there was nothing wrong before nodding his head. The beautiful Lotus officer waited for them to finish confirming and loaded the bullet into the magazine. Clatter 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 clatter. The Lotus officer picked it up and casually spun it. There was no way for anyone to see where the bullets were. Click. Stopping the rotation, the Dutchman gently placed the pistol in front of the duo. Both of you, the props are ready. Who will go first? Lin Xian glanced at the relaxed Lu Yanqing. The person whose gun wasn't pointed at his head wouldn't be afraid. Boss Lu is the guest. Let Boss Lu choose first. Does Boss Lu want to go first or second? After saying that, he waited quietly. Lu Yanqing thought about it and called the expert he had hired. That expert counted for half a day and muttered in his ear. First shot. 6 blanks. 1 live round. The probability of getting shot is 1 in 7. Second round. 5 blanks. 1 live round. The probability is 1 in 6. Third round. 4 blanks. 1 live round. The probability is 1 in 5. And so on, to the 7th shot probability is 100%. The higher the probability of being shot, the higher the probability. After hearing his words, Boss Lu looked at Lin Xian and said loudly, I want to go first. Okay. Lin Xian didn't count too much. Lu Yanqing took the gun and slowly raised it to the position of his head. The onlookers, at this time, also pinched a cold sweat for you. He didn't have the courage to pull the trigger even after hesitating for a long time. Until he pointed the gun at his temple. At this moment, he realized nervousness, fear. It was as if he saw a green-faced god of death in front of him, beckoning to him. At this moment, he suddenly felt that nothing was as important as being alive. He thought of the old saying, better to die than to live. But now, he was already in a difficult position. He closed his eyes, toughened his heart. He gave his fingers a push. Click. It was an empty gun. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yanqing revealed the excitement of a robbery. he pushed the pistol in Lin Xian's direction. Your turn, Mr. Lin. At this moment, the crowd of onlookers, who had just revealed expressions of relief that they hadn't yet received, immediately all raised their hearts into their throats, because now, it was Lin Xian's turn. And Lin Xian just looked at him impatiently. You're so abrasive. After saying that, he picked up the pistol handed over by the other party and played with it in his hand, pulling a beautiful flourish. And then, Kada, Lin Xian shot the gun directly into his own head. There was not the slightest pause. The crowd hadn't even brewed their emotions yet, and the scene in front of them left them dumbfounded. This is the end? So dry? The crowd was still a bit unable to react. On the other side, Lu Yanqing was not calm, because it was his turn again, and at this moment, the probability of getting shot became 1 in 5. The crowd saw Lu Yanqing reaching out with a trembling hand, trembling as he took the gun, but no one laughed at him. He was silently reciting in his heart that there was still 1/5. 1/5 wasn't scary, constantly building himself up mentally. When he picked up the gun and put it to his head, cold sweat had already soaked his clothes. Chapter 31, winning back $300 million in one move. Boss Lu was still in shock. Lin Xian on the opposite side was impatient. Boss LV, aren't we being nimble? In the face of Lin Xian's urging, LV Yanqing had no choice but to close his eyes, gritting his teeth. Click. Still an empty gun. Ha 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 ha. Who? He let out a long breath and pushed the gun to Lin Xian. However, Lin Cord's next action, it left the crowd of onlookers all wide-eyed, dumbfounded and only shocked. Ka-ching. After Lin Xian took the gun, he pointed it straight at his head without the slightest delay. There was another empty gunshot. At this time, next to him, even the ruthless Zhao Jun was startled by Lin Xian's boldness. He came over next to Zhao Jun. Sister, brother-in-law, isn't he afraid of death? Zhao Jun thought about Lin Xian's recent feat and smiled. He probably really isn't afraid of death. Zhao Jun saw that his sister wasn't worried at all. Instead she laughed, and was also somewhat unable to understand. And at this time, there were only 2 empty rounds and 1 live round left in the gun. Lu Yanqing was still subdued by Lin Xuan's set of flowing movements. From the time Lin Xian took the gun, fired it, and sent it back, was there half a minute? Lu Yanqing was deeply skeptical. This man, oh no, this wasn't a man, this was a monster. He looked at the smiling Lin Xuan, then at the chips around him as well as the chips around himself, holding on to his luck. After all, 1/3, as long as he survived one more time, Lin Xian will definitely not dare next time, as long as he survived one more time. If he lost today, not only would he be penniless, he would also be in a lot of debt. Thinking about it, Lu Yanqing also gathered a breath and picked up his gun. Ka-ching. Surprisingly, it was another empty round. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yanqing laughed wildly to the sky. Survived again. He looked greedily at the 600 million chips on the table. In his mind, Lin Xian would definitely give up, as if the money was already his. In his mind, he was already fantasizing about how he should spend this money. At this point in time, there was already only 1 empty round and 1 live round left inside the gun. In other words, the probability of death at this point had already reached 1 in 2. However, all the crowd could see was that Lin Xian was still calm and composed as he took the pistol and pointed it at his head. Ka-ching. Another empty round. The mood of the crowd at this point could no longer be described as shocked. They were already numb from Lin Xian's shock. Zhao Jie also couldn't help but shout. Sister-in-law, brother-in-law is awesome. At this moment, he had been completely bowled over by Lin Xian's boldness. He even somewhat didn't understand how such an outstanding man could look at his fierce old sister. Zhao Juan's eyes were somewhat complicated as she looked at this handsome man. She also had to admire Lin Xian's boldness. If it was her, if she were in this situation, she wouldn't be able to be this calm and collected. But at this moment, Lin Xian didn't bother to look at the crowd's reaction. He just looked at Lu Yanqing with a faint smile. Boss LV, it's your turn. The faint sentence instantly made LV Yanqing already bile. His body was covered in cold sweat like he had just been fished out of the water. His smile was still hanging on his face. Really laugh than crying or ugly. He now deeply understands what is called 1 second heaven, the next second hell. How happy he was when he just fantasized about how to spend his money, and how desperate he was when he saw the gun in front of him at this moment. At this moment, there is only 1 bullet left in the gun. That is to say, at this time to shoot will certainly die. He was so scared in his heart that he instantly paralyzed from his chair. With a trembling voice, he looked at Lin Xian and said, I admit defeat. He took one last look at the weights on the table. He regretted it. Even if money was more important, it wasn't as important as life, was it? Only when one truly experienced a life hanging in the balance would one fear death. At this moment, he really felt death and was really afraid. He had already made up his mind that he would never gamble again in this life. Hearing him admit defeat, the crowd also came to their senses and let out a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that this boss Lu wouldn't be able to think straight for a moment and would really commit suicide. Lin Xian smiled, picked up the pistol and handed it over to Zhao Jie. Put it away. Be careful of rubbing the gun. Zhao Jie took it in a panic and carefully put it in his pocket. He looked incredulously at the chips on the countertop. That was $600 million. Brother-in-law had only used it for how long before making so much? And brother-in-law had just helped himself catch the mole. Zhao Jie's admiration for Lin Yuan had risen to a blinding level at this moment. Brother-in-law was truly his own nobleman. At this time, Lu Yanqing straightened his clothes. His face was earthy and gray, just like a dead man. But still, he sighed and slowly said, Mr. Zhao, it really is a beauty matching a hero. Miss Zhao has a good eye. He knew that Lin Xian was a figure that couldn't be recruited for any amount of money, and that he was the only one who was willing to help. Looking at Zhao Jie with some envy, he continued, Mr. Zhao, I've already lost. Now that I'm penniless, I can leave, right? Zhao Jie looked at his somewhat wretched appearance and didn't continue to pursue the matter of him bringing a gun in. Anyway, the $300 million was in hand. He looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, however, didn't make a decision for him and just said, this is your field, make up your own mind. Hearing Lin Kord's words, Zhao Jie signaled Boss Lu to leave, doing things to leave a thread. It would be good to see each other in the future. After all, a dog would still jump over the wall when pushed, let alone a human being. Boss LV greeted the experts he had found and was about to leave. Wait, Lin Xian's faint voice came over. Boss LV, I let you go, but I didn't let him go, right? After saying that, Lin Xian pointed his finger at the expert that Boss Lu had gotten. Zhao Jie was also a resourceful one. Immediately realizing that something was wrong, he gave his men a sign to detain this person. LV Yanqing frowned in confusion and looked at Lin Xian. Mr. Lin, what do you mean? Lin Xian didn't say anything, walked over to the man and reached out his hand. Prickla! Lin Xian ripped the man's sleeve right off. 2 playing cards fell out of the sleeve. It was the Ace of Hearts and the King of Spades. And this person's palm was strange. Born with 6 fingers, his 6th finger was still growing in the opposite direction upwards. Everyone looked on in shock, and the hall was silent for a moment. Zhao Jie, who saw the scene, was even more furious. Good you Lu Yanqing, how dare you cheat for me? No one dares to play this with me in my place. I think you really live too comfortably. The matter of bringing a gun, Zhao Jie could forget about it for the sake of him losing so much money. But cheating is a big deal that breaks the rules. He, Zhao Jie, absolutely could not tolerate it. Lu Yanqing looked at the angry Zhao Jie. A moment is also flustered. Speech are stuttering up. Zhao Gongzi, you, listen to me. This matter I am also completely uninformed. You do know me although I am a good gambler, but my gambling character is still very good you must believe me I am not the first time to play in your place. I've lost so much in the past. Which time have I ever thought about this crooked way? Chapter 32, The System Rewards Skills Again. Lin Xian walked towards the elevator with his arm around Zhao Jun, whispering as he passed by Zhao Jun, let him go, don't make a scene in your territory. It turned out that when Lin Xian had just come in, he was particularly interested in the expert that the junior brother was talking about. Looking at his profile, name, Lu Jin, age, 29, cell phone number, XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX, biggest black history, others say he is a superb gambler, while in reality he just cheats without getting caught. He has a natural polydactyly, and after training, he has a natural advantage in cheating. After seeing this information, Lin Yin paid special attention to this man. Sure enough, he saw that his right sleeve was a bit longer, and people wouldn't normally notice it. What appeared to be unnoticed was precisely the key to him being able to obtain the title of gambling master. Lin Xian didn't expose him at first, just to wait until the end before handing the person over to Zhao Jie to deal with. The two of them took the elevator and descended to the 10th floor. This floor was Zhao Jie's exclusive lounge area, and there were also lounges in this building that he had prepared for others. Zhao Jie, this is really a package, all under his eyes. So he was especially confident at first that there would be no mole on his side. Lin Xian inside the elevator suddenly had the system in his head. A familiar voice. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully punishing the evil and obtaining a system reward gift pack. Whether to open it now? Lin Xian had some expectations in his heart. It has always been the case that when the system produces something, it will be a fine product. He had helped to catch this cheating guy this time. How many families had he saved? The system's reward must be very good. With excitement in his heart, Lin Xian answered the system in his mind. Open the big gift package. Ding! Open the gift pack successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Master Piano level. Master Piano skill. The host will have world-class piano playing, listening, appreciation, tuning, and musicality. What? What kind of skill is this? What do I need this crap skill for? Lin Xian viciously spat at the system in his heart. Although knowing how to play the piano was indeed a thing to enhance one's style, but this is completely dispensable, okay? It's not practical, he thought in his heart. This crap skill is probably only good for playing a song when picking up girls and shocking the whole audience. Then make the little girl be impressed with him and fall in love with him, and then something indescribable would happen. Lin Xian was chilled to the bone by his own brain, and shivered fiercely. Next to him, Zhao Jun gave him a puzzled look. It's not cold here either. Forget it, it's better than nothing anyway. Lin Xian had to comfort himself with this. Zhao Jun raised his head and looked at him with interest. How did you do it? Lin Xian looked at her in confusion. Did what? Zhao Jun glared at him, still pretending to be confused with me here. That's right, you shot without hesitation like that. You must have already known that the bullet was in the last round. Lin Xian heard this but smiled with deep meaning. With such a fast rotation speed, how could I possibly see it clearly? The bullet wasn't even in the last one. Ah, Zhao Jun's eyes widened in some confusion, looking at Lin Xian without blinking. Lin Xian stretched out his hand at Zhao Jun, a cheap smile on his face. Want to know? Well said, $200,000. After saying this, he also shook his head, making it look like he had lost a lot of money. $200,000 to buy my exclusive secrets. What a bargain. Zhao Jun gave a cut. Is money the only thing in your eyes? Is it that in your heart money is everything and can buy anything? After saying that, he fell silent. Lin Xian sniffed and just smiled. Zhao, perhaps in your eyes money is just numbers, but in the eyes of people like us who have experienced days of poverty, money is just important. Although money can't buy anything, but with money, many problems are no longer problems, are they? Hearing Lin Xian's question, Zhao Jun actually choked for a moment. With a living environment like his own, naturally, he had never lacked money since he was a child, so naturally, he could not experience many of the troubles brought about by poverty. Both of them suddenly fell silent, until the ding sound called back the thoughts of the two. The elevator arrived, led by Zhao Jun. The two passed through two security doors and arrived in front of a large suite. Lin Xian was a little curious. The decoration style of this place was surprisingly different from the other gilded styles, full of rustic flavor. The furniture was all solid wood, and in the center, there were also fake mountains and flowing water. There were also some green plants decorating. Can't see that your brother is quite tasteful. Zhao Jun, however, laughed, where he has what taste, but the style of the home, according to the Gordo painting Ladybird, moved over just. He said that he would recognize a new environment. Lin Xian smiled at his words. Also, this kind of solid wood rustic decoration style, there should be very few young people who like it. Basically those who like it are elders with strength. The two continued to walk inside, and this time, some Western-style items appeared inside. Wine cabinets filled with red wine, foreign wine, a few abstract paintings. With this Chinese but not Chinese, Western but not Western style, it was no wonder that his own sister laughed. This taste is really, let a person not dare to praise. And what is even more out of place with this decoration is that a Bessendorf piano is placed next to the Chinese screen. Bessendorf piano is a world-famous piano brand. Produced in Austria, is the piano in The Aristocrat. Lin Xian naturally could not come into contact with this piano thing since he was a child, which was out of character with his life. To be able to see the extraordinary nature of this piano at a glance was all thanks to the ability that the system had just given him. However, he also couldn't imagine that someone like Zhao Jun would honestly sit down and play the piano. Zhao Jun seemed to have seen through Lin Xian's doubts. She walked over to the piano and faintly explained, "This is the 18th birthday gift that Ning Jie gave me." She smiled and looked at Lin Xian. "You must be curious as to why it's here since it's my birthday present." "You know what? I actually don't like playing the piano at all." Zhao Jun seemed to treat Lin Xian as a listener, who could listen to her grievances and talk about all these years, the past events that were buried in her heart. She seemed to be very happy, smiling all the time. As a daughter of the Zhao family, there are a lot of things that you can't help, such as learning the piano. She touched the non-existent dust on the piano. Even if she confiscated it, Ning Jie had sent someone to watch over it carefully every day, right? Actually, I don't like the piano at all. Not at all. Ning Jie has been closer to me since I was a child, and he went to great lengths to buy it back from abroad on my 18th birthday, and he was afraid that I would know about it, making it mysterious. You know what? When he sent it to me, it was full of anticipation, but it was scolded by me, so he left it here. Zhao Jun looked at the piano in front of her, as if she was remembering how she looked when Zhao Jie gave her the gift in person. Smiling, she sighed. Chapter 33, Are you teasing me? Lin nodded and joked. Indeed, the way you play the zither is really quite unimaginable. After saying that, he also raised his head in a fussing manner, making a thoughtful look. Zhao Jun just glared at him fiercely. This if someone dared to say this about her in the past, she would have been KD hard. If she didn't take a look in the mirror and look at herself, would anyone else dare to talk about her? But now, after hearing Lin Yuan's words, besides glaring at him, Zhao Yingjun didn't do anything else. She even reflected on it in her heart. Could it be that she was really too violent? Too fierce? A green jade finger scratched across the piano lid. Zhao Yingjun looked at this, never made a sound. Expensive piano. The heart unexpectedly a moment some indescribable flavor. In the fermentation. At first, he severely trained Yingjia that pass, although afterward did not affect the sibling relationship. But, at that time, Yingjia must have been very sad at that time, because after that, one had never heard anyone mention such things as the piano. Was she really a violent woman? Ha! That's not true. Why is the good self reflecting on it? What a joke. I can't believe that I'm being influenced by this stinky man, lady or whatever. It never had anything to do with myself. Wasn't your goal to be the demoness that everyone fears? Now this effect is just what I want. She was a strong woman who was stronger than many men. What's the matter with you? She disliked Lin Xian back. Sitting on the piano stool, she adjusted the piano to a comfortable position. Zhao Yingjun shook her head and lifted the lid of the piano. The black and white interlaced keys of the piano appeared in front of people for the first time. She straightened her body and placed her feet on the pedals. Her slender fingers were placed on the keys, and the elegant sound of the piano flowed slowly. The combination of various wonderful notes became a wonderful music that immersed people. The entire strangely styled room seemed to have been sublimated because of this piece of music. Even though Zhao Yingjun was very repulsed by the piano. But that's just a girl's adolescent reverse psychology. The family's persecution, so that she from the face of the piano on the antipathy. The compulsion of her family and the one-on-one teaching by a professional teacher made her surpass most of the piano students in terms of technique, even though she did not have any affection for the piano. This specialized learning lasted until she became an adult and finally got rid of the de facto family-driven situation. So her basic piano skills and foundation are very solid. The piece that young Jun Xiao played was the canon. It is a must-learn piece for any piano learner. This light and cheerful piece was completely oppressive and heavy for Zhao Yingjun. From the moment he touched the keys, when he practiced it over and over again, it seemed like it was just yesterday. If the person in front of him was Lin Xian before today, or any random ordinary person, he would have been immersed in this wonderful piece of music. But, the current Lin Xian had a master level of playing, and appreciation. Naturally, his feelings were different from ordinary people. Music that was wonderful in other people's ears was full of brokenness in Lin Kord's ears. Lin Kord frowned and shook his head. The tone was indeed accurate. The beat, too, was stuck right. These skillful things, she did handle them perfectly. However, the sound of her music was hollow. Such music is like a beautiful doll. Although gorgeous and beautiful, it has no soul. Zhao Yingjun's music was exactly like that. There is no emotion in her piano sound. The music played in this way was like a mechanical computer playing directly out. It was good to listen to, but it couldn't resonate. A pianist is judged by how well his music appeals to people and resonates with the listener. While technique can be practiced day in and day out, and it is one's muscles that familiarize themselves with each movement, emotion and soul, on the other hand, require talent and understanding. This was the gap between a master musician and an expert. At this moment, Zhao Yingjun was still playing, but Lin Xian was somewhat unable to listen anymore. His hands were already itching and his heart was also itching. He quietly came to Zhao Yingjun's hand, bent down, and attached his slender fingers to Zhao Yingjun's hand. Each finger overlapped. At this time, Lin Xian's head was just at Zhao Yingjun's shoulder. He turned his head and whispered in her ear, "Relax, leave it all to me." Warm breath came from her. Zhao Yingjun's hand stiffened and she played a wrong syllable. But fortunately Lin Xian was there and adjusted in time. Lin's fingers pressed on Zhao Yingjun's fingers, bringing her hand, dancing on the keys. Zhao Yingjun was a little shocked by Lin's move. This kid was too bold. Although he was his boyfriend, he didn't have to be this intimate. After thinking for a while, Zhao Yingjun was immersed in the sound of Lin Yin's music. She relaxed her body and completely handed over the initiative to Lin Xian. This feeling was marvelous. Zhao Yingjun realized she couldn't describe it. It was as if was a pool of stagnant water that suddenly came to life. At times it was like a trickle of water, slowly flowing, so gentle and gentle. Sometimes it is like a majestic river, rolling to the sea, magnificent. Under such an atmosphere, Zhao Yingjun slowly closed her eyes. In front of her, it seemed as if there were butterflies spreading their wings, swimming fish playing around, and eagles fluttering their wings. Everything seemed to come alive, drunk in the world of music. Zhao Yingjun relaxed everything about herself and gave everything to the man behind her who was carrying her. She forgot everything and just enjoyed the wonderful music that she had never felt before. And at this moment, Lin Xian's fingers suddenly increased in strength, and the style of the song suddenly changed. The music became grand and powerful. Zhao Yingjun, who was immersed in the music, felt it even more deeply. It was as if an explosion had occurred in her mind. Everything around her disappeared. Various images played before her eyes like a walking lantern. There was the change of times, the change of dynasties. There were ancient apes hunting, and there were modern long guns. Billions of years of historical development all unfolded before her eyes. This feeling almost suffocated her beyond her ability to bear it. It was as if she felt like she was in the depths of the ocean, desperately trying to dive ashore. It was as if she had seen the origin of life, the primitive dinosaurs, all sorts of animals, migrating, running. Everything exploded in her mind like a slideshow. It made her forget who she was, forgetting where itself was. As the last note fell, only then did Zhao Yingjun slowly open her beautiful eyes. The emptied thoughts returned to her body and returned to reality. It was then that she realized, the two of them were in a strange position. Lin Xian was practically clinging to her back, his arms wrapped around her arms, and every finger seemed to be connected together, and Lin Chuan's head, still resting on her shoulder. She could clearly sense the hot breath exhale from his nose. Zhao Yingjun twisted his head around, almost lips to lips, with a hint of a meaningful smile. Lin Xian, are you teasing me? Chapter 34, I bet you don't have bullets in your gun. Lin Xian smiled at his words. Ms. Zhao, I don't have the habit of teasing my employer. Zhao Yingjun quietly looked at Lin Xian. Doesn't this count as teasing? She used her eyes to signal Lin Xian to look at his body at the moment, which was basically attached to her own. Each other could feel the other's body heat. Ms. Zhao, as a person with good piano skills, hearing this emotionless tune, I think you should be able to understand my itchy hand behavior. Lin Xian spoke in a very calm voice. Zhao Yingjun, who disliked him, didn't know how to answer for a moment. Was he criticizing his own level? Seeing that Zhao Yingjun didn't say anything, Lin Xian continued to speak softly in an unperturbed voice. Ms. Zhao, I think our deal is still quite pleasant. You get the money, I do the work, isn't it? After saying this, Lin Xian also revealed a simple smile at Zhao Yingjun. Zhao Yingjun felt as if the tip of her nose could touch the other party's face. Just a trading relationship? She looked at Lin Xian's eyes again, too close for comfort, and seemed to be able to see how many eyelashes the other party had. Does the trading distance need to be this close? It seems like your entire being is pressed against me. Could it be that we are this kind of deal? After saying that, Zhao Yingjun deliberately leaned back so that her entire person was completely in Lin Xian's arms. She blinked her big beautiful eyes and smiled wryly. Mr. Lin, you seem to be taking advantage of me like this. Lin Xian, however, grunted with disinterest. Doesn't being a boyfriend have this power? The words just fell. Boom! The door of the room was suddenly slammed open, interrupting the conversation between the two. The two still maintained that tight posture. Sister, brother-in-law. The person outside the door was heard shouting before he even entered. Zhao Yingjie walked in just about to speak and saw his sister. Brother-in-law's posture at the moment. He somewhat snickered and deliberately covered his eyes with his hands. I didn't see anything really. Or you guys continue. I will come back later. You guys continue. And Zhao Yingjun and Lin Xian just looked at each other. Neither of them bothered Zhao Yingjun, nor did they back down at all. But this tense atmosphere caused Zhao Yingjie to mistakenly think that the duo were looking at each other. It was because the two of them were too close, and his sister was even being held in Lin Xian's arms encircling and fingers interlocked, which made him think this way. Zhao Yingjun made a gesture to withdraw his footsteps to walk out. Out of the corner of her eye, Zhao Yingjun caught a glimpse of her brother's movements, and she raised a bright smile. Reaching out, she stroked Lin Xian's face. What I like the most, is this about you? After saying that, she stood up and closed the piano, this time looking to her brother. All taken care of? Zhao Yingjie hurriedly nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Don't worry, sis, I listened to my brother-in-law's words. It didn't cause any deaths, and it was sent to the hospital. It turned out that Zhao Yingjie taught that person a lesson, abolished his hand as a price, and then sent to the hospital. After inquiring with the clubhouse attendant, he heard that his sister and brother-in-law had come to the lounge. Originally, Zhao Yingjie was still a little worried about whether his sister would be angry when she saw the piano, and rushed over with hurried feet. I didn't expect it's really a thing of the past. His own sister, who couldn't move without blowing up, was gently snuggled in his brother-in-law's arms, and it seemed that the two had just played a song together. I thought my sister didn't play the piano anymore, but as long as sister wasn't angry, it was good. At this moment, Zhao Yingjie's admiration for Lin Xian, it was really like a river, handsome looking, just like an ordinary harmless college student, but that means so ruthless that he was ashamed of himself, also knew so many secrets. Zhao Yingjie looked at Lin Xian with little stars in his eyes. At the moment in his heart, his brother-in-law was more intimate than his sister. Zhao Yingjun looked at his younger brother's unproductive worshipful appearance. She hummed lightly with disdain. Oof, it's not just helping you win some money, see how excited you are. Zhao Jun immediately rebutted his own sister with dissatisfaction. Sis, that's not a small amount. My entire turnover for a year is almost 300 million, and brother-in-law is so powerful. It's not about money at all, okay? After saying that he smiled and took out the pistol. Brother-in-law, I simply admire you too much. Are you even not scared at all? I don't have the courage and vigor like you. Lin Xian listened but didn't move and smiled, pointing at the gun in Zhao Yingjia's hand. You try it on yourself. Zhao Yingjia hastily shook his head. Just kidding, he wasn't stupid. There was only one last shot left. The bullet was bound to be inside. It wasn't like he was tired of living. Lin Xian watched him shake his head and smiled. Don't dare to try? Then you open it and take a look. Zhao Yingjia felt a bit puzzled as he listened to Lin Xuan's words, but still instinctively did as he said. He opened the revolver's wheel, but suddenly froze. Ha! Where's the bullet? What is this? Zhao Yingjun heard his brother's words and also came over. What's wrong? Zhao Yingjun took the gun and revolver in his hand and showed it to his sister, only to see that the wheel that was supposed to have bullets in it was empty at the moment. The bullets were not inside. The two of them looked at each other, not reacting for a moment, because at that time, it was the dealer who personally pressed the bullet in, and everyone present at that time saw it. Zhao Yingjun shifted his gaze to his younger brother. Zhao Yingjun quickly waved his hand. It wasn't me, sis, I didn't even touch it. At this moment, Lin Xian smiled faintly and took out an object from his pants pocket. Don't guess, it's here. He spread out his palm in front of the duo. In the center of his hand was clearly the disappearing bullet. How was this possible? The duo's hearts were filled with shock. It was Zhao Yingjia who didn't hold back and asked, Brother-in-law, how did you do it? It hasn't been long since this gun was in your hands. So many people didn't notice that the bullet was missing. Both siblings were recalling the bet they had just made. Lin Xian was quick whenever he shot, and basically the gun was rarely in his hands. Not to mention the fact that it was in full view of everyone. There was not the slightest chance. How did he do it? Zhao Yingjun was also thinking, and suddenly she revealed a smile of realization. I see. The other two people both placed their gazes on her. She looked at Lin Xian and said confidently, it was the first time you touched a gun. You're not someone who likes to be fancy, but at that time, you played with it twice in your hand. I was a little curious. It wasn't in your style, so that's when it turned out to be. You took the bullet out. Lin Xian sat down on the piano stool that Zhao Yingjun had just sat on, neither saying it was right nor denying it. Zhao Yingjun seemed to be enlightened at this point. No wonder. Lin Xian was so calm every time he shot himself in the head, as if it was as natural as eating and drinking. It turns out, there were no bullets in it at all. When faced with an empty gun, of course he wouldn't be afraid. Chapter 35, Zhao Yingjia's little scheme, battling Lin Yin. Thinking like this about how Lu Yanqing was so scared that he was about to pee his pants, it was simply too funny. Zhao Yingjia laughed unkindly. Ha ha, brother-in-law, you're really great. With a gurgle of his eyes, he came over to Lin Xian's side. Brother-in-law, this is also too powerful for you. How did you do it? Come teach me too. He pleasingly gave Lin Xian a few shoulder pounds. Lin Xian, however, just laughed helplessly. It's not that I won't teach you, it's that even if I teach you, you won't learn. Zhao Yingjia immediately drooped his head with some disappointment. Lin Xian looked at that shriveled look of his and thought for a moment, although this one doesn't work, it's good to teach you something else in a few days. When Zhao Yingjia heard this, he was instantly pumped up like chicken blood. He nodded his head busily. Okay, thank you brother-in-law. In his heart, he thought, brother-in-law is so powerful, teaching me anything must be a thief's skill. Lin Xian looked at his smiling face and shook his head. You two chat, I want to go to the bathroom. Zhao Yingjia immediately stood over. Brother-in-law, I'll take you there, it's right here. Lin Xian, however, waved his hand. You stay here with your sister, I'm such a big man, what's the point of accompanying? Zhao Yingjia was obedient and didn't say anything else, showing Lin Xian the way, until Lin Xian's figure disappeared. Zhao Yingjia immediately changed into a serious face, no longer seeing the silly look he just had in front of Lin Xian. He looked at his own sister seriously. Sis, what exactly does brother-in-law do? Why does he know so much information that none of us know? And the way he plays with guns, why is he so professional? Knows so many things that ordinary college students can't even touch. Is he really an ordinary college student? Although it was good that Lin Xian was powerful, Zhao Yingjun was somewhat worried for his sister. Although Zhao Yingjun was quite shrewd in business, just like Zhao Yingjia thought, she had never been in love and was extremely easy to be coaxed by smooth talkers. Although Lin Xian was not a smooth-talking man, his mysterious ability made Zhao Yingjun a little worried. Zhao Yingjun took a sip of tea and eased her mind. Actually, she didn't know much more than Yingjie. They had only just met today, and they weren't even familiar with each other. How could she possibly know those secrets of Lin Xian? After thinking about it for a while, She opened her mouth. What are you thinking about? Your brother-in-law is your brother-in-law. If he didn't have so many abilities, would your sister and I be able to look at him? Zhao Jun didn't answer his question head-on, but at this time, Zhao Jun utilized his petulant and sticky skills. Sister, good sister, just tell me. You just tell me. I'm your own brother, and I won't tell anyone else. Not to mention that I won't bring trouble to you guys. I'm just curious. Facing her own brother's pouting, Zhao Jun was somewhat helpless. She had no choice but to slate her face and take her hand to give her brother a hard chestnut. Ask what? Zhao Jun looked at his sister with aggression. Looking at her brother in this manner, Zhao Jun said hopelessly, your brother-in-law's matter. He should talk to you himself. If he wanted you to know, he would have naturally told you. What he doesn't want to tell you, it's useless for you to ask me. Zhao Jie sniffed and nodded, rubbing his head that was still a little sore from his sister's knock. He was used to it after so many years. He had already expected this outcome, but was just still a little curious. It wasn't that he doubted Lin Xian. He just had some admiration for the fact that he was so young, yet he knew a lot of what he didn't know and would what he wouldn't. From the time he was born, Zhao Jie basically hadn't come across anyone who was better than him in every aspect, and for a moment, he was a bit unable to hold back. But since his sister said so, then the coming day, he can slowly find the answer. Today's incident made him understand that this brother-in-law of his is really powerful, and is his own nobleman, although he helped himself to see that it was for his sister's face. Anyway, they are all family, do not care so much, but thinking of his sister's foul temper, what if one day brother-in-law can't take it anymore? Or if he pissed off his sister, he wouldn't let his brother-in-law help him? This woman is so violent. Rubbing his head that still hurt a little, Zhao Jie drummed in his heart. Sister, do you think I should give my brother-in-law a sum of money? Zhao Jie asked with some hesitation. On the one hand, he wanted to give his brother-in-law some money to thank him for his help today, but on the other hand, he was afraid that his brother-in-law would get angry when he saw the money and think that he had insulted him. After all, most people with abilities are arrogant. Zhao Jun sniffed, but was a bit surprised. Give money? Give him money for what? Zhao Jun looked at his sister with some disapproval. Sis, he has done our family such a great favor. In all reason we should show it, shouldn't we? We can't let people work for nothing, even if that's brother-in-law. You can't be like this. Zhao Jun glared at his stupid younger brother who was completely bribed. We're all family. It's only right to help out. You don't have to be deliberately thankful. Zhao Jun saw that his sister didn't agree and still lobbied hard. Not only did we catch out the undercover agent today, Lu Yanqing's $300 million, it was all put together by brother-in-law. Although we now know that there is no danger, but at that time it gave me a fright. And if not for my brother-in-law today, not to mention winning 300 million, what can be the result of today is not certain. That scum but with a gun in. I don't feel comfortable if we just pass by like nothing. Zhao Jun thought about it and felt that what his brother said was reasonable. And that Lin Xian person, didn't he just say the deal himself? You can handle this matter yourself. Seeing that his sister agreed, Zhao Jun let out a sigh of relief. In fact, the reason why he wanted to give Lin Court a sum of money so badly was not only because he was thankful for what happened today, he was also afraid that in case one day, Lin Xian and his own sister had a falling out, he wouldn't ignore himself when he thought about the money. After all, the hand that takes it is short. Zhao Jun was playing his own little game. This if Zhao Jun knew the small plans in his brother's heart, he would probably blow his head off. Not long after, Lin Xian came back. He was a little curious when he saw the two siblings with their own thoughts. What are you guys chatting about? The look of one deep in thought, Zhao Jie immediately stammered in response. No, nothing. He was afraid that his sister would tell him that he was going to give money to his brother-in-law. If brother-in-law didn't want it, wouldn't his own little scheme be in vain? After accompanying his sister and brother-in-law to chat for a while, Zhao Jie hurriedly left. After all, he was still in trouble and still had to find a way to meet Inspector Zhou and give him his things. Chapter 36, The Sorrowful Maiden. Only Zhao Jun and Lin Xian were left in the room. It's getting late. Let's go eat. Lin Xian thought about it. There wasn't much to do himself. Where to eat? Zhao Jun smiled. Go to a crowded place. The more people see the two of us together, the better. Just go to the Water House. Linny nodded non-committally. The Water Household could be said to be the iconic restaurant in Donghai City. The people inside were either rich or noble, and it was famous in the rich and powerful circle of Donghai City. The entire restaurant stood on top of a huge artificial lake. The environment was quiet and elegant, and inside were all private rooms with their own specialties, making it an excellent place for banquets and talking business. Of course, inside the water-famous family back and forth inside the people are either rich or noble. After all, the price there dissuaded many people. At least the previous Lin Xian had never been there. Lin Xian naturally understood what Zhao Yingjun meant. Zhao Yingjun's fame could be said to be unrecognized in the aristocratic circle, and she went to eat somewhere alone with a strange man. It was believed that it wouldn't be long before the powerful nobles of Donghai City knew that this flower of the high ridge had been picked off. As for those old codgers of the Zhao family, Lei Haolong would definitely be the first to receive the news as well. This was her attitude, the attitude she expressed to everyone. She, Zhao Yingjun, had a boyfriend. The two of them simply organized their clothes and went downstairs to go out. Sitting on that familiar Maybach, Zhao Yingjun's mood at this time and when she went, changed drastically. She gently leaned on the shoulder of the man beside her, and sighed in her heart at the increasing shock that this man brought to herself. The environment inside the car is quiet and calm. At the same time, on the outskirts of the city, in a villa area by the mountains and by the water, inside the room of one of the villas, a young girl was curled up on the bed. The quilt in her hand covered her head. She had already maintained this position for a whole day. Too many things had happened yesterday, leaving her physically and mentally exhausted. And without much thought, she returned home to wash and sleep. Yesterday she still took a sip of a drink tragically mixed with drugs. Only the dose was small enough that she didn't pass out, just that her brain was a little less clear. It was only when she woke up in the morning that she recalled what happened yesterday. She looked at her cell phone. The search page was still stuck at drawbridge effect, means that when a person crosses a drawbridge with fear, he or she will involuntarily have a faster heartbeat. If at this time, happen to meet a heterosexual, then he will be wrong to this situation caused by the heartbeat accelerated understanding of the other party to make their own heartbeat, only to produce the physiological reaction, and therefore to the other side of the breeding of love feelings. Shen Mengsong felt that she felt this way about Lin Xian, but it wasn't like she was wrong about Lin Xian. But love at first sight? That's right, she felt that she was in love at first sight with Lin Xian. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel chagrined again. Self-mutilatingly, she hammered her head. I'm so stupid. Why don't you take a look at his contact information? Aowa. Then how am I going to find him this way? She took her phone and looked at it again, losing count of how many times she had looked at the transfer records today. Avatar, 500,000 yuan. Payee, Lin Xian. Lin Xian's avatar was a picture of himself. Click. She picked up her phone and took a screenshot of Lin Cord's avatar and saved it in her phone. Staring at the photo, she giggled. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 37, Iron Tree Blossoms. The East China Sea business community was shocked. Lin Xian and Zhao Yingjun took a car together and arrived at the waterhouse. There were still seats inside the restaurant, but the two did not go there. Instead, they came to the water pavilion built next to the restaurant. There were some tables there as well, allowing guests to enjoy the scenery while dining. It was a favorite location for many people who simply came here to eat. Zhao Yingjun just wanted more people to see Lin Xian, so this was the best choice. The two had just sat down when the waiter came over with 2 cups of lemonade and a menu, ordering the dishes, waiting for the dishes. During this gap in time, sure enough, many people came over to say hello. Boss Zhao, what a coincidence. You came over for dinner today as well. A middle-aged uncle with glasses greeted Zhao Yingjun with a smile. Mr. Qiu, what a coincidence. Zhao Yingjun smiled politely. Qiu Xiaoyuan, 47 years old, Innovation Group's boss, major shareholder, doing electronic parts business, married twice, has a son and a daughter. Currently Innovation Group's business is very good, can be said to be flourishing. People naturally are also full of spring. But in fact, Qiu Xiaoyuan and Zhao Yingjun in business is no interaction. After all, one is to do clothing fashion aspect of the company, and do the electronics industry company is naturally 8 pole cannot fight. But the rich man's network, not that there must be business contacts will be familiar. All are a circle of people, more opportunities for contact, a variety of business cocktail parties, big shot birthday party, other people in the circle to do wedding and so on. Everyone understands the truth. More friends, more roads, more enemies, more walls. Even if Zhao Yingjun, usually private, is not too much like this kind of socializing, but the people who know, family members have introduced her. After all, she had a unique resource advantage. In a group of rich people's party, Zhao Yingjun always attracts the most attention. She was too young, very beautiful, and had a family background that others could not envy, which led to her not needing to take the initiative to do anything on any occasion, because others would take the initiative to make friends with her. Zhao Yingjun exchanged a few pleasantries with Qiu Xiaoyuan. Qiu Xiaoyuan turned his words around and asked with a smile, "This one is your younger brother?" Of course Qiu Xiaoyuan wasn't asking about Zhao Yingjun, the prestige of the underground emperor. How could anyone in Donghai City not know about it? However, the Zhao family is a large family. This generation naturally cannot only have 2 siblings. Who knows if this one is a side branch receiving attention, because Lin Xian was too young, nor was he a noble son of any family he remembered. It was even less likely to be a business partner. it was impossible to sit outside when talking business. Zhao Jun smiled and said sweetly, "No, this is my boyfriend, Lin Xian." She introduced herself to Lin Xian again. "Honey, this is Mr. Xiao from the innovation group." Lin Xian got up and was just about to shake hands with the other party, but the other party reached his hand over first. The two shook hands. Greetings were exchanged. "Nice to meet you." Xiao Shaoyuan greeted him without moving on the surface, but inwardly, he was shocked. If it wasn't for so many years of experience, he almost couldn't hold his expression. Zhao Yingjun, the strong woman in the circle, is notorious. After so many years, this flower of the high ridge had never fallen in love, and everyone said that she probably didn't like men. But, just now, Zhao Yingjun called her darling. How could Xiao Shaoyuan, who had known her for a long time, not be surprised by this? "Mr. Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you." "Ha ha ha, Mr. Lin is really a talented man, and Boss Xiao is really a match made in heaven." Xiao Shaoyuan's head was spinning very quickly. He complimented Zhao Yingjun once more when he complimented Lin Xian. Lin Xian just smiled and responded, "Thank you, Mr. Xiao is polite." After saying that, he and Zhao Yingjun exchanged glances. "Ha ha ha, I wonder where Mr. Lin is now in his senior position?" Xiao Shaoyuan smiled broadly and chatted. "Just graduated from university, helping out in Yingjun's company," Lin Xian said indifferently. This was said even though it sounded like a soft food. Freshly graduated college student, with no job of his own, helping out in his girlfriend's company. But, this was Zhao Yingjun's boyfriend. For so many years, how many everyone's sons had pursued Zhao Yingjun, and all of them were rejected mercilessly. How could her boyfriend be an average guy? So when he heard Lin Xian say that he was a fresh graduate, what went through Xiao Shaoyuan's head was, is this a young son of some family that hasn't been announced yet? Just with Zhao Yingjun's condition, talent, education, and background, the one who could get into her eyes couldn't be an ordinary person. "Boss, the guest you invited has arrived." Behind Xiao Shaoyuan, an assistant-like person came over and whispered by his side. "Ha ha, sorry you two. I've disturbed your date. I'll host us for a casual dinner some other day. My client over there has arrived. I'll go over first." Boss Xiao's business is booming, Xiao Shaoyuan said with a smile. Zhao Yingjun also responded with a smile. "Okay, you go ahead and have a prosperous business." Xiao Shaoyuan turned around and walked away with hurried steps. While walking, he was still pondering. Whose family's son was this Lin Xian? I haven't heard of any big shot surnamed Lin either. He instructed the assistant beside him to look into it sometime. Xiao Shaoyuan is a good person. He likes to make friends, and he's also an officer of the East Sea Chamber of Commerce. Seeing the person walk into the chamber, Zhao Yingjun then looked at Lin Xian and briefly introduced him. Lin Xian smiled and nodded as he sipped his water. After a few minutes, the second person who greeted him came. "Boss Xiao, long time no see." This time, the one who came over was a tall and thin man around 40 years old, accompanied by a beautiful young female companion who was not his wife at first glance. "Mr. Lin, hello, hello." The tall and thin man reached out his hand and shook Lin Xian's hand. It was almost the same process. This tall and thin man, just like Xiao Shaoyuan just now, didn't even hide the shock on his face after realizing that Lin Xian was Zhao Yingjun's boyfriend. After he left, Zhao Yingjun briefly introduced him. Dong Lai, the general manager of Xinxing Group. The second shareholder, the major shareholder, is his father, the family heir that has been confirmed. The one just beside him is one of his lovers. Lin Xian didn't pay too much attention to these people and just nodded. After that, a few more people came over successively to greet Zhao Yingjun, and when they heard that Lin Xian was her boyfriend, they all reacted in the same way. The people who came here to eat were either rich or noble, so those who came over to say hello were all well-known figures in Donghai City. The dishes finally came up. The two of them were eating while speaking softly, and also occasionally pinching each other's dishes. It looked like a couple in love. Zhao Yingjun in private is rarely show up. The party is also can be pushed. A lot of things are pushed to the younger brother Zhao Yingjie, so a lot of people who did not come over to say hello, but also put a curious gaze over. Think not a few days, Donghai City, the upper circles will know. Zhao Yingjun made a boyfriend. The relationship is also very close. Chapter 38, the bath center technician married to a magnificent family. Yo, isn't this MS? Zhao, what a coincidence. At this time, a woman's eerie greeting came over. Zhao Yingjun didn't like being addressed as Miss Zhao. Only on special occasions did she not feel offended. The people around her basically called her Boss Zhao. She personally liked this title, as it was more in line with her identity as a strong woman. At the moment, Zhao Yingjun frowned as she listened to the words of the visitor. Hearing the other party's nonchalant words, Lin Xian also looked up for a while. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, ding, name, Hua Xiaoshuan, age, 28, phone number, XXXXXXXXXXXXXXX, biggest black history, formerly known as Hua Xiu Xiu, She had previously been working in a bath center before marrying into a wealthy family through plastic surgery. She is the wife of Deng Gaoga, a wealthy businessman in East China Sea. However, the child of the two was not born to Deng Gaoga. In actuality, it was conceived from her cheating with Hua Dai, who pretended to be his cousin, and the two of them also devised a plan to murder Deng Gaoga's life and embezzle his property. With a familiar system prompt, Lin Xian looked at the black history of the woman in front of him. He gave a silent mocking smile. The visitor was wearing a foreign haute couture dress, holding a Hermes limited edition women's bag with a huge sapphire ring, looking around 30 years old, with big wavy curly hair. Her features were still very delicate. It was the makeup that was too thick and looked a little mean. Zhao Jun ignored her and softly introduced herself to Lin Xian. Her name is Hua Xiaoshang. She's from the nearby Lu village. Her husband is Tang Gaoga, the chairman of the Hangshan group, and she married into a wealthy family by virtue of her mother's resources. Relying on her husband's resources, she set up the Flower Frost Fashion Limited Company, which specializes in clothing. So she was the director of Zhao Juan's competition company. Lin Xian took another look at the noblewoman in front of him. This person's own taste was like this, and she could still open a clothing company? Looks like her husband didn't invest much. Lin Yin smiled gently. This cannot be jealous? The ability is not as good as Zhao Jun. The body also cannot fight. It is not easy for the mother to marry into the rich family by virtue of the son, or by virtue of intrigue and trickery. Lin Xian shook his head. Zhao Jun introduced to Lin Xian in a low voice. Ing Jie and this person's husband, Tang Gaoga, have a very good personal relationship. This person, Deng Gaoga, started out in the demolition business and was also involved in some grey tactics before setting up a real estate company and successfully clearing his name. He is a bold and righteous person. When he was young, he once blocked a knife for his brother and almost didn't save him. Lin Xian was a little saddened that such a person had married such a wife. Lin Xian, who originally did not intend to meddle in other people's business, mentally quietly decided on one thing. Zhao Jun had actually never understood how such a brash person like Deng Gaoga would marry such a wife. Could it be because of giving him a son? So it's Mrs. Deng. Did Boss Deng not come along? Zhao Jun responded in a salty manner. Zhao Jun was too lazy to bother with this woman with brain problems. She had always treated Zhao Jun as an enemy, but in Zhao Jun's opinion, this person didn't even deserve to be her opponent. The reason why she didn't care about her rudeness was just that she had a good personal relationship with her husband. Deng Gaoga, my husband is outside the door. He'll come in when the guests arrive. Hua Xiaoshang said and looked at Lin Xian again. Ms. Zhao, this is your boyfriend? Zhao Jun knew that this woman was picking a fight again. She just gave a faint Yo-ho, when did Ms. Zhao have a hobby of harboring a white boy? Hua Xiaoshang shouted exaggeratedly, not caring in the slightest that she was being watched by many people. On the contrary, she felt prouder that someone was watching, and she just couldn't stand to see Zhao Jun looking like an ice beauty all day long. Seeing that Zhao Jun had no intention of ignoring her, she continued, Ms. Zhao, you should be almost 30, right? Is this little white boy of yours 20 years old? It's not bad looking. You're eating young grass with this old cow. You're eating at a very high level. Hua Xiaoshuang's words attracted many people to look this way, but actually, Zhao Jun didn't care much about these words. It was just that this woman had already provoked to such a degree that there was no need to hold back herself. Zhao Jun had always believed that well water does not offend river water. What this woman did today had touched her bottom line. She had just raised her hand when Lin Xian reached out and pressed it down. Lin Xian knew that she wanted to slap this woman to teach her a lesson, but there was no need for that, because it worsened her relationship with Tang Gaoga. So, Lin Cord opened her mouth first. Did you get too much hyaluronic acid on your face? Acting like a shrew, disturbing everyone's meal. What did you say, little white boy? Lu Caixio slammed the table. Splat. Lin Xian replied with a full face. Isn't it on the face? Then did you cut your chin or open your eyes and hurt your nerves? Screwed up the brain? Put. Zhao Jun couldn't help but laugh out loud as he listened to Lin Xian's words of dislike. Some of the other people who heard Lin Xuan's words also laughed along. Hua Xiaoshan heard everyone's laughter and became even more frantic. You shut up, little white face. I don't have plastic surgery. It was a secret that she had plastic surgery. Her husband didn't even know. She was very happy with her current appearance, and she was particularly sensitive to any topic of plastic surgery, and usually didn't even talk about it. Now that it was said out loud like this by Lin Yuan, Hua Xiaoshang exploded like a cat that had its tail stepped on. As for the plastic surgery, this was merely the most insignificant thing in the black history that Lin Xuan saw. He didn't want to meddle in these idle matters, but he couldn't resist the fact that some people were looking for their own deaths. As the saying goes, you can't live with your own sins. Lin Xian didn't mind helping her out. Alas, why do I suddenly feel that you look somewhat familiar? Lin Xian pretended as if he had just seen it and looked at Hua Xiaoshang seriously. Hua Xiaoshang was a little hairy from his stare. Lin Xian then added, "Did you used to work in any bath center?" Splat. This sentence was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, blowing up Hua Xiaoshang a bit dizzy, because she really did work in a bath center before. That was 10 years old history. She thought no one knew about it anymore. And she didn't do it for long. She went for plastic surgery, and then she fell in love with her current husband. She hurriedly retorted loudly to hide her panic. You're the one who worked in a bathhouse. Your whole family has been in a bath center. Bloody-minded dog. Hua Xiaoshang's face turned red and she started to throw a fit. Lin Xian, however, just looked at her and shook her head, saying softly, "Quality sister. Shouting in a place like this, can you stand up to your status? If you don't think of yourself, you have to save some face for your husband too. Those bad habits you picked up from doing that kind of thing all those years, change them." Hua Xiaoshan was practically about to vomit blood from Lin Yan's anger. He didn't understand where Zhao Wengjun, that stuffy person, had found this sharp-tongued little white boy. The important thing was that he also knew so many of his secrets. While his heart was flustered, his hands were holding the bag and about to smash it against Lin Xian. As she smashed it, she was still screaming, "I'll let you frame my mother. Today, I'm going to make you look good." Chapter 39, You're finished, kid. Splat. A crisp sound rang out, but the bag did not hit Lin Xian. Zhao Wengjun's bodyguard blocked in front of Lin Xian. When he came out tonight, Zhao Wengjun had also brought his bodyguards with him. Although there weren't as many as during the day, it was still enough to handle this kind of small scene. The bodyguard turned back. His eyes had the meaning of asking for instructions, wanting to ask her what to do next. Zhao Wengjun didn't say too much. After all, Lin Xian had already transferred the trouble to himself. Now it was up to Lin Xian to deal with it. Besides, Zhao Wengjun couldn't even look at a retard like Hua Xiaoshuang and didn't take her seriously. She was more concerned about Tang Gaoge than Hua Xiaoshuang. The Zhao family siblings were powerful and could be called the over-river dragon of the Eastern Sea. However, Tang Gaoge was a veritable local snake on the ground in East Sea. This was one of the reasons why the Zhao siblings were on good terms with Tang Gaoge. The right temperament was only one aspect. What's more important is that the strength is commensurate. We are all on an equal footing. If we cooperate, 2 benefits. If we are enemies, 2 injuries. This was the only way to be friends. Regarding Lin Chun's dislike of Hua Xiaoshuang, Zhao Wengjun didn't have too much psychological burden. Although she hadn't known Lin Chun for a long time, she could sense that Lin Chun wasn't a reckless person who was trying to show off his tongue. Lin Chun said in public that Hua Xiaoshang had plastic surgery and had been a lady. Do you really think Deng Gaoge is easy to bully? Let's see how he would go round. Mrs. Deng, please remain calm. The bodyguard stopped Hua Xiaoshang. But Hua Xiaoshan was as crazy at the moment. She just wanted to use her bag to smash Lin Chun to death before giving up. Snap! Losing her patience, Hua Xiaoshan slapped the bodyguard. Get lost! The bodyguard, who was 1 meter 9 tall and whose arms were thicker than Hua Xiaoshuang's thighs, did not move a muscle. Ma'am, calm down. It's not appropriate to get angry here. Zhao Wengjun narrowed her eyes. These personal bodyguards were all her close friends and had followed her for many years. Zhao Wengjun stood up. Just then, wife, what's going on? Why are you arguing for a good reason? Near the main entrance on the first floor of the restaurant, a middle-aged man in his 50s with dark skin and a strong body shouted out. This was Tang Gaoge, 55 years old, chairman of the East Sea Julie Group, vice president of the East Sea Chamber of Commerce, one of the top 10 tycoons in East Sea, a businessman with access to both the political and business worlds, and a huge amount of energy. Today, Tang Gaoge came to invite someone to dinner. Just outside the door there is something to discuss with the guests. So he first let his wife into the restaurant. I didn't expect that after the matter was dealt with and the guests came, the wife was as mad as crazy to go and beat up someone. In this situation, no matter who was right or who was wrong, he must go over to defend his wife. Otherwise, the chairman of the board of directors, even his own wife cannot protect. That face will not look good. But after Zhao Wengjun appeared in sight, Deng Gaoge understood what was going on. It must have been his wife who had nothing to do and went to break up with Zhao Wengjun. Tang Gaoge is not a cutie. Tang Gaoge is not a cutie. What is his wife's character? What kind of woman Zhao Wengjun is? He has a clear understanding in his heart. Seeing her husband come over, just a moment ago and crazy like flowers, Xiao Frost instantly calmed down. Immediately a pathetic weak look came to Tang Gaoge's front. Zhao Wengjun also salty greetings at this time. Big brother Tang is here. Tang Gaoge nodded and apologized to Zhao Wengjun. Boss Zhao. What a coincidence. His own wife had been fighting with Zhao Wengjun, something that almost the entire East Sea knew. As for Zhao Wengjun not slapping Hua Xiaoshuang to death in one go, Tang Gaoge also knew that it was due to his own face. Hubby, this little white boy scolded me. Not only did he say that I'm ugly, he also said that I'd been a chicken. At this time, Hua Xiaoshuang was crying like a pear. in stark contrast to her previous acerbic savagery. What? Tang Gaoga's complexion changed, and a cold light emerged from his eyes. As a billionaire, a successful person, a big shot with a big name in East China Sea, one could be scolded, one could lose money, but one just couldn't be humiliated like this. His own wife is a chicken. Then what has he become? Deng Gaoga Jianghu gas is very heavy. Face is valued as life in general. If you don't take the heat for your wife today, how can Tang Gaoga get a foothold in the future? What's more, not only are there outsiders present, but also the guests they invited are also there. It's alright, don't cry, hubby is here, don't be afraid. After comforting Hua Xiaoshang, Tang Gaoga followed his wife's resentful eyes towards Lin Xian. Seeing Lin Xian and Zhao Jun walking close to each other, Tang Gaoga frowned and asked, Boss Xiao, your friend? If it wasn't for Zhao Jun's sake, he high and low had to give Lin Xian a punch. From the tone of voice, Zhao Jun could also hear that Tang Gaoga was pressing fire. However, she remained composed and said, his name is Lin Xian. He's my boyfriend. That is, the little white boy that your wife talks about. Zhao Jun wasn't afraid of falling out with Tang Gaoga. Everyone was evenly matched, and if they really fought, it didn't seem like anyone would be afraid of anyone. Tang Gaoga was surprised again. Your boyfriend? Zhao Jun is known as the iceberg beauty, in addition to her own brother, has not seen her easily give any man a good face, now suddenly out of a boyfriend? And listen to the tone of Zhao Jun. Seems to be for this young man, with their own bar. Hua Xiaoshang started to splash around again. It's the little white boy, am I wrong? You're a 30-year-old spinster who didn't get married, and now you're looking for a 20-year-old youngster to be your boyfriend. What is it if it's not an adopted gigolo? Wife. Tang Gaoga glared back at Hua Xiaoshang. He wants to save face. It's a full set. Not only he has to protect his wife can't be like a village shrew. Hua Xiaoshang cried out again. They bullied me, ganging up to bully me. What they just said is even worse than what I'm saying now. Tang Gaoga momentarily softened his heart again, and he said in a kind voice, Fine, hubby will help you out. You stop talking for now. Feeling that it was time for him to get on the stage, Lin Xian told his bodyguard to step aside and took the initiative to extend his hand. Hello Boss Deng. I'll introduce myself in person now. My name is Lin Xian. Deng Gaoga glanced at him with a you're done expression on his face, and actually extended his hand. It was just that he held Lin Xian's hand with a very strong force. Lin Xian, however, pulled smoothly and leaned his shoulder against Deng Gaoga's shoulder. At the same time, his left hand pressed Deng Gaoga's right shoulder, tilted his head, and whispered in Deng Gaoga's ear for a while. Originally, subconsciously, Deng Gaoga wanted to push Lin Xian away. However, Lin Xian's words caused his entire body to freeze. The next scene was incomparably shocking. Tang Gaoga, who had just pulled his anger value to full capacity, actually listened to Lin Xian's words peacefully and honestly. At the same time, Tang Gaoga's expression changed very wonderfully. Chapter 40, What This Man Said. Lin Yin did not have a bad impression of Deng Gaoga. He was a brash and righteous person, and he was willing to do both for his friends. Having just looked at him, the information given by the system was, name, Deng Gaoga, age, 41, black history, in the past, during the demolition process, used illegal means to smash up a competitor's company. There were 2 stab wounds at the inner thighs, nearly infertile and under treatment. Also once abandoned his estranged wife, Zhang Huixia. Zhang Huixia was pregnant at the time, but Deng Gaoga did not know. Zhang Huixia raised her daughter alone and insisted on not remarrying. Her daughter is named Zhang Gaomen and she is also married. Now Zhang Huixia has a granddaughter and grandson. Over the years, Deng Gaoga has been indebted to both mother and daughter. With these, it was enough to impress Tang Gaoga. Lin Xian then quickly said, You have 2 stab wounds to your thighs and are still receiving treatment. How can you have a child so soon? So your child isn't your own. It's the seed left behind by your wife cheating on you with her cousin. I bet your child doesn't look like you, right? Your wife's last name isn't even Lu either. Her original name is Hua Xiao. Her cousin is Hua Dai. This information quickly fermented in Deng Gaoga's mind, and then exploded with a bang. The old wound on his thigh had always been the biggest humiliation and secret in his heart. In addition to the dead friends of that year, no one knows. Even Hua Xiaoshang had kept it from him. Of course he knew Hua Dai. This was one of the old gang that fought with him back then, and one of the few people who knew that he had a sterility thing going on. There had also been rumors about his marriage with Hua Xiaoshang in the outside world, especially the fact that the child he gave birth to did not look like him was especially controversial. However, because the paternity test showed that everything was normal, he had to bury his suspicions in his heart. These are all thorns in his own heart. How did this Lin Xian know so much when he met himself for the first time? Lin Cord continued to speak in a rapid-fire pace. I'm a private detective, and Hua Xiaoshuang had an enemy who asked me to investigate her before I learned a bunch of her. Seeing that you are quite righteous, I couldn't bear the thought of you being cheated. That's why I told you. I'm telling you, the fact that you and Hua Xiaoshang, also known as Hua Xiao, were able to get to know each other was all a setup by Hua Dai. They're after your family's fortune. If you don't believe me, send someone to check them out and see if it's what I said. Tang Gaoge was in the end an old man. He quickly calmed down, endured the shame and indignation in his heart and gritted his teeth. But, I've done a paternity test. Lin Xian laughed. That kind of thing. When you have money you can do it for real. You can't do it for fake? Hua Dai has been by your side for many years. How is it possible that he can't even get this fake? If you don't believe me, secretly find one more organization to do it. I guarantee you'll have a surprise. If you don't believe me, I can tell you a way to scam her a little. In fact, this kind of words, how much other people say Deng Gaogo is hard to believe. But the fact that Lin String said he was a private detective and also really told the secret stories of his past proved his business level. Moreover, he had previously doubted whether this child who didn't look like himself was his own flesh and blood or not. Now that he had heard all of this, he was already compelled to personally verify it. Everyone at the scene was watching Lin Yin and Tang Gaogo whispering, as close as good brothers. Zhao Yingjun was especially puzzled. When the two of them were leaning together, she thought that Deng Gaoge had pulled over Lin Chun with force to try to make a move, and she was ready to have her bodyguard go over to help Lin Chun. She didn't expect Tang Gaoge to obediently whisper with Lin Chun. After so many years of dealing with Deng Gaoge, Zhao Yingjun understood his temper. If he could be unreasonable, he would try to be unreasonable. If he was reasonable, then he was forced to do so. It is also this kind of Jianghu style of doing things that makes Tang Gaoge look especially different and dangerous. Right now, he was actually well behaved like a little brother. What exactly did Lin Chun say to him? Just as Zhao Yingjun was curious, Lin Chun's advice was finished. It's up to me to say it or not. It's up to you to listen or not. Lin Chun patted Tang Gaoge's right shoulder and let go of his hand. Tang Gaoge grimaced and slowly turned back to look at Hua Xiaoshuang. Tang Gaoge's hands had a death grip on the belt of his pants. This was a sign that he was suppressing his anger. Tang Gaoge's temper was fiery, but he was not someone who would explode anytime, anywhere. He knew when to hold back and when to let it all out. Hua Xiaoshang has not seen this expression of Tang Gaoge, and was a bit vain. Husband, what's wrong with you? She didn't know what exactly Lin Chun had said to Tang Gaoge, and was actually able to make Tang Gaoge shift his anger to his side. But associating this with the fact that Lin Court had actually accurately spoken about her past unsavory occupation, Hua Xiaoshan was very scared in her heart. She didn't become a chicken for anything but to get money easily. As long as she could get money, she was capable of being shameless. This included plotting to hack Deng Gaoge's money. Now that the past had been revealed, she had an uneasy feeling. The people around her also stretched their necks, trying to figure out what was going on. The atmosphere gradually became weird. Tang Gaoge suddenly spoke. Yesterday, did Hua Dai look for you? Hua Xiaoshang froze. In order to hide her name from Tang Gaoge, she had not only changed her name, but also pretended not to be familiar with Hua Dai, except for the New Year's festivals. When Tang Gaoge invited his brothers to a dinner party and the two would meet directly, it had always been a secret rendezvous. How did Tang Gaoge suddenly ask about this? Could it be that he knows something? Hua Xiaoshang hurriedly said. No. Tang Gaoge added. Then where did you go? Hua Xiaoshang tensed up again. I went shopping. Tang Gaoge looked at her expression and felt that it was already 8 or 9. A wave of grief and anger surged up. I asked Hua Dai yesterday. He said that she had seen you. Hua Xiaoshang instantly tensed up. Is that so? I remembered. While shopping, was seeing him, then, Without waiting for Hua Xiaoshuang to finish her lie, a clear and loud slapping sound rang out. Those who heard it subconsciously felt one side of their face go numb. Hua Xiaoshuang directly flew out with her entire body, and when she landed, her head even knocked onto a large vase. Blood instantly flowed from the corners of her mouth, her forehead, and her face covered in heavy makeup, especially the half of the face that was hit. It was swollen, and the left and right sides were extremely asymmetrical. This scene caused those present to be shocked again. Tang Gaoge had always been very doting towards his petite wife, so how did he suddenly strike, and hit so hard? It was simply the same as hitting one's enemy. Even Zhao Yingjun, who had always been calm, followed suit and was startled. She also remembered that every time Hua Xiaoshuang had trouble with herself, after all kinds of trips and disgusting paths, it was Tang Gaoge who secretly found himself and asked him to be more tolerant of Hua Xiaoshuang. The image of a husband who doted on his doting wife was still fresh in her mind. So how did he change? Zhao Yingjun looked at Lin Chun with more awe than at the angry Tang Gaoge. What exactly did this man just say? Can there be so much magic? Chapter 41 Tang Gaoge's unusual behavior. Tang Gaoge looked at Hua Xiaoshang, who was bleeding on the ground, without any sympathy on his face. Take her back to rest, keep a good eye on her, and don't let her go out. Hearing this, The bodyguards that Tang Gaoge brought with him went over to pull up Hua Xiaoshan, who had already fainted, and then assisted in walking quickly outside. Tang Gaoge looked towards Lin Xian, and after taking a deep breath, he didn't say anything for a long time. He then turned to the others as well as his own guests with a smile full of apologies on his face. Everyone, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to see you all laugh. My family's mother-in-law doesn't know any better and was spoiled by me, spoiling everyone's fun. Mr. Tang is here to make amends to everyone. I'll punish myself with 3 cups later. Ha 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 ha. Family matters were family matters after all. Tang Gaoge would not allow these to affect his business. Having already lost his face, he still had to maintain a bit of decency. The crowd also reacted quickly, although it was Tang Gaoge who was apologizing to himself. But Tang Gaoge was a big shot in the absolute sense. Boss Tung, how dare we accept your wine? Boss Tung, just go about your business. We're fine. The people in the restaurant politely showed their goodwill and dispersed at the same time. Tang Gaoge nodded with satisfaction and looked at the restaurant's manager. Manager, the consumption of everyone present today will be put on my account. Also, add 2 more bottles of Mao Tai for each table. Understand? How could the manager not understand? He said repeatedly. Understand. Understand. Boss Deng, don't worry. It will be done beautifully. The guests knew it by heart and thanked them again. After drinking the wine, they could no longer talk nonsense. When it was almost time, Tang Gaoge returned to his guests. There weren't many guests, just 6. The leader is a middle-aged man with a fat body. Wearing a suit looks very elegant, but also through a strong business style. Tang Gaoge did not wait for him to open his mouth and said, Big brother, sorry messed up for such a long time. When let you see the joke. The middle-aged man shook his head and asked in a low voice, Big brother Tang, are you alright? After working together for many years, the appearance of Tang Gaoge getting angry was really rare for them. Tang Gaoge waved his hand without any extra words. It's all because of my unintelligent mother-in-law. Don't mention it, don't mention it. From the conversation just now, the others knew nothing other than they could sense that Hua Xiaoshan was intentionally hiding something. It was even more unlikely that they could associate it with the fact that Tang Gaoge's son was not his own. Lin Xian looked on and nodded. His vision was good. Tang Gaoge was indeed a qualified old man. There was a world of difference in the results obtained when a matter was approached in different ways. If the conspiracy of Hua Xiaoshan was revealed on the spot, as well as Tang Gaoge's scandals, then he could manage to make Hua Xiaoshan die on the spot socially. But with Tang Gaoge's wealth and business specifications, it's not impossible for him to be on the hot seat and make the headlines of various newspapers and magazines. For example, billionaire's wife murdered her husband for many years, and even her children are not her own. These kinds of headlines and topics were enough to start a network frenzy. After analyzing the situation, Lin Xian felt that Tang Gaoge was a person worth knowing, so there was no need to make things so desperate. One more friend with great energy or one more enemy with great energy. Lin Xian remembered the account in his heart clearly. Tang Gaoge laughed again. Alright, boss brother, you guys go up and eat first. I still have some things to talk about on my side, said to the assistant beside him. Take the guests to the box. I'll take care of them for me. The assistant nodded. Don't worry boss, leave it to me. After saying this, he made a pleased gesture and directly invited the guests upstairs. After Zhao Yingjun sat down, he held a wine glass in his hand, but hesitated to drink. Instead, he kept staring at Lin Xian. Lin Xian tilted his head and stared at Zhao Yingjun as well. What for? Looking at me like I'm a thorn in his side. Zhao Yingjun cocked her head, her eyes still staring at Lin Xian. It was as if she really wanted to see through Lin Xian with those eyes. At this time, Tang Gaoge walked in again. Boss Zhao. I'm sorry. I've been lax in my own parenting, and I've caused you trouble again. I promise that in the future, I will definitely not let her come out and disgrace herself again, beating his wife because of this kind of thing? Of course Zhao Yingjun wouldn't believe it, and this excuse, it was too much of a fall. In fact, Tang Gaoge's heart was also twisted, and he didn't know how much Zhao Yingjun knew about himself as Lin Xian's girlfriend, so it was mainly to other people that he said these words. It was better than letting others know that he was mad because he was cuckolded. Zhao Yingjun put down his wine glass and smiled. Boss Tang is polite. I won't take it to heart. Tang Gaoge looked at Lin Xian again, as if he knew what he would say. Lin Xian said without waiting for Tang Gaoge to speak. Why don't we go out and talk more? Tang Gaoge was just about to do that and nodded his head. Good. Lin Xian patted Zhao Yingjun's shoulder and said, I'll go and return. After saying this, he got up and followed Tang Gaoge towards the door. Zhao Yingjun turned his head to look at the back of the two, and his face became even more unbelievable. Going out for a private chat? What exactly did Lin Xian say that could make Tang Gaoge, a person who could be called half of the underground emperor of the Eastern Sea, lower his stance like this and still be willing to communicate with him in private? He even had to hide it from himself? It was as if Lin Xian and Tang Gaoge were sitting on an equal footing, and the two big shots were negotiating some confidential matters. Zhao Jun has seen a lot of business and humane business schemes and conspiracies, but she has never seen such a bizarre scene. At this moment, she began to her boyfriend, full of unprecedented curiosity, until they stepped out of the restaurant. The guests who had witnessed the previous scene were also looking at Lin Xian and the two of them. Their curiosity wasn't much less than Zhao Jun's. Being able to talk to Tang Gaogu in private was something that many ordinary people could hardly imagine. However, Lin Xian had easily realized it simply by relying on 3 words. This really couldn't keep people from paying extra attention. It must be that this was another up-and-coming bigwig, right? No, maybe the person was already a big shot? The parking lot outside the restaurant was like a luxury car show, with several $1 million of sedans and sports cars quietly parked together. It was only when they walked all the way to Deng Gaoji's Lincoln sedan that they stopped. Lin Xian had one hand in his pocket, his expression very natural. Boss Deng believes what I said, right? No man would directly admit that he had a brightly colored green hat on his head. Therefore, Deng Gaoga obviously still wanted to struggle a bit. What you said can only be partially true. That is indeed lying, and perhaps not clear with my men. But what I'm even more curious about now is how the hell did you know all this? Chapter 42. This is a business secret, understand? Lin Xian smiled bashfully. As I said, I'm a private detective. How I learned of this information is naturally a trade secret. Since it's a trade secret, of course I can't just say it. In fact, if it wasn't because you're a righteous person and were quite polite to my woman before, I wasn't going to meddle in these idle matters. Lin String paused and glanced back at the lavishly decorated restaurant, as well as the night curtain that served as a backdrop. And morally speaking, no good deed goes unpunished and no evil deed goes unpunished, right? Tang Gaoga fell silent. He, a man who had floated through the Jianghu for decades, actually couldn't see through Lin Xian. Lin Xian's way of handling things had given him a very strong impression. Firstly, no one dared to be like this, to say such things to himself in such a manner. Secondly was Lin Xian's demeanor at this moment, calm and relaxed, greatly generous. He hadn't seen anyone talk to himself like this for a long time. Helping himself does not seek fame or fortune, nor does he look at his own status, but just looks at the face of others to help. Zhao Jun's boyfriend? In fact, in order to avoid the family urge to marry, Zhao Jun also found a lot of as a shield contract boyfriend. These people are either soft or embroidered pillows, and none of them can be used for a great job. But Lin Xian is obviously different, especially when he intended to make things difficult for Lin Xian. Zhao Jun's defense. It also made Deng Gaoga understand Zhao Jun was serious about Lin Xian. A private detective? What kind of detective could find out so many old stories or the current conspiracy? Big picture, powerful resources and power. Those were the 2 words that entered Deng Gaoga's mind. Lin Xian was definitely not an ordinary person like he seemed to be. Perhaps he was from some prestigious family. Even if he wasn't, with his business level, he was still a valuable talent. But all of these were not yet Deng Gaoga's main concern. With someone like Lin Xian, not being an enemy was basically enough. The only thing that concerned him was his own business. Tang Gaoga slapped his hand on Lin Xuan's shoulder. Alright, I know. Thanks, brother. Simply saying thank you was all. Tang Gaoga had already treated Lin Xian as someone on the same level as himself at this point. However, his heart was still in waves. For a man of his age, a normal one would already be holding grandchildren. But he was having ordinary children because of his own physiological problems. And ordinary childbearing was a luxury, regardless of how much experience one had. It was impossible for one's heart not to have thoughts of fallout and hard feelings. Tang Gaoga asked again. This matter, have you talked to others? This other person, of course, also included Zhao Jun. Lin Xian shook his head and said calmly. No, Jun is curious, but I don't intend to say too much. But in the end, whether or not it can be resolved smoothly and satisfactorily depends on your own judgment. Boss Deng. Deng Gaoga felt as if he had stuffed something in his throat, and was speechless for a while longer. Only then did he take out an unopened box of cigarettes from his bag. Tang Gaoga had always been good when it came to smoking and drinking. However, he didn't have an addiction, and cigarettes and alcohol were just a means for him to reach business. After taking 2 puffs of the cigarette, Tang Gaoga laughed at himself. Forget it, if this is the will of God, then I can't plug the mouths of so many people. Lin Xian looked at Deng Gaoji's somewhat self-absorbed appearance and felt very emotional in his heart. Then you always have to solve the 2 thorns in the flesh of Hua Xiaoshuang and Hua Dai first. Tang Gaoga paused for a moment and said this question that was permeated with anticipation. That child, is it really not mine? As a man with a strong sense of tradition, Tang Gaoga has always believed in 3 unfilial deeds and no descendants. The biggest obsession in his heart is to have an heir to carry on his family business. But now hearing that his son is not his own, the impact on his mind can be imagined. He has no hope for a cure, so what if he can be cured? At his age, it was already unlikely that he would be able to have children again. Moreover, After the matter of Hua Xiaoshang, he had also lost sight of the matter of feelings, and it was hard to trust any woman. Lin Xian nodded and said, yes, that child is nothing more than a scam designed by the two communes of Hua Xiaoshang and Hua Dai. Once you have 3 deaths, Hua Xiaofang is the heir to your estate, and that child is also. The greatness of it, Boss Tang himself may already have the answer. He said something else instead of redundant. Deng Gaoge took a few more hard puffs of his cigarette. Looking at the street of traffic in front of him, his heart was full of pent-up frustration. Slowly, a layer of redness began to spread around his eyes. I will redo the paternity test. At this time, he seemed to have thought of something else, took out his cell phone, and said directly, Wang Wu, you lead the people to find Hua Dai and take control, as well as those cronies who are close to him. Arrest them as well. Lock up wherever. You know, don't move too much. Just wait for me to find you guys. Wang Wu is Tang Gaoge's most trusted brother, has been following himself over from the reckless period. After hanging up the phone, Tang Gaoge lost the ability to speak in general. Just a root smoke. Always feel his mind is very chaotic. Looking at a Jianghu tough guy in this state, Lin Xian suddenly sighed, sending the Buddha to the west. In fact, Boss Tang is not without a chance. Tang Gaoge suddenly turned around and looked at Lin Xian with wide eyes. Listening to this meaning, could he do anything about it? Lin Xian added, do you remember Zhang Huixia? It's your ex-wife. Deng Gaoge was even more surprised. You're so young, how do you know so much? Zhang Huixia was Tang Gaoge's previous wife. Of course Lin Xian knew this, because this was all part of the black history that the system had told him about Tang Gaoge. Lin Xian continued, not only do I know about her and you, I also know that you left her in the first place because you fooled around while fighting outside and abandoned her afterward, right? Deng Gaoge stopped talking again after hearing this. Years ago, his career was on the rise, or the stage where he suddenly went from being penniless to being a rich big spender. While going in and out of entertainment venues with his brother a few times, he started to let himself go and messed around in matters of men and women. Zhang Huixia naturally couldn't stand her husband's behavior and made a big fuss. Deng Gaoge smacked her don't understand men, but also on the chaff wife has a sense of disgust, soon proposed divorce. But afterwards, he also knew that he was too desperate. A man known for his love and righteousness was known to have done this kind of thing. I'm afraid it will be a laughing stock. So it was also one of his taboos and another secret thing. Deng Gaoge extinguished his cigarette and asked, just how deep have you investigated me? Lin Cord spread his hands. Business secrets, I can't say, but it's just that I'm not trying to harm you. What I want to say is that when you and Zhang Huixia divorced, she was already pregnant. It was a girl, and she raised it alone. Not only do you already have your own child, you probably have your own grandson and granddaughter. Snap. Deng Gaoge was so surprised that he took 2 steps back, leaned against the front of the car, and slapped his face. Chapter 43, don't you have anything to say to me? Actually, this was the reason why Lin String wanted to call Tang Gaoge out alone to talk about it. Telling Tang Gaoge about this matter was also not a good deed that Lin String had to do. This was because he estimated that Deng Gaoge, who was particularly emotional after learning that he had been cuckolded, would probably sulk for a long time. By that time, he might have difficulty even trying to do something through him. Then isn't this favor equal to helping for nothing? Looking at the shocked look on Deng Gaoge's face in front of him, Lin Xian also felt amused. A man who was known for his love and righteousness in the black and white world would actually do something as shameless as abandoning his wife. However, it wasn't strange. Human nature was inherently complex. Ever since opening the black history system, Lin Xian had a very deep understanding of this. On the surface of the strong woman, there is actually a side of the birdie. Beautiful women who looked flawless and high and mighty in the world actually had many incorrect perceptions of the world within them, thus refusing to come into contact. Or maybe the high and mighty dignitaries do a lot of dirty things behind their backs that don't fit their status. The characters in the story only needed logic and persona, but in reality there was no need to close the loop at all. Tang Gaoge excitedly went up and pulled Lin Xuan's collar. Are you telling the truth? I have a daughter, and a grandson and granddaughter? When he spoke, his breathing was very rapid, and his hands were trembling. After years of having no hope for procreation, he now heard that he already had children and grandchildren. Who could withstand such a shocking transformation? Lin Xian withdrew his hand, signaling him to keep a bit of distance and not get too excited. Boss Deng, do I have to lie to you? Zhang Huixia was pregnant at the time and gave birth to your child as well. You can also visit and look for these yourself to know the truth. Deng Gaoge laughed out at once. While slapping his forehead again, he started pacing back and forth, his emotions constantly changing. One moment happy, one moment doubtful, then guilty. When he finally calmed down, he hurriedly asked, what is my daughter's name? Lin Shang replied, Zhang Gaomin, following her mother's surname. After hearing this, Tang Gaoge asked again, did Huixia really give birth to my child and did not remarry? Lin Xian shook his head. After divorcing you, Zhang Huixia was already as if her heart was dead, unwilling to remarry and afraid that her stepfather would treat the child badly. For many years, she has been raising her daughter with great suffering, but now it seems that more or less the bitterness is over. Tang Gaoge asked again eagerly. Where are they? Where are they now? Lin Xian said. Right in the East Sea. You should be able to find them if you follow the names. Tang Gaoge said yes in a loud voice, then took out his cell phone and was about to send someone to check. However, Lin Xian stepped forward and stopped him. Boss Tung, as the saying goes, if you love them, you hate them. You have an account in your own heart of how much damage you caused to their mother and daughter in the first place, right? Now that you are hastily contacting them, what do you think they will think? They've been in the East Sea but haven't contacted you. Why? Isn't it because they've already lived well on their own, have a family, and need you to fall from the sky at this time? Hearing this, Dang Gao Ji's eyes dimmed again. Lin Xian patted his shoulder. But you shouldn't be too discouraged. Your daughter's name is Zhang Gaomin, and you both have a Gao character in the middle of your name, so I'm sure Zhang Huixia still has feelings for you. It's just that the debt you owe yourself, slowly pay it back yourself. From the information given in the Black History, Lin Xian can only help here. More than that, it was up to Tang Gaoge's own destiny. He wasn't interested in getting involved any further. After saying this, he looked at his watch and said, Boss Deng, it's been too long. Let's go. We should head back. Tang Gaoge clutched his cell phone tightly and said in a deep voice again, you mustn't lie to me. If you know so much, why didn't you explain it to me in the first place? Lin Xian laughed out with a ha. I said, business secrets. How I know, how much I know, when to say and when not to say. All have my principles. Whether it's true or not, you'll know once you check. I'm Ying Juan's boyfriend. Would I do something that would damage her face? Deng Gaoge stepped forward and took hold of Lin Xian's hand. Brother, if what you say is true, then I'm willing to worship you and become a brother with a different surname. These words were the biggest reward Tang Gaoge could think of to give to a person, as long as they became brothers. In the future, Lin Xian's affairs would be his affairs. Lin Xian also shook his hand and laughed. What year are you still talking about this? I'm not into that. You just need to be able to live peacefully with Ying Jun in the future. Thinking more about the fact that I did a favor is enough. Tang Gaoge nodded vigorously. Don't worry, I know what to do. After saying that, Tang Gaoge immediately got into the car, seemingly intending to go and settle his old debts, or now new ones. Lin Xian looked at the way he was going to leave without even accompanying the guests. Knowing that he was determined, he didn't intend to say much and went back to the restaurant alone. In the box, Zhao Yingjun was chatting with two men. One man had some gray hair on his temples, and the other wore a big back hair. Looking at the temperament of both extraordinary, wearing a suit even more formal and unruly. When Lin Xian sat down, Zhao Yingjun stopped and twisted her head to give a scolding cry. Going for so long? Lin Xian smiled. Missed me? Zhao Yingjun blankly glanced at him, then began to introduce the man in front of him. Introducing, this is the chairman of the East Sea Biopharmaceutical Company, Mr. Shun Guofu. This is the chairman of the Flower Thousand Suns Makeup Company Limited, Mr. Long Jianmen. Shun Guofu? Lin Xian felt a little familiar when he heard this name. Oh, Shen Mengsakata's father was none other than this Shin Guofu. In other words, the schoolgirl that he had slept with a while ago was Shin Guofu's daughter. Lin Xian's expression remained unperturbed. It was just that his heartbeat was slightly faster. This was too much of a coincidence, right? Zhao Yingjun introduced the two of them to Shin Guofu again. This is my boyfriend, Lin Xian. Shin Guofu smilingly extended his hand. Mr. Zhao's boyfriend, he really is handsome and talented. Ying Qi is very aggressive. I did have a little pussy with your daughter. Lin Xian smiled and shook his hand. Where? It's a pleasure to meet you. After sweeping through at the same time, the black history of the two people was also known to him. Oh, it's like this Instead, Lin Xian was much more at ease, and his heartbeat was back to normal levels. What had just happened on the first floor? The entire restaurant already knew that Tang Gaoge had contact with a boy brought by Zhao Yingjun. Moreover, Tang Gaoge had a very honorable look towards this boy, and instead of blaming him for being rude to his wife, he had a rare chance of not protecting his wife. Shin Guofu and Long Jianmen already had a basic understanding of Lin Xian, and it made sense that they weren't overly surprised. When everyone had moved away, Zhao Yingjun took Lin Xian's hand. Don't you have anything to say to me? Chapter 44, System Re-Upgrade. Zhao Yingjun's regrettable past. Lin Xian deliberately played dumb, and it seemed very deliberate, just as if he was letting Zhao Yingjun poke his nose in. Say what? I don't remember promising you to explain anything. Zhao Yingjun pinched his wineglass. Don't play dumb. Act like you're not at all. Lin Yin laughed, then said, well, I'm actually still a virgin. Zhao Yingjun glared at him. Who wants to hear you talk about this stuff? Deng Gaoge, what did you say to him? This male, Why is he so powerful one moment and so immodest the next? Lin Xian took out his cell phone with one hand and tipped the wine glass into his mouth with the other. Ding! Zhao Yingjuan's fruit cell phone immediately rang with a beep. She opened it and found a text message coming into her eyes. Face to face and still sending a text message. What the hell is this guy up to? However, when the content of the text message appeared in front of her eyes, Zhao Yingjuan's face suddenly changed. Pop a wine glass on the table. Deng Gaoga's current son is not his own. Let's go back and talk about the details, Lin Xian said again. I'll only tell you one. Dear girlfriend. Zhao Yingjun looked around vigilantly and immediately deleted the text message after making sure no one was there. Deng Gaoga, actually being green by his own wife. If this matter was known by others, it would cause a major earthquake. Many of Tang Gaoga's businesses rely on his personal charisma to pull them over. If such a thing is leaked out, the stock market alone can cause a wave of panic. The company's share price fell 10% is light, and if it was known, she would not be able to live with it on her conscience. Zhao Yingjun also understood why Lin Yin had to use the face-to-face texting method to say this. If he said it, there were many people, and there was no guarantee that it wouldn't leak. Thinking of the way Hua Xiaoshuang had been beaten, Zhao Yingjun sighed. No wonder Mr. Deng exerted himself so hard. Suddenly, her eyes once again focused on Lin Xian. This time, the eyes were different again. Just as Zhao Yingjun was looking at Lin Xian, a familiar voice rang in Lin Xian's head. Ding! The host has helped people through Black History Intelligence. Black History System upgraded again. Is it time to open the upgrade package now? Lin Yin smiled and nodded his head. It seemed that he had helped Deng Gaoga, not to mention the far rewards, but the near rewards were still there. Lin Xian chose to open the upgrade gift pack. Ding! Black History System upgrade gift pack opened. Black History function enhanced. The host can choose to show the details of part of the other party's Black History to get more complete information. This upgrade adds regret retrieval function. This upgrade adds regret retrieval function. Ding! Regret retrieval function. The regret of the opponent's heart can be uncovered. How far you can go depends on the strength of the system's functions. Currently, the regret function has the same strength as the Black History function. Lin Xian was overjoyed in his heart. This upgrade was fantastic. Black History and regret were the most private of a person's privacy. Moreover, after the Black History discovery function was strengthened this time, he was able to grasp more details, and the regret function also enjoyed the same bonus. This would save a lot of trouble in the future. Not only that, Lin Xian found that the skill hair surface. This time the gift package also had a big surprise. Host's original skills such as fighting technique and myriad hand strength upgrade. The host has gained a new skill, elementary perspective. Elementary perspective can penetrate minor obstacles such as clothing and walls of little thickness. This skill can also be upgraded. My goodness, just helping out a Tang Gaoga, and there's actually such a generous reward? Lin Xian couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth turn up. It seemed like his abilities were going to become more and more heaven-defying in the future. At this moment, Zhao Yingjun on the side issued another query. May I ask, is there anything you don't know? Knowing all of this kind of heavy insider information, Lin Xian was simply too heaven-defying. Knowing that wasn't enough, meeting Hua Xiaoshuang and Tang Gaoga tonight was purely by chance, and in the face of the sudden appearance of Tang Gaoga, Lin Xian also had such know-it-all intelligence. It can only mean one thing. Lin Xian has an intelligence system which contains a large amount of information, so he is able to know one person at a time. Lin Xian looked mischievously at the snow-white skin under Zhao Yingjun's neck. There are like your circumference. Zhao Yingjun blushed and covered her chest with her hand. Rascal! I am serious. How much else do you know in the end? Is it my secret that you also know? Lin Yin asked as he shook his wine glass, his gaze ghostly. Well, yes, the secrets I hold are all past events that people don't want to mention, or regrets, I guess, because people are most willing to spend money to hide these, so I will also pay more attention to these. Business, earn money, not too shabby. Zhao Yingjun asked again. Then, what untold secrets do I have that you already know? Lin Xian smiled faintly. It just so happens that the system has just been upgraded, so let's come and try your hand at it. Zhao Yingjun's Black History himself probably grasped, this time to see, regret, aspect. Zhao Yingjun has what fierce information. When the regret function was turned on, a series of messages popped up in Lin Xian's mind. Hiss, there's actually such a thing. Lin Xian touched his temples, then covered his mouth and laughed again. Zhao Yingjun suddenly felt a bit puzzled. For good reason. What was Lin String laughing at? Could it be that he had grasped something shy that he didn't want to mention? It can't be. Zhao Yingjun forced himself to be calm and asked, don't bluff me here. What are you laughing at? Speak up. Lin Xian, however, put one hand on Zhao Yingjun's shoulder. Baby, do you think it's appropriate to tell your secret here? Zhao Yingjun felt like Lin Xian's arm would discharge electricity, first making her whole body tingly. She gritted her teeth and felt compelled to find out. She couldn't remain ignorant regarding how much more Lin Xian actually knew about herself. Follow me. Zhao Yingjun led Lin Xian to a high-class reception room in the restaurant. This was a place where some rich and noble people spent their time after dinner, with a chess room, KTV, and even a hot spring. For just 1 hour, the charge was close to 5 figures. If it wasn't for rich people like Zhao Yingjun, basically no one would patronize it. But this also ensured a quiet and safe environment. There is also a small lounge in the reception room, which is considered a condensed version of a 5-star suite. Zhao Yingjun closed the door and asked seriously, "Come on, what do you know about me?" Lin Xian asked as he easily sat on his butt on the bed. "That's good, I'll say. Do you still remember that girl with double ponytails by the Daming Lake when you were 17? Zhao Yingjun froze, then her complexion tensed up along with her. Such a thing, she could have buried it herself. If it wasn't prompted by Lin Xian, she wouldn't even think about it on a regular basis. Why did he really knew? Ha! Chapter 45, I mustn't let him notice. Zhao Yingjun's surprise was completely expected by Lin Xian. What happened at 17 should be the most memorable. Not to mention that girl called Lu Xiaoxiang. So cute and endearing. You won't forget it, right? Zhao Yingjun stepped forward. Enough. Lin Xian paused and laughed. Won't let me continue? Zhao Yingjun was concerned about another key thing. How did you know? My brother and my parents know nothing about this matter. Lin Xian got up and went to the room's refrigerator to take out a bottle of Coke. How many times have I told you? Business secrets. Zhao Yingjun frowned, refreshing his perception of the man in front of him once again. On the flip side, if Lin Xian wanted to know these secrets, he would need to know his circle of friends very well. Classmates, alumni, teachers, and so on. He needed to have an understanding. Even the party called Lu Xiaoxiang, he had to have contact with. What a heavy workload this is. What powerful resources are needed to accomplish this? However, unlike the previous times, Zhao Yingjun was rather less fearful of Lin Xian. It was because this man was powerful, yet he was willing to stay by his side. This made Zhao Yingjun, who had always admired strength, feel a sort of confusion. Could it be that the man he imagined to be so powerful that he could suppress himself was really him? But after looking at Lin Xian's money-minded and occasionally immodest appearance, Zhao Yingjun was a little disdainful again. Go ahead. Zhao Yingjun wanted to know just how much Lin Xian knew. Lin Xian wiped his mouth, smiled mysteriously, and narrated the information he had learned from the system. Then I'll say it. When he was in high school, Zhao Yingjun had a lot of followers, perhaps born to be a leader. Zhao Yingjun was a big sister everywhere she went. From sprinting to win awards in exams, to organizing her classmates to compete and fight with students from outside schools, she was the leader of them all. At that time, there were not only boys but also girls who liked Zhao Yingjun. It wasn't that kind of girlfriend's liking, it was that kind of lover's liking. Unlike boys, girls generally had a high level of acceptance for this kind, and lesbians, unlike male and female couples, tend not to be sexually oriented, at least not at the core of what arouses the desire to pursue them. So Zhao Yingjun, who had been disappointed in men early on, was more tolerant of girls' love affairs, but also had principles and a bottom line, and had not accepted anyone. But there is a Lu Xiaoxiang, is almost let her mania. Lu Xiaoxiang's name gives people a feeling of weakness, but in fact is also a strong girl. With similar interests and personalities, the two soon became close. In one night, Lu Xiaoxiang did not restrain herself and pressed Zhao Yingjun on the bed. What followed was confession and basic skinship. At the moment when the defense was about to be broken, Zhao Yingjun felt uncomfortable. In the end, just nothing happened. From that day, Zhao Yingjun also understood. Although she could not look at the boys around her, she was an authentic heterosexual, not bisexual. Zhao Yingjun feel guilty, because that night she did not say anything, directly pushed away Lu Xiaoxiang. The next day began to avoid not to see her. The next day, she even avoided seeing her. Lu Xiaoxiang, who failed in her confession, was naturally devastated. Subsequently, Lu Xiaoxiang will transfer to other schools, and no longer contact with Zhao Yingjun. This matter, Zhao Yingjun's adolescent regret. Now Zhao Yingjun was also forced to marry by the family. Zhao Yingjun even subconsciously avoided this memory, fearing that thinking about it would make her, who already had no desire for a relationship, even more confused. After listening to Lin Xian finish saying all this, Zhao Yingjun stroked the hair on her forehead, placed one hand in front of her knees, and lowered her head. You still really know this matter? I've almost forgotten without mentioning it. Lin Xian also felt at this moment that he knew a little too much. Zhao Yingjun should be very jealous of himself at this moment, right? But who made the system so bullish? It couldn't be blamed on me, could it? Lin Xian smiled. Why don't you give me another $10 million in hush money, and I'll guarantee that I haven't said anything today. Only by continuing to make Zhao Yingjun feel like she was a person who saw money, would she have a sense of peace of mind in spite of her fear? People who loved money were the best to get rid of, and that was the last thing Zhou Yingjun needed. What if he made Zhao Jun feel that he was not easy to control? Maybe he would out himself before he developed feelings for himself? But what Lin Xian didn't realize was that Zhao Jun's heart was beating very fast right now. Heavens, this man was actually really so strong. If even his intelligence network can find out about my private past, then what about other people? Zhao Jun didn't dare to think about it. It wasn't that she was afraid. Rather, she didn't know how to say it either. Zhao Jun had a thought at the moment. This Lin Xian must be observed properly. Maybe there will be a bigger surprise next. Zhao Jun had a strong curiosity. She wanted to see if this interesting man could actually amaze her again. I'm going to the restroom. After Zhao Jun let out a long sigh, she felt that perhaps what she really needed was a chance to calm down. Whether it was about her past being exposed or something else, she felt like something wasn't quite right with her. As the cold water hit her face, Zhao Jun let out another long sigh. Hey, how did I meet such a strange person? Lin Xian sat outside and began to dwell on one thing. Should I use my perspective ability to take a look inside? Well, it's not good to already know so much about people's personal affairs, right? Moreover, since he had already made plans to completely conquer Zhao Jun, then he had to come openly and honestly. I'm sure I'll have to see it, but I don't want to take advantage of the situation. Lin Xian thought about it and felt that he couldn't help it, so he picked up another bottle of Coke and walked towards the door. Just as he reached the door, Lin laughed bitterly. What kind of decent person is this? I'm a man who doesn't share the same fate as gambling and drugs. When Zhao Jun came out, he still maintained his usual indifference. Let's go. I'll send you back. Lin Xian nodded and let out an "oh." The first public date between the two as boyfriend and girlfriend ended like this. It couldn't be said whether it was successful or unsuccessful, but Lin Xian felt that it was okay. Zhao Jun always maintained her cool style and didn't say much along the way. Lin Xian only thought that she was angry with herself and didn't dare to say much. At this moment, the bodyguard sent a message to Zhao Jun through the satellite phone. Boss, someone is following. Zhao Jun gave an expressionless got it, whatever they want. Lin Xian was a bit puzzled. Could it be that Zhao Jun knew who was following him? Chapter 46, Zhao Jun's cautiousness. Lin Xian asked, do you know who is following? Zhao Jun said in a flat tone, who else could it be? Lei Haolong. When Lin Xian heard this, his heart was clear. It seemed that today's high profile was still helpful. Zhao Jun had brought her boyfriend to show her face. This matter would surprise the people present, and naturally, it would also leak out. Lei Haolong, with that temperament, it would be strange if he didn't react when he found out. Lin Xian thought about it and laughed. I reckon they didn't come to follow you. They came to follow me. Zhao Jun glanced back at him. You really aren't stupid. If Lei Haolong wanted to find Zhao Jun to ask for a statement, he could have directly called or pressurized him through the Zhao family. Using a tactic like stalking was obviously just a way to give Lin Xian a hard time. After arriving near Lin Xian's residence, Zhao Jun stopped the car. It was still about 5 minutes away from Lin Xian walking to his house, so if someone on the way made a surprise attack, or came with a stifling blow, it was all possible. Zhao Jun knew this, and she wasn't sure if Lin Xian would be in danger, or if he would be able to cope with the danger. But she felt, if he couldn't cope with this, then this man wasn't worth trusting anymore. She now wanted to see if Lin Xian had the guts to get out of the car. Lin Xian immediately unbuckled his seatbelt the moment the car stopped. Good night, baby. Still really not afraid of anything. Kind of interesting. Zhao Jun looked at Lin Xian's back and smiled a little. But then, a thought surfaced in her mind again. Honey. When Lin Xian heard Zhao Jun call out to himself like this, he first got a bit of goosebumps. If Zhao Jun shouted like this, he must be acting. If he was acting, the only audience right now would be the stalking Lei Haolong's men, but then turned around and asked, what for? Zhao Jun beckoned. Come over for a bit, I have something I want to talk to you about. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. I'm a big man. I'm still afraid of eating your losses at night? Lin Xian walked to the driver's door and asked, what for? Zhao Jun hooked his finger, seemingly wanting to whisper something. Get closer, it's not like I'm going to eat you. Lin Xian complied and leaned down a little closer. In a split second, Zhao Jun hooked his neck, and then half of his body went out of the car window as well. Zhao Jun was so close that Lin Xian could feel the breath coming out of her nose and mouth. Although there was no kiss, from other people's perspective, this was a young couple who was passionately kissing goodbye. Lin Xian smiled. You're using me to piss off Lei Haolong, aren't you? Zhao Jun cocked her head. Yeah, isn't that what we agreed on? Just cooperate. Lin Xian smiled faintly. If you want to be angry with him, why don't you go a little more overboard? Zhao Jun let out a light laugh when he heard this. Then it's up to you, my partner. When he walked up the stairs, Lin Xian realized that there seemed to be one or two pairs of eyes looking at him in the darkness. Could it be that the people who were following him were here again? Seeing the scene just now, they were too angry and wanted to come after themselves? Lin Xian didn't care. They couldn't move themselves anyway. but to his surprise, these eyes were not Lei Haolong's people. Instead, it was Shen Mengsong. Next to Shen Mengxian, there was another girl. She was Shen Mengsakata's good friend, Long Ruoxue. Long Ruoxue was Long Jianmen's daughter. Long Ruoxue's father, Long Jianmen, and Shen Guofu, Shen Menchuan's father, were friendly partners, and the daughters of the two naturally became bosom friends. Tonight at the restaurant, Shen Mengsakata and Long Ruoxue arrived later. When she wanted to feast, Shen Mengxian saw Lin Xian, who was walking with Zhao Yingjun, preparing to go back. At that moment, she was suddenly a little heartbroken. She, who had never paid attention to business and hadn't started to formally take over the family business, didn't recognize Zhao Yingjun. Zhao Yingjun's every move, especially her blooming beauty, made her feel ashamed of herself. She felt like she had lost too completely. After Long Ruoxue asked about everything, she was so angry that she immediately pulled Shen Mengsong and drove after him. It was them who had followed Zhao Yingjun along the way. Dream cicada. In a moment, let's follow up and see where this scumbag lives. Long Ruoxue said indignantly, when we know where he lives, I'll have my boyfriend bring someone to clean him up tomorrow. Shen Mengsakata hesitated at this time. Little Snow, why don't we just leave? This is all just my unrequited love. We can't disturb other people's lives. Chapter 47, Mind Your Man First. Long Ruoxue was originally an acute person, thinking that it was Shin Mengchan who was bullied. She must fight for her best friend. After seeing Lin Xian go up the stairs, Long Ruoxue immediately pulled Shin Mengsong up. Her own bodyguards were waiting nearby, so if Lin Xian dared to mess around on the stairs, they could get someone to come to the rescue with a yell. So Long Ruoxue wasn't the least bit scared, and directly walked up with big strides. When they arrived on the second floor, Lin Xian suddenly stood out from behind them. You guys are looking for me? Long Ruoxue and Shen Mengsong cried out in fear. Seeing that it was Shen Mengsong, Lin Xian guessed most of it in his heart. You came over on purpose? Is there something you want? Shen Mengsong tensed up. Long Ruoxue stepped forward. Don't play dumb. What exactly do you have in mind when you approach our Shen Mengsong? Speak clearly now. Lin Xian swept a glance at Long Ruoxue, and her information appeared in the system. Name, Long Ruoxue, age, 19, phone, 138XXXX0702, Black history, 1, currently dating a total of 13 boyfriends. The current boyfriend named Lu Junwei, also a scum, but because of the previous big show of love, and therefore has been hidden from the outside world. 2. Once misappropriated the family's $200,000 to Lu Junwei to enter the acting circle as a punching bag. The system then asked him, do you view Long Ruoxue's regrets? Lin Yin shook his head. He was not half interested in such a stupid sweet white girl with a chaotic private life, although she dared to bring her best friend over to seek justice. From this behavior, Lin Xian did not have a bad impression of her, at least enough of a friend. Long Ruoxue saw that Lin Xian didn't say anything and continued. Don't play dumb. Do you know who all our dads are? If you dare. Lin Xian then laughed, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. What? I'm just doing whatever to you guys right now. Can your dads still fly over to help you? This is my home anyways. If I'm quick with my hands, can you two escape from my hands? Long Ruoxue then realized that Lin Xian was very close to them. Impulsive. In case Lin Xian really wanted to catch the two of them, it would indeed be too late. Although the bodyguards were downstairs, they could only hear the sound, but they didn't know which room it was. Long Ruoxue pulled Shen Mengsong and took out an electric baton from the bag in her hand. What do you want? No messing around. Stay away from us. When facing a scumbag, momentum is very important. In this regard, Long Ruoxue was indeed experienced now. Lin Xian grinned. I'm not trying to mess around. It was you guys who sent it up yourselves, right? Long Ruoxue, on the other hand, shook up the electric stick in her hand. Don't mess around. Otherwise, you will really die if I use this electric baton. Lin Xian, however, acted as if he didn't hear them, directly walked past them. Are you guys fighting with the air? I just want to go upstairs and go home. After saying that, he turned his back on the duo and started to continue walking upstairs. Long Ruoxue couldn't help it. She felt as if her entire being was being humiliated, so she raised her electric baton and started charging towards Lin Xian. Shen Mengxian shouted, Little Snow, don't! Lin Xian, however, didn't look like he was going to avoid it in the slightest, but instead spoke. Instead of coming to ask me if I'm a scumbag, why don't you go and mind your scumbag boyfriend? Maybe right now Lu Junwei is fooling around with another woman. This moment made Long Ruoxue stop all her movements. It was because Lin Xian had said Long Ruoxue's boyfriend's name. Lin Xian looked back at her again. This time, Long Ruoxue was startled and almost collapsed as she crossed her legs. Luckily, Shen Mengsong came forward in time to support her. Lin Xian felt amused. Is it so exaggerated? Long Ruoxue was very puzzled. What did you say? What happened to him? Lu Junwei? How do you know about him? How could someone who wasn't from their own circle know about their boyfriend? In her first reaction, Long Ruoxue looked at Shen Mingxian. Shan Mingtsong, on the other hand, shook her head. She did know that the boyfriend Long Ruoxue was dating was called Lu Junwei, but she had never told anyone else about it. Lin Xian smiled and continued. Miss Long's family is very diligent in changing boyfriends. You dated 13 people before, and the one you're looking for now, Lu Junwei, is also a scummy guy. Luckily you have money and a little bit of face value. Otherwise, who would date you? This is a very unpleasant thing to say, but it was also all the truth. Long Ruoxue was shy and angry. You, Shen Mengtsong was a little hard of hearing. Lin Xian, no matter what, you can't talk about Xiao Shui like that. It's too much. Looking at Shen Mengtsong like this, Lin Xuan could only shut his mouth. Hey, since this is the case, why don't we make an exception and do a favor for Shin Mengsakata's sake? Lin Xian opened the system and began to zoom in on the details of Long Ruoxue's black history. It was actually learning about Lu Junwei's matter. When Lu Junwei's matter appeared, Lin Xian smacked his lips again. Hey Messi, what a mess. Long Ruoxue thought that Lin Xian was scolding her again. What are you talking about? Lin Cord's next words shocked her again. Quickly make a call to ask Lu Junwei where he is right now. Maybe he's doing multiplayer sports right now. Chapter 48, then do as you like it. After zooming in on Long Ruoxue's black history, Lin Xian learned the basic information and black history of this person, Lu Junwei. The fact that the system was able to do this also surprised Lin Xian greatly. It seemed that this function of amplifying the details of black history was really bullish. Lu Junwei was originally a scumbag who went around cheating people based on his good looks and a bit of talent. After climbing up to the Long family, he went into show business. There was no need to mention the chaos of the showbiz industry, and Lu Junwei's hobby in black history as a person was to engage in multi-person sports. Now that Long Ruoxue was here, how could he endure loneliness alone? Lin Xian guessed that 99% were messing around. After Long Ruoxue heard this, she first gritted her teeth and said, "Your bull asterisk 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 ting, Junwei, but he really loves me." However, given her knowledge of men and Lu Junwei's previous convictions, Long Ruoxue still began to feel uneasy in her heart. You wait, I'll make a call right now. Let's see how I'll poke you. Lin Xian just took out his cell phone and typed with one hand without saying anything. Long Ruoxue put away her electric stick, took out her cell phone and started calling Lu Junwei. The matter of dating Lu Junwei, Long Ruoxue had hidden from her family, so they had been secretly living together in Lu Junwei's downtown apartment. Of course, the rent of this apartment had always been paid by Long Ruoxue. After the phone was connected, Lu Junwei's playful voice came through. Bao, why are you suddenly calling me? Do you miss your husband? Long Ruoxue adjusted her breathing and glared at Lin Xian again. Xiao Wei are you at home? Lu Junwei nodded. Yes, I'm at home. Are you coming back? Aren't you going to dinner with your family at the famous house on the water tonight? Hearing this spoiled and underhanded reply, Long Ruoxue was basically certain that Lin Xian was lying, so she gave Lin Xian a provocative look. Right at this moment, Lin Xian however put his cell phone in front of her. The content on it made Long Ruoxue a bit surprised. If you want to know if he's telling the truth, you might as well scam him by following this method. Long Ruoxue was not Deng Gaoga in the end, and did not know how to test out if the other party was lying. Lin Xian also provided a line of thought, and it was up to her to use it or not. Long Ruoxue thought about it and then said to Lu Junwei, "Baby, I'm not going back, but I put a new credit card in my bedroom, so help me look at it and read the card number to me." Lu Junwei's just relaxed tone changed and he froze for a moment before saying, "Credit card? Card number? This?" Long Ruoxue urged again, "Hurry up, I just want to use this card. Read the card number to me." Lu Junwei was obviously flustered. He stammered, Baby, you have so many cards, use something else. I'm in the toilet now, it's not convenient to go out. Why don't you wait? Long Ruoxue was furious after hearing this. She wasn't stupid enough to do this. Bastard, grass, Lu Junwei, are you fooling around outside? Old me will go tear you apart right now. Beep beep beep. The only thing that responded to her was a busy tone after the phone hung up. Long Ruoxue's eyes were glaring out. You dare hang up me, the phone. Lin Xian shook his head and said, "Alright, you know now, don't you? Go deal with your own business first." Shen Mengtsong patted Long Ruoxue's back and said heartily, "Little Snow, don't be too angry." At the same time, she was shocked in her heart. Although she had already seen Lin Xian's intelligence savvy before, she didn't expect him to know that much. Long Ruoxue was so angry that she stomped her feet. "I must send someone to find this out." After saying that, she directly rushed downstairs. Even her own good girlfriends were forgotten to the side, so it was evident that she was really angry. Shen Mengsakata was embarrassed now. When she came here, It was originally Long Ruoxue who dragged herself over. Now that she was gone, what was she doing staying here? Lin Xian spoke at the right time. Go on, don't let her do anything stupid. A trace of strangeness flooded Shen Mengsong's heart. In these words, she heard Lin Xuan's gentleness and thoughtfulness. Shen Mengsong smiled and softly said, "Good, then I'll go. I'll contact you again when I have time." Lin Xuan nodded. "Good, I live in 502. You can come and visit me when you have time." Shen Mengsakata's little heart started to poof after hearing this. "Okay, then I'll go." When she arrived downstairs, Shen Mengsakata began to regret it again. "It seems, I forgot to ask for contact information again." Right at this moment, Shen Mengsong's cell phone rang. An unfamiliar number sent her a text message with only 5 words. "This is my number." Shen Mengsong instantly knew who the other party was and couldn't help but glance upstairs. "Dream Cicada. Hurry up and follow." Long Ruoxue greeted in front. "Quickly follow me and clean up that scummy guy." Shen Mengsikuan could only put away her cell phone and speed up her steps to leave. After Lin Xian returned home, he directly took a shower and then lay down on the bed and squinted for a while. After upgrading his fighting skills, Lin Xian felt that his body had become different as well. The abs, pecs and so on were obviously much stronger than before. Not to say that he could PK those Mr. Bodybuilder, it was still very easy to go into the swimming pool and draw the attention of a bunch of girls. After waking up, Lin Xian got up and went to the refrigerator to get a bottle of cold mineral water to drink. Wearing a robe, Lin Xian walked to the window. It was already very late and there weren't many people in the neighborhood, but this silence always gave Lin Court a feeling of darkness. After watching for a while, Lin Xian took out his cell phone and searched for Lei Haolong's information. Soon, the Black History panel popped up. A series of information about Lei Haolong appeared in front of him. "Humph, I thought you were a scum before, but now it seems like an insult to the word scum." Lin Xian followed Lei Haolong's information and dialed his number. Soon, a cold voice came from the other side of the phone. "Hello, who is it?" Lin Xian said blandly. "Sending someone to keep an eye on me, but you don't even know my cell phone number? You're not much better. Mr. Lei, your intelligence system isn't that crotchety." The person on the other end of the phone froze and understood Lin Xian's identity. Lei Haolong's tone was still cold, but at this time, there was more than a hint of anger. "Don't take yourself too seriously. I know that you're just a puppet that Ing Jun found in order to avoid the marriage contract. If you're smart enough, you should know my style. If you don't want to lie in ICU, get out." Lei Haolong stormed out when he learned that Zhao Jun was with Lin Xian. With his strong controlling nature, he would never allow another man next to the woman he had his eye on. Lin Xian didn't have any intention of bothering with him much, and simply said, "Oh, whatever you want." After saying that, he hung up the phone and blacked out the number. Lin Xian wasn't worried that he would provoke Lei Haolong. On the contrary, he had called just to anger Lei Haolong. "If you have the ability, come on, make it seem like I'm afraid of you." Chapter 49, Something big happened to the company. Lin Xian got up at 8 o'clock the next day. After waking up, Lin Xian felt energized to deal with all the people who were messing things up. Taking out his cell phone, he looked at the news. Late last night, there was a violent mass brawl in a hotel in the city. Witnesses recorded video of the scene, which was quite violent. The inspectorate then arrived to deal with the situation, and one of the men was more seriously injured. There were also 2 women who were more seriously injured. It was reported that the man was engaging in something indescribable with the 2 women and was later broken into the room. Lin Xian looked at the picture. It was exactly what Lu Junwei looked like after he was beaten. It seems that the Long family and the Shen family together are still able to do something, whatever they want. Lin Xian was ready to continue reading, but his cell phone received a call from Zhao Jun. "Lin Xian, are you up?" Lin Xian slowly answered while eating breakfast. "Up, you're early. Arrived at the office?" Zhao Jun's speech was fast and clearly angry. "I'm almost there. Come find me right now. Something happened here." Something happened at the company? Lin Xian felt that the matter should not be small. Zhao Jun actually directly let himself go to the company to find her, instead of picking him up along the way. This meant that the matter was very urgent, very big, and she had to rush to the company in time to deal with it. Now the success or failure of the company was a matter of her future life and destiny. "Okay, you go first. I'll be right there." Lin Ying put away her cell phone and drank another glass of milk before starting to walk out. 20 minutes later, Lin String drove his Lamborghini to the CBD's underground parking lot. When he got out of the car, Lin String took a closer look at the few parking spaces at MX. Zhao Jun's car was parked there, so it looked like it had already arrived. Lin Xian swiped his card all the way up the stairs, then entered the company under the somewhat strange gazes of the crowd. The fact that Zhao Jun had found Lin Xian as his boyfriend naturally couldn't escape the eyes and mouths of these downtown white-collar workers who could gossip the most. Some of the people who met Lin Xian face to face politely bowed their heads and called out, "Good morning, Mr. Lin." After entering the president's office, Zhao Jun pinched a can of soda in his hand and paced back and forth looking very annoyed. It's not good to drink too many carbonated drinks. Lin Xian went over and took away the soda from her hand. Zhao Jun glanced at him, feeling that this man's calmness had infected himself a little bit as well. Something happened. Do you know Zhang Zikaru? Lin Xian smiled. A popular star, or a beautiful woman. Her advertisements are everywhere on the streets. I'm just a deaf person. I should have heard of it. Zhao Jun nodded. Good. She's in a car accident now. It's already a big deal. And she's the spokesperson for our company. After a pause, Zhao Jun said somewhat pessimistically, probably not anymore. Lin Xian understood. If you wanted to go public, you had to meet some qualifications and conditions. For example, the company's financial reports for the last 3 years had to be profitable. MX Fashion's results for the previous 2 years were good, but the first 3 quarters of this year were relatively dismal under Lei Haolong's various mischief. If they couldn't turn a loss into a profit in the 4th quarter, then everything they had done in the previous 3 years would have been lost. Zhao Jun's search for Zhang Zikaru was obviously to create momentum for the new product. However, to punch up the results, Lei Haolong did it, right? At this time, in addition to competitors, the biggest gain is Lei Haolong, the fiancé that Zhao Jun is not willing to recognize. Zhao Jun gave Lin Xian a furtive look. Are you so sure? Lin Xian smiled. I helped you pull out a traitor on your side before, and last night we had a date together. Either one of them touched Lei Haolong's scales. It would be strange if he didn't retaliate. What's more, this Zhang Zikaru is one of the keys to whether or not you'll be able to hit the big time when your new product hits the market. Now that there's a car accident, the timing is too coincidental. After hearing this, Zhao Jun looked out the floor-to-ceiling window with his hands behind his back. That's what I thought as well. Originally, signing the contract with Zhang Zikaru was done in secret, and I thought it wouldn't be discovered. Now it seems that that man is just too scary. Actually, this kind of thing wouldn't be a big deal if she could use a bit of family power, or even if her brother could step in. But therein lay the problem, right now. Whether it was the Zhao family or the Lei family, they were all turning toward Lei Haolong. Zhao Jun was fighting alone. If Lei Haolong had used his family's power and done something that violated the bet, both families would turn a blind eye. On the contrary, if it was her, then it would definitely be treated as an act of transgression and she would immediately be judged to have lost. Zhao Jun secretly made a resolution. If you do the first day, why can't I do the 15th? Lin Xian, do you have any black material on Lei Haolong there? This was the purpose of her calling Lin Xian to come over quickly. It was already a fact that Zhang Zikaru had been hit. It was also impossible for Lin Court to confront Lei Haolong head-on. Right now, she only had one idea, to make Lei Haolong have no peace as well. Lin Xian raised her eyebrows. Black material? Zhao Jun turned around and said seriously, not bad, black material that can make him lose his name immediately. Lin Xian revealed a small smile and went up to hold Zhao Jun's hand. Lei Haolong's black material of course I have it, and it's the very deadly kind. Zhao Jun's heartbeat accelerated and immediately withdrew his hand. Just say it if you have it. Move your hands. Lin Xian, however, did not open his mouth, but sat down on the sofa and intriguingly gave Zhao Jun a look. Zhao Jun seemed to know what was going on and sat down on the boss chair, ready to take the checkbook. Make a price. Definitely asking for money. This man who fell into the eyes of money unexpectedly, Lin Xian rejected her directly. Sorry, I have it, but I can't give it to you. Zhao Jun stopped and glared at Lin Xian. Why? You won't help me? Could it be that Lei Haolong's stalking last night had scared his guts out? For his part, Lin Xian said blandly, if I give you his black information now, it won't directly solve the problem and will reap the opposite effect. Once this black information is exposed, it goes without saying that the Lei family will protect him. The Zhao family can't wait for you to get married earlier and will also step in to help him. Zhao Jun froze. Lin Xian got up and spoke as he walked. It's possible that they don't even want decency and will directly tear up the bet and force you to marry directly. At that time, not only did you not get revenge, but you would have to apologize to the Li family for this act. Unless you tell me that you can directly resist the joint stranglehold of the Lei and Li families, I won't say anything. A money-losing deal. I won't do it. Zhao Jun fell silent, her silver teeth clenched together. These words were, quite right. She was indeed impulsive, and Lei Haolong really wasn't that easy to dispatch. After calming down a bit, Zhao Jun began to read the information. Lin Xian asked, baby, do you want me to help you? Chapter 50, Men are all like this. Zhao Jun raised his head. You help me? Do you know what I'm going to do next? The words were filled with a cold flavor and even a kind of disdain. Even though he had already kissed last night, Zhou Youngjun still maintained a strong distance when it came to business. This was Zhao Yingjuan's character and her way of thinking. A private detective, at best, was nothing more than a capable intelligence peddler. so what else could he do besides making a demon out of black material? Not to mention that it was just the two of them at the moment. There was no need for Zhao Yingjun to continue to play the couple playing game. Lin Xian pointed to the information in her hand. You're looking for a new spokesperson, right? Zhang Zikaro had been in a car accident, so it was impossible for her to participate in the next endorsement campaign. The priority now was to find a replacement as soon as possible. An artist who also had a huge amount of traffic and wouldn't easily get stormed. Zhao Yingjun hesitated for a moment and nodded. Yes, but what can you do to help? Could it be that besides intelligence, you have a doorway in this area? For his part, Lin Xian revealed a mysterious smile. Making money, I won't ask what kind of business it is. Besides, I'm a private detective, and there are many of my employers in the entertainment industry. You just have to make a request and pay the money. No matter what kind, I can help you find them. This awesome blowing. Lin Xian himself was about to believe it, but Lin Xian did have this confidence. Finding someone to talk about cooperation was playing with a grasp of human nature. He could know the other party's black history, which was equal to half of the win, and as long as it was applied flexibly, what star refused to listen? After all, people in the entertainment industry, there are too many black histories. Zhao Yingjun also felt a bit reasonable after hearing this. The matter of people in the entertainment circle hiring private detectives was too normal. If Lin Xian really had a doorway, maybe things would take a big turn for the better. But the ones she was looking at were all big names. Did Lin Xian really have that certainty? Greeting Lin Xian's confident smile, Zhao Yingjun said a name. He Yuqi, is that okay? He Yuqi, a popular actress. At the age of 23, she was already a double movie queen. She was previously an all-around artist in film, television and song, but she had never been hot before her debut. It wasn't until last year, after she appeared in a movie called Our Little Time, that she really came into the public's view. The movie sucked, but Hiyuchi contributed phenomenal acting in it, and shined even brighter against the slew of traffic stars. The movie's rating was only 4.7 out of 10, and netizens said that 4.6 out of those ratings were for Yuki's acting. From then on, she became a hit and won awards. Since then, Hiyuchi has made several movies with good reputation and box office. Now she has become one of the top actresses in China and is a hot superstar. Hiyuchi is obviously higher than Zhao Yingjun's expectations, and very suitable candidate. At first, Zhao Yingjun also wanted to find her, but his company's reputation was not enough, and was directly rejected. Now that Hiyuchi's schedule was definitely full, hope was definitely slim. Alright, I'll go find it. Lin Xian agreed very painfully. Zhao Yingjun leaned back in his boss chair and said suspiciously, you can really find it? How long will it take? She really didn't expect that Lin Xian would actually promise so dryly. If it was going to take a month and a half, it wouldn't make much sense, and by then it would be difficult to see if one's company could survive. Lin String smiled. One day is enough. Zhao Yingjun felt that Lin String was making fun of her. One day? Do you know Hiyuchi? Could it be that Hiyuchi had really hired Lin Xian to do something? But just like that, it was impossible to have fallen into much of a friendship. Lin Xian shook his head. No, I don't know. Now Zhao Yingjun was even more certain that Lin Xian was joking. What the hell do you want? What are you saying if you don't recognize? Lin Xian then smiled. I said I don't know, but I didn't say I can't know, right? You give me a day to do it. Get ready to sign the contract tomorrow. Zhao Yingjun took a deep breath and held back from cursing Lin Xian for being a psychopath. I'm warning you, it's fine if you don't help. Don't add to the chaos. It was true that all kinds of men had a fault. They loved to brag. This time, the kind of bragging Lin Xian did was still the kind that was simply irreversible. Lin Xian still smiled. You just need to give me one day. That's enough. Zhao Yingjun looked at Lin Xian, disappointment written in his eyes. You go out. I'll figure it out myself. One day's time for a popular movie star to modify her schedule and endorse an unknown cosmetic product. This in itself was a pie in the sky. Zhao Yingjun didn't want to continue wasting time with Lin Xian. Lin Xian also knew that Zhao Yingjun had decided that this was an impossible task. However, it was often turning the impossible into possible that was the most shocking. Lin Xian stretched out a finger. $10 million? As long as you're willing to pay this amount, I'll let Hiyuchi wait for you in your office tomorrow. Zhao Yingjun did not reply. She no longer wanted to continue talking to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was helpless and said again, if you don't believe me, how about we make a bet? Bet. Another bet. Zhao Yingjun already deeply hated this word. Because of the bet, she was now on the opposite side of the fence from Lei Haolong and even the Lei and Zhao families, and she was also carrying a heavy bet on her back. Zhao Yingjun covered her forehead. Bet? You say? Bet on anything, as long as you stop bothering me. Lin Xian said. Just bet on whether or not I can get Hiyuchi to show up at your office to sign an endorsement contract with you. If I lose, I'm willing to pay you $20 million backwards. When Zhao Yingjun heard this, it really wasn't a loss. Having $20 million was better than nothing. Okay, then what if you win? Lin Xian blinked. I want to win a promise from you, Zhao Jun said alertly. Promise? Not the excessive kind, right? Lin Xian laughed. Not excessive. You just have to promise not to be jealous. Ha? What do you mean? Zhao Jun did not understand what exactly Lin Xian was talking about for a moment. Lin Xian laughed. That is, if I have another woman and am more intimate with her, you are not allowed to be jealous. It's fine if you promise this. Zhao Jun was first confused for a moment, then looked at Lin Xian with the eyes of a retard. Did you go out this morning without taking your medication? Why should I be jealous of you? Joke. We weren't really a couple in the first place, and I'm not interested in your personal affairs. Go find whoever you like. Lin Xian then shrugged his shoulders. That's what you're saying now, but that's what I want. Just tell me to bet or not. Just because you're not jealous now doesn't mean you won't be jealous in the future. Zhao Jun was really a bit annoyed. Good. I'll bet. Satisfied? Can we go now? Lin Xian nodded and added. It's okay. Oh yeah, this is just the bet I want. The $10 million payoff still can't be less. After saying this, Lin Xian left the office with large strides. Zhao Jun shook his head. Hey, these men ah. Chapter 51, relax. I don't want to go against you. After receiving $10 million from the finance, Lin String left MX. Lin Xian sat in his Lamborghini and swiped his cell phone. After searching out Yuki's information and looking at her picture, the system began to speak. Name, Yuki He, age, 25. Phone number, 168x 4718. Black history. 1. During her student days, she was a little girl, often engaging in school bullying, and also received administrative punishment for fighting. 2. Played a big role in bullying newcomers on the set many times. 3. Has a gold master named Zhou Tao, the second son of Donghai Imperial City Industry. 4. Seduced the boyfriend of Agent Luo Lily. Lin Xian's eyes were dizzy from watching. The jade girl on the screen is actually a woman of desire, or the lawless kind, even faking her age. Zhou Tao? Lin Xian noticed this name in the Black History. There's a gold master that's good. System, if I want to see the details of Yuki's Black History, I need to see this Zhou Tao. System, received. Now for Zhou Tao's personal information in Black History. Name, Zhou Tao. Age, 32. Phone number, 175x 6099. Black History. 1. Favorite game, once used his own company's 5 million goods to recharge to buy equipment. 2. And brother Zhou Qi relationship is not good. Zhou Qi repeatedly sent people down to try to murder Zhou Tao. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Is the world of the rich so messed up? Are there any normal people out there? But after reading this information, Lin Xian already had a plan. He dialed Zhou Tao's number. Hello, who is it? On the other side of the phone was the sound of keyboard clacking. He should still be playing a game there. Lin Xian spoke in a salty manner. Mr. Zhou, you're still playing games with your family's money. Aren't you afraid of being caught by your father? Zhou Tao on the other end of the phone froze for a moment, then asked, who are you? Lin Xian reported an address. Phoenix Hotel. Let's meet? Maybe I can help you a lot. After saying that, he immediately hung up the phone, and Lin Xian drove towards the Phoenix Hotel with a kick of the gas. He knew that Zhou Tao would definitely go. There was a brother at home who wanted his life, and now that someone knew about his dark information, a normal person would be curious and flustered. Phoenix Hotel. The Phoenix Hotel was called a hotel, but it was actually a famous place of pleasure in the rich and powerful circle of East China Sea. The lowest room here costs more than 5 figures a night, and ordinary people can't get in. Inside the entertainment equipment is complete. More or some leisure place. The hotel is surrounded by rows of dense artificial forest. Do not look closely, will think it is a park. Many paparazzi and passers-by simply do not have the opportunity to enter, because the woods are full of security guards patrolling 24 hours a day. Many celebrities would also treat this place as a vacation spot, and would also come here to meet their gold masters and accompany them to have fun. When Lin String drove in with his Lamborghini, the security guards didn't think much of it, and just assumed that it was some rich son of a family who came here to have fun. Standing at the door, Lin String took out his cell phone and started watching the news, waiting for Zhou Tao's call. It wasn't long before Zhou Tao's call really came. I've arrived. Where are you? The voice was very low, obviously feeling like he was on guard against something. Lin Xian said, I'm at the door, wearing the top white and bottom black, that is. You come directly. As for where to chat, you said it. Not long after, a middle-aged man in a casual suit appeared. His appearance was not showing his age. The high-grade suit with a body that had not gone out of shape, and was still somewhat handsome, but his heavy dark circles under his eyes were very noticeable. He looked like an office worker and a bit like a fledgling salesman, just not like a rich second-generation tycoon or boss. This was Zhou Tao, and there were 4 bodyguards behind him. Lin Xian greeted him. Mr. Zhou, how are you? Zhou Tao looked at Lin Xian with some surprise. You are the one who called me? He had thought that it was some nemesis or someone sent by his own brother to test himself, but Lin Xian looked sunny and handsome and very young. Where did he look like he was playing a conspiracy? If it wasn't for the fact that the voices were indeed similar, Zhou Tao really wouldn't have believed it. Lin Xian nodded his head. Of course it's me. Time is short. Where are we going to talk? Zhou Tao had his men order some dishes in a private room, and his party followed the waiter. The waiter smiled and pushed open the door, bowed and left. The box was very large, making it feel like a large conference room. However, there was only one antique table in the middle of it, and the furnishings in the room were all antique vases and landscape painting screens. Zhou Tao sat down and pointed to the chair in front of him. Have a seat. Lin Xian swept Zhou Tao a glance, sat down and said, Mr. Zhou, I called you here today because there are some things I want to ask for your help, but I'm sure you have a lot of things you want to ask me. Why don't you start? Zhou Tao kept his gaze on Lin Xian's body. Who are you, and why do you know those things about me? Lin Xian was also quick. I'm a private detective, and I know things that many people don't know. Zhou Tao was quite satisfied with this answer. A private detective knowing his own black information was not something hard to understand. Then who sent you? Lin Xian laughed again. Don't worry, it's right that it's not your brother. Zhou Tao's expression changed. My brother? Why would you think that I would suspect that you were sent by my brother? Lin Xian didn't answer right away, but pointed to his chest. Mr. Zhou, the wound on your chest. Your brother sent someone to do it, right? The moment he saw Zhou Tao, Lin Xian used perspective to take a look and found that there was a 5-centimeter long scar on his chest. Zhou Tao was even more surprised. He himself had previously been assassinated by an assassin sent by his brother, and it was precisely on his chest that he had been slashed. Imperial City Industries, in fact, started out as a smuggler a long time ago, specializing in reselling second-hand appliances and cars from abroad into the country. They made a huge fortune during the times of scarcity. Zhou Tao's father was the founder of Imperial City, a very Jianghu-like person, similar to Tang Gaoge. The difference was that Tang Gaoge hadn't touched so many illegal things before, so he could clear his name and was able to appear in the public eye with great fanfare. The Zhou family, on the other hand, couldn't, and could only make some big bucks in a muffled manner. But because of this, entrepreneurship when more of that dark forest law is still used. To put it simply, as long as you have the strength, you can be the boss. As the second son of the family, Zhou Tao's fight with his eldest son, his brother, is a taboo matter. His brother had tried to kill his younger brother several times so that he could inherit the family business in the future. However, Zhou Tao felt that this kind of family scandal should not be publicized, and had been holding back, trying to avoid more conflicts with his brother. Zhou Tao fixed his mind and asked, How on earth did you know? Lin Xian took a sip of tea. Mr. Zhou, relax. I'm not trying to antagonize you by mentioning this. Chapter 52, You're very brave. Zhou Tao didn't know whether to believe or disbelieve what Lin Xian said. From the phone call to the meeting, it was less than 3 hours in total. Lin Xian had already revealed 2 big secrets that he didn't want to be known, and he said he was a private detective. But how did such a young Lin Cord have so much energy to find this information? If he didn't have some big shot behind him, he would have killed himself to believe something so bizarre. Lin Xian added, Mr. Zhou, relax, I really have no ill intentions. As for you using the company's money to play games, I can understand. Zhou Tao let out a bitter smile and chucked up the dish in front of him. Understand? You can also understand such a thing. You are indeed not immortal. Don't you think I'm a loser like this? Lin Xian shook his head and said, Your defeatism should be a fake defeatism. Or perhaps, you had to be defeated. Zhou Tao put down his chopsticks and stroked his chin. Say on. Lin Yin then continued, having a brother who wants to kill you all day long, and most of the rest of the family is also on his side. If you are still motivated to work hard on your career every day and show too much ambition, isn't that looking for death? After reading Zhou Tao's message, Lin Xian had already guessed some generalizations. Right now, if he was muddling through his days playing games like this, he would not yet be exempt from a cut. If he showed too much offense, Zhou Tao wouldn't live long. Only by allowing himself to act like a mediocrity and letting his brother lower his guard, there was still a chance of survival instead. Lin Xian's words gave Zhou Tao the feeling of finding a soulmate. All along, everyone thought that he was self-absorbed, indulging in the cyber world and bagging female celebrities. Who actually knew that he was suffering? Seeing a change in Zhou Tao's complexion, Lin Xian continued, Mr. Zhou, you actually don't have to work so hard, because your elder brother also has a lot of dark information. As long as it is exposed, your father and many of the elders won't tolerate him, and at that time, you can naturally win this war for the heir apparent. Zhou Tao's father was old and was now worried about the heir apparent. Zhou Tao's older brother was now a popular presence within the family, but the old man always had faith in his second son. This was what created the situation where Zhou Tao's brother was dead set on Zhou Tao. Zhou Tao was moved. Lin Xian was able to know everything about himself. So what would be so difficult about knowing his brothers? It was just that he understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch under the sky. Zhou Tao asked, "So your price, what is it?" In his heart, he had already guessed the reason why Lin Xian had called him here. Perhaps it was to make a deal with himself? Lin Xian smiled and said, "Actually, I've also run into a difficult situation. I hope that Mr. Zhou can help." Zhou Tao knocked on the desktop and smiled as well. "You're so capable. And you still have a difficulty?" Lin Xian pretended to sigh helplessly. "Truth be told, my woman's company has encountered a trouble." "What kind of trouble?" "Her product will be released soon, but the spokesperson she hired had a car accident today, and now she can no longer continue to work together." Zhou Tao thought about it and asked, "Is there such a coincidence? Being screwed?" Zhou Tao, who had grown up in an environment of deceit since he was a child, smelled a hint of intrigue from these mere words. Lin Xian sighed with a smile and said, "Mr. Zhou is really smart. Not bad. It's about being screwed. There are many reasons in there. You understand, right?" Zhou Tao nodded. Doing business and being tripped up by the opposite family. It couldn't be a more normal episode, but he wasn't going to ask too much. It had nothing to do with him. "Then what are you trying to do? Through me?" Lin Xian said dryly. "It's simple. I know that Mr. Zhou has some connections in the entertainment industry, so I want to ask for someone from you." Zhou Tao nodded. That was right. He now felt much more relaxed chatting with Lin Xian. Asking for a new agent was it was just a matter of a first or second tier actress. If this could be exchanged for his brother's black material, then it was really cost effective, but he still had to keep an eye out. "Your woman's company, what does it do?" Lin Xian replied, "Doing cosmetics, focusing on the high-end route, so the spokesperson's grade can't be too low." Zhou Tao poured a cup of tea. Understood. It's not difficult. He couldn't look at low-grade actresses himself, so the ones he knew and adopted were all somewhat famous. Zhou Tao asked again, "Then can I ask, what's the name of your woman's company?" He wanted to finally confirm if Lin Xian was lying to him by saying this, or if he had another agenda. Lin String replied blandly, "MX Fashion." Zhou Tao took out his cell phone, wanting to see if he could find out any relevant information. Lin String didn't care too much. He could just check if he wanted to. A minute later, Zhou Tao's expression changed. "MX Fashion? Are you sure you're not wrong?" "That's right. What's wrong?" "The owner of MX Fashion is Zhao Jun." Lin Yin spread his hands. "Yeah, that's right." Zhou Tao took a deep breath. "Your woman is Zhao Jun? You're not kidding, right?" Who Zhao Jun was, he knew too well. The famous iceberg goddess of the East Sea, a high-cool female president, the eldest daughter of the famous Zhao family, the domineering female president of domineering female presidents. Zhou Tao laughed dumbly. "Zhao Jun has a man? Why did I hear that the Zhao family is planning to marry the Lei family? And the object of the marriage is still the Lei family's Lei Haolong." Lei Haolong's bad reputation was bad, but fear was still fear. Lin Xian directly said that he was Zhao Jun's man. Was he afraid that his life would be too long? Just as Lin Xian was about to answer, it just so happened that Zhao Jun called. Lin Xian picked it up and said, "Hey, Jun, what are you doing?" "I'm busy." At this moment, Zhou Tao on the other side sent a concerned look. Lin Xian suddenly realized this call from Zhao Jun came at a good time. Simply a divine assist. There is no. Zhao Jun asked, "You're at the Phoenix Hotel?" Lin Xian froze for a moment. "Yes, I'm here, talking about things." How did Zhao Jun know? Zhao Jun was a little angry. "You took my money and that's where you went to splurge? Or did you go there to look for a little starlet, planning to take a crooked path to contact He Yuchia?" Louis Holong called. "Know what he said about you?" "Oh, it was Lei Haolong who said that." It seems like he's really pervasive in tracking himself. The essence of the Phoenix Hotel is a golden house for rich people to hide their pampering. He just took another sum of money from the company. Lei Haolong again, so a little bit of fire. Zhao Jun is very hard not to want to be crooked. Lin String coughed and said, "Lei Haolong, how he likes to say, I don't care. Also, our bet. I'm going to raise the stakes." Zhao Jun froze. "Raise the bet? Raise what bet?" Chapter 53, Lin Xian is really too brave, isn't he? Lin Xian said directly. Jun, let me tell you, you suspected me of coming to Phoenix Hotel to mess around because of Lei Haolong's whispers. This makes me very dissatisfied. That's why I'm raising the stakes. The word Jun was pronounced heavily by Lin Yin. Zhao Jun's side was really angry and amused. "Alright, what kind of bet do you want to raise?" Lin Yin said. "Whoever of us loses, we have to kneel down and apologize. How about it?" As soon as Zhao Jun heard that he had to kneel down, his temper came up. "Okay, you want to die clearly. I'll fulfill you." After saying this, he hung up the phone. Lin Xian also threw his cell phone to the side and muttered, "Humph, don't know any better." Zhou Tao on the opposite side was already dumbfounded. "Brother, is this how you talk to Zhao Yingjun?" Zhao Yingjun he hadn't seen before, but in terms of reputation and status, such a woman could usually only be coaxed, right? Which has such a direct dislike. Lin Xian was also saying Lei Haolong's faults over the phone. This is like not having eyes for two of the worst people in East China Sea at the same time. Still saying you don't have a background? Your family doesn't drive tanks and airplanes, does it? Zhou Tao began to trust Lin Xian more. No matter what, just because he was so crazy, he must have big capital. Moreover, before this, Lin Xian had already shown his extraordinary strength. Afterwards, Zhou Tao raised his teacup. "Brother, come on, have a drink first. Don't get angry. You just said, bet, and raise the stakes? What kind of bet is it?" Lin Xian said after drinking the tea. "Harm, it's not the same thing I just said? Her company was in trouble. I wanted to help her, but she ended up saying that there was Lei Haolong behind this. By the way, you know Lei Haolong well, right?" Of course Zhou Tao knew who Lei Haolong was and nodded. Lei Haolong had a distinguishing characteristic, which was that no one liked him and treated him as an asshole. But this asshole, you still had to provide for him. Even if you weren't afraid of him, you still had to avoid him. Otherwise you wouldn't be able to live in peace in this life. It is also an open secret that Lei Haolong is picking on Zhao Yingjun. Moreover, Lei Haolong has more than once let slip in public that Zhao Yingjun is his woman, and any man who dares to think ill of her will definitely not be spared. Zhou Tao seemed to understand something and asked, "The endorsement thing, was Lei Haolong's doing as well?" Lin Xian nodded his head. "It was him. Lei Haolong's character is just like that. He only talks about the result and doesn't ask about the reason. As long as he lives, he doesn't let others live. This spokesperson is considered to have suffered an undeserved disaster law." Afterwards, Lin Yin glanced at his cell phone rather emotionally. "Yingjun refusing to involve me is probably also to protect me. After all, it's no surprise that an unstable factor like Lei Haolong would do anything." Zhou Tao nodded in agreement. Lin Xian tapped the table again and stared at Zhou Tao, saying, "However, if Lei Haolong goes too far, I'll ignore everything else, but it's absolutely not okay for him to touch my woman. If he's not satisfied with Yingjun being with me, he should come to me, shouldn't he? With such underhanded tactics, there's no way I'm going to let it go. That's why I made a bet with Yingjun that I can definitely solve this trouble." Zhou Tao was moved. He immediately raised his teacup. "Good, well said. It's only a great man who is sentimental and righteous." All along, Zhou Tao had been bound too heavily by the reality of interests, and had been ostracized by his own brothers. The so-called true love he had long ago not dared to hope for. But Lin Xuan's story is full of such true love. If you don't help such a person, is he still a human being? After drinking a cup of tea, Zhou Tao immediately said, "Don't worry, brother, I'll take care of the spokesperson. Which star do you want? Or which internet star?" Lin Xian smiled and said, "It's definitely not a big deal for you. Yuchi, is that okay?" Zhou Tao was happy. "I even had a late night snack with her the day before yesterday." Wait, Zhou Tao took out his cell phone and started looking for someone in his address book. Because there were too many women in his portfolio, Zhou Tao had to type in their names to search for them. After a note of "your Yuji baby," Zhou Tao pressed the button for voice call. "Hello, Godfather? What's the matter with me?" Zhou Tao briefly exchanged pleasantries with her and said, "Alright, let me get down to business. You must take my friend's company's endorsement ad next. Got it?" Yuchi was a bit surprised. "Why a Godfather? My schedule is all lined up until the middle of next year." This was not questioning Zhou Tao. Without Zhou Tao as the gold master and backer, it was impossible for Hiyuki to get the resources, so she was simply heartbroken about the liquidated damages she would incur if she defaulted on her contract. Zhou Tao waved his hand. "I'll give the default payment. You just have to promise." Hiyuchi was even more curious. Which company had such a big row? "Okay, I will definitely go. Which company is it?" Zhou Tao spoke up. "MX Fashion Company in East China Sea." At this time, Zhou Tao asked Lin Xuan in front of him, "Bro, when is it?" Lin String replied, "Tomorrow morning. The sooner the better." Zhou Tao nodded and conveyed the time and place. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Tao shook his cell phone. "Bro, it's all done. You guys just prepare to sign the contract tomorrow." Lin Chun nodded. "Mr. Zhou is really dependable. Since Mr. Zhou is so deeply righteous, then I can't let Mr. Zhou work for free." Zhou Tao had roped himself in, so in return, Lin Chun naturally had to give him a little of what he wanted. That was something unknown about his brother. Of course, there was another part of the consideration in Zhou Tao. This person can hold back, can bend and stretch. These are the standard character of people who do great things. Just now also said that he can give all the liquidated damages. To know a first-tier movie star's endorsement cost millions of dollars is not strange. Liquidated damages is to lose 2 or 3 times. And Zhou Tao chose to carry it all by himself. This is beyond the scope of helping. Lin Xian could sense that Zhou Tao was taking the initiative to make friends with himself. Zhou Tao was energized again. Was Lin Xian going to talk about his brother? Lin Xian opened his mouth and started by saying, "There is no turning back from the bow. Mr. Zhou, if you help me, you are also going against Lei Haolong. Have you thought about the consequences?" Zhou Tao fell silent. Indeed, if the car accident was really Lei Haolong's doing, then he would really not stop in order to achieve his goal. Since Zhou Tao had helped MX and Lin Xian, it was really a slap in Lei Haolong's face. This matter had also crossed his mind. Zhou Tao slammed the table with force. What is Lei Haolong? Just the eldest son of a famous family. But this is not a reason he uses to bully people. I definitely want to find justice. Don't worry, brother. If he dares to mess around, I, Zhou Tao, will be the first to say no. Lin Xian was very satisfied and felt that he could tell a fierce story. Chapter 54, A Good Brother with the Grace of Regeneration. Lin Xian took a sip of tea and lamented. Not that I'm saying, Mr. Zhou, it hasn't been easy for you these past few years. Not only is your brother always targeting you, but your wife was also killed in an accident. This was also the information given by the system. Just now, through the regret function, Lin Xian had learned about an unpleasant past of Zhou Tao. Regret. Zhou Tao once had a beloved wife who was pregnant and was doing pregnancy tests in a hospital. As a result, a fire broke out in the hospital and Zhou Tao's wife perished in the flames. So the fire was a mere accident? Little cutie. Only then will you believe it. Then through the Black History details, Lin Xian found Zhou Tao's brother Zhou Qi's Black History. Zhou Qi's Black History was much more powerful. Burning, killing, raping and pillaging were all the same. One of the paragraphs reads, he once bribed a nurse named Luo Yu and set fire to the hospital where she worked, causing 3 deaths and more than 20 injuries, including his own sister-in-law. After checking the details, Lin Xian also knew the basic information about this Luo Yu, and her biggest black history was this arson incident. Having harmed so many lives, she is still as immovable as a mountain and still thriving today. Zhou Qi's arrogance and how outrageous she was, could be seen, and Zhou Tao's heart is now a twinge of pain. How he was bullied by his brother. He didn't dare to squeak. Only his beloved wife was his scales. Brother Lin, how much do you know? That hospital accident. The result of the investigation released to the public was a fire caused by aging circuits, but Zhou Tao had never been able to accept it. He had also suspected his brother, but he was bitterly criticized by the elders in his family, saying that he was jealous of his brother's favor, and instead, he was put in an unfavorable situation. But Zhou Tao didn't give up. He was convinced that the black hand behind the scene was his brother. Only that many years had passed and he still didn't have a shred of evidence. Now that Lin Xian took the initiative to mention it, could it be that he had a clue? Lin Xian nodded, took out his cell phone and sent Zhou Tao the cell phone number of Luo Yu that he knew. After a ding, Zhou Tao's cell phone received a message. Zhou Tao opened it and there was only a string of cell phone numbers inside. Lin Xian put away his cell phone while saying with a straight face, if you follow this number, you will definitely get something. However, you still need to avoid being known by your brother. So there's no need for me to teach you more on how to do it, right? Zhou Tao was not a mediocre talent, nor was he the wasteful rich second generation that the outside world thought was addicted to games and harboring actresses. The fact that he was able to hibernate for years and still hide his ambitions was enough to show how deep his city was. Zhou Tao's hands kept trembling. Afterward, he couldn't help but cover his face with his hands and cry. It had been 10 years, the woman he loved the most, and his own flesh and blood had died in an unexplained manner. Such pain and strange shame. Finally had a chance and answer to approach the truth. He could not control it. Once all the thoughts of the hopeless resistance he wanted to go over to suicide. Since living is so useless and meaningless, he might as well go to accompany his lover. But he knew that he did not want to die, but could not die. Only let the truth come out. Let Zhou Qi be punished, is the best way. If he died, then his wife and children had all died in vain. A hand was placed on his shoulder while a tissue was handed to him. Lin Xian said blandly, Mr. Zhou, everything is still not too late. Now is not the time to cry. It's not too late to suffer until your wife and children are avenged. Zhou Tao raised his head and looked at Lin Xian with very complicated eyes. There was gratitude, doubt, and shock. This young man's energy and power. Just how big is it? Lin Xian smiled again and sat down next to him, saying, if you have any inconveniences, you can also talk to me. Tang Gaoge is a friend of mine and will more or less help out. Tang Gaoge? Zhou Tao called out. He's your friend? Tang Gaoge's reputation could be said to be thunderous in East Sea. Being able to be Tang Gaoge's friend was tantamount to paying homage to the heavens in East Sea. Lin Xian was still so young. On what grounds? Suddenly, Zhou Tao remembered something and he immediately asked, could it be that the person who whispered to Tang Gaoge yesterday at the famous house on the water was you? Last night's incident where Deng Gaoge beat his wife in front of everyone and climbed into a conversation with a young man had become a talking point in the rich circle. Young man, mysterious, and friends with Deng Gaoge. Zhou Tao felt that Lin String fit perfectly. Lin String nodded graciously. Not bad, I am. Zhou Tao leaned back in his chair and said with some emotion. Sure enough, brother, you're not a mortal. How many impossibilities had all become possible with Lin Xuan? He couldn't help but be shocked, and he couldn't help but be submissive. He then poured a full cup of tea, raised it up and said to Lin Xian, Brother Lin, if you can really clear up the truth about my wife and son's unjust death, you will be my blood brother in the future, and you'll have the honor of being my brother again. A brother with the favor of rebuilding? That sounds so strange. Lin Xian patted him on the shoulder. You helped me and I helped you. These words are out of place. Zhou Tao got up and said, Alright, I'll leave first. I'll talk to you if there's anything. If you have any trouble I can help. Pow! Body! Shatter! Bones! After saying that, Zhou Tao put his cell phone into his pocket and hurriedly left. Lin Xian looked at his departing back and felt a little funny. It was not that Zhou Tao was funny. It was that he had two more brothers from different fathers and mothers all of a sudden. After Zhou Tao found Luo Yu, he would definitely be able to find enough evidence to accuse Zhou Qi. Several people's lives by the authorities will not let go of this heartless mad dog. It was already self-evident who the Zhou family would choose as their heir at that time. Zhou Tao and Tang Gaoge, from now on, would also look up to themselves. Lin Xian smiled. What underground emperor of the Eastern Sea? It's still easy to be one. At this time, the system once again sounded a beep. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully helping people through the Black History system. This rewards a new skill. Please check with the host. The host has acquired the skill Observation. Observe words, when used on a target character. This skill allows you to access the contents of the other character's mind for 2 minutes. When used on the same character, the skill's cooldown time is 60 minutes. Note, when the skill is upgraded, the cooldown time will decrease in order, so please refuel the host more often. Lin laughed out loud. This is the same as Psychic Perspective. Although it was only 2 minutes, the cooldown time wasn't short. However, on some important occasions, as long as you can know the other party's psychology for even a minute, you can change a lot of things. Lin Xian felt that this skill was really too practical. Black History could only know the past. Now he could already know what a person was thinking at this moment. Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry to leave. After he had a good meal, he slowly took out his cell phone again. At this time, of course, it was time to make a call to Zhao Jun. Chapter 55, Flowers blossoming and blossoming all over the sky. The matter had been resolved satisfactorily, so of course Lin Yin had to give Zhao Jun the good news. By the way, he wanted her to honor the bet again. Lin Xian didn't plan to go to Zhao Jun's company next. After all, it wasn't good to let someone kneel down in his own company, right? But Hiyuchi would definitely show up at MX company tomorrow. Calling now would also allow Zhao Jun to prepare in advance. Lin Xian was a bit puzzled. Since there was such a long beep in front of it, it meant that it was connected. If it can't be connected, then it was rejected. What a guy. He's so grumpy. Lin Yin shook his head, thinking that Zhao Jun was really too girlish in front of himself. This is also a good thing, right? It shows that he is special. Suddenly, a text message beep sounded. It was none other than Zhao Jun who sent it. In a meeting. Another meeting. Lin Xian thought about it. After all, after such a big incident in MX, it was normal to have a meeting to organize a countermeasure. Just where did Zhao Jun think that her troubles had been solved? It was too normal that Zhao Jun couldn't figure it out. Lin Xian started off by saying that he wanted to make a bet and even took $10 million, only to show up at a place like the Phoenix Hotel the next second. If one could think that Lin Xian was running for the current trouble and had managed to solve it, and solved it so beautifully, that would be a hell of a thing. Lin Xian revealed a satisfied smile. This was quite good. The more Zhao Jun couldn't think of what he was doing and didn't know the extent of his abilities, then this would have a sense of mystery. When she knew everything tomorrow, she would be even more surprised and this layer of mystery would be even stronger. There is also a game in the relationship between men and women, and this mystery is a very important bargaining chip. With mystery, there is attraction, and the more mysterious, the more people who can create surprises for each other, the more advantageous. Lin Xian began to think about whether Zhao Jun would kneel in front of himself, pinching his ears, daintily, like an aggrieved little daughter-in-law, and say to himself, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Interesting, really interesting. After Lin Xian ate his fill, he began to walk outside the hotel. While walking, he made another call to Zhao Jie. Hey, brother-in-law, how does it feel to snitch? Zhao Jie's tone on his side wasn't intimidating. What are you doing going to a place like Phoenix Hotel? Don't you have any idea in your heart? Let me tell you, no matter if you and my sister are real or fake, if you dare to do anything that degrades my sister's reputation, I don't need Lei Haolong to do it. I'll go and clean you up myself. This Zhao Jun is really a protective devil for his sister. When Zhao Jun is conquered by himself, your brat will also have to kneel down and sing conquest to me. Lin Xian yawned. Okay, I'm so scared, but you'd better save your breath, in case you collide with Lei Haolong's people who are following me. I don't care if you guys fight. After saying that, he hung up the phone. After driving away from the Phoenix Hotel, it was already close to the afternoon, and the city center was starting to see the off-work rush hour, with a large number of cars starting to move slowly on the road. Lin Xian also didn't have anything he had to rush to do, so he wasn't in a hurry, and was leisurely listening to a song with the car stereo on while looking at the clouds in the distant sky. Just then, a few cars in front of him on the left attracted Lin Xian's attention. After twisting his head to observe for a moment, Lin Xian realized that there was already a whole fleet of cars beside him at some point. There was everything from Mercedes-Benz Business to Mercedes-Benz Cross Country. In the middle of the Mercedes was a rose-red Rolls-Royce, which stood out amongst the many black Mercedes. This was no longer flaunting, but telling everyone who saw them, "I'm rich, don't mess with me." Lin Xian was a little curious. Whose fleet was this? He opened his perspective eyes to see who was sitting in the less rouse. With this one look, Lin Xian couldn't help but stare. In the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, there was only a woman and a cat. The side of the woman's face looked as if it was a masterpiece carved by the gods of heaven, making it impossible to think of words that could describe its beauty. Her eyes were glittering like precious stones, and her hands, which were jerking the cat, were comparable to the world's rare jade. Although it wasn't as heartwarming to Lin Xian as Zhao Jun, if Zhao Jun's face was a 10, this woman could be given a 9. 4. Seeing the face, Lin Xian naturally knew this woman's information and black history. Name, Chu Yayun. Age, 24. Phone number, 188XXXX0781. Black history. 1. In order to find a place to speak her mind, she secretly built a social app by herself, with the ID of Blossom full of sky, published a lot of middle-class remarks and novels. So far no one noticed. 2. Chu Yayun's parents are very typical control freaks, treating her as their most perfect work, so they monitor her everywhere and often meddle in her life planning, but Chu Yayun has never refused to show this. 3. Chu Yayun is a jitterbug. Hiss. Lin Xian had a nodding head. He had basically analyzed Chu Yayun's general characteristics now. She was a sullen woman who had been squeezed by her family for too long. Sultry was not a derogatory term. At least Lin Xian did not feel that sultry was a sin. However, the difference between Chu Yayun and Zhao Jun also manifested itself. Both women's external image as a strong woman. Zhao Jun's strength was from the inside out. Even when Lin Xian had amazed her a few times, he hadn't made her completely succumb because she just wanted to be strong. But Chu Yayun was completely different. She was forced out to be strong. As long as she was free of her family's constraints, she became a good girl, even happy to be abused. Looking at it this way, it was still Zhao Jun who was better off. But Lin Xian still felt the need to have something happen with Chu Yayun. After all, the Chu family's connections and power were not bad. He had heard of the Chu family's reputation before, being in the internet business, involving games, socialization, payments, and other popular areas. In terms of communication technology, the Chu family had also made a mark, cooperating with several major international and domestic cell phone manufacturers. Since he was destined to meet today, why waste this opportunity? Lin Xian took out his cell phone, intending to flirt with the seemingly high and mighty Miss Qianjin. But before sending the text message, he did one thing. When Chu Yayun's Rolls-Royce passed him, Lin Xian honked the horn. The sudden loud sound that rang out caught the attention of the people in the Chu family's fleet, including Chu Yayun. Chu Yayun looked over and found that Lin Xian had rolled down the window and was smiling faintly at her. Out of domesticity, Chu Yayun also politely returned a smile before immediately pulling the sunshade of the car closed. She didn't want to be stared at by strange men, and she also didn't like to have any interactions with people from unknown sources. The Lamborghini Lin Xian drove spoke volumes about his strength. But so what? Chu Yayun had grown up surrounded by such rich kids and wouldn't even put it in her eyes. However, her cell phone soon rang with a beep, and an unfamiliar number sent her a text message. After clicking on it, Chu Yayun was so surprised that she almost stood up, and the yin shao on her legs crawled to the ground at once. Hello there, flowery. You look a lot better than in the news. Cheers for the update. Chapter 56, Where there is light, there is darkness. Flowers bloom and blossom all over the sky. That's her ID, and it was still an ID used in her own app. Chu Yayun was very concerned about protecting her privacy, having been proficient in programming since she was a child. She had developed a social app on her own and then anonymously handed it over to a third party to help run it, so no one would know that she was there, and the core data in the app was in her hands. Her own secrets could be said to be solid gold, but someone actually knew. Not only knew, but also precisely found her cell phone number and sent it to herself. This text message. What is going on? The text message also said, "You're much prettier than on the news." It was as if the person who sent the text message had just seen how she looked and was now sending a message over to let herself know. Suddenly, Lin Xian's smile appeared in her mind. Could it be him? Where is the person? Xu Yayun lifted the sunshade at once, but at this time, Lin Xian and his Lamborghini were no longer on the street, and everything just now seemed like a dream, somewhat unreal, but it did happen. The female assistant in the driver's seat heard the commotion and asked, "President, what's wrong?" Xu Yayun fixed her mind and said, "Nothing. You drive your car." The female assistant nodded. Yes. Xu Yayun took out her cell phone and began to send a reply message to Lin Xian. She only had one question. Who the hell are you? Lin Xian, who was idling in his car, received the text message. He sent one back to Xu Yayun. MS. Xu, please don't worry. I don't have any malicious intentions. I just like reading your texts. That's all. I will also keep your secrets to myself. Don't worry. Lin Xian did not want Xu Yayun to feel that he was threatening her. There would also be no development between the two, much less any substantial contact. The reason why he took the initiative to approach Xu Yayun was merely for the sake of winning the bet, as well as the power behind Xu Yayun. Ding! It seemed that Lin Yin's words did not put Xu Yayun at ease. Soon, a second, third, and fourth text message followed. Who the hell are you? Why do you know back that I'm Flower Shelter? What exactly do you want? Why do you have my cell phone number? How much more do you know about me? Lin Xian smiled helplessly. This woman. Well, you're also the president of a $10 billion asset company. How can you not be calm at all? Lin Xian didn't bother much. Instead, he directly sent her 3 question marks. I just won't reply, but I also won't let you think that I'll be unfavorable to you, and I can't be sure that I really don't have any malicious intent towards you. Go figure it out yourself. It's not like it's my time that's being wasted anyway. Moreover, the next thing Lin Xian was looking forward to was making Zhao Jun honor his bet. When Lin Xian arrived home, he practiced his fighting skills for a bit before taking a hot bath in comfort. Next, it was just a matter of bullets flying for a while. By the next day, a lot of things and a lot of people's fates would be different, right? Lin Xian thought it was quite marvelous that many people's destinies and life trajectories changed because of a single text message from himself. At the same time, he himself reaped the benefits of beautiful women and hundreds of millions of dollars of wealth. Isn't such a life marvelous? Early the next morning, Zhao Jun still arrived at the company early. After a day of meetings yesterday, the executives had racked their brains and brainstormed, but they still didn't have a suitable plan. The launch of the new product was imminent. How could this go on? As for Lin Xian, Zhao Jun didn't have time to make a call yesterday to ask him what was going on. She also didn't take the bet with Lin Yin seriously. She felt that Lin Xian was just bragging, and that he was just making fun of himself. However, when she thought that Lin Xian would have to kneel down and apologize to herself after he lost, she felt a little happier in her heart. Don't you love bragging? I'd like to see how you're going to pay for your arrogance and conceit. Sitting in the office, Zhao Jun received another call from Lei Haolong. Young Jun, how have you been? Zhao Jun held back a bellyful of fire and said, Lei Haolong, have something to say straight. What have you done is clear in your heart, so don't be a weasel to a chicken. Lei Haolong then laughed badly. I didn't do anything, I just let you recognize the reality. Some things can't be done. Don't waste your efforts. You are my woman. No one can change that. Zhao Jun slapped the table. Lei Haolong, you go dreaming. I'd rather die than marry you. These were the words that came out of the combination of her competitive spirit and self-esteem. If she had lost in a normal competition, she would have no regrets and no complaints. But Lei Haolong used all these underhanded tactics to force himself into submission, and never wanted to get her sincere recognition in this life. Lei Haolong smiled coldly. Ying Jun, what do you mean by that? Our marriage is a big trend. You have to be a praying mantis only, and pulling in a piece of trash that's nothing to compare with me. You're also at your wit's end. Zhao Jun's willow eyebrows rose. You said Lin Yin? What do you want? Could it be that Lei Haolong was not only going to take a shot at himself, but was going to start threatening Lin Xian as well? As soon as the words left her mouth, she herself felt a little strange. Since when did she actually start worrying about Lin Xian's safety? Lei Haolong laughed out loud. What do I want? That kind of trash. Is it worth my time? It's just a little white boy. You'd better think about how to get rid of him. Our marriage can't have this kind of stain. The more Zhao Jun thought about it, the angrier she became, and she directly hung up the phone. Lei Haolong, you asshole. After cursing, Zhao Jun became anxious again, because she really didn't have any other way to resist. But But thinking of Lei Haolong's smug and ugly face, Zhao Yingjun was really disgusted to the point of wanting to vomit. The office building where MX Company was located came a group of special visitors. Hiyuchi appeared under the elevator with large sunglasses and wearing a gorgeous high-grade dress. At her side, there were two tall men who were bodyguards cum assistants following her. Their eyes kept observing the surroundings, strictly preventing from being secretly photographed by the paparazzi. Hiyuchi was a little nervous in her heart, because Zhou Tao had told her that today, she had to put off all the big things and had to come to MX to sign the contract. A little bit of mistake can't be there yet. What exactly was the reason that made Zhou Tao push himself like this? Chapter 57. Lin Xian really succeeded. Hiyuchi arrived all the way to the floor where MX Company was located. Looking at the company's decoration style, it really did have a certain level in it. However, Hiyuchi didn't see where it was worth Zhou Tao's seriousness. Zhou Tao said that this was his good brother's woman's company, and the spokesperson's contract had to be signed. If anything goes wrong, Zhou Tao will immediately turn his back on her. Hiyuchi was scared and doubtful, so when she came to the front desk, she was careful about asking questions. "Hello, I want to see your boss. Is she in?" The lady at the front desk didn't dare to be slow when she saw Hiyuchi's dress and the bodyguard behind her. "Excuse me, do you have an appointment?" Hiyuchi thought everything had been arranged and said, "There should be. My surname is He." Check. The young lady at the front desk immediately started rummaging through it. However, Zhao Yingjun's schedule only had meetings. No meetings were scheduled. "I'm sorry, Ms. He, our president doesn't seem to have a relevant appointment." "No appointment?" Hiyuchi was even more puzzled. How was this possible? The fact that Zhou Tao was so attached to it meant that it was urgent, so it was only right that his brother would have arranged it as well. How could there not even be an appointment? Hiyuchi patiently continued to ask. "No way. I was introduced by your boss's friend Mr. Lin. You check again?" Zhou Tao also said Lin Xian's name to her, although she hadn't heard of this character. But to be able to let Zhou Tao refer to him as a brother, it was obviously not an ordinary person either. The receptionist lady shook her head. "Sorry, I really didn't find out." She guessed that the Mr. Lin that Hiyuchi was talking about was Lin Xian, but in the eyes of the employees, Lin Xian was also just a gigolo that Zhao Yingjun had found, so it wasn't particularly on her mind. "Then can you give your boss a call? I am indeed looking for her to talk about something." The receptionist lady looked at the time and smiled bitterly. "Sorry, the president is definitely in a meeting right now. I don't dare to disturb." Zhao Yingjun's acting style was well known in the company. Now that Zhao Yingjun was on fire for the endorsement, who would dare to touch this bomb? But the receptionist didn't dare to condescend to this mysterious guest. "Why don't you sit in the reception room for a while, Ms. He, after the president finishes his meeting, I'll go and notify him for you?" Hiyuchi's heart was about to explode with anger. When had she ever been treated like this? Wherever she went to receive endorsements, although she was the B side of the work, the A side companies were all treating her like a god. Now that she came here, she had to wait instead? But thinking about Zhou Tao's instructions, she still swallowed it raw. "Okay, I'll go wait first." In the conference room, Zhao Yingjun was sitting in the center of a round table, and there were 30 to 40 people surrounding the table. They were all small and large administrators of MX, and in order to make a group effort, they had all gone up to the table to make suggestions. Only the progress was still unsatisfactory. No. This solution is not good either." Zhao Yingjun once again vetoed the planning department's proposal. The head of the planning department lowered his head and stopped saying anything. It wasn't that Zhao Yingjun was demanding. In order to catch up with the launch, she had already lowered her standards. Since there was no suitable spokesperson, it would be fine to come up with some suitable activity programs that could attract eyeballs. But the problem was that it was difficult. Very difficult. Lei Haolong's blockade and suppression of MX Company could be said to be the greatest in the history of East China Sea business. Trying to find a suitable program was difficult as hell. Zhao Yingjun looked at the dead conference room and his heart was like ashes. It seems like this is still not going to work. Zhao Yingjun closed his eyes, then opened them and looked at the people present. "I gave you a salary that exceeds the industry average. Is this all you can do in the end? The company is in trouble now, and you guys can't do anything at all?" At this moment, she felt that Lin Xian's bragging behavior was 100 times better than any of these people. At least there were people who dared to angrily dislike Lei Haolong in front of her, and said that they could have a miracle move. But the men she had carefully cultivated had all been centrifuged from herself under Lei Haolong's coercion. It was really a shame. None of the people present replied, all staring at the table in silence. Zhao Yingjun sighed and said, "Take a 15-minute break and come back to the meeting. All listen up. If you don't come up with a solution today, no one will want to leave the company's door." After saying that, she got up and started walking towards the door. As soon as she left the door, the young lady at the front desk immediately greeted her. "Mr. Zhao." Zhao Yingjun was annoyed in her heart and casually replied, "What do you want?" What was the receptionist doing here if she wasn't staying at her post? If this young lady did not give her a satisfactory answer, the next second Zhao Yuan's anger was unimaginable. The front desk young lady said cautiously, "There's a Miss surnamed He waiting for you." She said she was introduced by Mr. Lin. Miss He? Mr. Lin? Yuki He? Lin Xian? Thinking about yesterday's bet with Lin Xian, Zhao Yuan's mind instantly popped up the names of the two. It can't be? Zhao Yuan's eyes widened. Where are the people? The receptionist lady was a little scared and pointed outside. In the A3 reception room, Zhao Yun walked outside and said, "Lead the way, quickly." Impossible, 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 right? Lin Xian really called Hiyuchi over? It had been exactly 1 day since yesterday, but didn't Lin Xian take the money and go spend it in the Phoenix Hotel? How did he succeed? A series of questions kept appearing in Zhao Yuan's mind. She wanted to give Lin Xian a call to confirm, but the moment the phone was taken out, she began to hesitate again. If she lost the bet, she would have to kneel down, and there was no time now. Zhao Yun took 3 steps and had already arrived at the door of the reception room. Zhao Yun knocked politely on the door, then pushed it in. Ms. He, hello. When the door opened, Hiyuchi, who was not wearing sunglasses, was swiping her cell phone. Miss Zhao? Beautiful women always pay attention to each other. Zhao Yuan's beauty and talent was impossible for Hiyuchi to ignore with all the gossip she swiped on weekdays. Hiyuchi was surprised. This company, is it yours? The Zhao family's eldest granddaughter. How could she run such a fashion design company with little fame? When Zhao Yun saw that it was Hiyuchi, her heartbeat accelerated rapidly. It wasn't because Hiyuchi was a big star, but she knew Lin Xian had one. The two beauties shook hands and then sat down. Hiyuchi looked at the naturally beautiful Zhao Yun with some envy, sighing that it was fortunate that Zhao Yun was planning to rely on her talent for a living, or else she might not even have made a name for herself by now. Zhao Yun carefully asked, "That, Ms. He, you came to our company, what is it about?" Hiyuchi laughed. "Miss Zhao, look at what you're saying. Wasn't it Mr. Lin who asked me to come here to be your spokesperson?" Chapter 58, What's wrong with me saying 1 hour? Hiyuchi's words were like dropping a bomb in Zhao Yuan's head. It was true. Lin Xian really did it. He really invited Hiyuchi over. Zhao Yun remained unperturbed on the surface and asked, "Did Lin Xian ask you to come?" Hiyuchi nodded. "Not bad, exactly. He said that your company was short of endorsements, so I put myself forward, and I didn't expect him to really give me this opportunity." This set of sayings was taught by Zhou Tao. Although the gold masters and actresses in the entertainment industry did bad things, they still wanted to save face. Saying directly that Zhou Tao had called them in was still not a good idea to spread the word. Moreover, Zhou Tao intended to let Lin Yuan's credit magnify a bit. Hiyuchi wasn't invited. It was begging Lin Xian to come. Zhao Yuan's shoulders involuntarily shook. It was another blow. Hiyuchi had said self-recommendation. Oh my god, how much energy does Lin Xian have? Zhao Yun smiled. In that case, thank you so much. So do you know all the details of this endorsement? Hiyuchi shook her head. Mr. Lin said that it's fine to listen to your arrangements for everything. As for the endorsement fee, I don't need it either. The payment for the endorsement, Zhou Tao had already given it, and giving MX the endorsement for free was entirely for Lin Xian's face. Just for the fact that Lin Xuan had helped him find Luo Yu as a key witness, Zhou Tao felt that it was worth it to spend as much money as he could behind his back. Free, if it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Yun had a strong heart. At this point, he was afraid that he would have already screamed out, "Lin Xian, ah Lin Xian, just how many more miracles are you going to create for me, ah? This is Hiyuchi, ah, a domestic first-tier movie star, a hot big shot, actually willing to free endorsement. This if you say out. Without endorsement MX can become the industry legend." Zhao Yun slightly calmed down, smiled and said, "Ms. He, where are your words? How can we let you work for free? The price we will definitely give." Hiyuchi hurriedly waved her hand. "No, no, no, if you give money, Ms. Zhao, I won't dare to take this job." Mr. Lin said. "Alright, I know." Zhao Yun was worried that Hiyuchi would say something amazing again, once again showing Lin Xian's power in front of her. She wouldn't really be able to take it anymore. So after half an hour of uninterrupted conversation, Zhao Yun had her assistant draw up a contract and send it over. Hiyuchi was signing it directly without even looking at it. After another conversation, Zhao Yun personally sent Hiyuki downstairs. After Hiyuchi's car walked away, Zhao Yun couldn't wait to take out her cell phone, calling Lin Xian. After getting through, Zhao Yun immediately said in a sweet voice, "Honey, it's me." Lin Xian seemed to be busy and said, What's wrong?" Zhao Yun smiled very happily. "Hiyuchi is here to tell you, honey, you're great." Lin Yin spoke faintly again. Oh, Zhao Yun felt something was wrong. He was so happy to report the good news. And this was Lin Xian's attitude? And he still said oh. In the current Chinese context, this word could be said to be as indifferent as possible. Zhao Jun asked with some displeasure. What are you doing? Why are you answering me like that? Lin Xian didn't answer directly, but instead shouted. Ah! Zhao Jun was confused, thinking that something had happened to Lin Xian and asked with concern. Lin Xian, what's wrong with you? Something happened? The screams just now were not ordinary. Could it be that Lei Haolong had sent someone to find him in trouble? But then, a delicate female voice came out from the other end of the phone. Sir, is this comfortable? Boom! Zhao Jun clenched his fists at once. Lin Xian, where the hell are you? Lin Xian, on his side, was lying on a soft massage bed. The entire room was lavishly decorated, with equipment ranging from sweat machines, automatic massage chairs to drinks and tea. The light was very ambiguous, and a girl with a beautiful body and appearance, no less than Annette face, was massaging Lin Xian. The female technician's body belongs to the kind of special highlights. The meat has meat, the thin places such as waist, legs, then the proportion is just right. Lin Xian was wearing a Bluetooth headset, lying down to answer Zhao Jun's phone call. What's wrong? What are you excited about for a good reason? Jealous? He knew that the female technician's inquiry just now, as well as his own grunts due to his comfort, had already caused Zhao Jun to misunderstand. Still, he didn't avoid it and didn't let the female technician's hand stop. Lin Xian just wanted to see Zhao Jun's reaction. Hiyuchi had already arrived at the company, and Zhao Jun must have known how good he was. From the first few words, Lin Xian also knew that Zhao Jun was now developing a trace of love for himself. Hearing the commotion just now, can you not blow up? But I just want to see if you'll be jealous. Wasn't you brave in the office before, saying that you won't be jealous? Zhao Jun was already in the elevator, and after walking a few steps, she calmed down quite a bit. Ha! After a cold laugh, Zhao Jun said, it's still so early in the morning, and you're going to find a woman so resistant to loneliness. Lin Xian tit-for-tat said, yeah, who let me be young? Actually, Lin Xian just wanted to come for a massage to relax. After practicing fighting for the past few days and helping Zhao Jun run his legs so many times, he had long wanted to relax. It was just that he wouldn't tell Zhao Jun the truth. It was quite interesting to hear Zhao Jun speak in this tone. Zhao Jun coldly asked, then when are you going to end? Come to the company. Lin Xian looked at the quartz clock on the wall and said, hard to say. It might take another hour. He had just arrived. How could he finish soon? Zhao Jun clenched his fists and spat. Fart. Bull asterisk 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 Q. After saying this, he hung up the phone uncontrollably. Now it was Lin Xian's turn to be confused. Bragging? Why am I bragging again? Later he realized, Zhao Jun must have misunderstood. The female technician that leads to misunderstanding of the question, coupled with his own said an hour. Zhao Jun probably thought that kind of an hour. Lin Xian let out a bitter smile. Women ah. After arriving at MX, Lin Xian once again walked straight into Zhao Jun's office. Bao ah. You guys have finished signing the contract, right? Lin Xian looked at Zhao Jun with a smile, but Zhao Jun didn't reply. Instead, he raised his legs and looked at Lin Xian critically. With those eyes, not only did he want to see through Lin Xian, he also wanted to kill Lin Xian in general. Lin Xian spread his hands. Why are you looking at me like that? Am I not handsome today? Zhao Jun couldn't help it. She said, what kind of woman did you just, in fact, go and find? Aren't you afraid of getting sick? Lin Xian was almost tensed and just laughed a little. You look like this, and you're still saying you're not jealous? Zhao Jun then blushed. Who is jealous? I'm afraid that you'll infect me with something unclean. Lin Yin waved his hand. Okay, let's talk about these afterward. You seem to have forgotten something important. After saying that, he took a step back and pointed a finger at the ground in front of him. Come on, kneel down and apologize. Chapter 59. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Willing to bet, willing to lose. Lin String had agreed with Zhao Jun in the beginning that if he was able to hire Hiyuchi as a spokesperson, then Zhao Jun would have to kneel down and admit his mistake. Instead, Lin Xian would kneel down. Not only that, Zhao Jun also promised not to be jealous in the future. Jealous or not, this will be discussed later, but kneeling is still something to be fulfilled now. Lin Xian didn't want to humiliate Zhao Jun. He just wanted to tell her one thing, don't always doubt your own ability, otherwise you will have to pay a heavy price. Lin Xian believed that Zhao Jun would fulfill it, because Zhao Jun's competitiveness was beyond the imagination of ordinary people, and this kind of woman must be true to her word. Zhao Jun behind the boss's desk was remorseful at this time. If she had known she shouldn't have gambled, she would have gambled properly and not raised her bets so easily. She never thought that Lin Xian was so powerful and capable. Isn't he just a private detective? Besides having a wider source of information and intelligence, what else could he do? Thinking about it now, She really wanted to slap her past self. $50 million. Zhao Yingjun shouted a price, thinking that she could use money to make Lin Xian let herself go. Lin Xian refused dryly as well. I don't want it. I still don't understand your little mind. Thinking that you can buy me off anywhere and everywhere with money? Sorry, you haven't seen through my essence. Asking for money is just my protective color. Zhao Yingjun gritted his teeth. There was gold under a man's knees, but under her Zhao Yingjun's knees, it was a vault. Zhao Yingjun's tone softened. Can't we just discuss? Discuss it? Lin Xian smiled. If I lose, will you discuss it with me? If Lin Xian lost, Zhao Yingjun not only want him to kneel down to pay money, but also hard education himself a bit, so that he less bragging in the future. Do a good job as a tool of human obligations. Zhao Yingjun is still not dead. What about $70 million? Lin Ying covered her mouth with a smile. Alright, forget it if you don't want to. I won't force you. Forcing is not something that Lin likes to do. To be able to see Zhao Yingjun's tangled and agonized expression like this, Lin Xian felt that he had already made a bloody fortune. Zhao Yingjun was very difficult at the moment. The thought of kneeling down for Lin Xian was as hard as eating a fly. Originally, she was very happy because Lin Xian had proved his ability through this incident and the previous incidents. After sending He Yuqi away, Zhao Yingjun also began to doubt. After promising Lin Xian that he wouldn't be jealous in the future, was it really possible to do so? With such a powerful and mysterious man by her side, could she really stand it if she was attracted to other women? However, after receiving Lin Xian's phone call, she instantly minimized Lin Xian's impression, because Lin Court actually went to that kind of place and sought pleasure with that kind of woman. When she thought about his previous visit to the Phoenix Hotel, she was even more disgusted. Sick, if you're so rich, I'd consider you a pursuer if you went to adopt a college student. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became. This was also one of the reasons why Zhao Yingjun felt that she couldn't kneel down to Lin Xian. It was just too disgusting. Forget it. Lin Xian dryly said these two words before preparing to leave. This was not a desire to escape, but he really did not intend to force Zhao Yingjun. If he wanted to force it, Zhao Yingjun would have been her person by now, whether it was mentally or physically. Zhao Yingjun stared at Lin Xian's back and gritted her teeth. Stop. Lin Xian stopped and twisted his head. Anything else? Zhao Yingjun got up and slowly walked to the table. I just want to tell you that Zhao Yingjun is not a villain who goes back on his word. At least not a villain like you. It was that if she lost, she still wanted to let Lin Xian know that she wasn't one to be messed with. Lin Xian also knew what Zhao Yingjun meant by villain, but he was too lazy to explain. He was still jealous of himself. Zhao Yingjun bent down and took off her high heels, revealing her snow-white feet. It was just that the movements were slightly slower. Lin Xian knew that Zhao Yingjun was still struggling with her thoughts at this moment, so he watched with even more interest. He even kind of wanted to take pictures and record videos. Just then, Zhao Yingjun's cell phone rang. Lin Xian pointed it out gentlemanly. Be my guest. There's no rush on my side. Zhao Yingjun glared at him. It's not like you're kneeling. Of course you're not in a hurry. Taking the cell phone and looking at it, it was Zhao Yingjie calling. Hey, Yingjie, what's up? Zhao Yingjie's tone was somewhat anxious. Sister, did brother-in-law run into something? Right now the Chu family's people are checking on him, and it seems like they're sending people to follow him. Zhao Yingjun glanced at Lin Sun and frowned. What did you say? Speak more carefully, Zhao Yingjun said. It's like this. I just realized that apart from Lei Haolong's people, there's an additional group of people tracking Lin Xian. This morning my brother-in-law just came to my place for a massage, and when he came out, there were actually two groups of people staring behind him. Zhao Yingjun felt his brain buzzing. Yingjie, say that again? Zhao Yingjie felt strange. Wasn't his elder sister's memory always good? I said that the Chu family's people are checking him out. Not this sentence, Zhao Yingjun asked. Where did you say he went to get a massage? Zhao Yingjun wondered. Just my place. What's wrong with that? Zhao Yingjun froze and asked. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Is he going there for a massage? Zhao Yingjun opened a store that provided formal services, which Zhao Yingjun was still clear about. Zhao Yingjun was a bit puzzled. The focus of his old sister's concern was not right. Yes, it's me here. It's my brother-in-law who said he's not too comfortable these 2 days and wants to do a massage sauna to get comfortable. Older sister. You quickly ask is not brother-in-law is not encountered what big thing. Got it. That's all. Zhao Yingjun hung up the phone. Then the whole person was speechless for a long time. Zhao Yingjun felt a sense of relief, but at the same time there was a sense of guilt and shyness. It turned out that he didn't go to mess around. Not the kind of massage that he thought of. At this moment, the mysterious and unfathomable Lin Xian returned, but she thought of a point and started to get angry again. You lied to me. You did it on purpose, didn't you? She herself, from the last phone call until just now, had been explicitly implying that Lin Court had gone to find a woman who was not a good match to let off some steam. However, Lin Xian didn't have the slightest defense, and didn't even go to take the initiative to bring it up, causing himself to misunderstand it even more. He must have done it on purpose. Kneeling wasn't enough. He also wanted to see himself make a fool of himself. For his part, Lin Xian laughed. I did it on purpose? What did I do on purpose? Zhao Yingjun glared at him. You're such a scoundrel. Pouncing, Zhao Yingjun simply knelt down, lowered his head, and said smoothly, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Chapter 60. Let's make another bet. Looking at Zhao Yingjun, who was kneeling down, Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wrong? Wrong where? Zhao Yingjun raised his head and stared at Lin Xian dead in the face. Warning you, don't go overboard. Then she prepared to stand up. A pair of hands suddenly came over and reached her armpits, lifting her up from the bottom up. Zhao Yingjun couldn't help but blush after being pulled up by Lin Yin. This guy, is he so strong? Of course she wasn't fat, but because of her height and full figure, she still had weight. Lin Xian's hands were very powerful, grasping Zhao Yingjun as if he were grasping a doll, without any effort at all. Mysterious, strong, and very powerful yet. Zhao Yingjun smoothed her hair and carried her high heels back behind the boss table, putting on her shoes while asking, the Chu family's people are following you. Do you know about this? Lin Xian shook his head. No idea. But he wasn't surprised. It seemed that Chu Yayun still hadn't held back her curiosity, and this was how she started checking on herself. But no matter how much more she checked, she thought that she must not have a clue, because through the cell phone number, she could only find out where he lived and some of his previous social relationships through his real name information. But all of these did not match with his current financial strength, and probably already started whether he had a backstage or not, right? Then checking like this is destined to find out nothing. Just let her go. Zhao Yingjun coldly asked. It's only been a day. When to cause trouble again? This tone, this accent, this question, as if the one who had just knelt down was not her, but Lin Xian. Lin String shrugged his shoulders. Your man is so powerful. Isn't it normal that he would be targeted? Is this also worth making a fuss about? Zhao Yingjun said disdainfully. How shameless. I'm worried that if you get into trouble, people will come to me for an explanation. I've been busy lately. I don't have the time to pay attention to your nonsense. Lin Xian was used to her tone and did not argue much. Zhao Yingjun felt her stomach start to empty and asked Lin Xian again. There's a new Hangzhou cuisine restaurant in the neighborhood. Do you want to try it? Lin Xian nodded. Go. I'm hungry too. Zhao Yingjun walked in front of Lin Xian and lifted the broken hair around Lin Xian's ears. It's so long and you still haven't cut it. Are you trying to build up your ambition? The language was mean, but this small action made her feel like a girlfriend once again. The last time was when she was robbed of her first kiss by Lin Xian. But Zhao Yingjun didn't feel like she was in love with Lin Xian when she did this. It was just a brew to act more like a male-female couple. Lin Xian didn't pay any attention to it either, and instead asked badgeringly, by the way, how does it feel to kneel down to a man who is younger than you, and at the same time has a family background that isn't prominent and isn't as rich as yours? These words were too exasperating. Zhao Yingjun pinched him without moving. What's the matter? Are you trying to deliberately provoke me? Lin Xian denied. No, I just want to learn more about your psyche. After all, in my line of work, it's necessary to familiarize yourself with people's hearts. In fact, one could use the detecting words and observing colors skill to get a glimpse of Zhao Yingjun's heart. However, Lin Xian didn't want to do that. On the one hand, it was because he didn't want to. It would be too pointless to raid. On the other hand was that he really did intend to provoke Zhao Yingjun, but he didn't say so. At that moment, Zhao Yingjun suddenly stopped and grabbed Lin Xian's wrist in a death grip. Dear Lin Xian, do you think I can't do anything about you? After Zhao Yingjun finished speaking, her delicate face faced upwards, so that Lin Xian could feel her nostrils. Oh, did I say that? Don't you slander me. For his part, Lin Xian remained calm. Zhao Yingjun let go of him and blinked. Hey, could you be in love with me? Lin Xian just laughed. Hey, when did you become so self-absorbed? Zhao Yingjun, however, looked as if he had already seen through it and said leisurely, you first repeatedly confirmed whether I was jealous or not, and just now had so provoked me. Isn't this a common tactic you men use? Getting a girl to pay attention to you by provoking her. How childish. Lin Yin sighed softly. Don't confuse me with the men you know you are. Oh, Lin String spread his hands. I'm already your fake boyfriend. Do I still need to gain extra attention from you? Also, don't you take a look at yourself. Aside from being pretty, where is the slightest bit of femininity? Not waiting for Zhao Yingjun to retort and make a move on him, Lin Xian took half a step back and said, although you're pretty and rich, it doesn't mean that there's no one who can compete with you. At least among the women I know, there are not a few who are as pretty and rich as you. Zhao Yingjun's chest was rising and falling unnaturally. It was because what Lin Cord said was really a bit hurtful. However, when Lin Xian said these hard words, he also boasted that he was still pretty and rich in passing. it belonged to the hurtful, but not completely hurtful kind. Zhao Jun is also a veteran negotiator who is well versed in eloquent communication, and Lin Xian will not be able to do the whole thing for her. However, she pondered carefully, and then asked a somewhat conspiratorial question. Oh, listen to your meaning, you know a lot of women, and both beautiful and rich kind, is not it? Zhao Jun thought that she had already gotten the better of Lin Xian, but in fact, the moment she opened her mouth, she had already lost, because she, who was always cold and composed, would actually set off so many emotional fluctuations just because of Lin Xian's mere words. Lin Cord laughed out loud. Well, it's better for you not to know too much. Anyway, even if you dump me today, I won't be lonely. Zhao Jun got up unrelentingly as she grabbed Lin Xian's wrist once again. Say, who exactly is there? I'd like to see how your vision is. Lin Xian said breathlessly. Come on, CEO Zhao, we are all highly educated. You wouldn't not know that there is something called privacy, right? Zhao Jun sneered. Humph, I see that you can't say it, right? How about I teach you to say it? Isn't the Chu family investigating you right now? Why don't you just say that it's Chu Yayun who has a crush on you? This was just a joke, and it was also very simple for Zhao Jun to mention Chu Yayun, because Chu Yayun was simply too famous. As long as the Chu family was mentioned, they would definitely chat about this beautiful heiress. Her fame was even greater than the entire Chu family. Zhao Jun had also seen Chu Yayun a few times and had also marveled at her beauty and talent. Belonging to the same category, her impression of Chu Yayun was also very good. It was just that Chu Yayun's family was very strict and would not easily develop a personal friendship. Otherwise she felt that she should be able to be a like-minded friend with Chu Yayun. How could such a true worldly beauty, a mortal fairy, look at Lin Xian? This was just a joke that Zhao Jun used to deride Lin Xian. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian suddenly smiled and touched his chin. Well, otherwise, let's make another bet? Chapter 61 An Impossible Mission. Another bet? Zhao Jun recalled the psychological shadow of his loss to Lin Xian 10 minutes ago and could not help but shrug his sweat. What do you want again? Lin Xian laughed. It's nothing, Chu Yayun isn't my woman yet. I just want to bet with you on it. Betting on whether or not she will be just in the future. After Zhao Jun heard this, her willow eyebrows frowned, and suspicion once again rose in her heart. She had already seen this man's connections, abilities, and mysterious background. Many impossible things had been made possible by this man. This matter of Chu Yayun was not something that could be solved by connections, because it was entirely possible that the Chu family was investigating Lin Xian because Lin Xian's performance over the past few days had been a little bright, or had done something demonic behind his back. Otherwise why investigate? Wouldn't a direct door-to-door visit smell good? Maybe Chu Yayun still didn't know that there was such a person as Lin Xian. In fact, even if he knew, or Chu Yayun and Lin Xian knew each other and had a few years or even a decade of friendship, Chu Yayun felt that Lin Xian was talking nonsense. And there was no hope at all. There was no other reason. But Zhao Jun had confidence in the Chu family, especially Chu Yayun's parents, and would not be hoodwinked by a man like Lin Xian, who had no power or influence, and whose origins were unknown, and would hand over his own precious daughter. Chu Yayun's reputation in East Sea City was, to a certain extent, louder than even herself, and for a long time, many people had also listed themselves alongside her as the two most beautiful women in East Sea City, or simply said that Chu Yayun was the number one beauty, brighter than herself. Zhao family and the Chu family does not have much contact. On the one hand, the Chu family belongs to the emerging family. The population is not prosperous for the time being. There is nothing such as marriage and other exchanges. Secondly, the Zhao family's industry is mostly concentrated in energy, real estate and other old industries, while the Chu family is concentrated in new media, the internet and other emerging industries. The two families do not have many interactions. However, after being compared for a long time, coupled with the fact that Chu Yayun and the Chu family's business and reputation had gradually gained momentum, it would be difficult for Zhao Jun and the Zhao family not to know about the Chu family's story. Chu Yayun's father, also known as the East China Sea's mega-rich, Chu Tian was just a penniless college student in his early years. After graduating from college, Chu Tian began to work as a public school teacher, but soon felt that the routine life is too boring, so gave up at that time by many people envious of the iron rice bowl career. Resolutely to the south of the business, Chu Tian's first stop was the city of Shenzhen, which was in the midst of the open-door policy. Plus he seemed to be born to be a businessman material. Opened the first store, earned a lot of money by selling home appliances, but then in a chance contact with the then very rare computer, Chu Tian realized that the future of the internet is the future, contains unlimited business opportunities and wealth. So he resolutely sold the well-managed home appliance store, closed the door to self-taught computer and programming. Soon, he earned money or slowly spent. Chu Tian went out to do odd jobs. Slowly he finally began to do their own programs. After a period of time to fight, Chu Tian set up the current World Network Technology Limited Company, is also the foundation of the whole Chu's group. The World Network can be said to be a lot of internet talent training base. Many now famous international and domestic IT talent, internet company bosses, have served in the World Network. There are also people say that the World Network is the Dragon Internet Military School. Therefore, in the internet industry, not only the city of East China Sea, those big men in the country, see Chu Tian have to call a teacher. His daughter is not dare to be slow. Chu Yayun is the pearl of Chu Tian's couple. Chu Tian's wife's origin is also not general. She is not married to Chu Tian, became a rich family. She herself is a rich family. A few years ago, the right side of the internet economic bubble burst, resulting in the domestic also affected. The World Network's funds encountered difficulties. Is Chu Tian's wife's father, that is, Chu Tian's old man, waved his hand on the injection of $1 billion to solve the urgent need. After giving birth to Chu Yayun, Chu Tian and his wife paid great attention to her education. Chu Tian once said, "I only have two masterpieces in my life. One is the World Network, and one is my daughter Yayun." For Chu Yayun's education, Mr. and Mrs. Chu Tian paid extra attention. Before going to high school, Chu Yayun didn't go to school for a day because she was tutored individually by a tutor. Chu Yayun's tutor team was luxurious. They were all well-known professors at home and abroad. One of them had even been nominated for the Nobel Prize, and Chu Yayun also lived up to expectations. At the age of 16 years old that year participated in the independent enrollment examination of Yin University, to exceed the second place by 30 points. Successful enrollment. Not only is she excellent in academics, Chu Yayun is also very interested in programming, just like her father. When not yet a teenager, Chu Yayun edited a few small games on their own, online after the word of mouth are good, loved by the players. 20 years old Chu Yayun completed the first online game project in her life. Its plot and playability are very high. The opening of a month of service to reach 1 million of water. Monthly profits in more than 5 million. It can be said that Chu Yayun was born with a halo, but also worthy of the halo of the pride of God. Then said Chu Yayun's choice of spouse on the issue. Chu Tian couple is more cautious and prudent. Because of the lack of experience with people of the same age since childhood, Chu Yayun has no special good friends. In addition to a few relatives and children, no, her social circle is very limited. When Chu Yayun was 22 years old, Mr. and Mrs. Chu Tian arranged a blind date for her. That's right, a girl as outstanding as Chu Yayun actually had to go on a blind date. It was only that the standards that the Chu Tian couple had for their aunt would make a normal man so far chilled when he heard them. Good appearance, good character, considerate, will take care of people, can let the Chu family look satisfied. These are just the basic threshold. First of all, to be the right family, if the family assets less than 10 billion, will not be considered. Secondly, just have money cannot. You have to have the ability, not nibbling the old waste of rich second generation. Their own no company, or run a company will lose money. That also roll it. The last point, Chu Tian couple requires Chu Yayun's boyfriend must be in love for more than 3 years to have ex-life with their daughter. All of the above. One is missing. So this matchmaking did not go well. A few of Chu Yayun really loved Chu Yayun, signed a guarantee to enter the round. Also did meet with Chu Yayun a few times. Just when it was about to be announced which boy Chu Yayun would like to get to know better, the Chu family had another condition. That is, the man must join the Chu family, but also have to change his last name. This time, basically all individuals can't endure so soon. This matchmaking ended in a farce, and the Chu family didn't think about it again. To the back, even Chu Tian did not admit that he had given his daughter a blind date. After thinking about it, Zhao Jun felt that with a family like Chu Yayun's, Lin Xian would definitely not be able to handle it. Good, I'll bet. Chapter 62. What's the bet? Lin Xian laughed again. This Zhao Jun, you're very brave. Have you really thought about it? Do you still want to bet with me this time? Zhao Jun thought again and still nodded. The possibility of Chu Yayun falling in love with Lin Xian was slim to negligible. She felt that there were 3 reasons. 1. There was no way that the Chu family would let someone like Lin Xian, a punk-like person who had nothing to do all day and made a living by selling other people's black material, become the Chu family's son-in-law. 2. Chu Yayun was a born strong woman. Under the influence and control of her parents, she wouldn't go against her family because of a man. So even if she fell in love with Lin Xian, the two of them couldn't be together. Third, Lin Xian's such a person. Say he looks for a lady, Zhao Jun believe it. Say he has connections all over the world, she also believe it. Say he has the ability to have a big brother behind the support, she will also believe it. But the matter of entering the family, Lin Xian such a capable man certainly do not come out. Which one of the reasons singled out Lin Xian and Chu Yayun were both impossible. So Zhao Jun thought that there was no reason for her to lose this bet. Lin Xian shook his head. Aren't you afraid that you'll lose again this time and then have a mental breakdown and doubt your life? Zhao Jun made a move to whack him on the chest and said, "Cut the crap. Say it, how and what to bet." The two had already walked to the underground parking lot, and Lin Xian smiled as he opened the car door. "I'm afraid you can't stand it this time. This time my request is very excessive," Zhao Jun said disdainfully after pulling open the car door. It's you who's afraid, right? Since I said I'd bet, I won't be afraid of you." Lin Xian fastened his seatbelt and said leisurely, "You still have one more chance to regret." Seeing him like this, Zhao Jun was even more certain that he didn't dare to bet, so he confidently said, "Could it be that you are afraid?" Lin Xian smiled. "I'm not afraid. I'm afraid that you're just afraid." "Good, then I'll say it. We'll bet on whether or not we can make Chu Yayun like me within 3 days. Zhao Jun felt that Lin Xian was really slipping up and daydreaming like a nervous wreck. With Chu Yayun's family and tutelage, would she like him so quickly? Zhao Jun first snorted coldly and added, "Lin Xian, how about I give you 30 days? It was to give you 3 years. 30 years? You couldn't possibly do it." Lin Xian, however, refused, and was still very dry. 3 days, just 3 days. Zhao Jun started the car and said, Fine. 3 days is 3 days. I'll see how you lose. So, what are the stakes?" Lin Xian graciously raised his hand. "Ladies first. You speak first." Zhao Jun was not polite at all and said, "Good. If you lose, I want you to kneel down and apologize to me, and kowtow, in order to get over her anger." This domineering female president already didn't care. Lin Xian nodded his head to indicate that it was fine, but he was slow to say the bet he wanted and just snickered there. Zhao Jun had an uneasy feeling and asked, "Why don't you say it? What do you want if I lose the bet?" Although she felt that it was completely impossible for her to lose, she was still curious about what Lin Xian wanted. Lin Xian had to speak reluctantly. "What I want, how about, when I want you, you come over and fulfill me? I don't want much, just 100 times. Hearing this, Zhao Jun wanted to kick the brakes and throw Lin Xian out of the car window. "Rascal!" Lin Xian shrugged. "Forget it if you don't agree. I won't force you." Zhao Jun smiled confidently. "I promise, because you can't win. Even if you have a more powerful intelligence network, even if you have more people's black information, even if you have the black information of Mr. and Mrs. Chu Tian, it's useless." Mr. and Mrs. Chu Tian regarded their daughter as a treasure. How could they bury their daughter's happiness because of their own reputation? So Lin Xian's only path to victory had been blocked. There was no way he could have a chance. With the bet already settled, Zhao Jun felt a lot better, thinking that 3 days later, the shame of kneeling down could be doubled back to Lin Xian. How could she not be happy? So the two of them talked and laughed next. That intimate look. Whoever looked at them would think that they were a couple in love. After coming to the restaurant, because it is a new opening, the price is not cheap, so the guests are not much. Far from the company, there are not many recognized Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun ordered dompa pork, fish head tofu, Westlake vinegar fish and a longjing shrimp, learned that the restaurant also has Cantonese cuisine, and then ordered a steamed windclaw, white burnt lettuce. Good mood, appetite is good. While eating, the two also chatted idly. Zhao Jun was still gorgeous when she thought about the bet, and she suddenly asked, "Lin String, have you read Dream of the Red Chamber?" Lin String nodded. "Of course, what do you want to ask?" Zhao Jun laughed in a mocking tone. "Then do you know one of the passages? How Jia mother commented on the stories of those talented people." Lin Xian let out a giggle after hearing this. He himself had been reading books when he was idle and bored in college. What Zhao Jun had just said was a classic passage from Dream of the Red Chamber. How could he not know it? Did Jia mother say at that time that all these stories of talented women were carved out of a template, saying that a beautiful woman must be from a scholarly family? Her father was either a minister or a prime minister, and that giving birth to a young lady must be loved like a treasure, and that this young lady was also a great beauty, and that she only thought of her life's work when she saw a man with a handsome face, and that it was the parents who had forgotten about the books and rituals, and that there was no model for the beautiful woman. How can she look like a beautiful woman? These stories are nothing but some sour and corrupted literati YYY out by themselves. Lin Xian took a sip of tea and continued. You're trying to say that Chu Yayun has a strict family upbringing and is extremely affectionate towards her parents, and is truly a beautiful person. It's impossible to fall in love with me easily on the basis that I'm handsome and talented, or even leave my family behind and forget my ancestors, thinking that I'm as YYY as those sour literati, isn't it? Zhao Jun was surprised at first. Originally thought that Lin Xian was a scum who didn't love to read or study, just understand human nature only, a little smart to become a private detective. I didn't expect that when it came to these, he actually knew them like the back of his hand. She nodded with satisfaction. If one didn't even know this, or couldn't hear this layer, then Lin Xian wouldn't be able to arouse his own interest, right? If you know that, why do you still want to humiliate yourself? Zhao Jun blinked. How about you admit your mistake now? perhaps I don't need you to kowtow. Lin Xian smiled. It's not necessary. It's not necessary. A rough male voice suddenly appeared from the side. Baby, what do you think of this place? It's newly opened. It's still Hangzhou cuisine. I've eaten there a few times before on business trips. Come and try it. A middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap, with a physique that was already blossoming, but with a face that was still passable, was embracing a woman who was revealing her fragrant shoulders, incomparably picking at her affection intimately. Chapter 63, Zhao Yingjuan's Tolerance. The girl looked around the restaurant and said in front of the waiter who asked for ordering information, I thought you were taking people to eat Western food, causing them to wear so pretty and eat this kind of greasy stuff. I should have known not to wear a small skirt. The middle-aged man laughed and said, well, not just a skirt. A moment you see on which, I will give you to buy, okay? The girl immediately changed her smiling face. Really? You said it. I also want to buy a bag. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Buy whatever you want, as long as the baby is happy. Because their voices were too loud, Lin and Zhao Yingjun, as well as the surrounding customers couldn't help but glance towards them. The middle-aged man was wearing a new Patek Philippe in his hand, worth millions of dollars, so he should be well off. Although the girl was young and had some good looks, but the makeup on her face was too thick, giving people an immediate feeling of overabrasion. The voice of the two people talking was also getting louder and louder. If it was just normal chatting, the content of the two people's conversation was comparable to that of a tiger and a wolf. Baby, how about we go swimming in the hotel in a while? I prepared a new swimsuit for you. Oh, yeah? Does it fit with my body? Of course it fits. Baby, you're the prettiest and sexiest woman I've ever seen. The girl pouted, touching her chest and preening. Come on, Les. Do you want to people? The middle-aged man revealed a lewd smile. Baby, you're not only pretty, but you're also smart. Zhao Yingjun at the next table couldn't help it. She felt that her table's delicacies were all stirred up by these two people. Zhao Yingjun turned her head and asked in a low voice, I say, this gentleman, can you speak in a lower voice? The middle-aged man was very angry at first, and he slapped the table. Who is it? How dare you lecture me? You don't even look at who I am. Old me. When he was about to speak down, the middle-aged man saw Zhao Yingjun's face. The middle-aged man's mouth was watering as he looked at it. There was actually such a beautiful woman in the world. I'm sorry, it's our fault. I'll definitely pay attention. I'll pay attention. Not only to Zhao Yingjun. The middle-aged man also apologized to all the surrounding guests. Just now, he had been full of Lao Zi long and Lao Zi short, but now he had a very educated look. But there is one thing that has not changed. That is, the middle-aged man looked at Zhao Yingjun with colorful eyes. Zhao Yingjun also understands that his transformation, not from the heart, but from the lower body, naturally more disgusted, not even look him in the eye. This side of the middle-aged man apologized. He opposite the thick makeup girl cannot stand to see, is a person, as long as not blind, can see the middle-aged man in the heart is what? I say you, what did you just look at? The middle-aged man hurriedly explained. Baby, I didn't look at anything. It's true that we were wrong. Public places shouldn't be loud. The girl said angrily. What the hell? It's obviously you who saw other women looking good. That's why you started to pretend. The middle-aged man started coaxing again. No, baby, you're the only one in my eyes. The girl slammed the table in defiance and started glaring at Zhao Yingjun. What you have your eyes on? Is it this Thai fox? Look at this look. Quasi is doing some sales. Maybe long ago let people on to want to vomit. Below all the stinky stuff, you do not mind dirty The words were like this, but the girl was actually very jealous of Zhao Yingjun's beauty. She was the one who didn't have any points to attack in terms of appearance and temperament, so she could only look at her wearing a formal dress and associate her with those sales that traded their flesh for orders. Zhao Yingjun was already annoyed enough, but now that she heard the dirty water thrown by this woman, she was even more upset. The bodyguard was not far away, and she was going to take out the alarm she had with her, ready to call the bodyguard in. But the moment she was about to press it, Lin Xian held her hand. Zhao Yingjun was puzzled. What for you want? Lin Xian could see Zhao Yingjun's intentions, then smiled. There's no need to get all worked up like this, and you're treating the symptoms but not the root cause. It's better to leave it to me. Zhao Yingjun was puzzled and curious. You come? Do you know him? Lin Xian just laughed and took out his cell phone without saying anything. The moment he saw the middle-aged man, Lin Xian already knew his black history and information. Name, Lu Dawei. Age, 38. Phone number, 133x times 4477. Black history. 1. Back then, he made a rich family girlfriend through stalking, then deliberately punctured the condom before snapping, causing the other party to get pregnant. So he began to join the other party's family and started the road of eating soft food. This one alone was enough. After Lin Xian zoomed in on the black history details, he learned about Lu Dawei's original wife. This look didn't matter. There was really an unexpected gain. Lu Daoi's original wife's name was Yin Xiuzhu, and although she wasn't rich, her family had a great background. Now Lin has Yoon's phone number in his hand. What's next? Of course, it's a good revenge. So Lin Xian sent a steaming text message to Yoon Soo-ju. Hello MS. Yoon, I saw your husband dating another woman in Hangzhou time on Donghu Road. Come now and still see. After saying that, he put the phone down and said to Zhao Yingjun, alright, wait for the news. Although Zhao Yingjun couldn't understand Lin Xian's operation, he thought of all of Lin Xian's previous accomplishments and believed him. For the time being, he endured the breath. Che, I got you right, didn't I? She's just a rotten thing. I'm just accurate in reading people. She doesn't even dare to fart. Seeing that Zhao Yingjun didn't resist and didn't react a bit, the heavy makeup girl instead talked more and more vigorously. Right, what baby said is right. It's my mistake. I should cherish baby. Come and kiss. The middle-aged man saw that things were like this, also had to be to follow his lover down. After all, can solve his current desire fire is only her? Zhao Yingjun again good-looking. They cannot immediately catch on. Zhao Yingjun is also a person who has seen the world, and is not interested in such a small role. So on the surface, she still maintained her calmness and the demeanor that she should have. Flies were also disgusting, and her approach was to eliminate the environment where flies appeared, in addition to swatting them to death if they messed with her. Now that these two flies were around, if it wasn't for Lin Xian stopping them, she would have already had her bodyguard clear them out for proper discipline. The girl with thick makeup saw that Zhao Yingjun really wasn't returning the favor, and became even more energized. Look at her. She's still dating a little white boy. That little white boy is really useless as well. He looks like a good skin, but he's also a wimp. Straw bag. Chapter 64. Why is she here? After being told so much by the girl, Lin Xian was half reacting, still eating his food and drinking his soup. A cockroach is about to be trampled to death. You still don't allow people to scream a few times before they die? Lin Xian had too many things to do and too many people to offend, so if he responded to each one of them, he would have died of exhaustion a long time ago. However, he didn't intend to be idle either. Lin Xian suddenly asked Zhao Yingjun, hey, what do you think about the matter of a man being a door-to-door son-in-law? Zhao Yingjun was first stunned, then thought that Lin Xian should be asking about Chu Yayun, because Chu Yayun's parents' requirement for the auntie was that she had to join the family. Not much of an opinion, just think it's very unmanly, but any man with a bit of ambition, how could he possibly go and do a backward marriage? Lin Xian laughed a little, raised his legs, leaned against the back of the chair, and raised the volume again. People have their own aspirations. Besides, it's impossible for people to be in it for true love, right? You also don't be too gender inequality. Women can marry men. Why can't men marry women? Zhao Yingjun swept a somewhat strange glance at Lin Xian. What's wrong? You really want to be a door-to-door son-in-law. You just want to be. The Chu family still won't allow it, okay? This isn't a matter of equality or inequality. Originally marriage and love is a matter of two people. The real equality is who does not rely on anyone's family, with their own hands to build a family of their own. No one should not be subordinate to anyone. Backward door and door-to-door son-in-law do not exclude there is a sincere love for each other, but most of them are eating soft rice. Independence and self-improvement is something written into Zhao Yingjun's bones. She was most displeased with people who had to rely on other people's faces to get by. Lin Yin nodded. Well, it makes sense. I agree. I have a friend who went out of his way to use deception to become a door-to-door son-in-law. Do you want to know how it was cheated? Zhao Yingjun shook his head. How did you cheat? Lin Yin laughed, but the volume of his voice did not decrease at all. He deliberately punctured the condom to make a few small cuts when he was supposed to take safety measures once, and ended up knocking up the girl's stomach. Zhao Yingjun wanted to vomit after hearing this and covered her chest. What a disgusting person. Lin Xian laughed again. This behavior of his reminds me of a hysteria. That is, a head chasing after a dilapidated one, determined to eat soft food. The surrounding guests all laughed out loud when they heard this witticism, and a few of them almost spat out their drinks. Zhao Yingjun's willow eyebrows went up, but she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard and everyone looked over. It turned out to be Lu Dawei who went up by himself and slapped Lin Xian on their desktop with great force. Lu Dawei's veins popped out and his face rose to the color of pig's liver. XUX. It's not over, is it? Who are you squeezing here? Wasn't the story just told by Lin Xian the one that happened to him? Including what he and Zhao Yingjun had said about the door-to-door son-in-law. All of them were also stabbed in his heart word by word like a knife. Lin Xian still smiled calmly. This gentleman, why are you so agitated? Did we squeeze anyone? It seems like we didn't say anything about you either. Why are you so agitated? In fact, Lin Xian knew better than anyone else in his heart that he was squeezing Lu Dawei, this shameless soft rice man plus his son-in-law. Zhao Yingjun and the other guests also feel strange. Obviously just chatting. This man so excited, why there is only one answer, he panicked. He was weak. Lu Dawei realized at once that he was abrupt and overly excited. Yes, what's the difference between his own appearance and a default? Even the heavily made-up girl he brought over frowned. Lu Dawei, you're a door-to-door son-in-law? Didn't you say that you have your own company and will soon divorce your wife? The girl with the thick makeup was aware that Sandang-san, Lu Dawei promised that he would divorce as soon as possible and be with her after getting a large amount of property, but it didn't say that he was a door-to-door son-in-law who had joined the family. Lu Dawei to really be a door-to-door son-in-law, then he is not too a loser as a junior. In the end nothing? Lu Dawei began to deny it. No, I'm not. I'm definitely not. Baby, don't think anything. Lin Xian laughed and started to make up for it. You're not, then why are you excited? Look at your gesture. It seems like we're still squeezing you. If we really squeezed you, then aren't you just a son-in-law who eats soft food? Lu Dawei's eyes glared as if he had hyperthyroidism, and he felt a burst of atmosphere, chest tightness and shortness of breath. It was at this time that another group of people walked into the restaurant. Several bodyguards in suits lined up on either side, and from a Buick sedan came down a woman with a medium build and a lingering charm, even if it has reached the age of half an old woman. But the woman's temperament is still there. A glance can naturally associate her with the past as certainly a knowledgeable beauty. She is the original wife of Lu Dawei, Yin Xiuzhu. As soon as Lu Dawei saw Yin Xiuzhu, his knees went weak and he almost knelt down, instantly shrinking back to his position. Lin Xian then kicked Zhao Yongjun gently with her foot under the table, signaling her that the good show was almost here. Zhao Yongjun raised her head to look at Yun Suju and was surprised. This woman, she knew her. Yin Xiuzhu has her own company, is doing jewelry, but the business is not a big hit. Really calculate a rich list of the East China Sea. The Yin family and Yin Xiuzhu cannot enter the top 20. However, the Yin family's seniority and reputation is very high. The Chu family, the Zhao family, and the Lei family are all famous old-timers in the business world. However, the Yin family is of Chinese descent from South H. After earning their first bucket of gold overseas, the Yin family returned to China after the founding of the country with funds and technology, and is recognized as a model of patriotic businessmen and fathers. In terms of seniority, even a handful of people in East China Sea have to give 3 times of face, not to mention other businessmen and businesswomen. All 3 members of the Yin family have contributed to the construction of the country. In Yin Xiuzhu's generation, there were 2 sons and 2 daughters, with Yin Xiuzhu being the youngest daughter. Yin Xiuzhu's elder brother is now an academician of the Lunka Academy, while her second brother has devoted himself to his career, reaching the provincial ministry, and her third sister is engaged in women's public welfare, pulling many women out of the quagmire of domestic violence and school dropouts. Yin Xiuzhu jewelry business will also use the money to fund the elder brother's research, the third sister's public welfare. The second brother sometimes need to attract investment. She also helped to introduce and contact. It can be said that the Yin family is a good example of growing up with the right roots and not relying entirely on the light of the father's generation. Zhao Yongjun greatly appreciates the Yin family, and has met with all 4 siblings in the past, and has donated money to the Yin family's endeavors, as well as interacted with them. Perhaps the only drawback is that Yun Suju is the most favored daughter of the family, and as such, she is particularly naive at a young age when she is still uninitiated in the world. So naive that after being cheated by a white boy, she got pregnant unmarried and settled down for life early. Zhao Yongjun was now wondering, why did Yun Suju appear here? Chapter 65. How can there be such a stupid woman? Yun Suju was in a meeting when she received the text message. Without waiting to read it, she directly got up and left the meeting. Yun Suju couldn't be more clear about Lu Dawei's philandering ways. Several times she wanted to kick Lu Dawei out, but Lu Dawei would always kneel down and act pathetic, then use the child as a handle to shake her resolve. Several times before and after, Yin Xiuzhu had chosen to believe Lu Dawei, but this time, she just couldn't take it anymore. With a single glance, Yun Suju locked onto Lu Dawei, who was shivering in the crowd. Lu Dawei's lover, the girl with the heavy makeup, could see that something was wrong. With her years of experience as a mistress, this must be the original mistress coming but in the end is a person who has been a junior for many years. She is not only not afraid, but also very bottom. Before forcing Lu Dawei to divorce, and divorce was not possible. Now the opportunity is not here? Honey, who is this? Do you recognize? The girl with thick makeup went over and took Lu Dawei's hand. Lu Dawei was electrocuted and pushed her away, shivering, and said, "Who are you? I don't know you. Don't mess around." After being pushed back, the girl with thick makeup patted her skirt and got up to scold. You actually dare to push me? Look at this bear like you." Zhao Yongjun on the side looked dumbfounded. There was actually such a stupid woman? She put her eyes on Lin Xian. Lin Xian wasn't the least bit surprised by this scene. Instead, he even revealed an unexpected smile. Could it be that Yun Suju was the one who called him? Just now, when he took out his cell phone, was he texting Yoon Soo-ju? Zhao Yingjuan's heart was clear. No wonder Lin Xian didn't allow himself to be attacked on the spot. So it turned out that he had a better way to deal with these two dogs and girls. Even Yoon Soo-ju knew them. Lin Xian's connections were really scary. Facing the arrogant mistress, Yoon Soo-ju didn't have much of a reaction at first, because the root of all evil wasn't these wild women. It was the scummy men who couldn't control their lower bodies. Little girl, I'm not going to talk to you. Now get lost. I have something to say to my husband. The phrase get lost was Yin Xiaoju's expression of anger towards this mistress. Who knows that the girl with heavy makeup did not appreciate it in the slightest and crossed her arms. What? Who are you talking to? Still threatening me? This is my boyfriend. And said he's going to marry me. Pa. Several slaps instantly landed on the heavily made-up girl's face, and her pale, bloodless face instantly had several more red marks. It was Yoon Soo-ju's bodyguard who had laid hands on her. The heavy makeup girl was dazed and fell to the ground once again. The bodyguard lowered his head to Yoon Soo-ju. Miss, I was impulsive. These bodyguards, chosen by Yoon Soo-ju's father for his daughter, had been with Yoon Soo-ju since she was a child, and it was only natural for them to be called Miss. It was also this relationship that made it impossible for them to ignore the fact that Yoon Soo-ju, whom they had watched grow up since she was a child, was being insulted like this. Yoon Soo-ju closed her eyes. Carry away. Yes, only the shivering Lu Dawei was left. Wife, listen to my explanation. I was just having a meal with a friend. After saying that, 5 minutes ago, Lu Dawei, who was still fuming in front of Lin Xuan's table and looked unbeatable, directly knelt down. He crawled forward while kneeling and started crying after hugging Yin Xiaoju's thigh. Wife, please forgive me. I promise I won't dare next time. Yoon Soo-ju wasn't as polite to him. She first shook off Lu Dawei with great force, and then stomped on his chest with the tip of her sharp heels. Lu Dawei, which bit of our Yin family has treated you poorly? You tell me? What do you eat? Where? Live in. And use that wasn't given to you by our Yin family? And you're using it to find another woman? You want a divorce, don't you? Fine. I'll fulfill you right away. After saying that, Yin Xiaoju took out a paper agreement from her handbag. Lu Dawei panicked, and he hurriedly cried out, Wife, I was confused for a moment. A moment of confusion. Please give me another chance. For Ling Ling's sake, trust me one more time. When Yin Xiaoju heard this, she became even more angry, and she directly threw another kick at Lu Dawei's face. A male and a female bodyguard stepped forward. The male bodyguard kicked Lu Dawei to the side, while the female bodyguard pulled Yin Xiaoju in a low voice. Miss, don't be angry. Yin Xiaoju glared at Lu Dawei with a deadly glare. Pull back. Use whatever method you want, as long as he's willing to sign. Also, don't let Ling Ling know. Ling Ling was Yin Xiaoju's and Lu Dawei's daughter, and the emotional card that Lu Dawei must play every time. The bodyguards nodded. Yes. Saying these words showed that Yin Xiaoju had made up her mind. Lu Dawei was also basically finished. But Yoon Soo-ju didn't leave right away yet. She thought of something else. It was an unfamiliar number that had just come to notify her that she was here to catch an adulterer. But she doesn't know who it is yet. Perhaps that person is still around? Whether she wanted to say thank you or was curious about where this person got his information, Yoon Soo-ju wanted to meet the stranger, so she called along with the number. Ringing. Lin Kord's cell phone rang. Yoon Soo-ju turned around and came to Lin Chun. It's you? Lin Chun smiled and nodded. It's me, MS. Yoon. Nice to meet you. Yoon Soo-ju was just about to reply, when she saw Zhao Yingjun across from Lin Chun. She was stunned again. Boss Zhao? Zhao Yingjun got up and shook hands with Yin Xiaoju very respectfully. MS. Yin, long time no greetings. I didn't expect to see you here. Yoon Soo-ju smiled awkwardly. Yes, I didn't expect either. She then pointed at Lin Chun. This is, Zhao Yingjun said. He's my boyfriend. Lin Chun. Oh, Yin Xiaoju looked at Lin Chun in surprise. To be able to obtain MS. Zhao's favor. You really are not simple. Zhao Yingjun's fame was also there, and being able to become her boyfriend was already a proof of strength in itself. All of a sudden, Yin Xiaoju was relieved that Lin Chun would know so much information. Mr. Lin, I have to thank you, or else I've been busy for a while and I would have been left in the dark by that old scum. Lin Chun smiled. It's appropriate to see the road. You're Yingjun's most respected senior. How could I turn a blind eye? These words instantly made both Zhao Yingjun and Yoon Xiaoju feel comfortable in their hearts. It both flattered Yoon Soo-ju and allowed Zhou Youngjun to establish a good image in front of Yoon Soo-ju. Zhou Youngjun couldn't help but give Lin Chun a grateful look. Lin Chun, on the other hand, blocked his mouth with his hand and made a motion of asking for a kiss. Zhao Yingjun gently kicked him with his foot, signaling him to behave properly. Yoon Soo-ju sat down and let out a helpless, bitter laugh. I'm sorry, I made you all look at the joke. This time, Even though Yoon Soo-ju had controlled some of her emotions, it was a public tearing of the face anyways. If it got out, it might cause some more rumors. Lin Xian shook his head and said, Ms. Yin is wrong. Chapter 66, The System Gives Gifts Again. Yoon Soo-ju, who was just about to comfort Zhao Yingjun, instantly became nervous. What did Lin Xian mean by this is not good enough? Did she mean that what Yoon Soo-ju did just now wasn't humiliating enough? She was only prepared to say something like, it's good that it's over, so that Yoon Soo-ju wouldn't think too much about it. Lin Xian, you have to think carefully before you speak. Although Yin's family is not a small-minded person, but if the suspicion is left behind now, it will not be easy to deal with. After all, Lin Yin's current identity was someone who knew about the Yin family's scandals. Since he knew about this one, what about the other things about Yin Xiaoju? Was it also known? Would he talk to others? That's why Lin Xian's position was still very sensitive. Yoon Soo-ju looked at Lin Cord seriously. What does Mr. Lin mean by that? Lin Cord looked at Yoon Soo-ju with sincere eyes and said, Ms. Yin, you say that you are disgraced, but only because your husband cheated on you. But why is it your face that is disgraced by the sins he has committed? Yes, he is your husband. He is the son-in-law of the Yin family. But he didn't mention this when he was keeping a woman externally. And then he wants to be associated with the Yin family when something goes wrong. Where under the heavens is there such a reason? Before the words fell, Yin Xiaoju looked at Lin Xian differently, especially Zhao Yingjun. In her heart, Lin Xian seemed to be more than 2 meters tall at the moment. Lin Xian continued, actually, every family has their own problems. I myself am not nosy, but just now, the woman that Lu Dawei brought with him, said that Yingjun was selling her flesh for sale. Yingjun almost have to bodyguard hands. Fortunately I recognized the scum is your husband. So discussed, or asked to come to the number, to you to decide the best. Yingjun is thin-skinned and embarrassed to say such things. So I did it. So if you say that I'm actually the culprit if I just made you lose face, don't ever say that it was your own fault. The way Yoon Soo-ju looked at Lin Xian at the moment was more than 100 times more affectionate. It turned out that Lin Xian knew his number because of Zhao Yingjun. Zhao Yingjun has seen himself before. Has his own contact information is not strange. Lin Xian not only has a bright heart, stopped Zhao Yingjun and Lu Dawei's direct conflict, but also took the initiative to take all the responsibility, and took the initiative to notify himself. Otherwise, if Zhao Yingjun had clashed with Lu Dawei, when the time came, would he fight back first, or apologize first? Neither was appropriate, because at that time, the face of the Yin family would be lost instead. Lin Xian's text message was not only properly done, properly considered, but also properly assumed, bold and careful, well thought out. Yin Xiaoju couldn't help but marvel in admiration. Mr. Lin is so young and has such a mind. He is truly a hero, worthy of being Boss Zhao's intended. After saying that, she turned to Zhao Yingjun and lowered her head. Sorry, Boss Zhao, I've caused you trouble. Zhao Yingjun waved his hand and took Yin Xiaoju's hand and said, Ms. Yin is polite. It's the right thing to do. Yoon Soo-ju suddenly remembered something. She hurriedly said to her bodyguard, bring that punk over here. I want him to personally apologize to Boss Zhao and Mr. Lin. After the bodyguard answered yes, he immediately went out. In less than 2 minutes, Lu Dawei, whose head and clothes were covered in bloody traces, was escorted over by 3 bodyguards. It seems that in order to get Lu Dawei to agree to a divorce, the bodyguards are really moving with emotion and reasoning. Yoon Soo-ju had no sympathy in her eyes and angrily rebuked. You ungrateful piece of trash, how dare you offend Boss Zhao and Mr. Lin? Quickly, apologize to the others. Lu Dawei raised his head and slapped himself regardless. Me, I'm sorry, I was wrong, please, Miss Xiao, Mr. Lin, give me a chance, I'm worse than a pig and dog. The words and way of apologizing like this is really a bit skillful. Just such a scum, not worth people to heartache on the right. Zhao Yingjun in the end was not a truly ruthless snake and scorpion beauty, so she turned her face away. Okay, that's it, Ms. Yin, I don't think it's appropriate to let such a person appear in public again. Yin Xiaoju nodded and after giving the bodyguard a look, Lu Dawei was once again dragged away. Lin Xian ate calmly the entire time, as if what happened had nothing to do with him and nothing could stop him from enjoying his food. Yoon Soo-ju looked at Lin Xian like this and actually admired him a little bit, and as if she had remembered something. Oh right, you guys came out to eat this time. I'm sure you didn't eat well, right? I know of a Western restaurant. Their steaks are good. Let's go there and talk while we eat. After saying that, Yoon Soo-ju patted Zhou Youngjun's hand again. Speaking of which, we haven't seen each other for a long time, so it's okay to talk together. Having said this, Zhao Yingjun naturally had no reason to refuse. That's fine. I'll listen to Ms. Yin. Yin Xiaoju laughed. There's no need to call anything Ms. Just call me Sister Yin. Okay, let's go then. Jo Young-jun had a car, so it was fine to follow behind Yoon Soo-ju's convoy. You're pretty good. After closing the car door, Zhao Ying-jun looked Lin Xian up and down as if she was recognizing him for the first time. Lin Xian then smiled and asked, "Is it because you think I'm handsome?" Zhao Ying-jun started the car and spat out her tongue. Shameless. Lin Xian had an innocent look on his face. "Hey, I just did that, gave you all the credit, and willingly became a tool person myself in order to make you stand out in front of Yoon Soo-ju. For that, aren't you even touched?" Actually, Lin Xian didn't just want Zhao Ying-jun to show his face, but he simply didn't want Yoon Soo-ju to set her sights on him. The Yin family had a very prestigious background, so if they were worried about the first signs of some of their family's secrets being known, it wouldn't be a good idea. Lin Xian wasn't afraid of being stared at, he just didn't want to be stared at by misunderstanding. He originally had little interest in the Yin family, and this time it was a mistake. Zhao Ying-jun hurriedly said, okay, I know, handsome, you're so handsome today, okay? In her opinion, Lin Xian's words weren't just empty words, and the series of maneuvers he had just performed could be called a textbook version of a high emotional intelligence maneuver. Right at this moment, Lin Xian's mind once again resounded with the system's voice. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully utilizing the Black History system to help others. Congratulations to the host, now rewarding the host with a set of mansions in the suburbs worth $100 million. May I ask if you want to unlock it now? A $100 million mansion? Lin Xian revealed a small smile and chose not to unlock it for now. A mansion of his own. It would be very convenient to do a lot of things in the future, Lin Xian said as he lay down comfortably. Just saying it verbally, who knows what you think in your heart. Suddenly, a warm feeling came from beside his cheek. Zhao Ying-jun came with an attack and kissed Lin Xian on the cheek. Lin Xian opened his eyes and looked at Zhao Ying-jun for a moment. Yo-ho, she even learned to sneak attack. Zhao Ying-jun, on the other hand, deliberately didn't look at Lin Xian. Why are you looking at me? I have flowers on my face. Lin Xian was about to reply when his cell phone rang. After seeing the caller ID, Lin Xian laughed out loud again. After answering it, a pleasant yet cool female voice came from over there. You are Lin Xian, Mr. Lin, right? I'm Chu Ye-yun. Chapter 67. Are you drunk or not? Lin Yin said in a deep voice. Well, I don't remember that I have any interactions with you. What's the matter? Chu Ye-yun called at a time that was too early, right? He had only met her yesterday, and he hadn't thought that in less than 24 hours, Chu Ye-yun had come over. The strength of the Chu family is indeed quite strong, and this Chu Ye-yun is also really calm. Thinking about it, one's other face that one had worked so hard on was actually discovered just like that. Who could not be anxious? Chu Ye-yun said, Mr. Lin, I think it is necessary for us to meet properly before we can do so, perhaps to talk. Lin smiled. I'm sorry, I don't think we have anything in common. Or is it unnecessary? If you are worried about me telling what I know, then you can rest assured that I will keep my mouth shut. Chu Ye-yun's voice remained flat and calm as she said, No, I feel that we need to have a good talk. About those messages of yours, I think I must make a clarification. Lin Xian understood that Chu Ye-yun had taken the bait, then nodded his head. Alright, since you want to talk, then let's talk. The place and time are set for you. How about it? Chu Ye-yun breathed a sigh of relief. Alright then, it'll be at 9 a.m., at the Tongda Private Club. See you there. Lin Xian hung up the phone after giving a hum. Zhao Ying-jun, who had been listening on the side, opened his mouth. Who is it? Why do I feel like it's a woman calling? Lin Xian laughed. Why? Jealous again? Zhao Ying-jun said disdainfully. No, didn't you say that I can't be jealous after winning a bet? I'm just asking. Lin Xiang said. Since you're not jealous, you shouldn't care if it's a man or a woman. You shouldn't even ask. This is curiosity on my part. If I didn't hear it just now, you can talk to whoever you like. Zhao Ying-jun said defiantly. Seeing her with such a foul-mouthed appearance, Lin Xian found it very amusing. He thought about it and said, Fine, then I'll say it. It was actually Chu Ye-yun who called me just now. Just blow it off you. Zhao Ying-jun smiled disdainfully. Although the Chu family was investigating Lin Xian, it might not necessarily be Chu Ye-yun who was directing it. Even if it was Chu Ye-yun who was investigating Lin Xian, the content of the call just now, it seemed that Lin Xian had even arranged a time to meet with the other party. This was even more impossible. How could Chu Ye-yun take the initiative to ask a boy to meet him? This matter was simply impossible, alright? That was why Zhao Ying-jun dared to assert that the phone call just now must not have been from Chu Ye-yun. Lin Xian didn't say anything anymore and just snickered. I've told the truth. There's nothing you can do if you don't believe me. After following Yin Xiaozhu to the destination Western restaurant, the two of them got out of the car together, and Zhao Ying-jun really didn't ask any more questions about that phone call. A well-informed private detective. Interpersonal relationships a little complicated is not normal. In the Western restaurant, Lin Xian ordered a large number of dishes, but also opened 2 bottles of Lafite, said anything to drink with Zhao Jun and Lin Yin. Even if you have long recognized that your husband is a scum, when you catch an adulterer, which one of the original wife is not crazy? Especially Lin Xian well maintained, and does not look like any yellow face. Lu Dawei actually do not properly loyal to the virtuous wife, but also repeatedly messing around. So people have to wonder if there is a brain problem. This meal has been eaten for 3 hours. Lin Xian was sent back by their own bodyguards. Zhou Youngjun had already drank a lot of wine and her head was starting to get dizzy. She looked at the time after eating and felt that there was no need to return to the company, so she asked her bodyguard to drive herself back. Of course, she didn't spare Lin Xian either. Lin Xian helped Zhao Jun into the back seat, and as soon as she got into the car, Zhao Jun subconsciously hugged Lin Xian. Drunken Zhao Jun, a different flavor, a pair of originally good-looking eyes. At the moment there is more a kind of confused beauty, the body's own aroma, mixed with the smell of high-grade perfume. One cannot help but think about it. But Lin Xian was very stable, not the slightest bit chaotic, but took out his cell phone to watch the news. He was not because he was really honest, but he wanted to feel that it was really unnecessary to do something to Zhao Jun. A gentleman doesn't take advantage of a man's danger. After arriving at Zhao Jun's villa, the bodyguard wanted to send Zhao Jun down, but Zhao Jun pushed him away and pointed at Lin Xian. Having my boyfriend is enough, you guys go back. Once the bodyguards heard this, they didn't dare to stay longer and left with an "oh-I-see" expression. Lin Xian, however, laughed again. What are you laughing at? Aren't you happy that I called you my boyfriend? Zhao Jun, who was already drunk, asked somewhat unconvincingly. Lin Xian shook his head and said, No, I'm laughing because I'm happy. That's more like it. Zhao Jun wrapped her hands around Lin Xian's neck, pressed her chest tightly against Lin Xian's forehead, and kept shaking her slender figure. Lin Xian held Zhao Jun's waist with one hand, then brought her towards the villa. Just at the moment when Lin Xian smoothly brought the door shut, Zhao Jun suddenly held his head down with her hand. Then there was a kiss. Zhao Jun, who only had one kissing experience, was really not able to kiss. This time, it was her initiative to want to kiss a man. Just like this, in the slightly dimly lit large house, Lin Xian hugged Zhao Jun and savored each other's taste. At this moment, there wouldn't be anyone to disturb. When it was almost time, Zhao Jun lay on Lin Xian's solid chest and smiled happily. Why don't you dodge away? Not afraid of being taken advantage of by me? Zhao Jun's hand caressed Lin Xian's pecs and whispered, This is my home now. Lin Xian laughed, thinking that Zhao Jun was really drunk. Why should I hide away? There's a bargain not to be taken, isn't it? I thought that such a slightly light sentence would lead to a whack of pink fists, or a light slap. I didn't expect Zhao Jun to laugh. Then go be silly. After saying this, Zhao Jun suddenly stood up, quickly took off her high heels, and then quickly ran towards the second floor. Lin Xian was a little surprised. Isn't she drunk? After Zhao Jun walked to the stairs, she twisted her head and asked in a tone of laughter, Why aren't you leaving yet? Want me to treat you to dinner? Lin Xian quietly looked at her for a moment, then shook his head. No, I can't afford to eat. I'm leaving first. When he walked out the door, Lin Xian vaguely seemed to hear Zhao Jun's laughter. This woman, she was really interesting. By the next morning, Lin Xian yawned, then got up and simply washed up, and after having another breakfast, drove his Lamborghini on the road. After waiting for the agreed-upon Tonga private club, Lin Xian took out his cell phone. Hello, MS. Chu, I've arrived. Chapter 68, what are you posting up for? Well, you just walk right in and say you're looking for me. Then go to the shooting range. I'm in Area D. You should recognize me. Xu Yayan's voice was cold enough that no one could hear her emotions at this time. Lin Xian put away his cell phone before starting to walk towards the Tonga private clubhouse. Tonga private clubhouse was a luxurious community located in the western suburbs of the Eastern Sea. Unlike many high-class hotels or clubs, Tonga's main focus was a private, high-end and mysterious. It didn't accept outside guests, and the only way to enter was through the invitation of existing members. All members will be given a black gold card as a representative of their identity. The threshold of the black gold card assets must be 10 billion to start, but also to pay the annual fee of $100,000. In short, it was a sentence that the people who came here were also either rich or noble, and they were all existences that could not be messed with. After Lin Xian arrived at the front desk, the young lady at the front desk politely asked, Sir, it seems like I haven't seen you before. Is there another guest invited? All the members here would be able to firmly memorize the looks and appearance of all the members. In fact, it just doesn't matter if you can't remember. There is a face scanner at the main entrance. If it's a member, all the computers will have the information come up, and then prepare the service in advance according to the guest's preference. Lin Yin nodded his head. Not bad. It was Chu Yayun who asked me to come. She said she would wait for me in the shooting area. The receptionist lady smiled. It's Mr. Lin, right? Please wait a moment. In less than a minute, a woman in a black high-end suit with a ponytail walked over to Lin Xian. Hello Mr. Lin, this way please. It really seemed like it had all been arranged. The woman looked very careful. After all, she was the guest of the daughter of the richest man in the Eastern Sea, so she couldn't be slowed down. When she came to a glass door, the suited woman walked to the combination lock next to the glass door to enter the password and fingerprint identification. Through the glass door, Lin Xian saw that outside was a horse farm, where many men and women with extraordinary temperament, wearing expensive gloves and boots, rode various steeds back and forth and laughed. After the door opened, the suited woman led Lin Xian onto an exquisite sightseeing car, which seemed to be the transportation that passed through the entire Tongda clubhouse. Sitting in the car, Lin Xian saw that apart from the horse farm, there was also a golf course, outdoor rock climbing and other venues. The shooting range was actually airsoft shooting, divided into several, both indoor and outdoor. Area D, where Chu Yayun was located, was the indoor one. Walking into Area D, there was only Chu Yayun alone inside. Obviously, she had bagged this place. Bang bang bang, 3 consecutive gunshots rang out, and the bullets from the airsoft gun in Chu Yayun's hand appeared on the opposite target. Lin Xian clapped his hands. Not bad, not bad, a bit of level. Chu Yayun noticed that someone was coming. She took off her own earmuffs and looked towards Lin Xian. Today's Chu Yayun was wearing a tight-fitting sportswear, showing off her devilish figure to perfection. Even without overly exposed skin, it was enough to make people's hearts flutter. Chu Yayun, who had a high face value, looked even more somewhat competent at the moment, and with her ponytail tied up, she was full of vigor and vitality, with a full sense of girlishness. You are Lin Xian? Lin Xian smiled. Miss Chu knowingly asked. Since he even knew the number, how could he not even have seen the photo? Chu Yayun was clearly being overly cautious, and she was really looking at all that privacy of hers. How much do you want? Chu Yayun asked dryly. Lin Xian laughed bitterly. What? Miss Chu thinks that I'm contacting you and for money? Chu Yayun shook her head. Actually, I don't care about your purpose. It's useless to care. I just want to know how much money it takes for you to be willing to keep it a secret. Lin Xian laughed again. If I were to ask you to collect money, wouldn't that become extortion? Chu Yayun put down her airsoft gun and said, but if you don't collect the money, I am uneasy in my heart. You must promise me. A lot of words. She didn't dare to say it to let Lin Xian know. Otherwise let Lin Xian know how much leverage he had in his hands could be bad. Chu Yayun thought to herself, if Lin Xian tells everything, then my reputation will be affected. I was too young back then and made too many impulsive comments on that app, and sometimes when I met a partner I didn't like, I would just spit on it. Once these are exposed, then the Chu family's current business landscape will be very troublesome. However, to her surprise, these inner activities had already been known by Lin Xian. In just now, Lin Xian had unleashed his detecting words and observing colors skill. Therefore what she was thinking was all grasped by Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled. Miss Chu, don't worry. I'm not the type of person who likes to snitch. Still, please don't worry. Chu Yayun was a little doubtful. She didn't know whether she should trust Lin Xian or not. Chu Yayun raised her gun once again. She intended to make herself as relaxed as possible by shooting to divert her attention. Right at this moment, Chu Yayun felt that someone had posted up from behind, and at the same time grabbed her hands and jointly pulled the trigger. Bang! After the sound of gunfire stopped, the very center of the target was pierced. Lin Xian smiled. Thanks Miss Chu. I definitely couldn't shoot like this if I did it myself. Chu Yayun, on the other hand, completely blushed with shame and hurriedly said, You let go. Saying that, but she did not put up much of a fierce resistance, and just symbolically struggled a few times. It was the first time that a strange man had touched herself so directly and intimately, not to mention a man who held her biggest secret. However, Lin Xian's exertion and this domineering demeanor had caused Chu Yayun's soul to burn more or less. For the first time in such a long time, she felt the taste of being conquered. Lin Xian gently released her and crossed his arms. Ms. Chu, you know who my girlfriend is, right? Chu Yayun touched her arm and nodded. I know, Zhao Yingjun, right? Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Then let me ask you again. If Zhao Yingjun knows that I just hugged you, then what happens to me? Chu Yayun froze. What would happen? Zhao Yingjun's temper was fiery. She did things in a thunderous manner, and was a well-known iron lady in the industry, even in the East China Sea. If she knew about it, then Lin Yuan's fate would definitely be very miserable, especially since there was also the risk of the Zhao family and the Chu family turning against each other. It was even more unlikely that Zhao Yingjun would let him go. Not to mention Zhao Yingjun, Even Zhao this sister protection devil, after learning that his sister was green, then Lin Xian's fate can also be imagined. But why did Lin Xian say this? In the end is a genius girl. Xu Yiyun seems to understand what, immediately thatched. Oh, I get it. Is this what you mean? Chapter 69, the bodyguards all looked confused. After your behavior just now was known by Zhao and siblings, you would definitely be miserable. That's why you intentionally gave this to me as a handle, so that we could form a mutual constraint, isn't it? Xu Yiyun instantly understood Lin Xian's intentions. Lin Xian clapped his hands in satisfaction. Not bad, talking to smart people really doesn't have to be very tiring. Xu Yiyun raised her airsoft gun once again, pondering whether such a check and balance was useful or not. However, Lin Xian stuck up again, and Xu Yiyun's hands were again held by Lin Xian. Lin Cord also placed his chin on Xu Yiyun's shoulder, and Xu Yiyun could still hear the sound of Lin Cord breathing. Bang bang bang. After a few gunshots, Xu Yiyun hurriedly said, "What are you doing? What are, coming over again?" Lin Xian then smiled and said, "Since this handle has been given to you, let's follow through to the end. And just a hug. This kind of handle is not heavy enough. Xu is also not at ease, right?" Xu Yiyun was speechless, while her face had long since begun to burn. She and Zhao Jun were both called iceberg beauties, but in fact, she didn't have Zhao Jun's determination and sufficient vigor. She who had not dared to come into contact with men for a long period of time. In fact, her experience with men was basically negligible, and it was the first time she had seen a boy with such a bold approach as Lin Xian. Xu Yiyun turned her face sideways and once again carefully observed Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt Xu Yiyun looking at himself, so he also twisted his face around and looked at her with a smile. Bright eyes and white teeth, sword brows and starry eyes. When Lin Xian smiled, his handsome and angular face was also incomparably charming. Xu Yiyun lowered her head. Was there actually such a good-looking man? Why hadn't she noticed just now? Lin Xian seemed to have seen something and took the initiative to let go of her hand again. Miss Chu really doesn't need to worry. I won't take your business to do something detrimental. Xu Yiyun raised her head and asked seriously. Then what are you texting me for? Wanting to get to know you. Lin Xian laughed. You're so good-looking and excellent. Wanting to get to know someone who's excellent and good-looking. Is this kind of mentality hard to understand? Kinda good at talking. Xu Yiyun also knew that this was half true, and followed it up with another question. How did you know that I was on that app? And how did you know my ID? Lin Xian mysteriously stepped forward and said softly. Well, I'll have to wait a while before I can say. Why? Because I don't want to say it now. It was actually because the detecting words and observing colors skill was cooling down, and Lin Xian was not yet able to get clues by looking into Xu Yiyun's heart. Since he was going to answer the question, he had to hit the nail on the head and make Xu Yiyun shocked by it. Xu Yiyun felt that Lin Xian was becoming more and more like an enigma at this point. When she started investigating Lin Xian, she thought it would take a long time. Who knew that Lin Xian's past was ridiculously simple? But recently, in just less than a month, Lin Xian had already gotten involved with many big names, from Shin Mengsong to Deng Gaobe to Zhao Jun. Which one of them was a big shot with a big name in East China Sea? And being in a circle of interests that did not make sense, Lin Xian was able to navigate his way through it. Xu Yiyun only felt that this man was unfathomable and difficult to perceive, but often it was also men like this that attracted him even more. Xu Yiyun bit her lower lip and said, "Will you think that my ID and the things I post are childish?" In fact, Xu Yiyun did not want to be a mature-oriented girl. She thought that only the closer to childish things were more real. Lin Yin shook her head. "No, I actually kinda like to read it. And your ID, Flower Tears and Flower Blossoms, should be taken from Flower Tears and Flower Blossoms in Dream of the Red Chamber. The original one has a bleak feeling of flowers falling and people dying, but this one of yours, with flowers shedding and blossoming, is instead sunnier and more joyful to look at." Xu Yiyun's chest rose and fell for a moment, and her breathing began to catch. There was actually a man who could understand himself. In one fell swoop, he knew the meaning of his ID. In this instant, Xu Yiyun felt like she had met her soulmate. The two of them started chatting next, and found that they were unexpectedly chatty. Lin Xian was already a good talker, and coaxing a little girl to be happy was no big deal. In fact, he had no interest in a girl like Xu Yiyun, nor did he have any male or female feelings. This was just a bet between him and Zhao Jun. Not only could he make the haughty Zhao Jun lose again and see her little expression of angry defiance, at the same time, it was also possible to hitch a ride with Xu Yiyun, a cyber talent. It was really a 1-2 punch. Finally, after the series of topics ended, Xu Yiyun once again asked that question. How did you find me on the internet? It just so happened that the cooldown time had arrived, and Lin Xian had turned on the detecting words function. When Xu Yiyun asked this question, the probability was that what she had in mind was also an answer related to this question. As expected, through detecting words and observing colors, Lin Xian found that Xu Yiyun was thinking. If he wants to know my online trail, it's impossible to find me unless he's a senior user of that app. As for the ID, I was attending an offline book club when I once mentioned that I liked the phrase flower sheltering flower flying flower filling sky. Much of what I say on the app is also a reflection of some of the reality, and I can even directly find the prototype. After Lin Xian realized what was going on, she said what she had just thought, all with her own mouth and in her own words. Chu Yaiyun was directly shocked after hearing this. Lin Xian answered exactly as she had speculated. In fact, from that book club, I've felt that I'm destined to be with Miss Chu. That's why I've been silently following. Maybe it really is destined by heaven. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he carefully scraped his cheeks, as if he was a little embarrassed. This time, in Chu Yaiyun's eyes, Lin Xian had an additional kind of contrast, and in the distance, a few bodyguards were watching all of this. They were surprised because there was actually a man who dared to act like he did just now towards his family's missy, and it was the first time in their many years of work experience, so they didn't know what to do. After all, there had never been any experience, and the Chu family hadn't envisioned that this kind of thing would happen. But it wasn't a good idea to keep watching so dryly. What if the man was up to no good? So the bodyguard captain made a call to ask Chu Tian for instructions. Chairman, it's like this. Miss Shi came to Tonga today to take a break and shoot a gun. What's wrong? Chu Tian's voice was thick and had a natural vigor. The captain said while looking at Lin Cord. Well, Miss came here today. Seems to be waiting for a man, and now the two of them are shooting guns together. Chu Tian hesitated for a moment and asked. Man? Who? Don't know. Very young. Seems to be about the same age as the lady. Chairman, what do we do? Chu Tian thought for a while, then said, keep an eye on them. I'll have Si Ling go over. Si Ling was Chu Tian's wife, Chu Yaiyun's mother. Run Si Ling. Yes. At this moment, Lin Xian looked around and suddenly said, alright, I should go. Chapter 70. Is there anything more exciting? Chu Yaiyun inexplicably felt a sense of loss. So soon? Are you in some kind of hurry? Lin shook his head and pointed at the bodyguard captain who had just called. Your bodyguard just called. He should be reporting what he just saw to your parents. I guess if I don't leave now, I won't be able to leave even if I want to in a while. It was only then that Chu Yaiyun remembered the presence of a bodyguard and instantly panicked. What can we do then? She was very nervous at this moment. If her father and mother knew about Lin Xian and everything that had just happened, what would they do to Lin Xian? It was so hard to have such a friend. She didn't want Lin String to be hurt. Lin Xian smiled wryly. Of course it's run. Does that mean just wait for your parents to come and settle the score with me? Chu Yaiyun asked with lost eyes. Then you ran. When will you still come to find me? Lin Xian laughed again after hearing this and went forward and grabbed her hand. How about it? How about running with me? Chu Yaiyun was stunned and didn't speak for a long time in place. Run with you? Chu Yaiyun couldn't help but fight a cold war. In the eyes of outsiders, she was the CEO of the World Network, as well as the future chairman of the board, and the successor of the Chu family. At the same time, she was also the obedient daughter of the Chu Tian couple. Psychologically speaking, she was extremely fearful of the Chu Tian couple. She was not a special case, where the children of large families would be very afraid of the family's leaders. For example, a domineering scum like Lei Haolong would have to be courteous to the Lei family's old man, Zhao Yingjun. Such a brash and unreasonable notorious second-generation ancestor, was also courteous and respectful to the old master in the Zhao family. This was another place where Zhao Yingjun was very different from Chu Yaiyun. Zhao Yingjun wouldn't be afraid of the Zhao family's old man, so she dared to resist the marriage contract and make a bet. Chu Yaiyun's fear of her parents. In addition to having an instinctive fear, there is also a self-sacrificing complex driven by a deep-rooted pleasing personality. As long as mom and dad are happy, I'm willing to do it, and as long as mom and dad aren't disappointed, it's okay for me to make even greater sacrifices. When she had just heard that Mr. and Mrs. Chu Tian might be coming over to look for herself, Chu Yaiyun had thought of the very frightening consequences. Mr. and Mrs. Chu Tian did not allow Chu Yaiyun to fall in love freely. As the successor of the World Network, Chu Yaiyun's lifelong partner had to be someone that the Chu heavenly couple nodded their heads in approval. Lin Xian urged at this time. Hey, are you leaving or not? Hurry up, time is running out. Chu Yaiyun was still a little scared. Why don't you go first? I know your contact information. We'll contact later? Who knew that Lin Xian went forward and directly pulled. You're silly. If I leave, your parents will put you under house arrest. At that time, my contact information and your investigation into me will be known to them. This shooting range still has surveillance, so won't they all know by then? Chu Yaiyun was scolded like this for the first time, but felt somewhat comfortable. Then, what about that? Lin Xian grabbed her wrist. You come with me. Don't worry. I promise you won't regret it. Chu Yaiyun was still afraid. With the Chu family's energy, Finding out the whereabouts of the two of them wasn't simple, but when Lin Xian said I guarantee, Chu Yayun began to waver again. Lin Xian suddenly said again, do you intend to follow the rules for the rest of your life like this? You're in your 20s, not a 2-year-old. If you're always going to be arranged by your parents, then you'll always be just a puppet and a stooge, not an independent and complete person. Chu Yayun clasped her hands. But I, Lin Xian said again. Don't worry, we're not trying to elope, we're just hiding for the time being, and when your parents know how to reflect on their behavior, and you've figured out how to have a showdown with them, then we'll come out together, won't we? Think about what you said in the forums. Think about why you're sneaking around like this to vent your heart. Don't you want to step out for the first time? These words continuously stimulated and impacted Chu Yayun's heart. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Seeing that Chu Yayun still hadn't made up her mind, Lin Xian let go of her. Alright then, I'll leave first, take care. However, just at the moment he turned around, Chu Yayun pulled his hand from behind. You take me with you. At this moment, Chu Yayun's expression became very calm, clearly having made a decision that she would not regret. After saying that, Chu Yayun added another sentence. Let's go together. Lin Xian smiled and touched her head. He knew that Chu Yayun had already broken through and was truly going to walk out. Chu Yayun asked again. What next? Do you want me to get rid of the bodyguards first? Lin Xian smiled again and scolded. Are you a pig? They have consulted your parents. They are definitely not on your side now, so how would they listen to you? Chu Yayun reddened her face, again not looking angry at Lin Xian's scolding. Then, what do you say? Run. Lin Xian said with certainty, there's only one way to run. Chu Yayun asked again. Run? How to run? Lin Xian suddenly wrapped one hand around Chu Yayun's back, picked up her knees with one hand, and in a princess hug position, began to run outside as fast as he could. Chu Yayun also understood. What Lin Xian said about running was literally running. Just like that, the two people began to run out towards the other exit of Area D. The bodyguards were first confused and only reacted after almost a minute. Chase. Lin Xian's body had been upgraded through exercise and the system, and had long since far surpassed normal people. Even if he was holding a Chu Yayun, it wasn't something those bodyguards could chase after. Lin Xian looked at a sightseeing car. Then with a twist of the key, he began to rush out at full speed. On his way here, Lin Xian had already recognized the way out, and this time, he was determined to win. The bodyguards also hurriedly began to get on the sightseeing bus and run outside. They wanted the people from the Tonga Club to help intercept them, but they were scared, because they didn't know Lin Xian's background. If they pushed him, would Lin Xian poison Chu Yayun in his arms? Thus, they could only do their best to chase after him. Arriving at the large glass door, Lin Xian suddenly said to Chu Yayun, hold me tight and close your eyes. Chu Yayun didn't understand and asked, don't speak. Hold tight. Remember, hold tight. Chu Yayun had to do as she was told, and her whole body began to hug Lin Xian with a death grip. Lin Xian kicked the gas and charged straight through. Splat wipe. The glass door instantly shattered, and with that, Lin Xian rushed straight to the hall, then picked up Chu Yayun and ran towards the parking lot. The bodyguards didn't expect Lin Xian to be such an outlaw, and with the glass shattered all over the place, it was difficult for them to get through for a while, so they could only stare dryly. Chu Yayun looked back and felt a chill. Only Lin Xian calmly smiled broadly and asked, how was it? Exciting or not? Chu Yayun also laughed. Exciting, too exciting. She hugged Lin Xian again and asked, is there anything more exciting? Chapter 71, How dare you come out with me? Lin Xian smiled. Of course there is, as long as you are willing to come with me. Chu Yayun nodded excitedly. Willing. Having known Lin Xian for less than 2 hours, she already had such an unprecedented experience, which made Chu Yayun very happy. After getting on the car, Lin Xian stepped on the gas to the limit and directly flew away. Chu Yayun looked at the world outside the window, as if she was a prisoner who had just been released from prison, and kept asking, where are we going? Lin Xian remembered the mansion the system had given him and asked, to my house, do you dare? Chu Yayun barely hesitated and nodded her head. Dare. At this time, Chu Yayun noticed that on Lin Xian's arms and wrists, there were several wounds that were still bleeding. You're injured? When he had just broken through the glass door, Lin Xian had protected Chu Yayun to the death, and his body was inevitably scratched by the glass shards. Lin Xian, on the other hand, did not care at all and said, it's just a small injury, it's fine. Chu Yayun, on the other hand, took out a pack of tissues from her pocket and helped Lin Xian wipe the blood. Looking at the careful Chu Yayun, Lin Xian suddenly let out a giggle. Chu Yayun asked strangely, what are you laughing at? Lin Xian looked at the wound and then at Chu Yayun. To be able to receive this care from Miss Chu, but only to suffer such a small injury, it's really cost-effective. Chu Yayun's face turned red. Why are you suddenly so immodest? Lin Xian then asked a rhetorical question. I'm just being honest. To be able to receive the concern of the Chu family's eldest miss, isn't it a thing to be happy about? When Chu Yayun heard this, she instead remained silent for a while. Chu Yayun looked at Lin Xian and asked, but, don't many people think that I'm scary? Lin Xian was happy. Who did you hear that from? Chu Yayun tipped her chin with her hand and said, many some guessed that I'm a homosexual. Some said that I have a disease that makes me allergic when I touch a man, and others said that I'm a person with misogyny. Under the Chu family's demanding control and high pressure, Chu Yayun's life trajectory was predictable, and many people would have certain misconceptions about Chu Yayun out of gossip or jealousy. Lin Xian, on the other hand, grabbed Chu Yayun's hand as soon as he heard this. Look, isn't everything alright now? It shows that you can still be close to men. Chu Yayun's face reddened again as she pulled her hand out. Always like this. Drive properly. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xian let out a big laugh of triumph. He knew that in Chu Yayun's heart, he was already an irreplaceable man. People were sometimes like a leather ball. How great the suppression was, the rebound would be very powerful. At one time, Chu Yayun didn't dare to cross the line, but now once the constraints were lifted, she was a completely different person. Lin Xian drove the car almost to its limit, but Chu Yayun didn't have the slightest bit of fear, and seemed to still be insufficient. However, right at this moment, Chu Yayun's cell phone rang. Chu Yayun took it out and looked at it, and her face changed greatly. It's my mom calling. Chu Yayun looked at Lin Xian with pleading eyes, already out of ideas. Lin Xian smiled. Answer it. It's good to reassure your mom, otherwise it makes it look like I kidnapped you. Chu Yayun was still a little hesitant in her heart. Pinching the cell phone in her hand, Lin Xian used his right hand to slap Chu Yayun's thigh and said, if you want to be yourself, the best chances from now on. Chu Yayun glanced at Lin Xian, closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths before placing the cell phone to her ear. Mom, it's me. I'm here. Who is the man with you? My friend. Bull ***** friend. You come back here quickly. Ren Xiling was already hysterical on that side. Chu Yayun, how many years have your father and I spent on you? Is this how you repay us? Chatting with a man from an unknown source for a couple moments and then you dare to get into his car and be hugged around by him? Have you fed your breeding and your reserve to the dogs? I'm telling you, you give it right away. Me, back, come here. Raising a daughter for many years was easily abducted. No matter how cultured the noblewoman at this moment also turned into a shrew. When she heard her mother's behavior, Chu Yayun lost her mind, and her tears kept rolling in her eyes. She hadn't been yelled at like this by her parents since she was that old. Even her mother was like this, so she thought that her father, Chu Tian, must have already stormed out, right? Lin Xian lowered the speed of the car at this time, then opened the window on the side near Chu Yayun. The sound of the whistling wind began to blow into the car, adding a layer of BGM to Chu Yayun's call as well. Chu Yayun looked at Lin Xian, and Lin Xian also looked at her, and the two seemed to be exchanging something with their eyes. Ren Xiling was even more annoyed when she heard the sound of the wind, and she urged, Chu Yayun, why aren't you speaking? Where the hell are you? Come back now. It's not too late. Otherwise, Mom, Chu Yayun suddenly shouted, I am a human being, not your puppets. I live for myself, not for you guys. The other side of the phone froze for a moment, followed by an even angrier voice. What did you say? You this. Whoosh. Chu Yayun threw her cell phone out, and after it landed on the ground, it directly became powdered and crushed. In the car, Lin Xian closed the window. The two looked at each other and smiled. Chu Yayun knew that Lin Xian had just opened the car window in order to give himself the opportunity to throw out that cell phone. Because she couldn't reveal Lin Xian's identity, she also couldn't face and refute her parents' scolding. It would be better to just turn off the call path and suffer less worry. After Chu Yayun had started running with Lin Xian, she had already known where the thrill was in ignoring the consequences and just being herself. From this moment on, she had changed. Lin Cord continued to drive forward. You're very brave. Thanks. Chu Yayun breathed a sigh of relief and said with some worry, my parents will definitely pour everything they have to find us. Are you not afraid? Lin Xian smiled bashfully. What does Chu think? Do I need to be afraid? Chu Yayun seemed to understand something and said, my parents are good at saving face, so they won't make a big deal out of mobilizing their manpower to find me. If they use secret means, you have a way? Being able to dig into one's privacy and secrets. Chu Yayun still had some certainty about Lin Xian's ability. Lin Xian did not reply. He certainly had a method himself, but there was no need to say it. Chu Yayun suddenly remembered something else and asked, right, aren't you Zhao Yingjuan's boyfriend? You're not afraid of her knowing about this when you do this? Lin Xian laughed again. You know that I'm someone's boyfriend, and you still dare to come out with me? Actually, Lin Xian wasn't worried about Zhao Yingjun knowing at all. After all, he had long ago made a bet with Zhao Yingjun that these few days would be used to tease Chu Yayun. Chapter 72 Special Hidden Attributes. Chu Yayun stared flatly ahead in an indifferent manner. So what if I know? Who made you the first boy who dared to take the initiative to approach me? I have been protected by my parents since I was a child. Everyone, including my other relatives, treats me as the son, not daring to get too close, as if I will be burned to death once I get close. I went from studying to starting a business to being like this today. Chu Yayun ruffled his hair and said, I heard the most compliments, not praise, received the most contracts, not letters, saw the most fame and fortune, not true love. My parents, however, wanted me to take this early and be the best of this. Every day goes by with fear and trepidation, like walking on thin ice, and all I think about every day is how to please my parents. They also always want me to be even better than I was yesterday, and in their eyes, what I do is never enough. I must be the best daughter under the sky. After Chu Yayun finished speaking, she couldn't help but sob in a small voice, because Lin Xian knew her secret. That was why she was willing to speak so heartily about her true feelings and difficulties. Lin Xian did not speak, nor did he respond. At this time, no sound was better than sound. Chu Yayun had already grown up. She did not need any comfort or enlightenment. She just needed a listener. Chu Yayun sniffled and looked at Lin Xian again. Although you already have a girlfriend, I know that you are my only chance. Following you, I can live a completely different life than before. The feeling of being with Lin Xian was really relaxed, happy and comfortable. Chu Yayun had never felt and been happy like this in the past 20 years. Lin Xian smiled. Ms. Chu, I can assure you that you have made a very correct choice. As the saying goes, it is not too late to mend, as long as you are willing to make a change. You are right. Chu Yayun stared at Lin Xian's side face, feeling that this man was even more handsome than when she had just seen him at the shooting range. Chu Yayun had never lived under a persona, which was iceberg beauty, high cool goddess, unearthly beauty, genius girl and so on. There were many of these personas, but none of them were herself. These personas brought Chu Yayun a lot of compliments and the world's envious gazes, but she also hated these things. Now that there was a chance to release her nature, of course Chu Yayun wouldn't let it go. What are you looking at? Sit still for me. Chu Yayun shivered for a moment, then said in a hurry, yes. The billion-dollar mansion that the system had sent Lin Yuan to was located in a resort area called Peach Blossom Garden in the suburbs. The most expensive one, Peach Blossom No. 1 inch, already belonged to Lin Xian. The information of those who owned such valuable assets was also kept secret. Therefore, it wasn't easy for people to find out. Lin Xian brought Chu Yayun inside. Chu Yayun had been used to living in mansions since she was a child and wasn't overly surprised. And Lin Xian also knew, his bet with Zhao Jun had won. Chapter 73, Just Ask Yourself. Ding ling ling. Lin Xian picked up the cell phone on the table and realized that it was Zhao Jie calling. Hey, it's me. Did the Chu family and the others find you? Zhao Jie's voice was low. Yes, brother-in-law. You know that too. Before, Chu Yayun had said that after doing her own investigation into Lin Xian, she had destroyed all the information, including the person who had investigated Lin Xian. Chu Yayun had also secretly hired a third party, because once the Chu Tian couple knew that their daughter was investigating a young male, it would be a big deal. So if Mr. and Mrs. Chu Tian wanted to find Lin Xian, they could only rely on the surveillance information of the Tongda clubhouse and investigate little by little. And Zhao Juan's siblings, who had the closest relationship with Lin Xian, definitely couldn't escape. Lin Xian began to ask Zhao Jun again. Then how did you answer them? Zhao Jun said. I said that you're my brother-in-law and you're still getting married to my sister soon. But then again, what exactly did you do? Brother-in-law? We're almost a family now. You can tell us if you're having a hard time. This way I'm very uneasy. The Zhao family wasn't a small player, and the Chu family certainly wouldn't make things too difficult for that face. Hearing that Lin Xian was the object of a quick marriage with Zhao Jun, it was natural that he would also have to consider it again and again before he dared to make his next move. Just the Chu Tian couple's style of doing things will certainly not wait too long. Maybe they are brewing a bigger news it. But Lin Xian wasn't afraid. Lin Xian said blandly, don't worry, you still don't trust your brother-in-law's work? A little bit of evil fire is just a little bit of evil fire. Just wait for me to extinguish it when I'm free. Of course Zhao Jie knew how powerful Lin Xian was, but he was always a bit uneasy. Brother-in-law, I believe in you, but the Chu family's momentum is not right. You have to be more careful. Lin Xian nodded his head. Alright, don't worry, I'll take care of it. After putting down his cell phone, Lin Xian's cell phone rang with another beep. It was a text message coming in. It was sent by Zhao Jun. It seemed that this sibling was receiving pressure from the Chu family at the same time. However, Zhao Jun's pressure should be less. Lin Xian was even sure that neither of the Chu Tian couple had directly found Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun's temper and character was well known in the rich and businessman circles of East Sea. As Zhao Jun's man, he still dared to hook up with another woman, or the Chu family's daughter? When this was said, anyone with a little bit of normal intelligence would suspect it to be fake news. Furthermore, Zhao Yingjuan's reputation and ability was not covered. The respect and awe that others had for her was all fought down by Zhao Yingjun herself. The simplest example, although Mr. and Mrs. Chu Tian's seniority is high, but can it be higher than the Yin family? Even Yin Xiuzhu called Zhao Yingjun a Zhao boss. They do not dare to go directly with Zhao Yingjun openly torn face. After opening the text message, there is only a simple sentence. What are you up to? Lin Xian smiled. He could guess that behind this calm sentence of questioning, should be the disturbed and frantic Zhao Yingjun. Lin Xian put his cell phone down. He knew that soon Zhao Yingjun was going to call. Sure enough, not even a minute after putting down his cell phone, Zhao Yingjun's call came directly over. Lin Xian smiled. Hey, Yingjun did you miss me? Zhao Yingjun asked in a good-natured manner. What the hell are you up to? The Chu family sent someone to the company to find my assistant and asked about you by name. What exactly did you do to offend people? Lin Yin asked in a mysterious tone. You really want to know? Zhao Yingjun huffed. Don't say anything if you don't want to. I don't want to waste time with you on this kind of thing. Right now, she only felt that Lin Xian was adding to her troubles. Nowadays, it was already the information age. The Chu family had this non-negligible place in the domestic communications industry, and one's future endeavors would also need information technology to promote them. Now that Lin Jin had formed an unexplained grudge with the Chu family, wasn't that adding to her own problems? Of course, the main point was that she was still worried about Lin Xian, but on the surface, she could never show it, and she knew that if Lin Xian didn't want to say anything, no matter how she asked, it wouldn't be effective, so she simply said, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. She knew that if she didn't want to say anything, it wouldn't work, so she simply said, if you don't want to say it, don't say it. Lin Jin then looked at Chu Yayun in his arms and smiled. Good, I say. But, before that Lin Xian put his cell phone in Chu Yayun's ear and softly said, come on, say a couple sentences for her to hear. So Chu Yayun blinked and said into the cell phone, who the hell is it? Zhao Yingjun's eyes were glaring like copper bells, and at this moment, her heart was no less than suffering a lightning strike. Lin Xian actually had a woman by his side. Lin Xian laughed. You want to know who it is? Don't you just ask yourself? Chapter 74, You're lying to me. Chu Yayun had to bring the cell phone over herself, then sat up and asked, hello, which one are you? Chu Yayun's voice was clear and pleasant, not inferior to a first-class voice actor at all. But to Zhao Yingjun's ears, Chu Yayun's image wasn't so rosy. I should be the one asking you. Who are you? Zhao Yingjun's tone was very cold and thorny. Chu Yayun asked a rhetorical question after glancing at Lin Xian. And who are you? Lin Xian held back his laughter and touched Chu Yayun's head. Zhao Yingjun replied directly. I am Zhao Yingjun. Now, can you say who you are? Zhao Yingjun? Chu Yayun glanced at Lin Xian in surprise, and her cell phone was put down. The one who called was Zhao Yingjun. Now Lin Xian was acting calm and collected. Was he really not afraid? Looking at Lin Xian's expression, Chu Yayun was relieved. Since Lin Xian wasn't afraid, what was she afraid of? I am Chu Yayun. She admitted it. Chu Yayun knew very well that she could not hide it now. Because of Zhao Yingjun's character, she definitely wouldn't allow her man to have another woman by his side, and might be coming to arrest him in a while. She cannot go out now, otherwise easy to be found by the Chu family. So he said the truth or not, are to be contacted positively. Lying is meaningless. Speaking the truth may also be able to let Zhao Yingjun understand the seriousness of the matter. The Chu family was definitely looking for themselves everywhere, and Zhao Yingjun had probably heard the news, so if she dared to publicize it, or make things too high profile, that would be hitting the Chu family in the face. The strength of the Zhao family and Zhao Yingjun she also knows. She is not too sure who will lose and who will win in a real conflict, but it must be a lose-lose situation. Chu Yayun felt that telling the truth was the optimal solution. There was just one thing she didn't understand. Why did Lin Xian dare to take the lead and let himself and Zhao Yingjun face to face? Was he really not afraid of death? Sure enough, it was Zhao Yingjun's turn to be confused. What? Chu Yayun? That Chu Yayun from the Chu family? Chu Yayun was by Lin Xian's side? She was caught off guard by this dense and huge amount of information and didn't speak for a long time. Seeing that she hadn't heard Zhao Yingjun's reply for a long time, Chu Yayun couldn't help but ask, Ms. Zhao, are you still listening? Zhao Yingjun rubbed the bridge of her nose and asked, are you really Chu Yayun? Chu Yayun asked again in return, does anyone else dare to impersonate? Indeed, no one would eat screwed up and impersonate the Chu family's eldest miss. Zhao Yingjun asked again, Miss Chu, why are you by Lin Xian's side? Leaning in front of Lin Xuan's chest, Chu Yayun seemed to have a special bottom line and said blandly, well, we are friends. As for what she had done with Lin Xuan, she was too embarrassed to tell the truth. Friends? Zhao Jun held a fountain pen tightly in one hand, his tone becoming very restrained. Chu Yayun nodded her head. Yes, does it mean that Ms. Zhao doesn't believe that Lin Xian and I will become friends? Zhao Jun sneered. Since Miss Chu said so, then I'll believe it for now. Then please give your cell phone to my boyfriend first. I have something I want to say to him. The word boyfriend, Zhao Jun added accents. Chu Yayun breathed a sigh of relief and gave her cell phone to Lin Xian. Ms. Zhao said she wants to talk to you. Lin Xian smiled and took the phone, putting it to his ear and asked, "What's up? What do you want to talk to me about?" Zhao Jun didn't bowl asterisk. Where are you? Lin Xian laughed. Peach Blossom Resort. Villa 1. Zhao Jun was stunned at first. Peach Blossom Villa 1? Lin Xian turned out to be so rich? But she quickly shook her head again. Must be Chu Yayun gave the money. The two people may have already taken it as a tender place to have a good time. But, is Chu Yayun that kind of person? How could she have dealings with Lin Xian? Zhao Jun is the head think through. Have not been able to think of a logical explanation. The only way was probably to ask about it in person. You guys wait there for me. Don't leave. Do you hear me? After saying that, Zhao Jun directly hung up the phone and then started walking towards the door. Lin Xian, on the other hand, didn't have any particular reaction, just smiled and put his cell phone aside. Zhao Jun was definitely going to come directly over to find himself, so that would be interesting. And Chu Yayun looked surprised and puzzled as she asked, "Aren't you afraid of her coming to your door if you report yourself?" Why is it that she couldn't understand all of this man's maneuvers? Lin Xian smiled slightly and said seriously, "Actually, me and her, it's fake." Chu Yayun was shocked. Fake? What does that mean? Lin Xian sighed. It's like this, she and I are not really boyfriend and girlfriend. There's a reason why she and I pretended to be a couple. Lin Xian then told a story about Lei Haolong and the Zhao family forcing a marriage. Zhao Jun chose to become a contractual couple with herself in order to escape the marriage. Half true and half false. Chu Yayun didn't have much complex social experience, so she basically believed it wholeheartedly. So, you guys are a fake couple. Zhao Jun is not your girlfriend. Lin Xian nodded his head. Yes, this matter, only Zhao Jun and her brother Zhao Jia know about it. Now that I've told you the secret, can you help me keep it a secret? Chu Yayun opened her mouth in surprise, then suddenly said, Then you lied to me. Chapter 75, I don't regret a thing. Chu Yayun exclaimed. You said before that you'd send me a handle and we'd keep each other in check, saying that you couldn't let Zhao Jun know about us, but now it seems that it's just a lie. On the shooting range, Lin Xian had presented himself as Zhao Jun's boyfriend, implying that he didn't dare to let Zhao Jun know that he and Chu Yayun were acting intimately, and this was what allowed Chu Yayun to rest assured that Lin Xian would keep his secret to himself. It even gave him the opportunity to develop further. Now, it was all fake? Lin Xian then used a slight smile. Yeah, that's the way I took you to escape the life of a puppet. Do you regret it? After Chu Yayun heard this, she gave a giggle and then punched Lin Xian. Bad egg. Answer the question will you regret it or not? Chu Yayun narrowed her eyes and hugged Lin Xian tightly. No regrets. I won't regret it even if I die. Of course she won't regret it. Not only did she not regret it, Chu Yayun also had to thank Lin Xian. It was he who allowed her to take a brave step, allowing her to break through the shackles of her family, and be brave enough to be herself. Right now Chu Yayun was 10,000% grateful to Lin Xian. Lin Xian stretched and said, Get ready. Zhao Jun should be here in half an hour. Chu Yayun began to get nervous again. She will really come over thinking of really having to play against another woman, because of a man. Chu Yayun was still very nervous, because there hadn't been such an experience before yet. Fear what? There's me. Chu Yayun smiled and nodded. Then I'll just relax and face it normally? After packing up everything, Lin Yin and Chu Yayun began to do their respective duties, waiting for Zhao Jun's arrival. Knock knock knock. Finally, the door rang. Lin Xian wore a pair of cotton slippers to open the door, and when the door opened, Zhao Jun stood alone at the doorway, looking at Lin Xian with strange eyes. Welcome welcome welcome. Lin Xian smiled and said, Inside please. Zhao Jun asked as he walked inside. What the hell did you do? On the way here, Zhao Jun had reasoned out various possibilities. Obviously yesterday, he was still having dinner with himself and Yoon Suju at the restaurant. It had only been less than 24 hours of work. What kind of magic did Lin Yin use to be able to abduct Chu Yayun out? Zhao Jun could only be sure of one thing, there was nothing wrong with Chu Yayun, because Chu Yayun was by no means that kind of casual woman. So the core of the problem lay with Lin Xian. This demonic man. Lin Xian played dumb and shrugged his shoulders. I didn't do anything. Why are you asking me that? Zhao Jun took off her high heels and replaced them with slippers and walked inside, not taking her eyes off Lin Xian during the process. After stepping into the living room, a smell of food wafted in. Someone was cooking? Zhao Jun was wondering when a sweet female voice sounded. Is Ms. Zhao here? Lin Xian coughed to hide his smile, then said, coming, do you want to meet in person? In the next second, Chu Yayun, who was wearing an apron, walked out with a spatula in her hand. To be honest, this kind of dress was more or less a bit detracting for a woman. After all, the original immortal girl, all of a sudden became a housewife. How this compulsion will be greatly reduced. But Chu Yayun is really beautiful. Face value is really high, especially after the nourishment of love. That essence, there are really no words. So she who cooks is even more beautiful. Zhao Juan's heart was also very shocked. $1,000 lady who was worth tens of billions of dollars had actually cooked. Cooking for Lin Xian? Miss Chu, you can still cook Chu Yayun smiled. I learned a little bit when I was a child. The Chu family, in order to cultivate Chu Yayun, was what courses and specialties were piled onto her. Similar to stacking buffs, the column of cooking skills is also full of points. Zhao Jun had also experienced the elite education of a large family, and she had directly given up on the item of cooking, because she felt that spending time in the kitchen was somewhat unwise, and that she should respect the social division of labor, simplify her life, and not get so tired. While Zhao Jun was surprised, she also heard the sound of the washing machine dumping from the second floor. Ms. Chu, you're still helping him with the laundry? Chu Yayun laughed. Not really la, there are my clothes in there too. What? Chu Yayun put her own clothes in the wash with Lin Xian? This, for Zhao Jun, having his own clothes put together with someone else was also one of the unacceptable bottom lines. Back to the moment, Lin Xian and Chu Yayun were in the same villa. Clothes were washed together. Chu Yayun cooked and cooked. This relationship was also too good to be true. But, they had known each other for more than 24 hours? Chu Yayun looked back at the kitchen and said, Lin Yin, you guys take your time to chat. I'll cook another soup and then we can eat. The supplies stocked in this villa arranged by the system were quite complete. There were all chickens, ducks, fish and meat, as well as all types of fruits and vegetables. So Chu Yayun was having a good time this time. Zhao Jun slowly turned back to look at Lin Xian, and then a hand pulled his hand, until she walked to the corner. She stopped and asked, what kind of ecstasy did you actually use? The one inside, is it really Chu Yayun? She felt that if it wasn't Lin Xian using hypnotism or drugs, then she was crazy. It was too bizarre. It was really too bizarre. Zhao Jun was suspecting that the woman just now was not Chu Yayun, but an actress with a similar appearance that Lin Xian had found. Lin Xian, how on earth did you do it? Chapter 76, my eyes must have deceived me. Lin Xian said with a smile, do you think the one inside is fake? Zhao Jun calmed down a little and looked in the direction of the kitchen again. It's not, even if the face could be fixed, but the temperament could not. Just now Chu Yayun's words were a little bit light, but the kind of rich temperament between the hands and feet, as well as the upbringing, can never be learned. Ordinary women, no matter what training they had received, would subconsciously feel nervous and scared when they saw Zhao Jun, intimidated by the high and cold and rationally powerful temperament. Only those who were also strong, such as Yin Xiuzhu and Tang Gaoga, would be on par with her again with a calmness. The Chu Yayun who had just acted so easily had already explained her identity and origin. It was impossible for a person to be fake. So, that was even more terrifying. Zhao Jun asked again, how exactly did you do that? What is Chu Yayun's current situation? Lin Xian smiled back. What situation? Isn't it obvious? Zhao Jun became anxious as she stepped forward. What is obvious? What the hell is going on? If you don't tell me clearly, I won't spare you. Lin Xian looked at Zhao Jun's agitated appearance and stifled his laughter. It's obvious. Chu Yayun already likes me, but you don't have to be jealous. This is just our bet. I don't have feelings for Chu Yayun in terms of men and women. I'm just saving her from the birdcage in passing. As for her, well, it's obvious that she was just attracted by my charm. Zhao Jun's eyes widened. So soon? Lin Xian's reply caused Zhao Jun's mind to collapse at an accelerated rate. Impossible. Are you guys not lying to me here? Lin Xian, the rice is ready. You guys can come over and eat. Chu Yayun's sweet and sticky voice began to ring out, causing Zhao Jun's heart to receive another blow. Alright, go eat. Lin Xian looked through Zhao Jun's thoughts with a single glance and finally smiled. Looking at the way Chu Yayun and Lin Xian were talking and laughing together as they set up plates together, Zhao Jun felt that the world must have gone crazy. Crazy, crazy, all crazy. Zhao Jun looked incredulously at everything that had turned her three views upside down. Ah, the clothes are also washed. I'll go dry the clothes. You guys eat first. Chu Yayun wore a pair of slippers, revealing her snow-white feet as she went upstairs. Lin Xian came out from the kitchen, smiled and tilted her head and said, no rush, we'll wait for you. Chu Yayun held the handrail, revealing a happy smile. Zhao Jun ghostly went upstairs as well. On the balcony of the second floor, Chu Yayun held a pile of clothes and hung them one by one with a drying rack before starting to dry them. Chu Yayun's figure was on the petite side, and she was as busy as a little leprechaun weaving in and out of the flowers. After the clothes were hung up, Chu Yayun purposely came to the front of Lin Xian's clothes, patting them with her hands and tugging on them to make them appear more even. This skillfulness, as well as the small gestures that she purposely made for Lin Xian, all made Zhao Yingjun feel a trance. During the meal, Chu Yayun and Lin Xian exchanged even more. Zhao Yingjun sat on the main seat, while Lin Xian and Chu Yayun sat opposite each other, browbeating and chatting feverishly. The dishes on the table weren't sumptuous, but the level could be seen. Sweet and sour pork ribs, winter melon soup, brine shrimp, shredded pork with green peppers, and a dish of open water cabbage. Famous dishes and homemade dishes were all available, and with a mix of meat and vegetables, the good looks of the food called for mouth-watering. Yayun's cooking is really delicious. I am truly blessed. Don't say that. You haven't eaten much yet. Remember to drink the soup. Chu Yayun looked at Zhao Yingjun again. Ms. Zhao, aren't you eating? Is the food not appetizing? Zhao Yingjun shook her head, then pretended to calmly pick up her chopsticks. It seems that what Lin Yin said was good. As far as this bet is concerned, it was himself who lost. Zhao Yingjun picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork and put it into his mouth. The outside was charred and the inside was tender. The sweetness was moderate, and the sourness was hidden just right. Zhao Yingjun had to admit that she hadn't eaten such a good dish in a long time. I didn't expect Chu Yayun to actually be better than the legend to be omnipotent. Seeing that Zhao Yingjun didn't say anything, Chu Yayun asked boldly, Ms. Zhao, I heard that you and Lin Xian aren't really a couple, right? After hearing this, Zhao Yingjun's ice-like gaze hit Lin Xian's body. The matter of the fake couple was a secret between her and Lin Xian. Chu Yayun knew that it could only have been told to her by Lin Xian. Lin Xian was silent, just eating quietly. Chu Yayun saw Zhao Yingjun's face was not right and said again, Ms. Zhao, don't blame Lin String. I will keep it a secret. Zhao Yingjun stared straight at Lin Xian. Lin Xian laughed. Eating is eating. Why are you always looking at me? Could it be that I have rice grains on my face? Chu Yayun hurriedly said, Ms. Zhao, don't be angry. In fact, I understand you. You have a bitter reason for pretending to be a couple with Lin Xian. Chapter 77. Okay, I'll press it for you. Zhao Yingjun never thought that he would have such a day. Lin Xian, eat more. This shrimp from Ms. Chu is really delicious. After saying that, Zhao Yingjun continued to give Chu Yayun a mouthful of food. Miss Chu, you eat as well. Just now I saw you busy up and down. It's time to make up for it. Zhao Yingjun physically told Lin Yin and Chu Yayun. She had just been plainly pinching vegetables, not thinking of anything else. Demonstrating against another woman by pleasing a man? Joke. Zhao Yingjun, how could she possibly do something so low? Lin Xian coughed and blocked the curled up corner of his mouth with his fist. How could he not know Zhao Yingjun's thoughts? In his opinion, Zhao Yingjun was like a clown covering his ears at the moment. Zhao Yingjun seemed to have forgotten that the three people at this table were all human beings. There was no need to mention Lin Xian. Chu Yayun was also a $10 billion president cultivated by Chu Tian and a genius girl. In business, Zhao Yingjun's practices don't even count as smoke and mirrors. Although Chu Yayun was particularly silly and sweet in front of Lin Xian, but it was limited to being in front of Lin Xian. If someone had a crush on Lin Xian, how could she not notice? Ms. Zhao, you also eat just give us food. You don't eat Zhao Yingjun replied with a smile. I won't eat. After all, I didn't eat that much in the first place. Lin Xian and I have eaten many times. He is aware of it. I'm full. Zhao Yingjun pushed the table, then got up and headed upstairs. After taking a bite of the shrimp that Chu Yayun had personally fed him, Lin Xian said, Alright, baby, I'm really full. There's a treadmill there on the third floor. I'll go there to take the edge off. Chu Yayun nodded her head. Good, then I'll clean up and come to you right away. Aren't you going to eat? If you eat well, I'll be full. Lin Xian helplessly nodded her nose, then got up and left. When Lin Xian went upstairs, Zhao Yingjun, who was waiting on the second floor, immediately followed. The third floor had a lot of fitness equipment. There were treadmills, barbells, yoga balls, and even massage beds for spas. What the hell are you up to? Zhao Yingjun couldn't help but ask. Lin Xian, on the other hand, walked directly to the treadmill, started it up and laughed. Is it that you're not convinced after losing? Zhao Yingjun first clenched his fists in anger, then sneered. You can Lin Xuan. You went out of your way to offend the Chu family in order to win the bet with me. Do you know what kind of person Chu Yayun's father, Chu Tian, is? If he were to see the scene just now, it would be easy for him to beat you to a pulp. After saying those words, Zhao Yingjun sort of let out a breath. At the same time, she also understood why the Chu family was now looking for Lin Xian all over the world. It was because Lin Xian had abducted their precious daughter. Zhao Jun thought of another crucial question. Lin Xian, how did you do it? Lin Xian began to play dumb. What are you asking? Zhao Jun went up and slapped him. How did you bypass Chu Yayun's family and bring Chu Yayun out? And, she seems to have fallen in love with you. Lin Xian blinked at her. You can think about it, maybe. I already contacted Chu Yayun a long time ago? Zhao Jun had certainly thought about it. The fact that Lin Xian was so confident and willing to open a bet might be because he had contacted Chu Yayun too early, but it was unlikely, because even if Lin Xian and Chu Yayun were childhood friends, it was unlikely that. Zhao Jun took a deep breath. You still dare to mention the bet? You're not afraid that if I tell Chu Yayun, your relationship will be in danger? Lin Xian puffed and asked rhetorically, will it be effective if you say it? Zhao Jun was speechless. With Chu Yayun's current state, and her own behavior just now, if she said it, Chu Yayun would also think that it was a lie to deliberately anger her, saying it wouldn't loosen the relationship between Chu Yayun and Lin Xian. Instead it would become more and more solidified. Okay, a bit tired. Ah, you come and help me massage. Zhao Jun froze. Massage? Lin Xian flopped down on the massage bed and said, yeah, didn't I say that after winning, you have to be at my beck and call to fulfill my needs? 100 times. TSK. Zhao Jun took a deep breath. You really know how to pick the time. Does it have to be now? Raising demands at this time, Lin Xian was obviously trying to piss her off as well. Lin Xian, however, said indifferently, it's fine for you to press. I can call Yayun. I'll press. Zhao Jun exasperatedly took off his suit jacket, and then walked towards Lin Xian with his fists clenched. Looking at Lin Xian like this, Zhao Jun laughed again. Let me press it, right? Fine. I'll press until Chu Yayun comes up and sees it with her own eyes. Chapter 78. This is a dead end. Lin Xian lay on his back on the bed, comfortably enjoying Zhao Jun's massage. Was he afraid that Chu Yayun would see it? Joke. He himself now knew how to pin Chu Yayun down, so every move was considered. If Zhao Jun thought that this would embarrass him or make Chu Yayun sad, then she was really overthinking it. In terms of understanding human nature, Lin Xinko had always been in the atmosphere. While unskillfully pressing Lin Xian's back, Zhao Jun also put her legs towards the edge of the bed. In this way, the posture was ambiguous. Lin Xian, I've cleaned up. What are you doing? Chu Yayun's voice rang out, and then Chu Yayun, who was only wearing pajamas, appeared in front of the duo. Seeing that Zhao Jun was massaging Lin Xian, Chu Yayun was first stunned. Ms. Zhao, what are you guys doing in? Her first reaction was shock. She had heard of Zhao Jun's great name. Strong, domineering, spirited, and utterly ruthless. Lin Xian said that he and Zhao Jun were pretending to be a couple in order to avoid the marriage contract. Chu Yayun heard that Zhao Jun was very angry when she learned about the engagement, and even got tongue-tied in front of the Zhao family elders, preferring to die rather than marry. Zhao Jun's two cousins were beside each other, talking about how women are meant to be married off. But Zhao Jun picked up the boiling water on the table and threw it directly on their bodies. When Zhao Jun's grandfather got up to reprimand him, Zhao Jun picked up the kettle again and said to her face that if she had to make amends or marry Lei Haolong, she would rather be disfigured herself. After that, the Zhao family for a long time no one dares to force her people. Now, Zhao Jun was actually obediently giving Lin Xian a massage? This was too unbelievable, right? Not waiting for Chu Yayun to finish being surprised, Zhao Jun raised her head and glanced at Chu Yayun. With this glance, which did not have any ripples, Zhao Jun then continued her service. Chu Yayun was once again shocked. Sister, let's press it together. Lin Xian, face down, couldn't help but smile, and his shoulders shook a little. Zhao Jun's eyes widened. Sister? Who was the elder sister? She remembered that Chu Yayun seemed to have been born 2 months before her, so clearly she was the older sister, right? Besides, calling sister in this occasion and scene, don't you think it's weird for a young girl? She's not sick in the head, is she? Zhao Jun looked at the slumped Lin Xian and knew that the problem must lie with this man. All the focus, all the reasons, were on Lin Xian. Chu Yayun was still continuing. Sister, why aren't you pressing? Is it because you're tired? Then it's better for me to do it? Zhao Jun had a black line on her face. Miss Chu, between us, it seems that this title is not suitable. How about you don't call me sister? Chu Yayun laughed a little. Fine, then I'll call you. Ahem. Lin Xian felt that it was almost time, so he said, I'm suddenly a bit thirsty. Can you help me get a bottle of Coke? Chu Yayun frowned. No, it's not good to drink too many carbonated drinks. Why don't I make you a bowl of sugar water? Linin looked like he was getting his way. Okay, you go, I'll wait for you. Okay. After Chu Yayun went down, Zhao Jun immediately slapped Lin String. Quick, explain. Lin Xian slowly sat up. $100 million and I'll tell you the truth. Zhao Jun gave him another look that could kill. Interesting? This kind of information, There was no way she would exchange it for $100 million. She was angry now, but not mad. Lin Xian continued to play dumb. Interesting, especially interesting. Zhao Yingjun asked again. Is it because of Chu Yayun that the Chu family went crazy looking for you like this? Lin Xian then graciously admitted. Yes, because I took her and ran away from home. Zhao Yingjun stroked his hair and asked incredulously. Then what are you doing next? Or continue to run away? Lin Xian, you're in big trouble. And not just any big trouble. Chapter 79, the only solution to a deadly situation. Zhao Yingjun put his hair down and asked. Lin Xian, do you realize that you've done something stupid? Lin Xian, however, laughed. I do good things and bad things, but I just don't do stupid things. You're still not stupid? Zhao Yingjun said. The Chu family is not something to be messed with. I have to deal with Lei Haolong with all my might right now. I have little energy to help you block. Lei Haolong and the Zhao family would take advantage of the opportunity to strike, and then it would really be a dilemma. Lin Xian wiped the sweat from his body and said, you still don't know me well enough. One person does everything. How could I trouble you? Zhao Yingjun froze. Could it be that you want to bear the Chu family's wrath alone? Was this possible? Lin Xian was just as powerful as he was. That was a big family with power and influence. Lin Xian laughed. Bear the wrath? Wouldn't it be fine as long as you take care of the Chu family? That's so easy for you to say. Zhao Yingjun only thought that Lin Xian was being munificent again and scratched his hair in annoyance. However, just in this instant, Zhao Yingjun seemed to have figured something out. Lin Xian's style of doing things, although he was very risky, he really wouldn't do anything stupid and lay down any fainting spells. Could it be that he had already laid out a plan before doing this? Zhao Yingjun cupped her chin and began to recall what exactly she had neglected to do. With so much at stake, she had to be in the same boat as Lin Xian to think things through. Otherwise she would be too passive when she got caught up in it. Wait. Zhao Yingjun turned back and looked straight at Lin Xian. You said that you fled your home with Chu Yayun? Lin Xian nodded. Zhao Yingjun asked again. So, the Chu family does not know the details of what is happening now. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Very good. You're worthy of being my girlfriend if you can think of this. Zhao Yingjun understood. This was the key to breaking the game. The initiative would still be with Lin Xuan. In that case, this bureau wouldn't be dead yet. It could still be alive. And even as long as he continued to play dumb, then how could he not be counted on, even if he was still a victim? No, it was impossible for himself to stay out of it. Zhao Yingjun felt a chill of fear. Could it be that this man in front of him had already thought of a way to deal with the Chu family? Next, as long as Lin Xian wanted to, he himself would also become a pawn, allowing her to act as a middleman in a head-on encounter with the Chu family or to mediate. Did he already think this far ahead when he was doing this? Zhao Yingjun secretly vowed in her heart that she would never bet against Lin Xian again. Going against this kind of man, the person who might die the ugliest death in the end would be himself. Dang dang dang. The sound of eager footsteps came from downstairs. Lin Xuan, Chu Yayun ran up with a panicked look, coming up for air. I'm at the window on the first floor, and I see that there are several of my family cars. They're standing right over there at the front door. Zhao Yingjun also revealed an uneasy expression and stared at Lin Xian as well. Lin Xian, on the other hand, got up unhurriedly. Bring me my clothes. Chu Yayun was obedient and immediately went to the bedroom to get clothes. Zhao Yingjun asked, You want to run? Lin Xian asked back, Can you run away? Or can running solve the problem? Zhao Yingjun asked again, Do you want to go down by yourself? Let's go together. Lin Xian laughed badly. Of course, you don't have to go if you don't want to. Zhao Yingjun was somewhat speechless. Well, from now on, Lin Xian had started to bind himself to him. However, she wasn't a timid person either, and after tying her hair up, Alright, then I'll wait for you on the first floor. Chu Yayun brought her clothes up, her face written all over. You'll be fine, right? Lin Xian put on his clothes and said easily. Don't worry, what can I do? Don't worry, everything is with me. Listen well, in a while you do this. Chu Yayun laughed after hearing this. Don't worry, I know what to do. On the first floor, Lin Yin had a confident look and Zhao Yingjun was already waiting. Zhao Yingjun took out his cell phone and said, My bodyguard has already said that he saw the Chu family's people. There are quite a few of them. They are now surrounding the front of your car. Lin Xian had already expected this and wasn't surprised, extending his arm. Let's go then. Dear girlfriend, Zhao Yingjun sighed softly, then went over to take his hand. How could there be someone like you? The two walked out the door together, crossed a section of the courtyard, and started walking towards the gate. I feel like I've been set up by you, and that's a very bad feeling, Zhao Yingjun said through clenched teeth, an inexplicable feeling of shame in his heart. Lin Xian cried and laughed. It can't be helped. Who made you have to bet? Why else would I have dragged you in? And if you didn't come over for this meal, I might have already taken Chu Yayun to hide somewhere else. Where would I have waited for someone else to come to my door in such a big way? Zhao Jun rubbed his forehead. Can you not be like this next time? Are you being petulant? Pampering? Piss your ass off. Lin Xian stifled his laughter. Then is it that you won't dare to bet with me in the future? Zhao Jun whispered. If I bet again, I'll be a hammer. The 2 times she bet, she thought she had a sure win. But in the end, she fell into Lin Xian's trap. Lin Xian laughed out loud and had already walked to the gate. The gate originally required a password to open it, but just now when Zhao Jun came, Lin Xian lifted the password and could enter with just a push. But no one walked in now, as 2 groups of people were facing off. Standing on the left were Zhao Jun's bodyguards, a total of 4 people, who were standing nervously in the sunlight. And standing on the right were the bodyguards from the Chu family, about 10 or so of them. The one leading the group was holding a picture in his hand. Upon seeing Lin Xian, he raised his finger and pointed at him. That's him. Soon, the Chu family's bodyguards immediately stepped forward to block Lin Xian and Zhao Jun. Slow down. Zhao Jun's bodyguards also reacted quickly, standing between the Chu family's bodyguards and Lin Xian, and began to reopen the confrontation. All calm down. Zhao Jun's voice once again returned to an ice-cold state. Who are you people? Why did you come to find trouble with me?